Hello, everyone. I have a few lines for you. I failed to protect everything that was important to me, and throughout my life, I was unable to accomplish any of my goals. My name is as worthless as I am. So, please, don't be like me. And if you like this story you supports, give me a super chat, thanks. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction channel for next part. Chapter 1, The Beginning of Traveling. See Circle Calendar 1488. 32 years before the beginning of the story of One Piece world. The first half of the Grand Line, the small town of Cromwell. This is a very ordinary town that has never appeared in the world view of One Piece. Far away from the port, it is an inland area of the country, and is rarely harassed by pirates. In a very ordinary steamed stuffed bun shop, a boss who looks to be about 23 years old is busy preparing the morning food. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Eisen just opened the door of the store, and saw a large group of people already lined up in a long queue. Roughly speaking, there must be more than 80 people at least. The moment Eisen opened the door, everyone's eyes lit up. "Boss, you have opened the door. I have been waiting here for almost half an hour. Don't smear the ink on the front, hurry up and buy buns. After you buy them, there will be people who want to buy them. That's right, don't waste everyone's time. It's the same as saying who didn't get up early in the morning to line up. I'm so hungry, the boss's craftsmanship is really good. I don't know which little girl will be cheaper in the future. Isn't it? The boss has a good temperament, and is polite, and he treats everyone very kindly. If I'm not married, I'll try it even if I chase after him." As soon as the door opened, the entrance of this small bun shop became lively. Eisen is already used to this. Every morning when he opens the door, there are so many people queuing up. "Everyone, don't worry, the portion made today is very large, and it is definitely enough for everyone to eat." With that said, Eisen started to get busy. But in just about 40 minutes, the steamed buns prepared by Eisen early in the morning were sold out, and there was nothing left. The customers who bought the steamed buns were all smiling, and they were full of praise for the steamed stuffed buns made by Eisen. The customers who didn't get the buns beat their chests and stomped their feet, vowing to get up early tomorrow to buy buns. Of course, there were several little girls who didn't feel disappointed even though they didn't get the buns. There are handsome guys like Eisen watching it for free, anyway, it's not a loss for them. After all the guests had left, Eisen closed and started clearing the tables. Although there is no cheat in this world, but with the memory of the previous life, I can live quite comfortably. While tidying up the storefront, Eisen sighed silently in his heart. That's right, he is a time traveler. 23 years have passed in the dangerous world of One Piece, and at the beginning he was expecting that there would be some cheats or the like. As a result, there was still no movement until the age of 18. In the end, Eisen also gave up this unrealistic idea. In his previous life, he was also the owner of a steamed stuffed bun shop. With this skill, he quickly made a name for himself in this peaceful town. Although he was a little afraid of this dangerous world at the beginning, as an ordinary person, if he encounters those powerful characters, he has no ability to resist at all. However, this town is far away from the port and is located in the inland area of the country. In addition, Kyotai Minen has never heard of any pirate invasion, so Eisen gradually felt relieved. This is true, it is now see Circle Calendar 1488, there are still 8 full years before the era of great pirates, and there are not so many pirates on the sea yet. It's not bad to be an ordinary person so peacefully, marry a wife and have children. You can't starve to death even if you have a craft. Eisen smiled cheerfully, but he still had expectations in his heart, if one day he suddenly possessed extremely powerful power. After all, in this world his parents named him Eisen Sosuke, exactly like the charismatic villain in Shinigami. Could it be that I have to wait until I die and become a soul form to have power? Anyway, he was idle and bored, and Eisen had some wild thoughts in his heart. By the way, boss, have you heard of one thing? Suddenly, the clerk in the store said to Eisen mysteriously. What's up? I heard that our country's army is completely wiped out. It seems that a group of pirates did it. It seems that, yes, it seems to be called the Roger Pirates. What? There is such a thing. Hearing the man's words, Eisen's eyes widened in surprise. He did remember such a thing in the world of One Piece. Roger is a man who never allows others to speak ill of his partners, and has destroyed a country's army in the past because of it. But he never expected that the Roger Pirates, who were supposed to exist on a different life trajectory from his own, would intersect with his own life in such a bizarre way. But there should be no problem. Our country hasn't encountered a pirate invasion for decades, so it's not that bad luck. Besides, there is nothing worth looting in our small town. The clerk said optimistically. For the younger generation, they basically heard about pirates and the like from the mouths of the older generation. This kind of thing doesn't have much to fear. That's exactly what happened. After listening to the clerk, Eisen felt a little relieved. By the way, Humphrey, you're going to get married in a week, right? That's right. After finishing the work in the shop tomorrow, I'll go back to my hometown and prepare for my marriage. I always feel that what you just said is a bit dangerous. In novels, people who say this kind of thing will not survive the second chapter. Haha. It's okay, it's okay. It's just superstition. I don't believe in these things. The other side. On a pirate ship. A pirate sitting on the main seat is reading today's newspaper. On the newspaper, a very conspicuous headline is hanging on it. The big pirate Roger slaughtered a country's army in a fit of rage. In other words, the country is defenseless right now. It seems to be having fun. Obaro Pizarro, who got the news, was very interested. Obaro Pizarro should be regarded as a rather special pirate. Of course, almost every guy who can be sent to the 6th floor of Impel Down in the future has its own characteristics. Unlike other guys who rush in and snatch other people's wealth, this guy is used to directly attacking a certain city, killing some people first through iron and blood methods to establish his prestige, and then terrorizing the entire city. In this way, a large amount of wealth can be obtained. Chapter 2. Because of this way of robbing money, Obaro Pizarro later became what people call the Evil King. Although it is more troublesome to do so, the benefits it brings are more considerable. Captain, it's the same as usual. Use the dice to decide which city to fight. No problem. Bring me the map. The Evil King shouted at the little brother beside him. Soon, a map of the country was placed on the table, and the Evil King randomly took out a dice and threw it at it. All eyes were focused on this, and it was only after the dice finally settled that someone pronounced the name of this unlucky city Cromwell. It's decided. Little ones, the goal is the small town of Cromwell. The Evil King didn't even think about it for a second, and immediately ordered his subordinates to set the target on this small town. The day passed quickly. Early the next morning, Eisen prepared breakfast as usual. The clerk next to him, Humphrey, is also very enthusiastic. After today's work is done, he can go back to his hometown to marry his wife. Suddenly, a very loud and piercing horn sounded. Buzz. Early in the morning, when they heard the sound of the horn, most people did not understand what happened. Only a very small number of elderly people panicked after hearing the sound of the horn, and hurriedly took their families to hide where they could hide. What happened? Opening the window, Eisen scratched his head in puzzlement when he saw the strange appearance in the town, and asked Humph, who was not far away, suspiciously. I don't know, but it doesn't feel right. Although they have never encountered such a situation, they are not fools, and they can tell that some people are flustered. Boss, let me go out and see what happened. The clerk, Humphrey, didn't think too much, and opened the door of the store directly to go out. However, a scene that Eisen never expected happened. The door has just been opened, and the figure of the clerk Humph has not disappeared in front of him. Boom. Suddenly, a piercing gunshot rang out, piercing his heart mercilessly. Blood gushed out from the heart, and Eisen, who was standing in the store, could see it clearly. Everyone put their heads on Laozi's knees, and if I see anyone walking around, I'll be the first to shoot him. The extraordinarily rough voice came out, and many people who didn't understand what happened suddenly came to their senses. Could it be pirates? How is it possible that there will be pirates in such a small place? Eisen was a little dazed. He had lived in this ordinary town for more than 20 years, and he never thought that this kind of thing would happen. Things that had only been heard in newspapers and other people before happened to him at this moment. This is like a previous life. Although they knew that the world was not peaceful and wars were happening everywhere, the word war seemed too far away from them. Relying on instinct, Eisen immediately looked around to see if there was anything to hide in. He took a kitchen knife from the cutting board and hid directly behind the kitchen door. Hey! Is there anyone else in the store? After a while, a pirate stepped over the corpse of the clerk Humphrey and rushed into the shop. Damn, it's unlucky, I was assigned to such a small shabby shop, and I can get a lot of money. This pirate has a rather unhappy expression all over his face. Although they are all pirates, there is also a difference in status. People like him are the lowest level members. Others are going to grab places that look like big shops, and he was assigned to this small breakfast shop. Eisen didn't reply, but held the knife in his hand even harder, and only the knife in his hand could give him a sense of security. Although he was very nervous, Eisen didn't feel too flustered inside at this time. Instead, he calmed down inexplicably and listened carefully to the movement of the pirates outside. The moment the pirate walked in the door, looking at the somewhat burly man in front of him, Eisen slashed at the man's neck mercilessly without any hesitation. He didn't have the slightest skill at all, he just gathered all his strength in his hands and slashed out fiercely. Tear. The pirate's eyes widened, and he wanted to speak, but unfortunately, more than half of his neck had been cut off, so he couldn't make any sound at all. Feeling the severe pain in his body, he was very unwilling to lose all his strength. At the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out directly, and the smell of blood poured directly into Eisen's nostrils. Because it's just an ordinary kitchen knife and without any skills, it's natural that it can't cut off the entire neck with one blow. About 2/3 of the kitchen knife had been hacked into the half of the head, so frightened that he dropped the kitchen knife in his hand. Plop. The pirate's body also fell to the ground. Eisen panted heavily, looking at the dead body on the ground for a moment. He was at a loss for what to do. After a while, he slowly calmed down, and most of the fear of killing in his heart disappeared. When they find that there are few people, they will definitely conduct an investigation, and they can't stay here any longer. After calming down, Eisen immediately determined what he should do next. Stepping over the pirate's body, he casually threw away the clothes on his body. But before Eisen ran out, suddenly a shadow appeared behind him. "Boy, do you still want to leave after killing Laozi's companion? Are you thinking too easily?" A voice suddenly sounded, which made Eisen, who was about to leave, suddenly thump in his heart. Turning around, it was a guy with the iconic horns on his head, wearing a long white and dark brown fur coat and a light purple necklace. The drill-like hand held a triple-barreled pistol, and pointed directly at Eisen's back. At this moment, various thoughts were spinning rapidly in Eisen's mind. How to survive under this man is definitely a huge test for Eisen. Boom. Eisen had just opened his mouth when a sudden and piercing gunshot sounded immediately. The sharp bullet pierced through Eisen's body mercilessly, and blood splashed out directly in response. Chapter 3. The heart was pierced mercilessly. I always feel that you kid is going to lie to me. You should just kill me. The evil King Oboro Pizarro kicked Eisen directly in the back, and Eisen, who had already been shot, fell to the ground without any resistance. Blood slowly accumulated and spread outward. Soon, Eisen was completely lying in a pool of blood. There is no room for manipulation, so it simply hangs up. After doing all this, Oboro Pizarro turned around and left here. For him, the one who died was just an intern who had just joined his pirate team, and it was an ordinary person who killed the intern. Neither the weak trainee nor the ordinary Eisen could attract his attention. The heart was pierced. Are you sure you're dead? Eisen felt that his consciousness began to gradually become blurred. Even if the heart was pierced, people would not die immediately. Usually this process will last about 10 minutes. Ding. Suddenly, just when Eisen felt that his vision was slowly blurring, a voice that only he could hear suddenly sounded. The triggering conditions of the system are met, and the operation will officially begin. 1%. 100%. Almost instantly, Eisen suddenly felt that his consciousness began to wake up slowly. Although it is still impossible to control one's body and stand up. With the awakening of consciousness, a strange panel appeared in front of Eisen. Great Sage System. Mystery, 0. Mall, click to enter. Very simple and clear 3 lines, not even a description of Eisen's status. Before Eisen figured out what was going on, the next moment, countless messy information flooded into Eisen's mind frantically. The explosive message made Eisen feel like his whole soul was being torn apart. Countless fragments of information poured in quickly, and quickly formed complete information. So that's the case, it's almost the same as I guessed. After receiving the information, Eisen suddenly became extraordinarily calm. There is basically no difference from my previous guess, and I and Eisen are indeed inextricably linked. The memory that suddenly flooded into my mind just now is the specific memory of Aizen's life. And the relationship between myself and Eisen is probably similar to reincarnation. However, the situation of Eisen is not good now. The body and soul are not completely separated. If the body is really allowed to die, it is hard to say whether the soul will be the same as in the Shinigami world. First heal the heart injury, and then find a way to stabilize and become stronger later. Soon, Eisen decided that letting his body die just wasn't in his style. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of green light converged on his chest, and rich vitality poured into his body continuously. I saw that the wound on Aizen's chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kaido is a specialized therapeutic Kido. Although it is not comparable to Anoha Naretsu in Shinigami, it is still a piece of cake for Eisen to be fatally wounded. After about 10 seconds, Aizen's chest injury fully recovered. However, about 3/5 of the spiritual power in his body was consumed. The consumption is so high. Is the spiritual power in my body just equivalent to the level of Eisen who just reached Rukonga? Feeling the rapid loss of spiritual power in his body, Eisen frowned slightly. But this is also a matter of course. Although Eisen is born with extraordinary spiritual power, it has been cultivated for hundreds of years. Although the people in Shinigami are stronger than those in One Piece world, their growth period is also extremely long. Those like Anoha Naretsu are at least 1,000 years old, and the age of monsters like the captain of Shinigami is also 4 digits. He used such a high-level Kaido from the beginning, so it is normal for him to consume so much. However, Eisen didn't pay too much attention to this matter, but reached out and clicked on the shopping mall on the system panel. Zanpakuto Manufacturing Information, 10 points of mystery. Hogyaku Manufacturing Information, 60 mysterious points. Soul Materialization Information, 100 mysteries. What appeared in front of Eisen were various documents of various lengths. However, except for some basic knowledge documents that are free, all the information required for improving strength requires mysterious points. It is not so much a system as it is an encyclopedia that covers everything. The more precious the document, the more mysterious points it needs. It's quite reasonable, but I don't know how to get this point. To be honest, the moment he saw the soul materialization material, Aizen's whole heart skipped a beat. Materialization of the soul is a special ability in Xingnu's worldview, and it belongs to the third method among the 5 magics, which realizes the real magic of immortality. The soul itself does not decay, it is only affected by the decay of the body. To materialize the soul is to use the property that the soul will not decay naturally to transform the soul into a body to replace the material body that will age continuously. In this way, the soul will not be degraded and die due to the restriction of the body. In this way, real immortality can be achieved. Immortal. In addition, after materializing the soul, the magic power will be infinitely close to infinity. It can be said that this ability is the most important for the current Eisen. Now his physical body is not completely dead, nor is he completely a Shinigami as a spirit body. But the materialization of the soul can completely resolve the contradictions in oneself. Huh? Did that guy die just now? Oboro Pizarro, who had just walked out, suddenly used observation haki to feel that Eisen behind him was suddenly revived. He, who was supposed to be dying, became alive in a very short period of time. This got Arbolo Pizarro outside of interest. It seems that there is still some secret hidden in that kid, go and arrest him. Oboro Pizarro didn't think much, and he didn't think Eisen had the ability to fight him. In this era, there are very few pirates whose bounty is comparable to his. With a light kick, Oboro Pizarro disappeared in place in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the shop where Eisen had fallen. Although he had just awakened, but with hundreds of years of combat experience, Eisen reacted immediately. Hado number 4 White Thunder. Boom. A white thunder pierced through the air in an instant, and the sudden attack caught Avalo Pizarro a little off guard. He quickly raised his hands and subconsciously used armament haki. Chapter 4. Although the armament haki on his arm blocked Bailei's power still made him unable to resist taking several steps back. Although my Ryutsu is still weak, there are definitely not many people who can block this blow. Eisen frowned slightly, staring at Pizarro very calmly. You guy, not the one just now. Pizarro stared at Eisen with an ugly face. Through the contact just now, he was almost sure that the Eisen in front of him was very different from the Eisen who was killed by him just now. Especially the eyes, When that Eisen saw him just now, he had seen the flustered and bewildered look in other people countless times. But it's different now. In the eyes of this Eisen, he can't see the slightest fear. Although the appearance is still exactly the same, there are even traces of being shot through with a gun on the back. I don't need to explain to you. Eisen was not interested in chatting with Pizarro. Whoosh. But just as Eisen was replying, Pizarro suddenly moved. In just a split second, the distance between the two was reduced to 0, Pizarro punched down heavily, and Eisen quickly raised his hand to block it. The arms of the two collided, and a sudden burst of strong wind pressure made the clothes flutter, and the ground under Eisen's feet sank into a big hole. And at this moment, Eisen suddenly pulled out another finger and pointed at Pizarro's eyebrow. Not good. Pizarro said in his heart that something was wrong. He had already experienced this move just now. Baile. Aiming at Pizarro's head, a white thunder shot out directly. However, with an early warning and the assistance of observation Haki, Pizarro turned his head and avoided the blow at the moment Baile was about to hit him. This guy is not an ordinary person. Feeling the pressure from Eisen, Pizarro tensed up. Zephyr Admiral, less than an hour away from the small town of Cromwell. On a warship, a marine soldier ran to a strong man who was about 40 years old and saluted. Well. I see. Zephyr nodded briefly, looking a little reticent. This marine soldier has been following Zephyr for a long time. It hurts him to see Zephyr, who was full of enthusiasm and aimed to become a hero, become what he is now. However, he also understands that it is useless for outsiders to say more about some things, and everyone can understand what happened to Zephyr. A few months ago, Zephyr's wife and children were brutally killed by pirates, which almost caused a sensation in the entire Naval Headquarters. One of Admiral's family members was killed by pirates, leaving little possibility other than revenge. And this also made Zephyr, who had been extraordinarily cheerful, suddenly become taciturn. In particular, the attitude towards pirates has undergone earth-shaking changes. This time, after hearing about the evil king's movements, Zephyr volunteered to investigate. Look back to the town. At this time, the small shop that originally belonged to Eisen has completely changed its appearance. Under the battle between the two, the surrounding buildings were not spared, and almost the entire street was almost destroyed. Eisen and Pizarro fought hundreds of moves, almost an hour passed, but neither side showed any signs of stopping. Pizarro stood at the other end of the street, his clothes were already tattered, and he couldn't see his original appearance. Wear bloodline on your arms and face. Similarly, Eisen on the other side was having a hard time, bleeding from his entire left arm to his sternum. Looking at the injuries on his body, Eisen thought to himself, fighting against such an opponent is still a bit difficult. If I can give me another year, I should win quite easily. However, it seems that this guy doesn't intend to give me such time. Thinking of this, Eisen glanced at Pizarro again from the corner of his eye. Obviously, both sides have reached the point where it is life and death. Although it will directly drain all the spiritual power in my body now, it's the only way to do it. Thinking of this, a gleam of determination flashed in Eisen's eyes. What the hell is this guy up to? Seeing Eisen's strange gaze, Pizarro subconsciously felt something was wrong. And at this time, Eisen has already started to act. Suddenly, a powerful riot spread out from Eisen's body, and the stones on the ground began to tremble non-stop. What is this? It's a completely different power from Haki. Pizarro's face showed a look of surprise, he couldn't tell what kind of power Eisen was using. Bones of beasts scattered all over the place. Spires, red crystals, steel wheels. Moving is the wind, stopping is empty, the sound of spears clashing fills the empty city. Hado number 63, Fiery Lightning Howl. In Eisen's hands, the terrifying aura began to condense, and with the end of the chant, a terrifying energy burst out directly. No, wait. Feeling the threatening energy in Eisen's hands, Pizarro panicked all of a sudden. Some shouted hastily. However, it was just shouting. The next moment, in Eisen's hands, a terrifying ball of lightning and light was instantly formed, and then turned into a raging wave and roared away, instantly illuminating the entire street. The whole body was pierced by lightning, and unimaginable pain acted on Pizarro's body. Boom. The berserk energy carried a powerful storm, directly sending Pizarro flying heavily. And Eisen, who used his whole body's spiritual power together, felt that the whole world was spinning after completing this move, and his forehead was covered with sweat, which seemed to be quite strenuous. Although he guessed what the result would be if he exhausted the spiritual power in his body, when the feeling of exhaustion surged up, Eisen still almost couldn't hold on. But no matter how tired he was, he had to hold on so that he would not fall down. Did you kill it? Eisen looked in Pizarro's direction with some uncertainty. That guy is a monster that will be imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Even if Ryotsuh, who squeezed out his body, releases a move, Eisen can't guarantee that he can kill him directly. BD boy. You actually made Lao Zi so embarrassed. The next moment, Pizarro's furious voice sounded suddenly. Damn it, didn't you kill it? You have to escape first. Hearing Pizarro's voice, Eisen frowned, and immediately made plans to run away. But at the moment when he turned around, a strong sense of exhaustion and drowsiness poured into his brain again, he staggered, and fell directly to the ground. At this moment, a thick arm suddenly supported him. Before Eisen raised his head to see clearly who was supporting him, his consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. Chapter 5. Gila. I don't know how long it took, and with a dissatisfied protest from his stomach, Eisen finally regained consciousness, and stood up with some difficulty covering his head. Here it is. After getting up, Eisen was stunned immediately. The unfamiliar environment around him made him a little uncomfortable, but judging from the surrounding conditions, it should not be a prison cell or the like. Who saved it? After realizing this, Eisen began to carefully examine the structure of the room and some subtleties. With such a room arrangement, could it be that someone from Marine saved me? How did you guess that someone from Marine rescued you? At this moment, a man wearing a Marine coat suddenly opened the door and walked in. After looking at the awakened Eisen, he asked with a smile, of course, if you don't want to answer, I won't force you. It's nothing difficult. Everything in the room is very neat. This is a very obvious military style. The guest rooms of ordinary merchant ships and pirate ships will never be so neat. Eisen replied that if it was an ordinary person, he might choose to be perfunctory. But he knew the purple-haired man in front of him, Marine Admiral Zephyr. Admiral of Headquarters, the highest combat power in the world government, is called Black Arm Zephyr because of the powerful armament haki. He has fought against countless pirates in his life, but has never killed any enemy. He is called Unkillable Marine Admiral. It is quite careful to observe. After listening to Eisen's explanation, Zephyr couldn't help but glance at Eisen inwardly. He just woke up from a coma, and all the functions of his body have not yet recovered, especially his stomach is growling with hunger. But Eisen didn't panic, but carefully went through the room and made a judgment on his own safety before someone came to the room. Such a guy who is not surprised by changes will definitely have great achievements in the future. By the way, you should be hungry, come and eat something. Well, thank you. Eisen nodded without being pretentious. From the analysis of the current situation, it was obvious that Zephyr saved his life, so he naturally didn't have to worry about Zephyr's plans. Come and eat. This is basically the only food on board. Zephyr took Eisen to the cafeteria and asked the chef to roast a large piece of sea king's meat and serve it up. Sailing on the sea, sometimes the conditions are difficult, and everyone's staple food is often a variety of sea kings. And the meat of sea kings itself is quite nutritious. The two chatted while eating, but they both agreed tacitly and did not talk about the original island of Eisen. Is the wound on your arm okay? Zephyr asked Eisen suddenly. The reason why he brought Eisen to his boat was because he saw that Eisen was seriously injured from his arm to his chest. If he stayed on that island, he would definitely die. But when he was eating just now, Zephyr had been observing Eisen's arm, and the eating action didn't look like he had suffered a serious trauma at all. Although I went to the warship and asked the military doctor to help with some simple hemostatic bandages, it is impossible to get better so quickly, right? This? I've already healed with keto. Just now Eisen was still wondering why Zephyr kept looking at his arm like that. Now that he heard Zephyr's question, he immediately understood what was going on. Keto. Zephyr froze for a moment. He had never heard of such a thing in all his years in the sea. That's it. As long as it is a simple trauma, it can be easily recovered with keto. While speaking, Eisen raised his right hand, and a burst of energy full of vitality surged out of his hand. Although it was the first time I saw it, the one exuding strong vitality could not deceive anyone. Can I try? To be honest, I have a lot of hidden wounds on my body. Zephyr asked curiously. As a Marine Admiral, he has also experienced countless terrible battles at sea over the years, leaving many irreversible dark wounds on his body. Thanks to Marine's complete medical system, and Zephyr's physical fitness is also exceptionally strong, so nothing can be seen on the outside. Sure. After speaking, Eisen put his hand directly behind Zephyr's back. Suddenly, Zephyr felt a strong vitality pouring into his body, washing every cell in his body from top to bottom. Those hidden wounds that had accumulated, including some scars on the surface of the body, miraculously improved. Even Zephyr could feel that his asthma began to improve rapidly. Already in his 40s, he suddenly felt as if he had returned to the year when he was 17, and every part of his body was full of vitality. Isn't this amazing? Zephyr's eyes widened, almost rejuvenated. If Eisen can be in Marine, wouldn't Marine's aging generals be able to return to their prime? This is definitely a huge enhancement for Marine. Zephyr didn't even think about it, and planned to pull Eisen into the Marine. Zephyr Admiral, can I join the Marine? Before Zephyr's invitation was spoken, Eisen asked directly. This sudden surprise made Zephyr stunned for a moment, coughed twice and adjusted his mentality, looking at Eisen as if he had picked up a piece of treasure. Join Marine, of course you can. Eisen's identity and background are alright, and this encounter with Marine was also accidental, so it's impossible for him to be an undercover agent or something. Such a person with a clean identity and background, as long as he is willing to join Marine, Marine is very happy. Not to mention that he still has such a powerful ability. Just now Zephyr has personally experienced the power of Kido in Eisen's mouth. Well, I can still make decisions about this small matter. But I can't give you too many privileges. You still have to start with the most basic Marine soldiers. After returning to Naval Headquarters, I will talk to the Marshal about the details. Situation. Eisen doesn't have any doubts about this, and he doesn't particularly care about his position in Marine. Now he is different from before. Joining Marine will give him a long shelter time, and he needs to take advantage of this time to improve himself quickly. It will take at least 5 years to return to the strength of an ordinary Shinigami captain. In this way, Eisen also changed into the clothes of an ordinary Marine handyman. Of course, Zephyr will not let Eisen do odd jobs. So he directly became a little transparent on the warship, doing his own things in the room every day, and then he had to eat and drink, and no one asked him to do any work. Chapter 6. But to be honest, such a simple life is still very good. He doesn't have to worry about too many things, he can concentrate on making himself stronger. One afternoon. It has been a week since Eisen joined Marine. By the way, what's the situation with the new guy? Who knows, except for eating all day long, I spend all day in my room, and I really regard this place as my home. I see. Zephyr Admiral must be looking at him pitifully. After all, his hometown was invaded by pirates, and his relatives and friends around him are almost dead. TCH, there are so many people joining Marine for this kind of reason, who is like him who has nothing to do all day long. In the kitchen, several logistics soldiers are discussing about Eisen. Originally, they didn't care about one more person on board, but after a week of getting along, they realized that they were wrong. Because Eisen's appetite is really amazing. One person can basically eat food for 20 people. If Zephyr can find some sea kings to kill as a supplement at any time, I am afraid they will have to go to some Marine branches halfway to resupply. And they who are in charge of cooking food in the kitchen are naturally very upset. If Eisen hadn't joined Marine yet, they would at most just chat after dinner and lament about Eisen's appetite. But now Eisen joined the Marine, wearing the clothes of the most common Marine handyman, but doing nothing, they naturally feel very uncomfortable. Hearing the quarrel among the people next to him, an older logistics soldier also opened his eyes. Since it's a Marine handyman, let him help with some things when he comes over later. By the way, make things difficult for that guy. As a veteran, he knows a lot about these things, and it's common to play tricks on recruits who have just joined the Marine. Of course, they won't go too far, they just let the newcomers do the dirtiest and most tiring work within the scope allowed by the rules. Even if the boss finds out, there is no way to blame them. After all, those things always have to be done by someone, so why can't they be newcomers? Hearing this sound, several other people also had expressions stunned, and nodded one after another. That's right, you can't eat and drink for free all day long. Hey, look, here he is. At this time, a logistics soldier pulled the people around him and motioned them to look out. Looking outside, I saw that Eisen had just walked in. Several people wiped their hands quickly, and walked towards Eisen outside. A troublemaker. When those logistics soldiers came towards him, Eisen also noticed the actions of those people over there, and moved his gaze over there strangely. Interesting, just to see how they plan to trouble me. Although he knew that the other party was looking for trouble, Eisen didn't care too much, but was a little curious about what they would do. By the way, I also want to find someone to test how my spiritual power is recovering. Eisen, right. I think you seem to be quite free recently. Our back kitchen happens to be busy. Come here to help with things. As soon as they walked up, a few people got straight to the point. It is also normal to find the most common handyman sailors to help when there is a shortage of people in some places. Of course. What do I need to do? Eisen's face did not change in the slightest, and he still had the calm and gentle look of a good old man. However, this gentle and good-natured appearance, coupled with Eisen's current status, gives others the feeling that he is a newcomer who is particularly easy to bully. No way, the same personality and attitude, but different identities, give people different senses. If Eisen is now a Marine Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, or even Admiral, then this gentle look is seen as approachable by others. And if the identity is just a handyman Marine, then he is a good old man who is easy to bully. Things in the back kitchen are a bit troublesome. You are responsible for taking away the slop buckets that everyone left after eating, and cleaning the slop buckets by the way. The kitchen is also quite dirty. You should remember to clean up the kitchen as well, and request that no dirty things can be seen in the kitchen. You also need to brush the oil stains on the walls. In addition to washing the clothes we changed, that's about it. The voices of these people were so loud that the other Marine soldiers who were eating in the cafeteria could also hear them. At the beginning, everyone thought it was normal, but after the requests from these people were spoken out, many people also understood that this was not just asking someone to go to the kitchen for logistics, it was clearly to teach the newcomers a lesson. Now many people watched it with the mood of watching a movie. So that's the case. In name, it's a lack of people, but in fact, it's just a simple desire to take advantage of you, right? Eisen was not polite, and directly pointed out the thoughts in the minds of these people. Eisen's act of mercilessly piercing their inner thoughts immediately made them a little bit embarrassed. Although in fact this is the case, who would say it clearly to a normal person? Several people looked a little ugly and looked at each other. Obviously, they encountered a stunned and stabbed head. What do you mean taking advantage of yourself? Before you came, were there people who did these things differently? Everyone else can do it, why can't you? What's more, whose military rank is not higher than yours here? Why is it called taking advantage of you? If you can't even bear this bit of hardship, what else can you do? Go home as soon as possible. Our Marines are going to fight pirates with bloodshed. As a matter of course, the group immediately began to sneer at Izayoi. If it's an ordinary Marine recruit, I'm afraid they will be confused by this group of guys. But Eisen is naturally impossible to be fooled by this group of people so easily. Oh? Really? Since you said that these things are usually done by yourself, each of you should do what you just said. If you can do it, then I can do it too. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people in front of Eisen suddenly changed. Let them do all of them. How can this be? These are all dirty jobs, and they would rather follow effort to catch pirates than do this kind of thing. We didn't know how many times we did it when we were your age, now it's up to you to do it. Although Eisen has already asked him a little speechless, some people still kept their mouths stiff. It seems that now it is no longer a simple question of tossing about the newcomers, but it is about the face of the few of them. Chapter 7. Now is the time to eat, and most of the Marines are watching them in the cafeteria. It would be embarrassing for them if they couldn't handle a new Marine. It's ridiculous, don't you think the logic in your words is not smooth? Eisen smiled lightly, then turned directly to leave. Wait. Don't tell me so much, just follow our orders honestly. As a newcomer, do you know how to respect seniors? The moment Eisen turned around, the oldest person in the opposing team suddenly spoke. That incomparably serious tone of voice seemed to be an order from a superior to a subordinate. Don't speak wild words easily, that will only reveal your weakness. Eisen didn't look back, and a soft voice sounded slowly, as if advising. But every word in the sentence seems to be poking the heart of the other party with a needle. This shocked the few people on the opposite side. Even if they didn't look back, Eisen could be sure that the faces of these people were not good looking. Weakness, this word may be the best description for them. On Marine Admiral Zephyr's ship, they were still working in the kitchen. Don't look at what they said, but in fact none of these guys would go to the front line to fight the pirates. Although other people will not look down on them, they occasionally reflect on themselves, whether they are too weak. A hole. I told you to wait, didn't you hear? Seeing Eisen continue to walk forward and leave, the oldest guy behind finally couldn't help but exploded. After a roar, he immediately began to rush towards Eisen with all his strength. The fourth of Bakuto this rope. Eisen turned his head and gently raised his right hand, a golden light appeared in his hand. In the next second, the light from his hand flew towards the rushing marine as if it had turned into a rope, and tied him up almost instantly. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Damn, what is this? Let me go. The marine kept struggling and twisting his body, but he couldn't break free from the restraints. Although it was only a short week, Aizen's strength recovered quite quickly. Even a very low-level Bakuto was not something that ordinary marine soldiers could easily break free from. Don't get me wrong, I just want to calm you down. Eisen walked up to the marine soldier, persuading him with a good-natured appearance. What are you guys still looking at? Why don't you come up and help out together? Probably seeing through that Eisen is a person who doesn't like oil and salt, he didn't continue to yell at Eisen, but called the other people behind him to do it together. Hearing this, several other people also reacted, and immediately rushed towards Eisen, ready to teach the newcomer a lesson. Should I say that you are too arrogant, or that you are too ignorant? The advantage of numbers is of no use at all under certain circumstances. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, a wave of riot so suddenly fell from the sky, and the few people who were about to rush towards Eisen just now were stunned. The oppressive feedback from the body made it difficult for them to breathe. Without any way to resist, he knelt limply on the ground. Eisen smiled slightly, squinted his eyes, and asked softly, "How is it? Can you calm down now?" Facing the terrible riot so that erupted from Eisen, several people even lost the ability to speak. What are you guys up to? At this moment, another person came out from the entrance of the cafeteria. Seeing the chaos in the cafeteria, he shouted angrily. It's Commodore from Guy. Seeing the people coming, all the Marines around who were still watching the play obediently returned to their seats, not daring to make any noise. At this time, he also saw several people on the other side who were firmly suppressed by Eisen with riot so. What's the matter with you guys? Seeing that the center of the commotion was Eisen's side, Guy frowned slightly. As Zephyr's lieutenant on the ship, Guy had heard of Eisen's special ability, and for such an important talent, they must have given some extra attention. It's nothing, it's just a few veterans who want to teach the newcomers a lesson. Seeing this Marine Commodore coming, Eisen also took back his riot so. At this time, the few people who were firmly suppressed had a chance to breathe, breathing in the air greedily. Under the riot so of Eisen just now, several people seemed to feel that their bodies were about to be crushed. Hearing what Eisen said, the Marine Commodore immediately understood what was going on. This made Guy very angry. Although Eisen's status is currently just an ordinary handyman marine, it's just a temporary title given to him because he hasn't returned to the headquarters to report. Not to mention anything else, just Eisen's single-handed healing ability is enough to serve as a special advisor in Naval Headquarters. Although he has no actual power, he is equal in status to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. No one can guarantee that they will not get sick, especially Marine is a high-risk occupation with magical medical skills. Even Marine Admiral sometimes asks Eisen for help. All of you, get out of here. Hearing the roar of Commodore and Guy, several people were taken aback, but finally walked out obediently. Obviously, several people knew that what awaited them next would definitely not be a good end. Afterwards, Commodore and Guy walked up to Eisen again, and said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry Mr. Eisen, I didn't expect you to encounter such a thing. But it's okay, I promise this will not happen again. If you can come to me to discuss any troubles you can't solve. Guy's Commodore is too serious. Besides, I have nothing to lose, right?" Eisen smiled gently, with a look of complete indifference. Seeing that Eisen, an ordinary handyman, Marine, had a happy conversation with the Commodore, and it seemed to be felt in the words, Guy respected Eisen very much. At this moment, the other Marines around suddenly realized that something was unusual. The importance of Eisen's status seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Even the Marine Commodore and Guy respects him so much, it is conceivable that Aizen's identity is definitely not as simple as they imagined. Is this guy that exaggerated? It's a good thing we didn't mess with him. To be honest, I had that kind of thought before. SHH, don't talk nonsense like that. Eat. Chapter 8. All the Marines stared blankly at Eisen, as if they were getting to know this person again. At first, everyone thought that Zephyr took him on board because he felt sorry for him, but now it seems that it is not the same thing at all. Although we don't know the reason why this happened, everyone understands that Eisen is not easy to mess with. Zephyr's office. At this time, it has been a while since the conflict just happened. Wait, are you saying that Eisen easily subdued several other people, and how many people were slumped on the ground in fright? After hearing the adjutant's description, Zephyr asked in surprise. That's right, after I came, those few people seemed to be relieved, and they took a quick breath. Commodore nodded in Guy, and recounted the scene he saw. Then he tentatively asked with some uncertainty, Zephyr Admiral, do you think that is Conqueror's haki? As far as I know, this is the only one that can produce such an effect. A person with Conqueror's haki can intimidate, deter, and stun enemies with his own spirit without using a shot, and can also stun opponents who are much weaker than himself. Conqueror's haki is the rarest kind of haki. This kind of haki cannot be acquired through acquired practice, and it is also called a king's qualification by many people. But then Commodore Ngai shook his head again and said, but it seems that there is something wrong. If it is Conqueror's haki, everyone in the entire cafeteria should be affected. But at that time, there were only a few people who came to trouble Eisen. Question. Maybe it is born with a strong control over Conqueror's haki? If Conqueror's haki is mastered skillfully, it can be precisely controlled. Zephyr scratched his chin, but he didn't believe what he said. How old is Eisen? How could such a young person control Conqueror's haki so proficiently? But anyway, this guy is interesting. Maybe he should be moved to the elite camp. I have to say that Eisen's performance today really shocked Zephyr a bit. It just so happened that he had just been transferred to Marine Instructor, preparing to train the younger generation of Marines. At the beginning, after seeing Eisen's healing ability, Zephyr planned to take Eisen to the Marine School to learn some basic sailing and marine knowledge, and then let him serve as Marine's special consultant. To put it bluntly, treat Eisen like a miracle doctor. But now it's different. Conqueror's haki. Only one person in millions has it, and most of the people who have made a name for themselves in the world have it. Such a person is definitely suitable for the elite battalion he personally leads. Zephyr believes in his vicious vision very much, and the future Eisen will definitely be a strong man. In this way, after another long voyage on the warship, they finally arrived at Naval Headquarters Marineford. In order to prevent the incident on the warship from happening again, Zephyr did not arrange Eisen to the logistics department according to the normal process, but took him to know Vice Admiral first. After briefly talking about Eisen, Zephyr went to Marshal Marine's office to find Kong. It's the first time that Guy Zephyr has acted so irregularly. The elite battalion has already filled up the number of people, but now another one has to be added temporarily. Crane looked at Eisen, who was sitting upright in front of him, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. She knows Zephyr's character very well, and he is a very impartial person. For example, take this elite battalion as an example. Zephyr Admiral retreated to the second line, stayed in Naval Headquarters for a long time, and was responsible for forming the elite battalion. With Marine Admiral personally serving as the instructor, one can imagine how popular the elite camp is. As long as they are not stupid, everyone is desperately trying to get inside. Senior officials in the world government and some respected Marine generals also had to care about this matter, and they all wanted to send the younger generation of their families to the elite camp. On the one hand, it can shorten the relationship between myself and Zephyr, and on the other hand, it also paves a good way for the juniors in the family. As long as you are not really a fool, you can learn something from Zephyr, and you can do well in the future. But in the end, no matter who came to him, Zephyr refused all of them without saying a word, including those Marine generals who had a good relationship with him. Zephyr also refused to show affection. In fact, for Zephyr, this is not a big deal, and it will pass if you turn a blind eye. Teaching one is teaching, and teaching a group is also teaching. Originally, he could have avoided such troublesome things. But Vice Admiral understands this very well. His wife and children were brutally killed by pirates, and now for Zephyr, his only spiritual sustenance is the elite camp. Therefore, When Zephyr poured all his hopes into the elite camp, it was impossible for anyone to come here through connections. I was just lucky. Eisen nodded very politely and answered with a smile. You don't need to be so polite. Since Zephyr will break the rules and let you enter the elite camp, it means that you must have something unique. But entering the elite camp doesn't mean you can rest easy. Based on what I know about Zephyr, he will screen out at least 50% of the students to leave. Whether you can stay in the elite camp or not depends on your own ability. Crane Vice Admiral said. In this way, Zephyr went to talk to Kong again about the matter of the elite camp, and the number of places for the elite camp was finally finalized. There were 51 people in total, basically all of them were between the ages of 18 and 27, and all those selected into the elite camp were already well known in various places. Sakazuki, Polusalino, Ghost Spider, Doberman, etc. The specifications of the elite camp are also quite different, not with the General Marine School, not even at Naval Headquarters. This is Zephyr's request specifically to Marshal Kong, on a deserted island relatively close to Naval Headquarters. The dormitories and training grounds are individually remodeled. Before officially entering the elite camp, the first test has already been placed in front of everyone. How to get to the isolated island from Naval Headquarters. Zephyr didn't arrange any warship transfers for them, but let them figure out their own way. Although the destination is not particularly far from Naval Headquarters, if you swim there, most people really don't have the physical strength. Not to mention that many of them have demon fruit power and cannot go into the sea at all. As long as it is not from demon fruit power, I am basically very confident in my physical strength and water skills, so I jumped into the sea without saying a word, and started swimming. The rest is a group of demon fruit power, you look at me, I look at you, each other in a daze. Chapter 9. Slap. Just when everyone was still thinking about what to do, a slapping sound caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Eisen walking on the sea and air out of thin air. Everyone come with me. As long as you follow my footsteps, there will be no problem. After speaking, Eisen took another step forward. It was as if there was an invisible floor tile under his feet, dragging him down very smoothly. Seeing this miraculous scene, Polusalino, who was closest to Eisen, walked over curiously, tried it with his foot, and found that he stepped on something under his foot. It's amazing, is this your ability? Kizaru looked at Eisen with some surprise, it was the first time he met such a strange ability. Probably. Eisen nodded, and then urged the others, it's better for everyone to hurry up. My ability is not unlimited. If the team is too long and the distance is too far, I might not be able to hold on. Hearing this, other talents followed. In this way, a long team walked in the air, heading towards the island. Lingza paving the way, as the name suggests, means that Shinigami use their own spiritual power to pave a road for walking. Using this trick, Shinigami can basically walk in the air. Even the most common Shinigami would do this, let alone an Eisen. Interesting ability. Sakazuki, who was walking at the back, looked at his feet thoughtfully, and his curiosity about Eisen also increased a lot. Before joining the elite camp, Sakazuki also inquired about the list of the elite camp. At first, he thought that except Polusalino, no one else deserved his attention. But after seeing Eisen's ability today, there are two people who are worth caring about in his heart. After about an hour or so, the group of them slowly walked to the island where the target was located. When they arrived, the people swimming in the sea hadn't arrived yet. On the beach of the island, an extremely strong man is waiting for them with arms folded. This is one of the strongest combat forces of Naval Headquarters, Black Arm Zephyr. Still young, and after being treated by Eisen, Zephyr exudes an invisible sense of oppression. Zephyr at this time is definitely at its peak. Zephyr didn't express any opinion about Eisen helping others to come together. It is also a very important spirit for Marine to rely on each other and support each other to move forward. This first little trial is over, but I still need to learn more about the strength and teamwork of all of you. The rules are very simple, as long as you can pass me and enter this door, then you are considered qualified. There is no limit to the number of people in the team, but there is only one chance to challenge. Zephyr pointed to the door behind him, with no regard for other people's face. A group of recruits, even with 50, Zephyr can easily win. That's why he has to put a little more restriction on himself, so that this group of people can pass through this door to pass him. We have just walked to the island with Eisen, and we can be regarded as comrades in arms fighting side by side, and we will not stand alone at this time. Shooting past the Zephyr Admiral. To be honest, it's quite difficult. One-on-one is definitely out of the question, but that's Marine Admiral. It's the same as before, let's work together. Soon, a group of people discussed together. At first, everyone was not very familiar with each other, but now with Zephyr as a common opponent, everyone began to communicate with each other. But for the matter of breaking through Zephyr's defense, everyone present was a little eager to try. Their selection to the elite battalion proved to be quite unusual, and each one was well known in their original positions. Even if the opponent is Marine Admiral, they have the guts to go up and give it a try. However, almost all of them are students who want to wait for the swimming to come together. The more people there are, the more difficult it is for Zephyr to cope. Of course, there are a few exceptions. While everyone was discussing what to do after other people swimming in the sea came up, Sakazuki walked directly in front of Zephyr. "Oh? Are you planning to break through now? If so, let me join you." Seeing Sakazuki stand up, Polusalino, who was a little lazy beside him, also followed. Even in the elite camp full of monsters, Sakazuki and Polusalino stand out. Both are Logia capable, and to most people who haven't touched Haki, the two of them represent invincibility. For Kizaru joining, Sakazuki didn't have any dislike, the strength of the two was equal. "Since you are all ready to start, add me if you don't mind." Hearing the sudden voice from behind, both Sakazuki and Polusalino looked back, and found that it was Eisen who had just used his own ability to bring everyone over from the sea. As the saying goes, reach out without smiling, Eisen just used his ability to bring them over from the sea. Even with Sakazuki's bad temper, it is impossible to directly reject Eisen. Not to mention Polusalino, he certainly wouldn't care about such things. In this way, Sakazuki, Polusalino, and Eisen walked in front of Zephyr together. Just three of them were going up to challenge the Marine Admiral Zephyr. I think everyone should have the same idea, so there is no need for a battle plan. Eisen looked around at the two people beside him, and none of the three of them wanted to miss the opportunity to fight one-on-one with Marine Admiral. Rather than cultivating a sense of teamwork, it is most important for them to have a good understanding of how big the world is. Do you want to see what top-notch combat power is? If that's the case, then I have to satisfy your needs. Because of the short distance, Zephyr also heard what Eisen said. But this also made Zephyr feel inexplicably excited. Sakazuki, Polusalino, and Eisen may all have the aptitude to grow into Marine Admiral, and their future achievements may be even higher than him. After losing his family, Zephyr, who regards the elite camp as his last sustenance, is extremely eager to cultivate the new generation of Marine. "Sakazuki, you're not good at using knives, are you? Can you lend me your knives?" Eisen looked at Sakazuki. He had been on Zephyr's ship since he woke up. He had just returned to Naval Headquarters and came to this deserted island. He really didn't have time to find a suitable weapon. As a Shinigami, the most basic Eisen is a Grandmaster. Chapter 10. In addition to the most exaggerated performance, Black Coffin who gave up singing can instantly kill Captain Shinigami, and Aizen's kendo level is also terrifying. Take it. Sakazuki didn't say much either, it's just a habit that he often carries a knife on his back now. Before eating the lava fruit, Sakazuki's strongest skill was swordsmanship. But after eating the lava fruit, once the ability is activated, his knife will almost be melted directly. And the knife on his back is not a famous knife, it's just a little bit sharper and stronger than the ones used by ordinary Marines. "Thank you." Eisen took the knife from Sakazuki and thanked him. Immediately afterwards, he looked directly at Zephyr and reminded, "Then please give me more advice, Teacher Zephyr." A man who had no reputation at all before reminded a Marine Admiral to be careful, which is ridiculous to say the truth. But at the moment Eisen took the sword-drawing posture, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and an extremely terrifying sense of crisis instantly locked onto his body. Although Aizen's Ryutsu is still far from returning to the level of an ordinary Shinigami captain, his kendo level is already enough to threaten Marine Admiral. At least, as far as pure swordsmanship is concerned, Eisen is not afraid even of great swordsmen like Golden Lion, Red Earl, and Roger. Swish. The next moment, Aizen's figure disappeared directly in place, and then an incomparably grand white slash roared towards Zephyr. A long mark was cut directly on the ground under his feet. The sword energy erupted so fast that it hit his face almost instantly. However, Zephyr's reaction speed is also ridiculously fast. At the moment of danger, armament haki is directly covered on the whole body. Boom! Thick smoke and dust filled the air, and the surrounding woods collapsed, and the powerful slash shocked the eyes of everyone present. Zephyr also looked at Eisen in horror, unable to calm down for a long time. During the time on the boat, he had a good chat with Eisen, and at the same time carefully observed Eisen's situation. From the previous discussion, especially the appearance of Eisen's palm, Zephyr can be 1000% likely, Eisen has never practiced any swordsmanship before. People who often hold a sword, even if they are very basic apprentices, hold a sword and repeat some simple movements every day, and within a month or two, there will be obvious changes in the palm of their hand. Ordinary people may not see it, but Zephyr knows it all too well. A born great swordsman? Just holding a sword for the first time, the realm has reached a level that ordinary people can't understand. Zephyr naturally couldn't think of what happened to Eisen, so he could only explain this phenomenon as a talent. But in this world, there is indeed a group of talented people. The basic strength does not match the realm of swordsmanship. Both the speed and strength are far from the real great swordsman. It is really a perfect piece of jade, and now I have really picked up a treasure. In just one fight, Zephyr had established what a genius Eisen was. The surprise on his face couldn't be concealed at all. Slashing at the level of a great swordsman? This guy is so strong. Sakazuki and Polusalino in the back were also a little shocked. These two people still have some accomplishments in the way of kendo, but after gaining the ability of Devil Fruit, they paid more attention to the development of Devil Fruit ability. In this elite camp, apart from the two of them, there was actually a third monster, which made the somewhat lonely two people a little happy. If that's the case, then I'm going to. Sakazuki didn't hesitate too much, and the opportunity to play against Zephyr was very rare. Seeing that Sakazuki and Polusalino were also rushing towards him, Zephyr got serious and used armament haki to wrap his whole body. Fighting against these three little monsters, even he would feel a little troublesome. King. The long knife in his hand collided with Zephyr's black arm, and the sharp blade set off a little flame on the arm. Now Eisen can probably understand why Zephyr is nicknamed Black Arm by others. Immediately, the knife in Eisen's hand was slightly sideways, and it immediately broke away from the frontal confrontation with Zephyr's arm, and smoothly slashed towards his neck. Facing Eisen's merciless offensive, Zephyr sideways avoided the dangerous knife, and then kicked Eisen's waist horizontally. Bakudo no 8 Rebuke. A spiritual shield appears on the back of the hand to block Zephyr's attacks. But the thin spiritual shield was broken almost instantly, and Zephyr kicked Eisen hard in the waist, sending him flying. Great eruption. Tsitsaizia. Suddenly, Sakazuki yelled loudly, and a huge molten fist hit Zephyr directly from behind. Too tender, boy. Zephyr's heavy voice sounded. He swung his body horizontally with a hammer, and swung his clenched arm directly towards Sakazuki behind him. With a heavy hammer, Sakazuki was directly blown out of the large expanse of lava. With extremely strong observation haki and armament haki, it is very simple for Zephyr to capture Sakazuki, the Logia entity. But at the same time, Polusalino, who was in the sky, had also fully charged. Teacher Zephyr, why don't you try this? 8-foot Kyunguryu. Intense golden light erupted from Polusalino's body, and then countless light bullets bombarded Zephyr with terrifying heat and penetrating power. Zephyr put his arms in front of him, wrapping armament haki around him. Clang clang clang. The powerful spot of light hit Zephyr's body, but the effect was like raindrops falling on steel, without any effect at all. The moment Kizaru finished attacking, Zephyr jumped up and threw a punch at Polusalino. Polusalino only felt that Zephyr's body suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Zephyr in his eyes was constantly enlarged. Before he could react, Polusalino was slammed to the ground. Thick smoke and dust rose. Gollum. The other students watching the battle here couldn't help swallowing. What level of battle is this? Not at all like a normal human being. Sakazuki, Polusalino, and Eisen, these three are already as powerful as monsters. But Zephyr easily defeated all of them with armament haki. All attacks had no effect on Zephyr's body. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral at its peak? These self-righteous sons of heaven, all of them were so shocked that they could not speak at this moment. Even if all of them join forces, they may not be able to break through Zephyr's defense head-on. When the smoke and dust cleared, Aizen's hands were shining strangely behind the backs of Sakazuki and Polusalino. Sakazuki and Polusalino looked at the place where they had just been injured in surprise, and found that the injury from fighting Zephyr just now had completely recovered in the blink of an eye. Go and fight as much as you want, as long as it's not a serious injury with missing arms and legs, I can restore you in an instant. After restoring the two to their peak state, Eisen said to the two. Chapter 11. That recovery ability is indeed a bit tricky. Seeing the intact three standing up again, Zephyr also felt some pressure. To be honest, although the strength of these three people can be called monster level, if they are serious, Zephyr can completely solve this battle in 10 seconds, and make them unable to get up again. But this is just the test of the elite camp, and he also suppressed himself as much as possible. If Eisen were to restore them indefinitely, Zephyr would always be exhausted at some point. First we need to get rid of Eisen. The next moment, Zephyr's figure was like a hurricane, instantly setting off a wave of air and sweeping towards Eisen. Ding! The long knife in Eisen's hand collided with Zephyr's arm, and sparks shot out. Even facing Zephyr's powerful armament haki, the long knife in Eisen's hand was not damaged in the slightest. It's not because the quality of the knife is good, it's just an ordinary knife that can be seen everywhere. However, as long as the user's skill is good enough, there will be no gaps in the long knife in his hand no matter what. Apparently, Zephyr is equally aware of this. Speed is quality. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Suddenly, Polusalino's figure appeared next to Zephyr, kicking directly at Zephyr without saying a word. Bang dang! Zephyr raised his hand lightly and directly blocked Polusalino's kick. But at this moment, Eisen had taken the opportunity to leave the confrontation. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientiane, fluttering wings, and the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, across the sea to the south, step forward. Suddenly, a mighty Ryotsu gathered in front of Eisen's palm. Hato S-31 Red Cannon. A series of chant words spit out from Eisen's mouth almost instantly, and by the time Zephyr reacted, it was too late to understand what Eisen was doing. Boom! A pillar of fire with a radius of several meters spewed out from Eisen's palm, engulfing Zephyr in an instant. Even the long road in the middle was directly burned through, and a long strip with obvious traces appeared in front of my eyes. A flame of this magnitude has no effect on me. Although he didn't react to dodge, but Kido, who is only an intermediate level, is naturally of little use to a top powerhouse like Zephyr. Unless Eisen's Ryotsu can return to its peak, as long as Ryotsu is strong enough, even the lowest level Kido, its power cannot be underestimated. But after dispersing the flames in front of him, Zephyr didn't see the Eisen people there. Just as he was looking around, a voice suddenly came from the air. 30 of Bakuto. Mouth flashes 3 times. What? Just as Zephyr raised his head, 3 huge beak-shaped light beams fell directly, instantly fixing his hands behind his back, directly blocking his movements. However, Kido, which is also only in the 30s, will naturally not have a good effect on Zephyr. Therefore, the Bakuto just now, including the Hato in front, are just for the convenience of Eisen to display the next ability. Thundering Chariot, gap in the spinning wheel, this thing has light, divided into 6. At this moment, the explosive strength of Ryotsu on Eisen rose to another level, and Zephyr's sixth sense immediately realized that the current Eisen and the ability to use just now Eisen were not at the same level at all. But Zephyr, who was temporarily restrained by the 3 flashes of his mouth, had no time to stop Eisen at all. He could only break free from the restraint on his arm with all his strength. Bakuto S61 6-stick light prison. The moment Zephyr broke free and flashed his mouth 3 times, the 6 paths light sheet suddenly appeared in front of him, pouring directly into his body, completely blocking his actions. Even Zephyr couldn't easily break free of Kido number 60 after Eisen had fully chanted it. Before Zephyr could respond, Eisen, Sakazuki, and Polusalino saw such a good opportunity and rushed to the gate of the elite camp behind Zephyr without saying a word. Seeing the 3 people rushing in, Zephyr also felt a little dazed. To be honest, he didn't intend to lose so easily. He originally planned to give these 3 people a good lesson, and finally let them pass the assessment with a little bit of water. But before he really released the water, the 3 of them actually forcibly broke through themselves. After more than 10 seconds, Zephyr broke free from the shackles of the 6-stick light prison. Mr. Zephyr, we passed. Eisen has a smile on his face. It is a happy thing to be able to fight against such an opponent and win. It's really shocking, it really will be the world of young people in the future. Zephyr shook his head with a look of emotion on his face. In fact, to make the simplest comparison, at the same age, Zephyr didn't think he would be better than the three people in front of him. Especially Eisen, like a monster, even the current self will feel tricky. Sophisticated combat experience, precise layout, and headache recovery ability. What surprised him in particular was that Aizen's accomplishments in Kendo were so terrifying. Sakazuki and Polusalino didn't perform as well as Eisen, but they were pretty good. We have just established the elite camp, and now we have 3 disciples of Marine Admiral seedlings. What a blessing. Did you win? After the final winner was decided, Sakazuki and Polusalino looked at Eisen with complicated eyes, obviously intending to perform well together, but in the end it turned into Aizen's solo show. Attack, speed, recovery, control, no matter how you look at it, Eisen, you are excellent. Polusalino raised his sunglasses and said in admiration. But while Eisen is good, they're not jealous or anything like that. Probably because Eisen gave them the feeling that he is easy to get along with and very gentle. Maybe it feels like the big brother next door? No, I still have a lot of shortcomings. Eisen said softly. Kaido. To be honest, Eisen himself doesn't know how strong he is now. But what is certain is that it is still far from the goal I envisioned. In this way, the entry assessment for the elite camp has come to an end temporarily. Of the 51 members of the elite battalion, after the assessment, there were only 27 left, about half the number. Except for Eisen, Polusalino, and Sakazuki, the strength of the remaining 24 players is not much different. Chapter 12. In Zephyr's words, if there is no accident, when this group of people is around 35 years old, they should all be Marine Vice Admiral. At the same time, the implication is that the 3 of them will become the new Marine Admiral in the future. But in this regard, Eisen is not very interested. Compared with Marine Admiral, all he needs is a relatively suitable environment to make himself stronger slowly. In the days of the elite camp, almost every day Zephyr will customize the training standard that is just at the limit to hone them. After training every day, they used up the last bit of energy in their bodies, and went back to the room to lie down and sleep, and they didn't even have the energy to take a bath. Fortunately, the accommodation conditions in the elite camp are not too bad, everyone has a single room, otherwise the smell would probably make many people unable to sleep. But under such devilish training, everyone's improvement speed is quite obvious. Especially Eisen, the speed of improvement can be said to be extremely fast, not only the physical strength is stronger, but also the Ryotsu in the body has doubled. Every day after exhausting training, Eisen would go back to his room and continue to improve Ryotsu silently. For some unknown reason, when his body was extremely exhausted, his mind became more focused, and Ryotsu recovered faster. And every day, you can directly use meditation to improve Ryotsu instead of sleep, and the effect is particularly good. So that every night Zephyr exhausted everyone, and when everyone woke up the next day, they seemed to be wilting, but Eisen was an exception. Every morning is so full of energy that even Sakazuki and Polusalino think he's a monster. The only thing that troubles Eisen is that his strange system has never responded, and he has no way to obtain the mysterious points on it. To be honest, he is quite envious of the things sold on the system. Among them, the manufacturing method of Zanpakuto is the most important for the current Eisen. But there has been no feedback from the system, and Eisen can only wait slowly. Just like that, time flies by. After 1 year passed, there were quite a few 27 people in the elite battalion, and they all endured the hard work of the year. After getting along for a year, Eisen also memorized some lesser-known names in the original work. Flying Squirrel, Stoloberry, Hwashaishin, Dot Ermin, Ghost Spider, Jonathan. These are among the top-notch groups in the elite camp, and everyone has good strength. It has to be said that the first elite camp was indeed the peak session taught by Zephyr. Finally, today is not such an annoying training session. Speaking of which, I will go to sea in the afternoon. How about you, Sakazuki? Look a little happier. We can finally get out of this ghostly place. Kizaru, dressed in casual clothes and wearing a knitted hat, walked over lazily with a cigarette in his mouth. Normally, he wouldn't dare to imagine this casual attire now. That's what I said, but you, Polusalino, are too laid back. Before Sakazuki could reply, Eisen, who was on the side, couldn't help complaining when he saw Polusalino's outfit. Although they don't need to train today, they will go out to sea for internship in the afternoon, and what they will face will be those terrifying pirates from New World. It's okay, it's just a bunch of insignificant guys. Polusalino looked completely indifferent. Indeed, it's been a year. Sakazuki pressed his marine cap, then suddenly turned to look at the two people around him. Speaking of which, the three of us haven't had a formal match yet. In Sakazuki's eyes, a trace of fighting spirit was ignited. There was no such opportunity to raise it before, and now everyone is free. Sakazuki also wants to see how far the two people beside him have grown. Forget it, I'm not that interested. Both of us are Logia-capable users, and our attributes have no relationship between superiors and subordinates. If we fight for 10 days and a half months, we won't be able to tell the winner. We still have to go to sea in the afternoon. Polusalino looked uninterested, and it was not in his nature to like this kind of fight. Snort. Sakazuki snorted coldly, although Kizaru's strength was recognized by him, but this character made him feel very uncomfortable. Then, Sakazuki turned his attention to Eisen. But to be honest, he no longer had too much expectation in his heart. Compared to Polusalino, he felt that Eisen was less likely to compete with himself. This guy has the character of a good old man. During the year in the elite camp, everyone is a hot-tempered young man, so it is inevitable that there will be bumps and bumps. But Eisen is the only exception. His good-natured personality has won him a good impression from everyone in the elite camp. He is like a social butterfly. No matter who it is, Eisen can have a good chat with him. Alright then, since Polusalino is unwilling, how about we have a little competition? Just when Sakazuki had given up any hope in his heart, Eisen's words made him stunned. This made Sakazuki turn his head directly, staring blankly at Eisen. Don't stare at me with that kind of eyes. It's just that I also want to see how far my strength has grown. Eisen shrugged slightly, looking relaxed. However, Eisen's casual appearance, in Sakazuki's view, seems to be to satisfy his desire to fight, so he said so deliberately. This also made Sakazuki a little embarrassed. But let me set the rules first. Otherwise, it's really like Polusalino said, we won't be able to tell the result after fighting for days and nights. On the number 6 training ground, the two of us have no restrictions on fighting at will. Whoever gets kicked out of the training ground first, or has bloodline on his body, will lose. No problem. Sakazuki responded immediately. Chapter 13. Seaside, Training Ground Number 6. This training ground is the least commonly used, because the area is much smaller than other training grounds. It is only about the size of a football field. It may be enough for ordinary people, but for monster-like guys like them, the entire length may be able to run in a second. In addition, it is already in the holiday stage. No matter how hard-working people are, after a year of torture, they will not want to come back to train again. It's so quiet. If it's normal, you can definitely hear the sound of everyone sweating profusely during training. Seeing this unusual scene, Eisen felt a little emotional. Although the days in the elite camp were boring and torturous, when it came time to say goodbye, I still felt a little bit reluctant. In this regard, Sakazuki did not have any comments. For him, honing his strength and going out to sea to catch pirates is the top priority. This guy is a very extreme person, and he only has in his eyes the destruction of pirates. Forget it, let's talk about being said later. There are more important things now. Then, Eisen drew a long knife from his waist. The moment he saw the long knife, Sakazuki's pupils shrank slightly. This knife is the one I gave you a year ago. Although a year has passed, how could Sakazuki not recognize his own sword? Well, after all, it's a gift from a friend, so of course you should keep it safe. Eisen smiled. To be honest, it doesn't matter to him how the knife is. Except for Kyoka Suijutsu, even if it is the supreme sword, in his opinion, it is just a little stronger and sharper. By the way, isn't there a competition? Let's start quickly. We will go to sea in the afternoon, and we don't have much time. After speaking, Eisen put the knife in his hand into a posture of drawing it. By the way, Zephyr probably felt that Eisen was very talented in Kendo, so during the year in the elite camp, Eisen also learned a lot about Kendo in this world. And now successfully combined the two Kendos. Now, in terms of swordsmanship alone, he is already well-deserved the number 1 swordsman in the world. What a strong momentum. It's completely different from the feeling a year ago. Sensing the aura emanating from Eisen, Sakazuki also looked more solemnly. Although Eisen had reached the level of a great swordsman a year ago, his basic strength was still far behind. But after a year of growth, his basic level and Ryotsu have become extremely terrifying, plus the world's #1 swordsmanship. It is no exaggeration to say that, except for the group of people who are at the top of this world, Eisen has a chance to win. Then let you see my growth this year. Hot lava began to drip from Sakazuki's body, and Sakazuki's horror could be felt just from the burnt ground under his feet. Speaking of it, I have to thank Eisen. Since the knife was given to Eisen, Sakazuki has put all his thoughts on developing the ability of Devil Fruit, and the growth rate of his strength has also become faster. As soon as the words fell, Sakazuki acted directly, and a red molten arm directly attacked Eisen. At the moment when it was about to attack Eisen, a dazzling slash rose from the ground, accompanied by a crisp sound of unsheathing. Bang! The light of the knife suddenly appeared, and it collided with Sakazuki's fist, and the harsh sound of metal confrontation resounded completely. Eisen took a step forward, his brows furrowed slightly, and his shoulders slammed hard. Sakazuki's eyes widened, and he reacted immediately, turning his entire body into molten lava. Boom! There was a huge roar, like a thunderbolt exploding on the small island, and an exaggerated sword energy flew out directly, and a small mountain behind was mercilessly split from the middle. Hey! Are you kidding? Has this guy's slashing become so exaggerated? Polusalino, who was watching the play next to him, also widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. What happened? Zephyr, who was preparing various materials in the office, suddenly raised his head, and the sudden explosion outside was extremely ear-piercing. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a small mountain bag not far away being cut cleanly. The great swordsman's slash. Is Eisen fighting someone? Could it be Sakazuki and the others? It is very close to Naval Headquarters, and it is impossible for pirates to attack here. Thinking of this, Zephyr didn't care too much, put away the two things he had prepared in advance, and hurried towards the incident. Not only Zephyr, but also the students of other elite battalions woke up immediately. Everyone who was still relaxing immediately put on their clothes, picked up their weapons and rushed towards the training ground. It's not because he's afraid of pirate raids, but because he's afraid of Zephyr's sudden inspection. If he's found slouching without a weapon, he'll definitely be drilled hard. That feeling, no one wants to recall. I just said it's better not to compete. There's still a big commotion. Polusalino used the observation haki to notice that everyone was rushing here, and he held his forehead helplessly. Even if they come to this most remote venue, once they fight, the impact of the battle between the two will definitely not be small, and others are not deaf or blind. However, Eisen and Sakazuki, who have already played against each other, no longer have too many scruples. This year has been training and training. The boring training has made them stronger and stronger, and at the same time stimulated their desire to fight. Whenever the night is quiet, they always want to find someone to fight and try to improve level. The desire that had been suppressed for a year broke out completely at this moment, especially Sakazuki. He felt that every drop of blood in his body was about to burn. Great eruption! Sakazuki yelled fiercely, and his arm turned into bursting lava and smashed hard. Eisen held the long knife and swung it forcefully horizontally. The slender blade brought out an unstoppable ferocious fragmentary slash. Sakazuki's arm was instantly cut into 70 or 80 small pieces of molten liquid and fell to the ground. Before Sakazuki's arm recovered, Eisen suddenly extended a hand. Although he has no actual combat experience, he has seen Aizen's Kido many times. Hado S78 Zhanhualun. Before Sakazuki could react, the powerful Kido turned into a circle of blades and flew towards him. What? Number 78. Hearing this number, Sakazuki was stunned for a second. In the elite camp, the Kido used by Eisen was only in the 50s at most. Chapter 14. Although he doesn't know much about the Kido move system, Sakazuki also understands that the higher the number, the stronger the Kido's power. Although surprised that Eisen still hid part of his strength, Sakazuki immediately recovered and focused on the battle. Covering armament haki with both hands, he quickly raised it in front of him to block the flying Kido blade. The huge circular blade impacted on Sakazuki's arm, and the terrifying power collided with armament haki continuously. Sparks constantly exploded at the center of the impact. Even the number 78 Kido, who gave up singing, was not to be underestimated. He abruptly pushed Sakazuki back more than 30 meters, and was almost pushed out of the boundary of the battlefield. After realizing that he was about to be pushed out of the boundary, Sakazuki suffocated his strength and raised his hands suddenly, and he threw the round blade directly into the sky. It's Sakazuki and Eisen. The elite camp students who arrived later also saw what happened. These two are recognized monsters in the elite camp, and their strength is extremely powerful. Sakazuki is the Logia demon fruit power, and the destructive power of the molten fruit is extremely great. Eisen is not weak in the slightest either. He already had the realm of a great swordsman the day he entered the elite camp, and he has improved a lot in this year, as if he is heading towards the reputation of the world's #1 swordsman. Plus a Logia's Polusalino. No one dares to make a conclusion as to who among the three is strong and who is weak. That guy Sakazuki was so crushed that he couldn't hold his head up. Mole watched Sakazuki being beaten with a smile. Usually, he has a good relationship with Sakazuki and Eisen. For the fight between the two, he was completely watching the show. But no one expected that there would be such a huge gap between the three monsters recognized by the elite camp. To tell the truth, the fight has already reached a verdict. Although Sakazuki was not directly kicked out of the field, his foot had already stepped on the boundary line, which was a very vague judgment. It's still the same as always. Eisen also smiled helplessly, although on the scene, Sakazuki had already lost, but in the end this guy tried his best to block his Kido, making it clear that he did not intend to admit defeat. Sure enough, as Eisen expected, the next second Sakazuki went straight forward and prepared to launch an offensive. Just when he was about to continue fighting, a majestic and familiar voice sounded beside him. Okay, that's it. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Zephyr had already come to the field, holding armament haki with one hand and directly grabbed Sakazuki in a semi-molten state. I'm going to see this afternoon. Have you arranged everything? You still have time to fight here. Zephyr stared at Sakazuki angrily. If possible, he would naturally encourage everyone to compete, but everyone in the elite battalion is an extremely powerful monster. As long as they are serious, their ability to tear down houses is stronger than that of Hutch. This place is not only for the people of their current class, but also for students of many classes in the future. If they were allowed to fight at will, Marine would not be able to maintain the venue fee alone. It might be possible to destroy the entire island one day. It looks like we can only stop here. Sakazuki. Eisen put the weapon back very calmly, since Zephyr had already spoken, even if they didn't want to, they had to stop. You've won this time. Sakazuki took a deep breath, and then exhaled heavily through his nose, opening his mouth with some difficulty to admit his defeat. He is not someone who can't afford to lose. The situation of the battle just now is very obvious, but he still wants to continue to try. If you lose, then practice harder and become stronger. Eisen didn't say any stupid things like everyone didn't lose, and using such words to comfort someone with Sakazuki's personality was undoubtedly a joke on him. It would even make Sakazuki feel even more humiliated. However, everyone knows whether Sakazuki's strength can catch up. Strength and age are closely related. When they first entered the elite camp, Sakazuki, Polusalino, and Eisen were basically at the same level. But in the past year alone, Eisen's strength has left the two behind. And in terms of age, Eisen is also the youngest among them. Eisen, come with me. Everyone else should do what they want. Zephyr yelled in Eisen's direction before turning away. After a while, Zephyr brought Eisen to his office. He didn't talk nonsense, and directly placed two things on the desk in front of him. One thing is a blue fruit with strange patterns, and the other is a long knife that exudes a good smell. This is. Eisen looked at these two things, and looked at Zephyr with some surprise. This one is a dragon fruit, phantom beast species, Yinglong form. Although it is not Logia, it can be regarded as a super rare type. In addition, this weapon is also very valuable. It is one of the 21 big sharp knives. Zephyr explained to Eisen without haste. As the largest organization in the world, Marine's ability to collect things is naturally stronger than those pirates. Now that Eisen has the qualifications to become a Marine Admiral, Marine naturally piled up resources without hesitation. However, Devil Fruit is still very rare after all, even Marines can't find it, and they don't have any extra Logia Devil Fruit in their hands. However, there is exactly one Phantom Beast. It's actually a Devil Fruit of the Phantom Beast. This is the first time I've seen it. Eisen picked up the devil fruit curiously. Ding. When an absorbable mystery is detected, whether to choose to absorb it immediately. The moment Eisen's hand touched the devil fruit, the system in his mind that hadn't sounded for a year suddenly made a sound. This caught Eisen a little off guard, and he froze for a moment. Although devil fruit is very rare, you don't have to stare so intently. Seeing that Eisen's eyes froze all of a sudden, Zephyr joked with a chuckle. He thought Eisen was surprised by this Eudemon's devil fruit. After being teased by Zephyr, Eisen immediately came back to his senses, and said with an embarrassed smile, "It is indeed a bit surprised. Phantom beasts are even rarer than Logia, and I didn't expect them to be given to me like this. It's just a devil fruit. No matter how rare it is, it needs the right people to unleash its full power." Chapter 15. Zephyr can also understand the appearance of Eisen. For other people, it is impossible for the devil fruit of the phantom beast to appear in front of them. Only when you show the corresponding value, Marine will cultivate you. During his years as Admiral, he has seen many rare devil fruits, but Zephyr didn't eat them, but chose to trust his physical skills, Haki. The same goes for Garp. But compared to devil fruit, the big sword should be more attractive to a swordsman like you. After all, they are all great swordsmen, and it's too shameful not to even have a good sword. Although Zephyr is not a swordsman, he has also seen those swordsmen and great swordsmen on the sea who risked their lives for a famous sword. For those people, a good knife is more important than anything else. However, something unexpected happened for Zephyr. Eisen shook his head, but did not accept the big fast knife, and then said, "It's okay, I don't care about knives or anything, the one Sakazuki gave me is pretty good." "But that's not even a good knife, is it? It's just a batch product in the marine factory." Zephyr stared at the knife strangely. He was sure it was just an ordinary weapon. For a real great swordsman, every knife should be the same. As long as the skill of the person using it is correct, the knife will not have any wear and tear. Also, the power of friendship has made this knife indestructible. After Eisen said this, Zephyr was also stunned for a moment. The power of friendship is already indestructible. Isn't this talking about the classmate friendship between Eisen and Sakazuki? I didn't expect Eisen to be such a sentimental person. His words couldn't help but remind Zephyr of the scene when he fought side by side with Garp, Sengoku, Crane, and others when he was young. Although it had been a long time since they had gone on a mission together, those years were still deeply engraved in his mind. Very good, very good. Sure enough, I saw you right. Then I will take back this big sharp knife. Zephyr patted Eisen heavily on the shoulder a few times, and directly took back the incomparably precious sharp knife. Then Teacher Zephyr, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Putting the devil fruit in his arms, Eisen said goodbye to Zephyr and left. After returning to the room, it didn't take much effort to find a place after breaking through the iron shoes. After waiting for a year, I didn't expect to discover the usefulness of the system by such a coincidence. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand and the prompt sound in his mind, Eisen took a deep breath. Devil fruit represents the currency required by the system mall. In front of Zephyr just now, Eisen didn't rush to absorb this devil fruit directly, but now he can try to use it directly. System, absorb this devil fruit. As soon as the words fell, an invisible suction directly absorbed the power inside the devil fruit instantly. Ding! Successful absorption, gain 15 points of mystery. At the same time, the devil fruit with strange patterns in front of him was also directly turned into a pile of powder, and was lost in his hand. 15, not too bad. I bought Zanpakuto's crafting materials and still have some leftovers. Eisen is also quite satisfied with the feedback from the system. One devil fruit can be exchanged for Zanpakuto's manufacturing materials, which is definitely not a loss. I just don't know if the type of devil fruit will affect the mysterious value. If all devil fruits are at this price, it will be much simpler. But if only Eudemons and the like are worth money, then it's a little troublesome. Marco, Sengoku of Buddha, Kaido of the Beasts, Crescent Moon Hunter, Kurozumai Orokai, Jayaki Maru, Yamato, Luffy, these are the only devil fruits that Eisen knows about. In such a vast sea, there are only a handful of phantom beasts. It seems that it is not easy to get together the materials of Hogyaku and soul materialization. I casually looked at the items in the system mall, and all of them were outrageously expensive. Aside from Hogyaku and materialization of the soul, there are many other things that fascinate him, but they are all ridiculously expensive. Let's take it step by step, get the information of Zanpakuto and then consider other things. Throwing away the redundant thoughts in his mind, Eisen clicked directly to buy Zanpakuto's information. Immediately, a large amount of information came directly into his mind. Shinigami's soul, sealed state. It turns out that it is similar to Baisu's composition. I have to say that Eisen, who inherited that memory, is also quite amazing in terms of IQ. It only took a few seconds to quickly digest the method of making Zanpakuto's prototype, the sealed state. The next internship to go to sea to hunt pirates is a very good opportunity to collect. In a month, we should be able to collect enough souls. In this way, time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was time for departure in the afternoon. I'm about to leave here suddenly, and I feel a little bit reluctant. Polusalino, the oldest, was still looking at the training camp with some sadness at this time. At this time, as always, the three of them were sitting on the side. After all, the strength of the three of them was at the level of monsters, and it was a little troublesome for others to blend in. Speaking of which, where exactly is the location of this internship? Have you heard from Mr. Zephyr? Eisen looked at the two people around him and asked curiously. Not sure, but it probably won't go to the territory of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Polusalino scratched his head. He didn't care much about where to go. We must know that the current Zephyr is at its peak. With the strength of this Marine Admiral, as long as he doesn't deliberately go to the three big pirates to give away his head, there will be no surprises. What's more, everyone in the elite battalion is quite strong. Except for the three of them, everyone else has at least the actual combat effectiveness of the Marine Commodore. Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, two-color haki have also been introduced. After all, the achievements of everyone here will be Marine Vice Admiral in the future. It's true, the purpose of going to sea is nothing more than to let us see the real cruel scene in New World. Teacher Zephyr really took great pains. Eisen also nodded, understanding the current situation. Regardless of Zephyr's usual appearance as a tough instructor, he actually cares very much for everyone in the elite camp. The so-called overseas internship assessment is actually to protect them, lest some people not adapt to the cruelty of the New World. Don't be too careless, we are not strong enough to run rampant in New World, we may die suddenly at some point. Chapter 16. Sakazuki still had a serious look on his face. While the few people were chatting, the warship soon set off. They crossed the red line with ease through the Marine's dedicated channel. If you were a pirate, you would have to coat at the Sabayati archipelago first, and then go to New World through the Fishmen Island on the bottom of the sea. And Eisen also saw red line for the first time. It's really spectacular. It is completely different from the red line seen in the anime. It is no wonder that there are so many pirates in this world. Such a wonderful world will amplify the inner desire to pursue the unknown. Wonderful natural landscapes like the red line can be seen everywhere in New World. The red line is indeed majestic, but unfortunately it is inhabited by moths. Just when several people were feeling the majesty of red line, Eisen blurted out a word directly. The few people who were closest to him turned their gazes over one after another, including Zephyr. But everyone just looked at it casually, didn't say much, just continued to watch red line thoughtfully. The same goes for Zephyr, the Marine Admiral. No matter who it is, they won't have a good impression of those guys who are acting recklessly. Everyone understands who Eisen is talking about, but no one dares to speak out so directly. Celestial dragons, the privileged class that dominates the world government, live in the holy land of Marie Joyce. The leader is the Five Elders. They are descendants of 19 of the 20 kings who formed the world government 800 years ago. They regard themselves as descendants of the Creator and enjoy all privileges. Once offended, Marine Admiral or CP0 must come out to protect. However, because power is too indulged, the current celestial dragons are nothing more than a bunch of blood-sucking moths. The reason why the Revolutionary Army will appear, in the final analysis, is because of the celestial dragons. After crossing the red line, they arrived at the so-called New World. G1 branch. As the first gate of Marine in New World, it is also the strongest Marine branch in New World. There are more than 5 Marine Vice Admirals guarding this place, and the soldiers who can be here are also absolute elites. The total number of soldiers is 10,000. The lineup is extremely luxurious, no different from Buster Call. Moreover, there are 5 Marine Vice Admirals guarding here, and one is the Marine hero Garp. You must know that the current position of the 3 admirals in Marine is not complete. In name, Marine only has 2 admirals. In fact, Zephyr is also relegated to the 2nd tier now, and Marine Admiral only has 1 Sengoku. Relying on a Marine Admiral naturally couldn't frighten the sea, but because of the existence of Garp, it completely made up for this gap. Although his identity is not Marine Admiral, his actual influence is no different from Marine Admiral at all. In fact, if Garp hadn't been refusing to be promoted, he would have been Marine Admiral. The time for the internship is a total of 1 month. During this month, I will lead you to fight against the vicious pirates of New World. If you are not strong enough, you will undoubtedly die. After arriving at the G1 branch, Zephyr's first sentence seemed so cruel, which also put a little more pressure on the hearts of everyone present. The most indispensable thing in New World is powerful pirates. After the era of rocks passed, the era of 3 big pirates ushered in immediately. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger 3 Pillars. Among them, Golden Lion is particularly powerful, with dozens of pirate captains controlling countless New World islands. And Golden Lion's own flying pirates float in the sky all year round, and Marine is nowhere to be found. Even Zephyr will not casually step into the territory of those big pirates. Then there are Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, etc. Although these people are overwhelmed by the 3 big pirates, they are also monsters. After the G1 branch had sufficient supplies, they headed directly to New World. Before they went deep into the New World, they encountered a group of pirates. There is no nonsense, in this case, if you meet, you will die, and if you meet, you will do it. After some fighting, the elite battalion, led by Zephyr, directly wiped out the pirate group. However, because the number of people was too small, they also paid a price. 4 students were injured. Although they were not fatal, they would definitely have some impact on the ensuing battle. Such a cruel scene also silenced many people. Just after entering New World, 4 people were injured, which weakened the overall combat effectiveness to a certain extent. It is definitely not an easy task to survive in such a place for a whole month. But there is also a good side, that is the performance of Eisen, Sakazuki, and Polusalino. The captain of the opponent was killed by Zephyr, and each of the 3 of them also faced an opponent with a bounty of more than 150 million. After killing their opponents, the 3 of them still looked very relaxed. Obviously, the opponents did not exert any pressure on them. In this way, within 20 days, they encountered more than 50 pirate groups back and forth in New World, and several of them fell into extremely difficult and bitter battles. This is thanks to Aizen's Kaido ability, which can help heal the wounded. But even for him, it is impossible to reply to his teammates without limit. At this stage, he must conserve his energy to ensure his fighting power in the future. At night, in Aizen's room. 140 souls, the number is almost enough. From Aizen's point of view, a jar in front of him was filled with fragmented souls. These souls are the spoils that Eisen has gained during this month's battle. To be honest, it is not easy to gather so many souls. Not everyone who dies has the qualifications to become a Shinigami. Most people are just ordinary wandering souls after death. And what is needed to construct Zanpakuto must be the soul of Shinigami. And after this period of killing, Eisen probably figured out a certain rule: the more powerful a person is, the greater the possibility of becoming a Shinigami after death. Fortunately, it is in New World. If it is in the first half of the Grand Line, it may take longer. Chapter 17. According to the method in memory, Eisen directly fused all these souls. The whole process was very simple and smooth, and soon the ordinary long knife in his hand became the prototype of all Zanpakuto, sealed state. Immediately, Eisen turned the tip of the sealed state knife down in his hand, and read, Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. However, surprisingly, after Eisen called Kyoka Suijutsu's name, Kyoka Suijutsu did not respond to him. Isn't it still not working? The Shikai was not successful, which was expected by Eisen. Accurately speaking, the weapon in his hand cannot be called the real Zanpakuto. Most people think that sealed state and Zanpakuto are the same thing, but there is a big difference. Zanpakuto is a Shinigami who sleeps and eats with the sealed state, writes the essence of his soul into the sealed state, and finally creates his own Zanpakuto. It takes a long time for ordinary Shinigami to create their own Zanpakuto and get the Zanpakuto name. But for Eisen, this process is relatively simple, because he has already done it once in the Shinigami world as he remembers. Now he just needs to do it again step by step, and he estimates that he will be able to successfully create his own Zanpakuto within a few hours. But before Eisen had enough rest to create his own Zanpakuto, they finally faced a most terrifying challenge. Tick, tick, tick. Suddenly, in everyone's room, a rapid alarm sounded. Eisen, who was holding the sealed state just now, was also awakened by the sudden siren. Is it another pirate attack? During these days, he had heard sirens like this countless times. Without saying a word, he put on Marine's coat of justice and walked out. When they came outside and looked around, they soon saw a boat coming towards them. Take a closer look, the obvious skull flag logo on it, the pirate ship. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention to it. During these days, they would encounter 2 or 3 pirate groups every day, and they were already getting used to such battles. However, when they carefully checked the other party's pirate flag logo, they suddenly discovered that the owner of this ship was different from all the pirates they had encountered before. Roger Pirates. It's these guys. Putting down the binoculars, his eyes became a little dignified. As long as anyone who pays attention to the news of pirates a little bit, it is impossible to mistake that guy's pirate flag. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time, Zephyr. Recently I heard that you plan to retire. A man walked up to the bow of the pirate ship and greeted Zephyr's warship loudly. A very simple pirate captain's coat, with nothing inside, revealing his incomparably strong muscles. This man is Gordy Roger, who conquered the Grand Line in the future and was called One Piece by the world. Now, together with Whitebeard and Golden Lion, it is called the terrible existence of the 3 big pirates. Roger, and the Roger Pirates. Seeing the person coming, Zephyr also became a little worried. Both Golden Lion and Whitebeard have their own fixed sites. As long as I go around those places, I won't encounter those monsters. But the Roger Pirates are an exception. Although they have the same strength as the other 2, they have no interest in occupying territory. Roger Pirates, who have been wandering freely in New World, if they can meet, it can only be said to be a matter of luck. It's not a big problem for him to deal with a Roger, but facing other masters in Roger's pirate group, Zephyr has no idea how sure the recruits of the elite camp can be. After all, this is the Roger Pirates. Roger Pirates. Polusalino looked at the opposite person with a faint surprise. Troublesome opponent. Sakazuki showed a fearful expression. Although he was reckless, he would feel a lot of pressure facing an opponent he knew he couldn't beat. Are you scared? I really want to fight this group of guys. Eisen looked at the 2 people beside him, and said calmly. This made Polusalino turn his gaze over in an instant, and said with some surprise, Hey. You are not joking, are you? You should know the outcome of the death battle with the Roger Pirates now. The group of them had been attacked by more than 50 pirate groups in New World. They were already very tired, but now they had to face Roger, one of the 3 big pirates. Even with Zephyr around, you can't mess around like this, right? Do you think the Roger Pirates met us by chance? Eisen shook his head helplessly. Marine has Marine's intelligence system, and pirates also have their own intelligence system. They have killed so many pirate groups in New World recently, and it's impossible for them not to leak out. And this is the first half of New World, and the Roger Pirates will hardly appear in this kind of sea area. I came to this sea area by coincidence, and then met them by coincidence. It is impossible for 2 coincidences to be superimposed at the same time in the world. That is to say. Polusalino was taken aback for a moment, then immediately picked up the binoculars and looked towards the Roger Pirates. I saw that all the other crew members on the Roger Pirates were ready to go, and it was obvious that this encounter was premeditated. Dock the boat to the small island next to it. Most of us here are capable people, and it is very disadvantageous to fight Roger's pirates in the sea. Without any hesitation, Eisen ordered directly to the helmsman in front. Everyone is from the elite camp, and no one is an idiot. Although Zephyr, as the commander, hadn't spoken yet, the helmsman immediately judged the current situation clearly, and directly sailed towards the nearest island. Oh? Is this the choice? It seems that there are smart guys in the opponent's camp. Still blonde, very young Pluton Rayleigh came out, looked at the warship that was going away and said, As the deputy of One Piece in the future, Rayleigh is not only powerful, but he will not fall behind even in the face of Marine Admiral. And also the think tank representative of the Roger Pirates. Roger, do you want to catch up? Of course, I haven't sparred with Zephyr for a long time, just to see if he has regressed during this time. Roger responded with a laugh. Chapter 18. A warship and a pirate ship headed towards an uninhabited island nearby. Mr. Zephyr, it seems that the Roger pirates have a strong desire to fight. As soon as he got off the boat and landed, Eisen took out the sealed state and chatted with Zephyr in his spare time. Since they want to fight, let's fight. We are not vegetarian. Zephyr is also quite decisive. He was approached by others, and it is not his style to swallow his anger. Boom. Before most people in the audience could react, a gunshot sounded directly. Zephyr stared blankly, and then an arm-covering armament haki stood in front of him. The bullet that could easily pierce a Sea King's was easily blocked by Zephyr with haki. It looks like your armament haki hasn't regressed either. With a sudden jump, Roger jumped onto the shore, and couldn't help but praise Zephyr. So strong. Although it is not comparable to Eisen at his peak, for the current Eisen, he can feel that Roger is really too strong. Especially his soul, which is completely different from anyone else he has met before. Even at the age of 100, my strength will not decline. Since you want to provoke me, let Roger pirates completely stay with me today. The marine coat behind Zephyr fluttered in the wind, and the voice fell, and he directly attacked Roger. After being treated by Eisen with Kaido, Zephyr not only disappeared from his asthma, but also all the dark wounds in his body disappeared. At this time, he and Roger were not at all cowardly in the fight. Roger raised the knife sharply in his arm, and slashed at Zephyr fiercely. There is a knife on one side and fists on the other, but that very rough fighting style is extraordinarily terrifying, and the terrible destructive power blows away the people around. At the same time that Roger and Zephyr were fighting, Eisen also faced off with one of Roger's pirates. It turned out to be the famous Polusalino. Is there any basis for directly picking me as an opponent? Looking at the very young figure in front of him, Eisen asked abruptly. Although most of the people around had already started their own battles, Rayleigh didn't seem too anxious. Probably intuition. You should be the best student in Zephyr's class. Rayleigh looked at such a young Eisen, and couldn't help feeling a burst of emotion in his heart. No, I'm not the only outstanding person in the elite camp. Are you talking about those two Logia brats? I've heard about it before, but they seem to be much worse than you. Pluton Rayleigh set his sights on Sakazuki and Polusalino, who were having a lively fight with the Cotters over there. It is undeniable that those two are indeed very strong, but there is still a big gap compared to Eisen. Forget it, this kind of thing doesn't matter anyway. Eisen didn't want to continue to entangle with Pluton Rayleigh, and put his hand on the handle of the sealed state knife, making a gesture of confrontation. An incomparably sharp aura burst out from Eisen's body, and that powerful kendo aura made Rayleigh startled. The aura of a great swordsman? Are you only in your 20s? The aura of a great swordsman on Eisen made his eyes shine. Also, as a great swordsman, Rayleigh is now more eager to try against Eisen. It's better to focus on the battle, otherwise, you will die. Brush. After the words fell, a silver light appeared in front of Rayleigh. However, the expression on Rayleigh's face was as calm as ever, and at the moment when the slash was about to hit, an almost completely black blade blocked Rayleigh's face. Crack, puff. Beside Rayleigh's ear, came the very familiar Bloodline's voice. He stretched out his hand to touch his face, and his right cheek was cut by Eisen. A simple and direct cut, so fast that it feels suffocating. Obviously he felt that he should have blocked it, but it turned out not to be the case. I have just said that if you are not careful, you will die. The next moment, the familiar slash was raised again. Ah! Rayleigh snorted, grabbed the sword and rushed forward, facing Eisen's slash without showing any weakness. Slash across. Ding ding ding. The two long knives collided and sparks shot out. The super speed and the trajectory of swinging the knife made the figures of the two people look like after images, constantly interlacing and separating. This guy, no wonder he can become the vice captain of One Piece. Eisen kept fighting against Rayleigh, and couldn't help but gritted his teeth, because the power from the sealed state was too strong. Don't think that the speed of the two people's fighting is very fast, and the strength will be correspondingly lacking. In fact, on the contrary, under the effect of higher speed, Eisen always feels that he is not fighting with a knife, but wrestling with a beast. If it wasn't for Rayleigh's superior level of kendo and skills, he would have been defeated long ago. Bang bang bang. Rayleigh kept stepping up the attack in his hands, not only extremely fast, but also aimed at Eisen's weak point to attack with every blow. His defense is also gradually struggling. Suddenly, the sharp sword in Rayleigh's hand swung sideways, almost cutting Aizen's neck directly. Unfortunately, it's almost there. Seeing Eisen jump back, Rayleigh had a slightly regretful look on his face. In the beginning, Rayleigh could still see Eisen as a young man with potential. Although he took a different position, he would not kill such a young man in the cradle. But after fighting in person, Rayleigh realized how terrifying Eisen was. If other factors are not counted, in terms of swordsmanship alone, whether it is Roger, Golden Lion, or Whitebeard, they are all inferior to Eisen. The same is true for himself and the Red Earl. As long as you have fought against Eisen, you will assume that he is the #1 swordsman in the world today. You must know that Eisen is only in his early 20s now. 10 years later, this is bound to be another rising Marine Admiral, and he can still directly aspire to the world's strongest level. Such a guy has threatened their safety. Beast bones dotted around, spears, red crystals, steel wheels, movement is wind. Not good at swordsmanship, Eisen directly raised his hand and started to use Kido to attack. But before he finished reading, Rayleigh rushed directly in front of him like a bullet. The knife in his hand turned upwards and swung directly at Aizen's head. Whoosh! There was no way, Eisen had to dodge with the shunpo, and interrupted his own Kido at the same time. Although I don't know what you plan to do, my intuition tells me that I can't let you use the trick just now. Chapter 19. Rayleigh held the blade horizontally in front of him, and his sharp eyes were reflected on the flawless white blade. Combat experience, intuition, this kind of thing has saved him countless times. Heido no 63 fiery lightning howl. Eisen snorted coldly, and suddenly raised his hand. A large amount of thunder light suddenly gathered in his hand. Without any need for aiming, he shot directly towards Rayleigh. But the power of Kido, who abandoned the chant, was not at the same level as the full chant. Rayleigh sliced through fiery lightning howl's attack with a very easy sword. Troublesome guy, the current Ryotsu is not enough to directly hurt him. Kido, who chanted completely, he probably wouldn't give me this chance. Aizen's complexion is a bit ugly, swordsmanship and Kido can be said to be his biggest hole cards at present, but when facing Pluton Rayleigh, he is at a disadvantage. This also made him realize the real combat effectiveness of this level. A year ago, I was able to take advantage of Zephyr's hands, not only because of the 3-to-1 numerical advantage, but also because Zephyr had no intention of killing them at all, and was subconsciously releasing water. The current self is not yet Rayleigh's opponent. Little guy, don't blame me for being too ruthless. If you want to blame, you can only blame your talent for being too strong. Rayleigh thought to himself. The next moment, Rayleigh's hand was raised, and at some point, the entire arm was covered with a layer of black substance. Immediately afterwards, Rayleigh's figure quickly disappeared in place, at such an extremely fast speed that even Aizen's sensory nerves were not able to detect it for the first time. So fast. Aizen's pupils constricted, and he made a subconscious defensive reaction immediately. Immediately afterwards, a knife swung directly at him. Bang! Boom! Vomit! Aizen's eyes widened suddenly. Although he used the sealed state to block Rayleigh's knife, he had no chance to adjust. The next moment, a huge force directly hit his stomach. A pure black arm slammed into his stomach fiercely. The terrifying force made Aizen's mouth slightly open, almost foaming at the mouth. Don't underestimate people. Suddenly, Rayleigh felt the entire sky darken in front of him, before he could figure out what was going on. 62 of Bakuto 100 steps railing. Countless sticks of light flew out from Aizen's back and directly inserted into his body. Such little tricks don't work for me. Facing Aizen's attack, Rayleigh's body shook slightly, and a powerful Conqueror's haki burst out directly, breaking the light stick on his body instantly. Immediately after the body bent sharply, a spin hit Eisen directly. At the same time, the knife in Rayleigh's hand also spun, and a powerful arc-shaped slash flew towards Eisen. The rotating slash slowly moved from the sealed state in Aizen's hand to his arm. Tear. The sound of cloth being torn was heard, and the cuff of Aizen's arm had been completely cut, revealing a layer of skin covered with armament haki. Without armament haki's protection, his entire arm would have been injured. For a swordsman, this is definitely a heavy blow. Sure enough, I can also armament haki. It's really not easy. For this result, Rayleigh was not surprised. It would be really strange if someone as strong as Eisen can't even know armament haki. In the Roger Pirates, Basically combat members can master Haki proficiently. It's just that I didn't expect that Aizen's armament Haki level is not weaker than some Marine Vice Admiral. Oh? Is there anyone over there who can stand in a stalemate with Rayleigh for such a long time? Roger also noticed Rayleigh's fight over there in the spare time of fighting Zephyr. As his vice captain, Pluton Rayleigh's strength is definitely not weaker than Admiral's, but he didn't expect that among the students brought out by Zephyr, there would be someone who could compete with him. And it's not just Rayleigh, it seems like a lot of people are struggling. Roger blinked and looked at Jabba and the others in disbelief. Although they had the upper hand overall, they were only 4 or 6. The opponent Jabba faced was Sakazuki, and Jabba also seemed embarrassed when dealing with this Logia monster. How dare you look around, you really don't take Lao Zi seriously. Seeing Roger fighting himself and still having time to look at other people around him made Zephyr feel uncomfortable. Armament Haki wrapped around the fist. Boom. Roger was directly blasted out by the armed punch, and hit the mountain wall behind him straight, sinking deeply. The mountain wall was shattered, countless boulders fell to the ground, and the smoke and dust raised made it difficult to see the situation inside. After about 10 seconds, Roger's figure appeared in Zephyr's eyes again. Looking carefully, a smear of blood was dripping down by the corner of Roger's mouth. Even Roger has extremely strong attack and defense, but that is only relative. Unsuspectingly, he took Zephyr's fist head-on, and it would be strange if he didn't vomit blood. It's quite capable. Roger casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and refocused all his attention on Zephyr. The other side. Rayleigh's attack was like a ray of light, constantly shuttling around Eisen. At first he could barely cope, but as time went by, the scars on his body became more and more. With the physical injury, the defensive speed gradually slowed down, and the situation tilted more and more on Rayleigh's side. It's over. Just as he defended Rayleigh's sword, such a voice rang in his ears. Eisen's face changed slightly, and before he could stop completely, a column of blood spurted out from his chest, a half-meter-long wound pierced through his body, and the ribs inside were cut off directly. Call out. Gathering chakra under both feet, a shunpo of Eisen disappeared directly in place, hiding directly behind a boulder. The 26th of Bakuto bent light. A ray of light flashed across Eisen, directly hiding his figure completely. After hiding, Eisen immediately began to heal the wound on his chest with Kaido. Such a long gash that even the ribs were severed by Rayleigh, and if he didn't restore it with Kaido in time, he would surely die. It's ugly to be hurt like this by a guy like Rayleigh. While recovering from his injury, Eisen's expression also changed slightly. After all, he and the Eisen in the Shinigami world have the same soul and the same memory. If it was his peak period, a character like Pluton Rayleigh could only be controlled by him. From awakening the memory of the soul, in a year, Eisen has become the well-deserved chief of the elite camp. Chapter 20. As long as he is given some more time, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Perhaps within a few years, no one in this world can defeat him one-on-one. However, at such a time. Pirates. Eisen gritted his teeth sharply. Immediately, the image of him being helpless when he was invaded by pirates on that island suddenly appeared in his mind. At this moment, the surrounding environment, and even the whole world, became extremely quiet to Eisen as if the Shizun button had been pressed. Here it is. Suddenly, Eisen found that the surrounding scenery had completely changed. Everything around has become so strange, it is a completely upside-down world. But in the next second, Eisen immediately realized what this place was. In his memory, there is indeed such a world. In my inner world, the appearance of such a scene means that the sealed state has successfully become Zanpakuto. In Eisen's ears, only the sound of his own breathing, and the breathing sound coming from ahead. The source of the sound is the sword spirit of Zanpakuto. Tens of seconds later, he closed his eyes and opened them again, and the world returned to its original appearance. But the current Eisen is completely different from the Eisen just now. He stood up and pulled out the sealed state from his waist. The chest injury just now was almost healed by Kaido. Although on the surface, this sealed state is the same as before, but if it is Shinigami, you can definitely feel that this knife has completed a real evolution. Calling it a sealed state is no longer appropriate, this is a true Zanpakuto. The speed of recovery is quite fast. I didn't expect the battle just now to accelerate the formation of Kyoka Suijutsu. Hold the Kyoka Suijutsu in your hand and wave it lightly. Click. A silver-white slash flew across in an instant, and the incomparably solid stone was easily cut open like a piece of paper. Rayleigh, who was looking for the location of Eisen, suddenly saw that the stone next to him was cut open by a knife. The person behind that was exactly the person he was looking for. Has the injury recovered? Seeing that the wound on Eisen's chest had recovered, Rayleigh frowned. After struggling with Eisen for so long, he finally gave Eisen a fatal wound. In less than a minute, Eisen completely recovered from his injury. It seems that you have been waiting for a long time. Now I may be more qualified to be your opponent. Seeing Rayleigh, Eisen smiled very calmly. Even though it was just Shikai, who had only just unleashed a portion of Zanpakuto's power, for Eisen, it was more than enough to cope with the current situation. The momentum has completely changed, it's almost like another person. Rayleigh, who has observation haki, can clearly feel that the Eisen at this time is completely different from the Eisen just now. It can be vaguely seen that there is a very powerful aura exuding around Eisen's body. It was a force unlike anything Rayleigh had ever seen. I have to thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have mastered Kyoka Suijutsu's power so quickly. Eisen held Kyoka Suijutsu gracefully in his hand, and a chilling aura spread out. Kyoka Suijutsu? Is that the name of the knife in your hand? I've traveled across the sea for so many years, but I've never heard of that famous knife with this name. Rayleigh asked Eisen tentatively. His intuition told him that the knife in Eisen's hand was very dangerous, and if he didn't pay attention, he would definitely suffer a lot. Do you think I'm stupid enough to tell others about my abilities? If you want to know what the ability of this knife is, then find a way to explore it yourself. After saying that, Eisen lowered the point of the knife and shouted, "Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu." Wow! In an instant, the Kyoka Suijutsu in Eisen's hand flew away like glass being shattered. At the same time, the Ryutsu on his body has also improved a lot, and his whole body exudes an unparalleled sense of oppression. Seeing the astonishing change in Eisen's momentum, Rayleigh was also a little stunned. Is this the same Eisen who just fought him? The chilling killing intent, perhaps, the current Eisen is really qualified to compete with himself. How did this guy do it? The growth curve is too steep. Welcome to my world, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Facing the deputy of the One Piece, Eisen at the moment is so confident that it is unbelievable. Pretending to be a ghost. Rayleigh took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Whether you're playing tricks or not, you'll know soon. In an instant, Eisen's figure seemed to have teleported, and he came directly behind Rayleigh in one step. The same pace as when I was running away just now, although it is indeed very delicate, but it is nothing more than that. Facing Eisen's fast pace, Rayleigh appeared very calm. Coupled with the assistance of observation haki, he easily predicted Eisen's position. Turn back and block it with a knife. But at this moment, Roger, who happened to see this scene next to him, yelled, "Rayleigh, watch your back." In Roger's vision, he saw Eisen rushing towards Rayleigh, but Rayleigh turned around inexplicably, as if he saw something, and swung his knife towards the air. In Rayleigh's observation haki perception, there is no attack coming from behind him. A strange idea appeared in his mind for a moment, and in this short moment, in Rayleigh's eyes, blades collided. However, the expected spark friction scene did not appear, but prickly. There was a sound of blade tearing, and a blood bead burst out from behind Rayleigh. Can't understand. How can it be? Rayleigh didn't have time to cry out, and immediately used armament haki to defend his back, with a surprised expression on his face. But with his rich experience, he quickly reacted. A completely mirrored attack angle. Can that knife control my vision? The ability to manipulate other people's vision is indeed quite terrifying. No matter who it is impossible for anyone to turn a blind eye to the attack in front of them, but to defend themselves behind. Just because the brain processes this opposite information, it is inherently one step slower than others. Is a rather unsolvable pervert ability. But it's not a big deal. In terms of overall strength, I still have the advantage. Even if the reaction is a little slower, I can handle it. Suddenly, Rayleigh rushed directly towards Eisen, and swung the long knife in his hand directly towards Eisen. At this moment, the ground in front of Rayleigh was cut with a thick crack. However, the extremely powerful slash seemed to pass through Eisen's body. Chapter 21 The Scar on the Right Eye. Now I can be completely sure that everything I see is a mirror image. In other words, that guy is now behind me. Looking at Eisen, who was close at hand, Rayleigh immediately made a judgment in his heart. In response, Eisen just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, grabbed Kyoka Suijutsu and swung forward violently. Rayleigh, who had experience this time, ignored Aizen's attack in front of him, but directly swung his knife backhand in the direction of the complete mirror image. Although the ability to reverse my cognition is indeed interesting, it is only interesting. The corner of Rayleigh's mouth showed that he had already succeeded, and he just found it interesting about Aizen Kyoka Suijutsu's ability. But unfortunately, Rayleigh hit the air again. What? No sense. This idea flashed through his mind, and Rayleigh, who sensed something was wrong, quickly backed away, but unfortunately it was already too late. Aizen's knife directly slashed across the top of his head. If he hadn't reacted in time, Rayleigh's head might have been cut open at this moment. But even if he avoided the fatal blow with a quick reaction, his right eye was not so lucky. The spectacle lens was directly cut open, and a terrifying blood stain was directly cut on the right eye. Damn, the right eye was slashed. Rayleigh thought something was wrong, subconsciously swung a slash, and this time blasted Aizen's entity into the air with incomparable accuracy. What the hell is going on? Judging from the previous two tests, there is no doubt that it is a mirror image attack. Why? This time around, Rayleigh wasn't as confident as he was just now. Looking at Pluton Rayleigh with a strange face, Eisen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Even if he is the deputy of One Piece in the future, he will be injured in front of Kyoka Suijutsu's power. At this moment, Aizen's mood is not to mention how comfortable it is. A very peaceful smile appeared on his face, with a hint of sarcasm. It seems that you still haven't figured out my ability. Indeed, my ability can manipulate vision and reverse the cognition of mirror images. Then why? However, I can activate and deactivate the ability at any time without knowing it. In this way, you will have no way to accurately judge my location. After listening to Aizen's explanation, Rayleigh opened his mouth involuntarily. The cognitive world of the mirror image is not difficult to deal with if one masters the rules. However, if Eisen can activate this ability at will without others noticing. Doesn't that mean that every time I fight against Eisen, I have to guess in my heart whether the other party is the real body? If it wasn't for the real body, the result would be like Rayleigh just now. It's a 50% probability, but as long as you guess wrong once, you will be severely injured. The situation is quite unfavorable. It's not like Rayleigh hasn't fought guys with tricky abilities before, but it's a first for a guy like Eisen. But the only good news is that he dodged the attack just now with his extremely fast fighting instinct. Although his right eye was deeply scarred, but with the power of observation Haki, it will not affect his judgment. If it wasn't for the lead in Haki and Taijutsu, I'm afraid Rayleigh would have died long ago. You must know that Rayleigh is almost 25 years older than Eisen. After honing his strength for so long, it would be strange if he couldn't compare with Eisen. After all, it only took a year for Eisen to go from being an ordinary breakfast shop owner to the present position. We must treat him as an opponent of the same level. At this moment, Rayleigh has completely put away his contemptuous gaze, because he knows that if he continues to fight Eisen with the attitude just now, he will definitely die. However, thank you very much for telling me the information, so that I have corresponding countermeasures. Holding the long knife in his right hand, he pressed forward suddenly. 7 or 8 terrifying slashes burst out from the slender blade, and each slash had the power to tear the earth apart. After all, Rayleigh is also a great swordsman. Give up melee combat and choose long-distance attack? It is indeed a very wise decision. Eisen blocked these slashes with Kyoka Suijutsu, and was easily pushed 7 or 8 meters away by Rayleigh. After a few thoughts in my head, I didn't choose to fully expose Kyoka Suijutsu's abilities. Kyoka Suijutsu's true ability is not just to dominate the sense of vision, but to completely dominate the opponent's 5 senses. Whether it is due to the factors of hiding one's own ability, or out of consideration of one's own ryutsu, such a choice is not a problem. Even if it is only a part of Kyoka Suijutsu's ability, just controlling vision is quite pervert. This trick of mine is to imitate the ability of Hirako Shinji, the former captain of the 5th Division of Godi I-13 in the Shinigami world. 63 of Hado. Eisen stacked his hands, and the berserk ryutsu poured out along the palm of his hand. Although Kido, who is also number 63, is also an incomplete chanting, but Eisen, who has been able to initially liberate Zanpakuto, has a completely different power from just now. Dazzling thunder swept across the surroundings in an instant. The Ryotsu in his body also rushed out unreservedly, pressing towards Rayleigh like a tsunami. The majestic Ryotsu filled almost every corner around Rayleigh, and even the air began to shake violently because of this Ryotsu. The power of Eisen, to be precise, is not due to the power of Zanpakuto, but because of the power of Ryotsu. Shinigami versus Shinigami, in the final analysis, is actually Ryotsu versus Ryotsu, and the side with the stronger Ryotsu can easily win an overwhelming victory. In the Millennium Blood War chapter, Eisen was marked as one of the special combat powers because of the Ryotsu that exceeded the specification. Juhabok invades the palace of the Soul King and kills the Soul King, and in the process of devouring the Soul King, the power of the Soul King falls into the Siriti. Due to the large number, even if there are several captain-level shots, they cannot be blocked. But for Eisen, even if he was restrained in a chair, facing the large-scale power of the Soul King, he just used his Ryotsu to suppress and defeat it in an instant. He could even say very easily, if necessary, I will shoot down the Lingwang Palace. The strength of Eisen's Ryotsu can be seen in a Madara. What kind of power is this? Rayleigh felt extremely shocked. Under Eisen's Ryotsu, he just felt like his whole body was about to slow down. Although it has a similar effect to Conqueror's Haki, it is even more terrifying, as if it can directly shock his soul. Rayleigh, who owns Conqueror's Haki, can be sure that this power of Eisen is the ability to override Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 22 Hard Fight. Fiery Lightning Howl. In an instant, a dazzling thunderstorm swept across, and Rayleigh had no choice but to grit his teeth and slash to deal with it. The powerful slash pierced the Ryotsu around the body in an instant, and a huge slash 10 meters high suddenly rose from the ground, setting off a terrifying wave of air and roaring towards the thunderstorm of fiery lightning howl. The thunderstorm and the slash collided together, and an astonishing explosion sounded suddenly. The attacks of the two turned into super explosives, directly detonating a mushroom cloud on the ground. The surrounding dust was like a tsunami, instantly drowning the vision of everyone present. Are you kidding me? What happened to the battle over there? Polusalino took advantage of the smoke to back away from the opponent in front of him, at the same time staring at Rayleigh and Eisen in disbelief. I didn't expect that Rayleigh would be in a tough fight, although I'm also in a bit of trouble. Taking advantage of this gap, Jabba also took a breath. His opponent is Sakazuki. Facing this lava-covered guy, he has to use armament haki all the time, and the consumption of haki at full power is a bit too high for him. Although on the surface he and Sakazuki were evenly matched in the battle, and even he had a vague advantage, but he didn't know what the final result would be. There is a high probability that it will become a duel of physical strength. Good chance. As soon as the voice fell, Eisen's feet immediately gathered spiritual power, and his figure was like a gust of wind, suddenly hitting towards Rayleigh. The speed was so fast that even the smoke on the field didn't react. Is it coming? The front, or the mirror? The keen observation haki noticed Eisen's actions, but Rayleigh still felt a headache. Once he fought in close quarters, he had to consider the direction of Eisen's attack. If you can't tell the difference, you can only deal with both sides together. For Eisen's character, Rayleigh also feels a little unpredictable. It is difficult to distinguish Eisen's real attack intention. After making this decision, Rayleigh and Eisen confronted each other again, and in the smoke, the two after images kept colliding. Eisen, who was completely crushed just now, is now able to fight Rayleigh head-on, and is forced to be careful of attacks from behind at any time. Rayleigh's rhythm is always a beat slower than Eisen. And this little difference in reaction speed allows Eisen to make up for the gap in basic strength. The deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, only when facing the Marine Admiral level, he felt such pressure. But a student from an elite camp in Eisen can push him to this point. It's not that Eisen's strength has reached this level, but that he has the ability to leapfrog fighting. It's the age of youth before you know it. What a troublesome opponent. Guessing Eisen's position wrong again, Rayleigh barely blocked the attack behind him. With so many collisions, the number of times he guessed Eisen's attacks correctly was less than 10%. Such a low probability made Rayleigh feel like he was being manipulated. My own psychology was basically completely seen through by Eisen. Having to deal with Eisen so tiredly, Rayleigh gradually felt a little flustered. In addition, he kept guessing the wrong direction of attack, which made him feel a little irritable. He even began to envy Eisen in his heart. Not only did he master the two-color haki proficiently at such a young age, but he was also the world's #1 swordsman in terms of kendo. The first two alone are scary enough, and now there is the weird Kido plus Kyoka Suijutsu's ability to manipulate the enemy's vision. Scary guy. Regardless, Rayleigh is undeniably a genius at the top level in the world. From childhood to adulthood, his talent has not lost to anyone. But today, he met the freak Eisen. Eisen's talent can be said to crush them all on the ground. The two figures passed by each other and left. Brown eyes stared at Rayleigh's figure, beads of sweat dripping from his brow. Looking at Eisen's brown eyes, Rayleigh felt a fear that even he couldn't believe. Are you kidding me? Have I become afraid of that kid? It's obvious that his physical strength is already reaching its limit. Rayleigh was unwilling to believe such a thing anyway. The beads of sweat on Eisen's forehead clearly showed his current state, but when he met those eyes, he still felt fear. Besides, he is also the one who owns the Conqueror's haki, so how could he be afraid of other people? Sure enough, Kyoka Suijutsu is not that easy to use. Although the ability is pervert enough, the consumption is also terrible. Eisen roughly felt that under the continuous use of Kyoka Suijutsu, his Ryutsu consumption was at least 3 to 4 times more than usual. This is just to control the vision. If you want to completely control the 5 senses, and make people not feel abnormal at all. Every hair, every breath, every breeze is exactly the same, and the more Ryutsu needs to be consumed. Especially for those strong players who can use observation haki, if they want to deceive their opponents, they must be more ultimate. Only Eisen, whose Ryutsu strength is much higher than that of ordinary Shinigami captains, can support the consumption of Kyoka Suijutsu. At the same time, about 100 nautical miles away from the small island, there were bursts of snoring sounds from the deck, and everyone on the warship seemed to be familiar with this scene. Moreover, the shape of this warship is particularly special, and the bow of the ship looks like a dog with a bone in its mouth. However, as long as it is a guy who hangs around in New World, even ordinary people can recognize it at a glance. This is the ship of the Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. On the deck, a man wearing a black suit and a marine coat was sleeping soundly while wearing a dog-headed hood similar to that of a warship. The snot bubbles he blows very regularly indicate that this guy is sleeping soundly. How fragrant. The fact that he can sleep so soundly in broad daylight makes the people around him feel a little speechless. It's about 3 hours away from the target island. Do you want to wake up Vice Admiral Garp? It doesn't matter, Vice Admiral Garp will wake up naturally after getting close to the Roger pirates. Eisen jumped off the mountain wall and used Kaido to heal his wounds again. Seeing this, Rayleigh also took a long, deep breath. Do you have to exhaust your energy to decide the outcome? Although grumbling, Rayleigh relaxed somewhat. He can also feel that Eisen's power is slowly starting to be consumed, and he is gradually getting used to dealing with the mirror image attacks in front and behind at the same time. Chapter 23 Unanimous Stop. Feeling something was wrong, Eisen turned his attention to Zephyr and Roger on the other side. At this time, Roger and Zephyr had just gotten angry, and their physical strength was not consumed at all. It would be impossible to tell the winner in 10 days and a half months. Even if the winner is decided, it is estimated that the other person will not have the energy to continue fighting. Sakazuki and Polusalino were also struggling. Facing the legendary Roger pirates, everyone in the elite battalion seemed somewhat immature. You must know that this is the strongest class of the elite camp. If you change to any future class of elite camp students, it is estimated that they will be unilaterally massacred by the Roger pirates. I can only wait for reinforcements, and I don't know when Vice Admiral Garp will arrive. Eisen thought silently in his heart that it was a bit of a dream to rely on their group of people to fight against the Roger pirates. Do you still have time to look around? Just as Eisen was looking around, Rayleigh rushed towards him like a bullet. After Eisen dodged Rayleigh's fast-flying body sideways, he shot Rayleigh in the head with a simple Hado 4 Baile. Rayleigh snorted, holding a knife to block Baile's shot, and at the same time, a fist covered with armament haki slammed into Eisen hard. Hey! That's Garp's warship. Garp is coming. Just when everyone was in a hard fight, a lookout on Roger's side suddenly heard a scream. Everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time, and looked towards the coastline in the distance. Sure enough, I found a very iconic dog-headed warship approaching here. For the Roger pirates, this warship is too familiar. There is no doubt that this is Garp's warship. When Rayleigh saw this situation, his eyes narrowed, and he frowned slightly. Is the support so fast? I thought it would be at least a day before someone rushed over. The current situation seems to be impossible to solve quickly. Before playing against the Zephyr Elite Battalion, Rayleigh had roughly analyzed the situation. I originally thought that apart from Zephyr, the rest were some little guys in their early 20s, and it shouldn't be difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect that each of these guys would be more difficult to deal with. Especially Eisen, with full firepower, he was able to fight him 50 to 50. Roger, who was fighting against Zephyr, felt a little helpless for a while. Fighting against two Marine admirals at the same time, no pirate can do this kind of thing. He can't, Golden Lion can't, and Whitebeard can't either. At this moment, everyone in the Roger pirates set their sights on Roger, waiting for Roger to make a decision. At this time, only he, as the captain, is qualified to make decisions. Roger pondered for a while, and he and this group of people on the island had no major life or death enmity. Now facing the pincer attack of the two admirals, he continued to fight, and the result was obvious. It is also impossible for him to make all the crew members pay for it because of his willfulness. Roger, there is no need to spend time and energy on this kind of meaningless battle, you should understand it very well. Seeing Roger's delay in making a decision, Rayleigh took a step and shouted in Roger's direction. And Eisen did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack Rayleigh, but chose to stay put and restore his strength. Indeed, if the fight continues now, it will not be good for both parties on the island. Hold on for a while, when Garp arrives, there may be a lot of deaths in the elite battalion, but the entire army will not be wiped out. The battle between Zephyr and Roger has just begun. Once Garp arrives, the Roger pirates really don't want to leave. Therefore, it is beneficial for the Roger pirates to stop now, and it is also beneficial for everyone in the elite battalion. Roger also understood this very well. Thinking of this, Roger suddenly relaxed his hands and put back his saber. Stop fighting. Humph. Seeing this, Zephyr frowned, and let out a heavy breath. In the current situation, as long as the fight continues, he and Garp are sure to capture all the Roger pirates together. But if this is at the cost of heavy losses to the elite battalion, Zephyr is also a little unhappy. The elite camp is now the only sustenance in his heart. Aizen, Sakazuki, and Polusalino are all geniuses who can compete for the Marine Admiral qualification. Others will definitely be the mainstay of Marine in the future. Obviously Marine's heritage is more important than capturing the Roger pirates. Rayleigh, are you alright? After confirming that neither side had the desire to continue fighting, the members of the Roger pirates also returned to their ships. When Jabba saw a lot of bloodline on Rayleigh, especially the wound on his right eye, he asked with some concern. Where's the ship's doctor? Come and stop Rayleigh's bleeding. At this time, many people realized that Rayleigh had so much blood on his body. The ship's doctor also rushed over, went to Rayleigh's side and began to check his injuries. Don't worry, it's just a little blood, the eyeball wasn't hurt, it's just a scar. Rayleigh smiled, not showing too much concern about his injuries. Can't he understand his own situation? Although there was a lot of blood bleeding from the eye area, it was only a skin trauma. There are 2 wounds on the back, but they are not deep, they are just flesh wounds. After 2 weeks of recuperation, there is probably only 1 scar. After the ship's doctor checked the wound, he found that it was indeed as Rayleigh said, and there was nothing serious. After cleaning the wound, I applied some medicine and put on a bandage. Is the kid you fought against so powerful? You are only in your 20s and can leave scars on your body. Seeing the bandages on Rayleigh's body, Roger asked Rayleigh very curiously. Roger is still very curious about this young man with potential. It is indeed very strong. If you only talk about swordsmanship, anyone who has fought against him will think that he is the strongest. Rayleigh thought about it and made a very fair judgment. But after the words came out of Rayleigh's mouth, everyone looked at him in surprise. Strongest. Such evaluations are difficult to obtain. I have fought countless great swordsmen, Golden Lion, Roger, Ryder, even the 3 of you are far behind that guy in the way of swordsmanship. That guy's swordsmanship seems to have reached another dimension gone. Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. In this era, no one dared to call himself the number 1 swordsman in the world. Chapter 24 The Realm Above the Great Swordsman. Golden Lion, Roger, Ryder, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and Moonlight Odin. These big names are masters with swords. It's really hard to compare who has to say who is the strongest. Everyone's swordsmanship level is about the same, and the overall strength difference is basically determined by the level of devil fruit and haki. It may not be reliable for others to say this kind of thing, but Rayleigh has said this, then this word has a lot of gold. Probably in a few years, that guy will grow to Marine Admiral's level. Thinking of Aizen's other abilities besides swordsmanship, Rayleigh couldn't help but make such an evaluation. As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell into silence. Marine Admiral. For any pirate, the presence of Marine Admiral is a threat. Being able to get such a high evaluation from Rayleigh, letting him go today will definitely be a serious problem in the future. It is true that he can play against the famous Pluton Rayleigh at such a young age, and can still gain an advantage in a short burst. Even if Aizen's physical strength is exhausted a lot later, it is already quite terrifying. Eisen, are you alright? After the two parties stopped, Zephyr also walked towards Eisen with a concerned expression in his eyes. He also saw a lot of the scene where Eisen and Rayleigh played against each other just now. That Pluton Rayleigh, even Zephyr may not be able to take it easily, it is still a bit too reluctant for them in the current elite camp. It's okay, although it was a bit difficult at first, but with this Kyoka Suijutsu, I can barely compete with him for a while. Eisen smiled and took out Kyoka Suijutsu. Kyoka Suijutsu? Isn't that the ordinary knife Sakazuki gave you? Seeing the weapon in Aizen's hand, Zephyr looked at it strangely. It is indeed the original sword, but the user's soul is written into the blade, and the name of the sword is given, and spiritual communication with the sword spirit can obtain a new power. Eisen simply explained the principle of Zanpakuto to Zephyr, and part of Kyoka Suijutsu's ability will definitely be exposed in the future, and he definitely needs to give some simple explanations for the origin of Zanpakuto's ability. As long as Kyoka Suijutsu's true ability is not exposed, he can reveal other information. After all, if you want to gain the trust of others, real information is also indispensable. Engrave the soul into the knife. Communicate with the knife spirit? Can you still do this kind of thing? Zephyr looked at the knife in Aizen's hand in disbelief, and so did Sakazuki. Judging from the appearance, this knife is indeed the one he gave to Eisen. Probably as long as the realm of swordsmanship is sufficient, it can be done. Scratching his chin lightly, he couldn't say that the sealed state needs to be produced before Zanpakuto can be produced. And the realm of Kendo is a very good excuse. Eisen has practiced swordsmanship for hundreds of years. It is impossible for people in this world to catch up to him, no matter how talented he is. Because Eisen himself is also a rare talent in 10,000 years. Is that so? Although it felt a little outrageous in his heart, the facts were in front of them, and Zephyr could only accept Aizen's statement. After all, he didn't have any in-depth knowledge of swordsmanship. It's really terrifying to surpass the realm of ordinary great swordsmen. Polusalino on the side stared at Eisen with some envy, and they all knew that Eisen was the kind of genius who had just reached the level of a great swordsman. No matter how hard ordinary people try, it is difficult to break through to the realm of the great swordsman. Even Polusalino is just groping now. When he was still groping for the realm of the great swordsman, Eisen had surpassed all the great swordsmen and reached another realm. Compared to me, everyone should hurry back to the ship to treat the wound. Seeing this group of people surrounded him, Eisen also tried to persuade him. Fighting against the Roger pirates this time should be said to be the biggest challenge they have encountered since they went to sea. Fortunately, the time of the fight was very short, and everyone was very strong, so there were no surprises. However, the injuries on many people's bodies were quite terrifying. If it is normal, Eisen will naturally help with the treatment, but at this time he has reached his limit. It's true, the assessment will stop here, and then go back to the G1 branch. Zephyr also spoke. He is not a particularly rigid person, and he has to fill up the internship time. The purpose of coming to New World for an internship is to allow everyone to better understand the cruelty of this world and to accumulate some combat experience. This time the battle with the Roger pirates is enough as their experience. Yes. Everyone looked up at Zephyr Kaido. How is it? Isn't that guy Jabba tough? On board the warship, Eisen, Sakazuki, and Polusalino got together again. Although the situation was very dangerous just now, they are a little excited to be able to fight Roger pirates now. It's okay, the gap is not too big. Give me a little time to beat that guy. Sakazuki was very unconvinced Kaido. Although his nose was bruised and his face was swollen from Jabba's beating, he still looked very dissatisfied. After all, he is the number 3 member of the Roger pirates. To be honest, he is quite difficult to deal with. Polusalino glanced at Sakazuki. With a bruised nose and swollen face, no matter how you looked at it, he suffered a lot. What he faced was just an ordinary combat member of the Roger Pirates. Coupled with the characteristics of Devil Fruit, there was almost no chance for the opponent to touch him. Among the three, only he is the most leisurely. But anyway, the result this time is still good. I also gained a lot. Regarding Aizen's words, the other two were a little silent. Something is not quite right inside. Originally recognized as the three monsters of the elite battalion, now Aizen's strength has surpassed them by a fraction. Of course, I am not dissatisfied with Eisen, but the feeling of falling from the halo of genius to the ground is a bit uncomfortable. It seems that I have to show a little more energy and be a little more serious. Polusalino thought so. He has always looked very unmotivated. Soon, Garp's warship also approached. Zephyr, are you alright? Garp brought a few rear admirals to Zephyr's warship, saw that everyone was bandaging their wounds, and asked worriedly. Chapter 25 Shocking the World. The result is not bad, it's just that there are a little more people injured, and there are no deaths. Zephyr replied with some relief. The students of this year's elite camp will at least be officials at the rank of lieutenant colonel, and there are not a few who can be directly rated as colonel or even commodore. In the future, everyone must have a very bright future. Even if only one person dies, Naval Headquarters will feel heartbroken. However, it is still necessary to come to the New World trial, otherwise, no matter how good the talent is, if you don't experience such a battle, you will be just a flower in the greenhouse after all. After the battle with the Roger Pirates, I believe everyone present will soon become the real elite in Marine. Roger's bastards dare to attack the elite battalion. Next time I meet him, I will never spare him. Garp also understood the importance of the elite camp, and seemed a little annoyed. By the way, it should take a day or two to get here from the G1 branch, right? Garp, why did you get here so quickly? This is one thing that makes Zephyr particularly curious. Originally, he was already mentally prepared that the casualties in the elite battalion would at least exceed 50%. Actually, we noticed the whereabouts of the Roger Pirates a few days ago. After I found out that the guy was targeting you, I left early. Garp explained, actually, when you called bugs, I was less than 100 nautical miles away from you. Hearing this, Zephyr also understood what happened. I have to say that they are indeed very lucky. In this way, they returned to the G1 branch without incident. Because he had already been killed on the way here, the way back was also extraordinarily safe. On the contrary, this extraordinarily peaceful day made everyone in the elite battalion a little uncomfortable. During the 3 days' journey back, they only encountered one pirate group, and it was the kind of newcomer who had just entered the New World. At the beginning, I encountered 2 Admiral-level combat powers, Zephyr and Garp, as well as a group of future Marine Admirals and Marine Vice-Admirals. It can only be said that this group of pirates is too unlucky. Moreover, this encounter, under the vigorous publicity of the Marine Headquarters and the world government, quickly spread throughout the sea. Whether it is Marine or world government, they all pay special attention to the power of the new generation of Marine. In addition, the elite camp taught by Zephyr himself is too strong, and they are naturally very happy to create momentum for this group of young people. Among them, the most eye-catching is undoubtedly Eisen. Facing a tough opponent like Pluton Rayleigh, Eisen did not lose the slightest single-handedly, and left a scar on Pluton Rayleigh's eye. Such a record is enough to shock the world. Moreover, they don't know where they got the information, and they also revealed all the words Rayleigh said on the boat. Among them, Rayleigh's evaluation of Eisen as the world's #1 swordsman shocked countless people. That Pluton Rayleigh actually thinks he can't compare to the young man Eisen in swordsmanship? Originally, it was just a part of the pirates watching the show, and now they are also interested in this name. Especially the 2 famous legends of Golden Lion and Red Earl. Both of them are masters with swords, and both are great swordsmen. They've also played Rayleigh quite a few times in New World's countless clashes. Interesting, the swordsmanship recognized by even Rayleigh, Laozi would like to learn it if given the chance. A ship was flying in the sky, and on the bow of the ship was a man wearing a golden striped coat exuding a terrifying aura. Flying at high altitude, and still dressed like this, it was already obvious who this guy was. Golden Lion. Holding the 2 famous swords of Sakura Ten and Muku in his hand, he has become the 3 legendary pirates by virtue of his extremely strong strength. On the other side, an unknown island in New World. The Red Earl who got the news was also very interested in the name Eisen. Pluton Rayleigh is not the kind of person who shoots for no reason. Since that guy has personally admitted that Aizen's level of swordsmanship is unmatched, there must be something extraordinary about him. Of course, they will not give up the title of the world's #1 swordsman just because of Rayleigh's words. For this title, they have been fighting openly and secretly for many years. But it's not just the kid named Eisen, Sakazuki, Polusalino, and the 2 extremely destructive Logia devil fruits, and they are all under 30 years old. I'm afraid there will be many strong players in Marine in the future. However, the current Red Earl is not particularly old, and he doesn't particularly care about these new generations, he just sighs a little. As a Lone Ranger, his own strength is the root of his life. No matter how strong Eisen and the others are, the Red Earl doesn't think they can affect him. Whitebeard pirates. Looking at the information in the newspaper, Whitebeard burst out laughing. Marine's new generation strength looks pretty good. It's indeed taught by that guy Zephyr. Whitebeard smiled as he read the newspaper. However, to leave a scar on Rayleigh's eye, I'm afraid it's not something ordinary young people can do. At this point, Whitebeard showed a visible appreciation. He doesn't particularly care about the hegemony, the strongest and other things. Whitebeard is also looking forward to having such an interesting guy in Marine. Compared with the pirates, Naval Headquarters naturally got more news. What? What you said is true. There is a higher realm above the great swordsman. After Sengoku listened to the following report, he was also very surprised. That's Sengoku Admiral, and you should have heard of it before. The student named Eisen from the elite camp already has the aura of a great swordsman on the first day he holds a sword. He is a genuine swordsman genius. It's been more than a year, and it's not a strange thing to surpass the realm of the great swordsman. Sengoku's adjutant also had a wry smile on his face. He is also just an ordinary swordsman level, and has been trying to find a way to explore the realm of a great swordsman. As a result, who would have thought that a young man in his early 20s had reached a new level behind the great swordsman? It's really worth throwing away. His pursuit of the realm of great swordsman for a lifetime is just the starting point for others. Writing the soul into the body of the blade, and communicating with the spirit of the blade to obtain a new power, no matter how you hear it, it feels a little incredible. It's right to be incredible. If it can be achieved casually, he won't be the only one in the world who has surpassed the realm of the great swordsman. Sengoku smiled very gratified. Some things are incredible. Like the existence of devil fruit, is this reasonable? Chapter 26 Final Assessment. However, the outside discussion does not have any impact on Eisen, and there are still many things that need him to do. Of course, more importantly, after returning to the G1 branch, although the internship did not continue as planned, Zephyr arranged a special assessment to make up for it. At the same time, this special assessment is also directly related to their official positions in the Marine after graduation. The content of the assessment is very simple, one-on-one actual combat. Their opponent is Zephyr. In fact, I probably have a good idea of your strength. But for this final assessment, I just want you to experience my true strength. Zephyr said in a high-spirited manner. It's really troublesome, it's actually one-on-one. Mole rubbed his forehead with some headaches. He's not stupid either. The one-on-one that Zephyr said was actually aimed at the 3 monsters in the elite camp. Others are just soy sauce. If Zephyr got serious, wouldn't he just punch him one by one? Mole, do you have any opinions, boy? Then you will be the first to come up. Hearing the cheeping of the mole below, Zephyr snarled directly at him. Everyone looked at the mole as if they were watching a show, and they looked at the mole with mockery. This time, they were no longer moles, but directly turned into guinea pigs. It seems that I can watch a play for a while. Eisen didn't come forward either, and found a quiet place to lean against, silently watching the others go up and get beaten. No way, Mole could only bite the bullet and walk across to Zephyr. Although he knew that he would lose, but the moment he entered the venue, this guy's eyes immediately became firm, and his expression was extraordinarily serious. Come on kid, that look is pretty good. Zephyr laughed. Although Mole was reluctant just now, and was still chattering away. But at the moment when he stepped onto the battlefield, all the distracting thoughts in his heart were discarded. There is no doubt that this is a very qualified fighter. That would be offensive, Mr. Zephyr. The mole pulled out the samurai sword from his waist, and then his arm began to cover armament haki, and the samurai sword in his hand instantly became a black sword. It has been able to achieve perfect winding, this guy's strength has improved very fast. Zephyr said. Black knife, Not sharp enough but extraordinarily strong. The biggest feature is that it is strong. Moreover, all knives have the possibility to evolve into black knives, and swordsmen can use their own haki to temper their own knives into black knives. Mole must be an excellent marine general in the future. Eisen also commented. It's time to start. Sakazuki reminded lightly. Everyone was staring at the battle below, and the mole directly rushed up to Zephyr. However, in less than half a minute, the mole fell in front of Zephyr. The armament haki on his hands hadn't dissipated, and he stared at the others coldly. Go on. Seeing that mole collapsed after standing up for 30 seconds, the others couldn't help swallowing. It seems that today's Zephyr is a bit serious. Who can stand this? Let's go. There is nothing to back down. The future Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Ascension took a deep breath and walked forward. Zephyr was clearly about to teach them one last lesson. Ascension charged forward, but although his mouth was full of momentum, he still couldn't escape the fate of being knocked down by Zephyr in half a minute. But probably because of Ascension's encouragement, the others didn't hesitate, one after another, and even didn't bother to care about the 1v1 conditions in the end. 7 or 8 rushed towards Zephyr together. However, basically the whole army was wiped out in a few minutes. Even if a group of people shot together, under Zephyr's observation haki, it was actually useless at all. Finally, it's time for some of us. Looking at the two people around him, Polusalino's meaning was very clear. Who goes first? I come. Sakazuki was concise and to the point. He didn't bother to think so much, so he just jumped down. Seeing Sakazuki's end, the others also hurriedly left. This guy is a well-known fighter in the elite camp. Once a fight starts, he can't control the people around him. Still as motivated as ever. Everyone else was dealt with in less than half a minute. How about we guess how long Sakazuki can last? Seeing Sakazuki full of energy, Polusalino immediately laughed. The lava fruit represents the natural disaster of the volcanic eruption. If this situation continues, Sakazuki will definitely become a marine admiral in the future. Coupled with his unyielding character, I guess he can last for half an hour. Eisen commented. Oh? Half an hour? Are you so optimistic about this guy Sakazuki? Polusalino was a little surprised. He predicted the time conservatively, thinking that Sakazuki would last 10 minutes at most. As for Daoren, he and Sakazuki are very close in strength, and it is almost enough to hold Zephyr for 10 minutes. Not only his strength, but also Sakazuki's character does not allow him to lose so easily. Eisen said. You really can talk, no wonder you are so popular. Polusalino said. Originally, Aizen's personality is quite gentle, and the relationship with everyone is also very good. And because Eisen can use Kaido, whoever is injured in the elite camp training will directly seek Eisen for help. This time out to sea, Aizen's Kaido also played a huge role in front of it, but in the later stage, in order to preserve the combat effectiveness, Eisen reduced the number of times Kaido was used. But even so, in the eyes of everyone in the elite camp, Eisen is the most reliable partner, and they can trust Eisen with their backs. In contrast, neither Sakazuki nor Polusalino can do this kind of thing. Once the battle starts, it is difficult for them to take into account the feelings of their teammates. It's started. Just watch quietly. Eisen said suddenly. Shave. Sakazuki didn't say anything, and started to be serious as soon as he came up. His arm suddenly turned into a terrifying molten liquid, and a shaved moved in front of Zephyr, and the arm with extremely high temperature slammed towards Zephyr fiercely. Without further ado, Zephyr raised his right arm and easily blocked the molten fist, then he punched Sakazuki hard and hard, hitting Sakazuki's chest directly. Boom. Zephyr's fist directly pierced Sakazuki's abdomen, but Sakazuki's body had already entered an elemental state, and the hot molten liquid dripped onto Zephyr's arm, making a zi sound. Avoided. Use observation haki to avoid elementalization in advance. Has Sakazuki already controlled the color of knowledge to this extent? Chapter 27 Sakazuki's Battle. Eisen looked at this scene off the court with some surprise, but he remembered that when Sakazuki and Jabba were fighting, he hadn't mastered this skill yet. Immediately, Eisen looked at Polusalino at the side again. Don't look, it's just that Sakazuki asked me to train with me these days, and both of us have mastered this skill. Polusalino said. But this kind of trick doesn't work against Mr. Zephyr. It's just a use of observation haki, and the side with stronger haki can easily win. Eisen smiled, not feeling that Sakazuki's move had any effect on Zephyr. Only at first Zephyr didn't expect Sakazuki to learn this trick so quickly. That's right. Polusalino said Kaido calmly. This is indeed the case. The first time this trick really worked, but when they fought again for the second time, Zephyr used the observation haki to find Sakazuki's body very accurately, and directly punched him out. A large amount of lava flew out, burning the ground up. Boom boom boom. The two kept fighting, and Sakazuki was also stubborn, so he kept confronting Zephyr with his molten fist. But Zephyr's armament haki is too hard, he is known as Black Arm Zephyr. The high temperature of the magma has no effect on Zephyr at all, and it is completely unilaterally suppressing Sakazuki's bombardment. Great eruption. Sakazuki drew back a little distance, clenched his right fist, and swung it down hard. The action is too obvious. The moment Sakazuki punched out, Zephyr's figure disappeared in front of his eyes. Sakazuki's pupils constricted sharply, and the next moment, Zephyr appeared in front of him, from bottom to top, and hit Sakazuki's chin with a punch. The powerful force directly lifted Sakazuki's feet several meters from the ground. This blow is really ruthless. Teacher Zephyr didn't want to kill us all. It's terrifying. Seeing the power of Zephyr's punch, Polusalino suddenly felt a chill down his back. When Zephyr was fighting with others just now, his strength was definitely not that great. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like when he went up and Zephyr 1v1. Although the three of them are recognized monsters in the elite camp, Polusalino is definitely not a good student in Zephyr's eyes. Oftentimes, Polusalino and Zephyr have conflicts. In particular, Zephyr is quite dissatisfied with Polusalino's excessive attention to the development of Devil Fruit's ability. Don't worry, as long as Teacher Zephyr saves you, I will be responsible for saving you. Eisen comforted Polusalino half-jokingly. He could already imagine how badly this guy would be beaten next. Thank you so much. Polusalino gave Eisen a blank look. This guy is really a big deal for watching the excitement. Anyway, no matter what, Eisen will definitely not be beaten too much, which can be seen from the treatment of Ascension just now. Eisen not only has a good relationship with everyone in the elite camp, but also has a very good relationship with Zephyr. A genuine good-natured character, everyone trusts Eisen, strong and gentle. In this regard, Ascension is also the same, strong and gentle, very considerate of everyone's feelings, and also a kind person, just a low-profile version of Eisen. Just when the two were chatting, suddenly, Sakazuki raised his arms high above his head. His whole body was like an angry volcano. Meteor volcano. Hey. This guy is too serious, isn't he? Polusalino's expression changed when he saw Sakazuki's move. They couldn't be more clear about the power of this trick. No way, let's get ready to intercept the aftermath of the battle. Eisen was very calm. With the precise control of Sakazuki's character, the battle will evolve into what it is now, which is completely within his expectations. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, the lava bombs shot from Sakazuki fell to the ground like meteors, especially with Zephyr as the center. 1, 2, 3, more and more meteors fell, and there was no way to count them. Hot lava covered the entire sky, and it looked like the end of the world was coming. The others below are hastily intercepting. The dog gnaws the red lotus. The molten arm struck directly while Zephyr was responding to the attack in the sky, and the huge dog head opened its mouth and bit Zephyr vividly. Plop. The lava hit the ground like seawater, and Zephyr's figure suddenly disappeared. Missed. The lava fell to the ground, and Sakazuki's body recondensed, looking around for signs of Zephyr. However, by the time his observation haki felt Zephyr, a black fist had already slammed down towards his face. Oops. It's too late to escape. Sakazuki said something bad in his heart, and immediately turned sideways to minimize the damage he received. However, for an extremely experienced admiral like Zephyr, there will be no mistakes in the attack. Boom. Sakazuki was directly punched and flew out, a line of blood burst out in the sky, and he didn't know where the blood came from. His attack is too impatient, and a large-scale attack is a good opportunity for Mr. Zephyr. Eisen shook his head. If Sakazuki continued to maintain the previous attacking posture, he should not have exposed such a big loophole. But that guy's personality is so extreme, probably to prove his strength. Polusalino commented lightly. Barely you are qualified, but at least you forced me to be serious. Looking at Sakazuki who fell on the ground, Zephyr also withdrew his fist, ready to assess the next person. Wait. I haven't surrendered yet. Although Zephyr had already recognized him, Sakazuki was not someone who would give up so easily, and got up from the ground very strongly. Eisen and Polusalino looked at each other. Sure enough, Eisen guessed right. Although the winner was decided in about 10 minutes, Sakazuki would not admit defeat directly. If you had to beat this guy until he fainted, it would take at least half an hour. In this way, after about half an hour, the entire area has completely turned into a molten hell. Sakazuki, on the other hand, made a big character with his limbs, completely lying on the ground, and the breath in his chest was constantly rising and falling. However, there was no strength left in his whole body, so he could only lie on the ground, constantly breathing rapidly. If you don't fight to this point, this guy Sakazuki will definitely not admit defeat. Chapter 28 The Unexpected Polusalino. Next. With Sakazuki dealt with, Zephyr set his sights directly on Polusalino. Obviously, Zephyr's goal is to make Polusalino appear. Anyway, I can't hide, so I can only go up. Polusalino shrugged, and his whole body instantly turned into a spot of light and entered the arena. Zephyr was about to make a move just now, but Polusalino immediately raised his hands and said, "Teacher Zephyr, I admit defeat." Polusalino's performance made everyone present stunned for a moment. The fight had just started, and Polusalino just surrendered? Even Zephyr was taken aback by Polusalino's crisp look. This guy, what he does really fits his personality. In this regard, Eisen is also dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Polusalino would respond to the assessment in such a simple and rude way. Boom. However, before the others could recover from Polusalino's strange behavior, Zephyr directly punched him in the face. Polusalino, who had no defense at all, was blown away with a punch. "Stinky boy, don't think you won't get beaten just by admitting defeat." Zephyr yelled at Polusalino angrily. If he fights normally like the others, Zephyr can guarantee that it will definitely give Polusalino an unforgettable memory. After being punched by Zephyr, Polusalino was also very smart and lay on the ground, imitating Sakazuki's appearance and directly pretending to be dead. No matter how upset Zephyr is, it is impossible to do something to a person who has no resistance. Snort. Seeing Polusalino fell to the ground, even though he knew in his heart that this guy was faking, Zephyr had nothing to do with him. Smelly brat. Zephyr's aggrieved voice sounded, and then looked at Eisen. "The last one, come straight. It's really unlucky, Polusalino did something bad, and now I have to bear the wrath of Teacher Zephyr." Eisen didn't know what expression to show to face the current situation. It can only be said that Zephyr still has a certain reason for not wanting to see this guy so much. It's just an old fritter. A type with such integrity like Zephyr, he should be the most annoying. "Forget it, Mr. Zephyr shouldn't be too angry with me no matter what you say." With this in mind, Eisen got up and came to Zephyr. "It's finally this guy's turn. I really want to know how strong he is after crossing the realm of the great swordsman." The mole who fought against Zephyr at the beginning has almost recovered. As a swordsman, he also very much hopes to see Eisen's sword skills. "Especially if I want to spy on the realm after the great swordsman. Eisen probably won't lose if he doesn't run out of stamina. But that move seems to consume a lot of stamina." After thinking about the scene where Eisen and Rayleigh fought, Ascension guessed so. Eisen's strength is undeniable, even taking damage from Rayleigh with Kyoka Suijutsu. Although there are many factors in it, Rayleigh was a little careless when facing Eisen, and did not understand Kyoka Suijutsu's ability. But being able to hurt such a character is already very powerful. "That's 1 hour? Maybe 2 hours," said the mole. Before they encountered the Roger pirates, they had fought with other big and small pirates countless times. At that time, Eisen could not use Kaido to heal others in order to preserve his strength. Now that he has plenty of stamina, it will not be easy to exhaust Eisen's stamina. "Let's wait and see. Teacher Zephyr, I don't need to be polite." Eisen holds the Kyoka Suijutsu knife point down. Zephyr's face also changed accordingly, and he also guessed what Eisen was going to do, secretly said, "Did you plan to use this trick from the beginning?" "Shatter it, Kyoka Suijutsu." Swish. It was just a flash, and a bright white light flew across, like a shooting star in the sky, passing by Zephyr's chest. Zephyr touched a white mark on his chest, glanced sideways at Eisen who appeared beside him, and said softly, "It's such a fast slash, did you combine shaved and swordsmanship?" The attack didn't work. Sure enough, it's not so easy to break through Teacher Zephyr's defense. The mole's eyes widened, watching the mark Aizen's slash had left on Zephyr's chest. Let me see your true level. Suddenly, Zephyr swung his right fist horizontally, hitting Eisen directly on the head. Whoosh. Eisen didn't dodge, and swung the knife at Zephyr directly, as if he wasn't worried that Zephyr would hurt him. Zephyr frowned at this desperate act. The ability to manipulate vision? In other words, Eisen should be attacking my back right now, and what's in front of me is just an illusion. In an instant, Zephyr made a judgment on the situation on the field, directly ignored Eisen in front of him, and forcibly turned around and threw a punch towards the back. However, there was no real sense of the attack hitting in his hands. Nanny. Before Zephyr could turn his head, Eisen swung his knife directly at Zephyr's back. Iron body. Facing the attack from behind, Zephyr directly used the 6 styles plus armament Haki's defense. The jet black back collided with Kyoka Suijutsu in Aizen's hand, and sparks sparked from the friction. How is it possible? I guessed wrong. Zephyr looked behind him in surprise, staring at Eisen in disbelief. Eisen said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, Teacher Zephyr, when it comes to psychological tactics, even you can't compare to me. Reminded by Eisen, Zephyr suddenly came to his senses. Whether it's boxing or any other mental game, Eisen has never lost. Did forget that, but unlike that guy Rayleigh, I can use my whole body armament Haki at any time. Looking into Aizen's eyes, Zephyr was also a little surprised. This Kyoka Suijutsu's ability coupled with Aizen's psychological prediction, no matter what opponent it is, I am afraid it will be troublesome. But that will have to be in the future, and now Eisen can't directly break his armament Haki. Eisen also admitted very frankly, indeed, my current offensive ability is not enough, but if Teacher Zephyr thinks that I will be determined by me, then it is completely wrong. Chapter 29 Hurt Zephyr. Really? Then let me have a good look at it. Tempest Kick. Whoosh. Several vacuum slashes flew directly towards Eisen. At this moment, a stern look flashed in Aizen's eyes. Boom. The silver-white knife light pierced the air. An incomparably thick silver-white slash suddenly rose from the ground, swallowing Zephyr's Tempest Kick directly with a wave of air, and roared towards Zephyr with undiminished power. What an exaggerated slash. Although the body is not very big, it is exceptionally sharp. The realm after the great swordsman is really extraordinary. Zephyr's eyes light up when Aizen's drawn sword can resist his Tempest Kick. General swordsman slashes all pursue destructive power, and Golden Lion is the most obvious representative. His slash can easily cut mountains and seas. But it is absolutely impossible to unwind Zephyr's attack. How to describe it? Aizen's slash looks simple and unpretentious, and it doesn't have such a terrifying attack range, but all other aspects are sacrificed in exchange for an increase in attack power. But this level can't do anything to me. Zephyr's voice came from behind. I know this kind of thing much better than Teacher Zephyr. Aizen's voice sounded softly, feeling the Ryotsu in his body, and roughly estimated the highest level of Heido that he could currently use. Stretch out your right hand, hold the wrist of your right hand with your left hand, all the Ryotsu in your body gather towards your arm. Heido's 88th Flying Dragon striking Thieves shocking thunder cannon. With Aizen's low voice, Aizen's Ryotsu was continuously compressed in a flash of thunder and lightning, and finally gathered into a huge and dazzling sphere. The next moment, a huge thunder beam burst out directly. The dazzling light almost illuminated the entire training ground, and the condensed beam of light instantly submerged Zephyr. And directly bombarded the mountain wall behind Zephyr. The extremely solid mountain wall was pierced directly, and a cave with a diameter of about 2 meters was opened in the middle. On the edge of the cave, there is probably a fiery red unknown liquid that was penetrated and melted by the beam, dripping down drop by drop, telling the terrifying temperature carried by the blow just now. Teacher Zephyr. Mole and the others couldn't help but look at Zephyr's position. A look of worry flashed in their eyes. The power of Aizen's attack just now was too terrifying, they had to pay attention. Is this Aizen's real strength now? Sure enough, that strange Kido is his trump card. Polusalino was also a little shocked watching the scene that happened off the court. Whoosh. Just when everyone was worried about whether Zephyr was injured, a figure rushed into the sky from the smoke of the explosion below, stepping on the moonwalk and quickly escaped from the dust below. It can be seen that Zephyr is a little embarrassed now. The clothes on his body are torn, revealing the strong muscles under the clothes. However, It does not seem to have suffered any substantial damage. Although it was expected, it still hits people a little bit. Looking at Zephyr's intact appearance, Eisen shook his head helplessly. Without chanting, he is currently the most powerful number 88 Kido. But even if he gathered most of Ryotsu's blows, he still failed to cause damage to Zephyr. The iron-walled armament haki defense really gave him a headache. Unlike Rayleigh is mainly strong in swordsmanship, and there is still a certain gap between armament haki and Zephyr. I admit defeat too, Mr. Zephyr. Having seen the real gap with Marine Admiral, Eisen has no intention of continuing to play, and he is not as single-minded as Sakazuki. If your ability is fully chanted, its power can be enhanced a lot. Maybe if it is fully chanted, it will be able to break through my armed defense. Although they all admit defeat, Zephyr's attitude towards Polusalino is obviously different from his attitude towards Eisen. Withdraw the armament haki all over the body, only then did everyone see that drops of blood were flowing down Zephyr's side face. Obviously, Zephyr was not completely defended against Eisen's blow just now. Seeing that everyone was looking at his face, Zephyr subconsciously reached out and touched it. A somewhat viscous feeling came directly. Blood. Zephyr looked at his hand in disbelief, then suddenly realized something, and stared in Eisen's direction blankly. The wound on his face was not obvious, and it can even be said that it is almost invisible if you don't pay attention. It's probably like the amount of bleeding after a pimple on the face is squeezed. If Zephyr didn't touch it and see the blood in his hand, I'm afraid Zephyr wouldn't feel that he was injured. But even so, it was enough to surprise him. He is Marine Admiral. And after Eisen Kaido's treatment, Zephyr's current strength is completely at its peak, and the old problems of asthma have disappeared. Even Garp may not be able to gain an advantage in his hands. And Eisen's attack just now was able to blast away his armament haki directly. You must know that Zephyr can become Marine Admiral, which is different from the 3 future Logia monsters, because he relies entirely on his own body skills and haki. What's more, in that small town of Cromwell a year ago, Eisen could barely pass the elite camp assessment at best. And in just 1 year, he has evolved to this field. In Marine Vice Admiral, there are probably few who can beat Eisen. Real or fake? Eisen actually hurt Teacher Zephyr. Seeing this scene, the rest of the elite battalion couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This feeling is a bit subtle. Just now everyone was still worried that Eisen's attack was too fierce, and Zephyr would be injured. Immediately after seeing that Zephyr was unscathed, I felt very lucky. Now, seeing the wound on Zephyr's face, everyone was surprised again. But this is also impossible. The group of them rushed forward, and on average, each of them lasted about half a minute in Zephyr's hands. Only Sakazuki persisted a little longer. Now, Eisen hurt Zephyr while he was unscathed. There is no doubt that Eisen's strength is definitely the number 1 of the elite camp. Don't stare at me with that kind of eyes, the blow just now, I probably can't do it again now. Facing the eyes of everyone looking at monsters, Eisen scratched his head helplessly. The more advanced the Kido, the more Ryotsu he would need to consume. Chapter 30 Position Arrangement. Only the Shinigami captain level can use this level of Kido without changing face. Anyway, you are already very good. Could it be that you really want to defeat Teacher Zephyr in a year? Polusalino came over and put his hand on Eisen's shoulder very casually. His words also represent the thoughts of other people in the elite camp. No matter how talented Eisen is, it is impossible to reach the level of Marine Admiral in a year, right? It's better to have a goal than to have no goal. In this regard, Eisen also smiled, and did not hide his true thoughts. I am already the strongest in the elite battalion, so it is impossible to chase after the end and say that my goal is to become stronger than Sakazuki and Polusalino, right? If you really say that, it will probably be interpreted as ridicule or something. Zephyr silently glanced at the crowd present, and finally set his eyes on Eisen. After a long silence, he shouted, "Everyone, assemble." Zephyr's extremely familiar call made everyone present immediately recall the days in the training camp. Everyone immediately gathered in front of Zephyr, among them Sakazuki was supported by Polusalino and Eisen. Only this upright fool got himself covered in bruises and fell into a coma. Probably because they understood the meaning of Zephyr's speech next, everyone remained silent and looked at Zephyr silently. After scanning everyone, Zephyr's gaze involuntarily fell on the 3 guys who were supporting each other. For some reason, Zephyr always had images of Garp, Sengoku, and himself in Zephyr's mind. This is probably the so-called inheritance. In the same era, due to certain factors of coincidence, 3 people with enough talent to serve as Marine Admiral gathered in one place, and they naturally attracted each other and became close friends. They used to be like Eisen, Sakazuki, Polusalino now. Of course, not just these 3, for Zephyr, everyone in the elite camp will definitely play a great role in the future. They will all be the pillars of Marine in the future, leading another new era of Marine. Zephyr feels lucky from the bottom of his heart to be able to teach this new age himself. There is no feast that never ends. I believe that everyone, like me, cherishes the days in the elite camp very much. Today, the last assessment is over. A year ago, you all relied on your strength to beat into the gate of the elite camp from me. Today I also used the method of beating to send you out of the elite camp. To be honest, I still have a lot of things that I want to teach you, and I also have a lot of experience that I want to pass on. However, after all, the road is made by oneself, and what I have taught you is almost the same. Mole, Hwashaishin, Doberman, Ghost Spider. Your performance and progress this year are very obvious, and I am also very pleased. Based on your performance, I will award you the rank of Colonel of Naval Headquarters. Apart from the 3 of Eisen and the others, more than 20 other people stood up at the same time and saluted Zephyr. Then came to Zephyr to accept the award ceremony. Then Zephyr looked at Eisen and the 3 of them again. To be honest, when the elite battalion was opened, Sengoku gave him the indicator that the first place in the elite battalion awarded the post of Colonel Marine. But with the extraordinary performance of the elite camp this year, it also made Sengoku pay special attention. Especially after the last fight with the Roger Pirates, the elite battalion remained undead. Therefore, after careful discussions between Zephyr and Sengoku, followed by an escalation to Kong, a decision was finally made. Eisen, Sakazuki, and Polusalino, to be honest, the strength of the 3 of you is already close to that of Marine Vice Admiral or even surpassing a part of Marine Vice Admiral. However, qualifications cannot be ignored after all, and the information that the Marine senior generals have come into contact with also needs to be assessed. After comprehensive consideration, the 3 of you will be awarded the Naval Headquarters Commodore position. Commodore. Although it sounds only one step away from the Colonel, it can be said that it is difficult for ordinary people to be promoted to Commodore. Commodore, anyway, has a general in his military rank, and he is a senior general of Marine. Commodore, it's okay, it's within expectations. Polusalino responded lazily, with a look of disinterest. Perhaps it is the same for him no matter what position he is in, he can be promoted by virtue of his own strength. Eisen, your situation is quite special. There are others besides Marine Commodore. Zephyr paused, and said, in addition to the rank of Marine Commodore, Sengoku also granted you a special advisor position for Naval Headquarters. What I do is also very simple, that is, to help treat some seriously injured people. This is also a matter of course. Eisen's strength and talent are amazing, but what is even more amazing should be Kaido's healing ability. This ability is even more powerful than Op Fruit, no matter what kind of injury it is, it can be recovered by Eisen's hand. Even ailments like Zephyr's asthma were cured together. With such a miracle doctor, Marine's high-end combat power will be greatly enhanced. Yes. Eisen nodded. Regarding this special advisor, Zephyr actually told him in advance, and today it was only officially announced. Special Counsel, Eisen is really. After hearing Zephyr's words, the crowd at the elite camp was also a little chaotic, and everyone was whispering. Although the position of Special Advisor has no actual military power, its status in Naval Headquarters is higher than that of General Vice Admiral. Now Eisen can be said to have reached the sky in one step. But everyone present didn't have the slightest jealousy towards Eisen. His strength is obvious to all, and it is only natural that he can get such an award. Okay, let's have a drink together tonight. After talking about the job arrangement, Zephyr's expression also immediately relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on the faces of everyone in the elite camp. This is completely different from the veneer instructor they were used to. Now you don't have to be so restrained. Everyone has worked hard in the training camp this year. Let's have a drink together today. You don't think you will dislike me as a teacher, right? Zephyr half-joked. Of course not. No matter how hard it is, today, 1 year later, we are very grateful for the teaching of Mr. Zephyr. Eisen said. Chapter 31 G1 Branch. To be honest, everyone has different personalities. After a year of running in and no conflicts, we can all be called friends. For Zephyr, although his requirements are strict, everyone understands that it is for their own good. Even Polusalino, who usually always fights against Zephyr, honestly did not open his mouth to make trouble. Although Eisen is usually a teetotaler, in yesterday's situation, he also drank a little. And those guys who can drink are almost drunk, and they haven't recovered until noon the next day. I don't know what the future holds. Looking at the group of people lying in the tavern, Eisen was also full of thoughts. To be honest, Marine is not particularly important to him, and his beliefs are different from everyone here. After leaving the tavern and returning to his dormitory to wash up, Eisen also changed into new clothes, which were the Marine general uniform sent over from Naval Headquarters. Now he is already a general of the Marine, and the clothes on his body are naturally custom-made. In the afternoon, everyone was almost awake from the wine, and after the whole group had packed up, they followed a warship to Naval Headquarters together. "Hey, are you all gone?" After the warship set off, Zephyr came to the port. For the emotions of the elite camp, Zephyr is the most devoted. After seeing this group of outstanding students leave, he also felt a little sentimental. After his wife and children died, he put all his attention on these students. He must still feel a little bit disappointed when everyone left here. But rather than disappointment, Zephyr actually had more anticipation in his heart. These little fellows taught by myself will definitely shine in the future. I'm cultivating heroes. Looking at the crowd going away, Zephyr sighed silently. Back at Naval Headquarters, before Eisen and the others disembarked, rows of Marines were already waiting for them. And the person at the head also thought it was surprising. Because this person turned out to be Marine Admiral Sengoku. Congratulations on graduating from the elite camp. In a year, not only Zephyr, but the generals of Naval Headquarters have paid special attention to the growth of your group. Your performance also surprised us very much. Sengoku is very greet them politely. Marine Admiral came to receive them in person, and this kind of treatment is probably rare. But it also represents the importance Naval Headquarters attaches to them. No matter how you say it, it is a good thing to be valued. At the same time, it is also equivalent to giving them a special identity. They were taught by Zephyr, and they can be called Marines direct troops. In the future, whether it is position or the right to speak, they will definitely preferential treatment over those promoted in other ways. After some simple greetings, Sengoku brought everyone to Kong's office, and then there were some specific job arrangements. They were all scattered and arranged to go out, and the marine branches in the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, the second half, and almost every area had arrangements. The only thing worth noting is that no 2 people are arranged in the same place, probably to prevent small groups from forming together, or there may be other considerations. This guy Polusalino was assigned to the New World G5 branch, and he needed to fight on the front line of the New World. But Sakazuki followed Sengoku, and there is a high probability that he will do some clerical work in the future. I have to say that the arrangement of Kong is really interesting. The job arrangements of other people are basically based on my personality, family environment, and personal intentions. But Polusalino and Sakazuki are the complete opposite. A lazy person wants to go to New World to fight, but a passionate fool is assigned to serve as a clerical job beside Sengoku. Even if the 2 protested on the spot, they were directly refuted. Both of you are very highly rated by Zephyr, and you even have a great hope of becoming Marine Admiral, but you need to improve your personality a little bit. Letting you do this kind of work is also for the future. Kong's words directly silenced the 2 of them. What he meant was very clear, the strength and potential of the 2 are enough, but the attitude is not good. If you want to be a Marine Admiral, you have to obey the arrangement honestly and sharpen your character. Marine Admirals are no different than Vice Admirals. They are of great significance to Marine, the world government, and even the whole world. Vice Admirals have some bad habits and problems. As long as it is not a matter of principle, they will not bother to deal with it. But there are only a few admirals in total, so let's set an example. The last is Eisen. You go to New World too. Go to the G1 branch and learn something from Garp. After thinking for a while, Kong chose to arrange Eisen to the G1 branch. In fact, they arranged for Eisen to stay in Naval Headquarters, the safest place at the beginning, and it was enough to help treat the wounded under the name of Special Advisor. But after Eisen showed extraordinary strength in the elite camp, they also had to consider the possibility of Eisen becoming Marine Admiral. It would be a shame to put a talent with Marine Admiral potential in Naval Headquarters. But in New World, Kong is also a little worried. As long as there is such a thing as a miracle doctor, people will always ask for it, and Kong can't guarantee that he will need Aizen's help one day in the future. So after a long time of comprehensive consideration, Kong decided to assign Eisen to the G1 branch, so that Eisen can get corresponding training and skills, and with Garp beside him, his safety can be guaranteed. As for how strong Garp is, I don't need to go into details. G1 branch. Hearing Kong's arrangement, Eisen didn't show much expression, as if he knew this would be the result. Before coming here, Eisen simply analyzed that for Kong, placing himself in the G1 branch is the most suitable choice. In this way, there were only 2 people who went directly to New World to report. Except for Eisen and Polusalino, none of them were directly sent to New World. Although they have been interns at New World for a period of time, they are still newcomers after all, and the safest thing is to grow slowly step by step. When Eisen arrived at the G1 branch, Garp happened to be in the branch too. To be honest, it was a bit of luck. Generally speaking, Garp doesn't stay in the G1 branch honestly, but chases Roger pirates all over the world. Chapter 32 Holding a meeting. Probably lost someone again, so Garp reluctantly returned to the G1 branch and continued to wait for news. To be honest, the only person who can do this kind of thing is probably Garp. Garp is not Marine Admiral, but his influence is higher than that of Marine Admiral. It is precisely because of this that he guards the G1 branch. Even though he often doesn't stay in the G1 branch, just relying on the name of the Marine hero makes the group of pirates frightened. No way, this guy's reputation is too high. The overlord of the last era, the Rocks pirates, fell into the hands of Garp. However, in Kong's eyes, Garp has a thick nerve, and what he does is a bit incomprehensible. But from Eisen's point of view, Garp is very easy to understand, and this single-minded guy is the simplest type. Zephyr's student, 24 years old, the overall strength evaluation is Marine Vice Admiral. The destructive power of Marine Admiral can be obtained in a short burst, but the combat power will be greatly weakened after the burst. The realm above the Great Swordsman, mastering the 2-color haki proficiently, suspected to possess Conqueror's haki. Although this information is simple, the content is more amazing than the last. Garp, who is almost 50 years old, can barely see any gray hair. He sits in his office with his legs crossed, picking his nose with one hand, and holding the report written by Zephyr in his hand. In fact, Garp had already dealt with Eisen when he came to pick up Zephyr before, and he had heard about the 3 monster students in Eisen's hands. However, looking at the analysis report written by Zephyr himself, Garp feels that Eisen is like a perfect human being no matter how he looks at it. If he didn't know what kind of person choosy he is, he would probably think it was bragging. Vice Admiral Garp is overrated, and I'm not strong enough right now. Eisen replied very modestly. But this is true, because Eisen's goal is not just a small Marine Admiral level. Eisen, who merged with Hogyaku at his peak, can be called a real god. If this is the goal, he is indeed still far behind. Okay, you don't need to be polite and modest. Zephyr can give you such an evaluation, which shows that you are not simple. I think your qualifications seem to be quite versatile, so first help me manage the G1 branch thing. As if thinking of something, Garp showed a malicious smile. The guy smiled like that, and Eisen suddenly had a bad feeling, and thinking of Garp's personality of going out and running around all day, Eisen suddenly realized something. Sure enough, just as soon as he went to work the next day, Eisen regretted it a bit. This is the document accumulated by Vice Admiral Garp in the last 3 months that has not yet been processed. 2 Marine soldiers came to Eisen's desk with a large stack of documents each, and put the documents that looked about one person's height on his desk. The 3-month matter has not been dealt with? Is the base of the G1 branch not in operation at all? Eisen looked at the documents in front of him, covering his head with a painful expression. If there are no accidents, the G1 branch is operating according to the normal process, but some things can only be stranded without Vice Admiral Garp coming forward. In the end, if it is really uncertain, it can only be reported to the headquarters. The Marine soldier who came in also answered honestly, and he could only express his condolences for Eisen's situation. Okay, let's talk about what Vice Admiral Garp usually does. Eisen asked weakly. Eat senbei, sleep, and chase Roger pirates. The Marine soldier summed up what Garp did in a very simple and easy to understand manner. All in all, Garp ignored all troublesome things. Fine. Eisen replied helplessly. Immediately, he started to deal with the documents on the table. Although there was nothing serious about it, after all, there were so many people, so many strange things would always happen. But fortunately, he still has those memories of Eisen handling official duties when he was the captain of Shinigami in his memory. With the blessing of hundreds of years of experience, he can process documents very quickly. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3. For 3 whole days, Eisen has been dealing with various government affairs. He has accumulated 3 months of affairs, and he only took 3 days to deal with them all. At the same time, it also gave Eisen an overall understanding of the new world environment. Please inform Vice Admiral Garp and ask him to convene more than one Commodore. No, just let Vice Admiral Garp and 5 other Vice Admirals come to the meeting room together. After finishing these documents, Eisen told the orderly next to him. Although these few days have been dealing with trivial matters, there are also some hidden information that need to be sorted out. After sorting it out, Eisen found that there seemed to be a huge problem in the G1 branch. Of course, although he is only a Commodore and has no right to hold this kind of meeting, Garp has almost entrusted him with everything here, and now he can be regarded as one of the representatives of the G1 branch. Soon, Garp, who was lying in the office and eating senbei, also got the news. He was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Have you already dealt with so many things so quickly? Just go and listen to what he has to say. To be honest, Garp originally thought that Eisen would be qualified if he could handle those things within a month, but he didn't expect that he could handle everything in an orderly manner in just 3 days. Immediately afterwards, he summoned the other 5 Vice Admirals currently in charge of the G1 branch to the meeting room in his own name. Several other Vice Admirals were also very puzzled when they received the notice. Usually Garp is a person who paddles all day long. Why is he suddenly interested in doing such a thing today? But an order is an order, and since they received it, they immediately rushed to the direction of the conference room. When they came to the meeting room, they randomly found a seat and sat down. Just after several Vice Admirals sat down, Eisen just arrived in the meeting room, and this was the first time he met these Vice Admirals. Hello Vice Admirals, I'm Marine Commodore Eisen who just came here, and I've met Vice Admirals a few times before. Eisen smiled and greeted several people. Yeah. I didn't expect you to become a Marine Commodore in such a short time. I think I was just a Marine Commodore when I was your age. An older Vice Admiral smiled gently. Ulysses Vice Admiral, you are overrated. Eisen nodded. This is not a compliment. We witnessed the encounter between you and the Roger pirates. Unfortunately, those guys ran away. I didn't expect you to graduate from the elite camp in such a short time, and you just happened to come to our G1 branch. Ulysses Vice Admiral laughed. Chapter 33 Eisen's Guess. When Eisen and the Roger pirates encountered before, he was also one of the people who came to the rescue. The rest of the Vice Admirals also nodded repeatedly. Some of them went there on the spot, and some still guarded the G1 branch, but they still knew something about the battle situation of the elite battalion. Especially the fight between Eisen and Pluton Rayleigh, which still leaves a scar on the man's eye, is just amazing. Moreover, several people have been working in Marine for so many years, and they can also see what it means for Kong to arrange Eisen to study with Garp. In the future, Eisen's achievements will definitely surpass these old guys. At the age of 24, he was recognized by the highest level of Marine, and he was also a disciple of Zephyr. Okay, stop chatting. Didn't you say you are going to hold a meeting? Let's talk about things directly. At this moment, Garp suddenly interrupted the rhythm of the exchange of politeness. Eisen didn't feel embarrassed, so he immediately got into the mood. I asked Vice Admiral Garp to initiate this meeting instead. I just came to the G1 branch in the past few days to process all the documents that need to be processed in the past few months. For a moment. Among them, I found something that was not quite right, so I need several Vice Admirals to discuss it together. Not quite right. Garp frowned slightly. Asking him to summon Vice Admiral from the G1 branch to come together, this strange thing is obviously unusual. Yes, I noticed that the average number of openings of the Door of Justice in the G1 branch is as high as 40 times a month. I deliberately found the previous data. Before that, the number of openings of the Door of Justice was basically 30 times a month. The following. This should be nothing, right? It is normal for warships to come in and out every day. Garp asked a little puzzled. He thought that Eisen had discovered some major problem, and that was it. The other vice admirals also looked at Eisen in confusion. Isn't it because the gate of justice has been opened a little more often? This is not a big problem. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is indeed not a big deal, but this data is obviously abnormal. After investigation, I got some strange information from the soldiers guarding the gate of justice. According to their descriptions, they have always seen several vice admirals returning to the G1 branch in a small boat in recent months. Although they feel a little confused, several vice admirals have the right to pass freely, so they just let it go. But the biggest problem is coming. Based on my overall understanding of the G1 branch in the past few days, what those soldiers said, when they saw several vice admirals coming back from the outside, are actually several vice admirals in the headquarters. Do your own thing in there. As soon as Eisen said this, the faces of everyone present changed. Seeing them come back from the outside in a small boat. How can this be? They usually need to guard the G1 branch, even if they go out to perform some missions, they are all on warships. That guy is talking nonsense. The old man has been guarding the G1 branch for the past 3 months, and he hasn't left a single step. At this time, an old vice admiral who looked about 60 years old slapped the table angrily, with a particularly gloomy face. "Dewey Vice Admiral, please don't be angry. After some analysis, I found that the problem may not be within the G1 branch." Seeing that the old vice admiral was angry, Eisen hurriedly comforted him. His words just now were indeed a bit misleading. "It didn't appear inside, you mean, someone pretended to be us and sneaked into the G1 branch." Garp is not stupid either, he immediately understood what Eisen was trying to say. "That's right, I have observed the Marine soldiers guarding the gate of justice, and they are not suspected of lying. More importantly, I found one thing. The number of times the incoming supplies were plundered has tripled." As soon as Eisen said this, everyone's face became serious. They are very clear about the recent increase in the number of plunders of the Marine supply ship. Originally, they just thought that there were more pirates near the G1 branch, but they never expected such a conclusion. At the same time, this also refreshed the impression of the vice admirals on Eisen. Both things seemed very common, but Eisen was able to catch some clues to connect them. "According to the information I checked recently, this guy should be the most suspected one." Saying so, Eisen picked up a bounty order. Katrin Daime, nicknamed Crescent Moon Hunter. Zoan Phantom Beast in Yuga Fruit Nine Tails is the most dangerous female pirate. So that's the case. If it's this guy, I can understand. Nine Tails Fox form ability users have the ability to transform into others, even clothes and heights can become exactly the same. No wonder those soldiers said that they saw us frequently entering and leaving the G1 branch. This guy ran into the G1 branch and stole our information, and then asked someone to intercept Marine's supplies on the road. It's disgusting. Seeing this woman, everyone can say that they completely trusted Eisen's guess. Everything has become so reasonable. The Genzuki hunters transformed into the vice admirals. They could freely enter and exit through the devil fruit ability of the Phantom Beast, and then came to the G1 branch to steal information, and then left and robbed their supplies. If that guy dares to come in like this next time, I will make sure they never return. Dewey Vice Admiral's temper was also quite fiery, and he clenched his fists with an angry expression on his face. As one of the few radicals in the Marine, this old man's temper is also very hot. At such an age, he could have gone back to retire, but he still insisted on being on the front line of the New World battlefield. Probably, this old Vice Admiral was also poisoned by the evil deeds of pirates when he was young. The other Vice Admirals were also used to this one's violent temper, so they didn't say much. It's a matter of course. We have been attacked by these pirates so many times, and now we must take revenge. Eisen nodded. "Boy, do you have a plan in mind?" Garp asked. Probably only Garp, a guy who didn't care about anything, would call him so unceremoniously. Of course, Eisen will not be annoyed by this, as he and Garp are far behind in terms of strength and status. Our latest supply is tomorrow. The document confirming that the order was issued was 2 days ago. Just 2 days ago, there was an abnormal opening of the door of justice, so our supply line is very likely to be attacked this time. Chapter 34 Arrest Operation. Eisen said. Although it is true, things are not that simple at all. There are too many places to attack on the way from the supply ship to the G1 branch. Garp frowned. Although the problem has been found out, It is impossible to completely solve it. So easy. How about we ambush directly on the supply ship? Dewey Vice Admiral suggested. Although the opponent is the Crescent Moon Hunter, these Vice Admirals are not vegetarian. Although I can do this, the possibility of directly catching the opponent is very small. If I were that ability user, I would definitely use my ability to go to the ship to find out the situation before choosing whether to attack. It's going to be hard to catch this guy again. Eisen shook his head, indicating that this method is not feasible. Then what are we going to do? The supply line is so long, it's impossible for us to set up ambushes in every place. Dewey Vice Admiral clenched his fists and his face looked rather ugly. I have already figured out how to ambush. Caitlin Daime and the others always start at around 6 o'clock in the morning. If the time is right, those guys should be ambushing near this sea area. If we go to ambush now, there should be time. Eisen pointed to a sea area on the map in front of him and explained. Since you've thought about it so much, let's just listen to the arrangement. Garp was the first to express his opinion. He wasn't good at this kind of brain work at all. Judging from Eisen's ability to analyze and deal with things, he is definitely an intellectual player comparable to Tsuru Vice Admiral and Sengoku. Garp is the same, just listen to these brainy people. Several other Vice Admirals also nodded, agreeing to do what Eisen said. In this way, after the statements of several Vice Admirals, Eisen also became the sole leader of this operation. Although it will not have any impact on his position, it will quickly increase his influence in the G1 branch, perhaps second only to Garp. After all, in addition to a Marine Commodore position, there is also a Special Advisor position. Just like Crane Vice Admiral, although it is Marine Vice Admiral, as the General Staff of Naval Headquarters, his importance is almost the same as that of Marshal Sengoku. Even Marine Admiral has to obey Crane's arrangements. Soon, 3 warships set off. Eisen was naturally on one warship with Garp, while the other 2 warships were guarded by 2 Marine Vice Admirals. The opponent is the famous Crescent Moon Hunter. It is difficult for an ordinary Marine Vice Admiral to subdue the opponent in a 1v1 situation, and there is even a high probability of losing. Only the 2 of them can be guaranteed. The guys in Marine are really naive. We have robbed so many supplies and haven't found any problems yet. On a certain island in the New World, a very trendy, but heavily made up, ugly-looking woman taunted Marine with disdain. To be honest, many people in this world look very strange, and those who can be called beautiful women are probably just passerby characters in some daily anime. But overall, it doesn't make people feel particularly disgusted. But this woman was different, with a long nose and a ferocious face. She was as tall as a man. Coupled with that attire, it is really disgusting. This woman is Caitlin Daime, known as the most dangerous female pirate. The guy who can use the adjective most is not a simple character in this world. Although he is not as good as the 3 big pirates, the difficulty of this guy may only be felt after fighting in person. After all, the captain is the demon fruit power of the Phantom Beast. Those idiot Marines can't tell the difference after transformation. One of his subordinates flattered with a touch of flattery. Although I know it's flattery, but Caitlin Daime is obviously very useful, and this guy's flattery is very good. This time I robbed Marines' things and traded them with the evil government king, so I can exchange some new clothes for me. Caitlin Daime looked exceedingly happy at the thought of new and fashionable clothes. Although his face is really unflattering, he is particularly interested in luxury goods such as expensive cosmetics, clothes, and so on. She robbed so much money, basically spent it in these places. When the sky began to gradually darken, the supply ship from Naval Headquarters stopped at an uninhabited island to rest as scheduled. At the same time, an almost imperceptible boat slowly approached the island in the darkness. Eisen and Garp opened their eyes at the same time. Coming! The observation haki of the 2 locked onto the boat below with great precision. Are you sure it's Caitlin Daime? Garp asked Eisen. Eisen took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. All the inferences will be fine. If it wasn't for them, it would just be a coincidence. And I can feel that there is a very strong presence among those guys. Eisen's perception ability is slightly better than Garp's, especially those with stronger perception ability. His observation haki is probably the same as Enel's heart network. By combining Ryutsu and observation haki, Eisen's observation haki can detect even more than an island. And you can also roughly feel the opponent's strength level by directly judging the strength of the opponent's soul. Let's go then. It's time to close the net too. Garp nodded. The other vice admirals should be fine. Eisen asked a little uncertainly. Except for them, Eisen has never seen the other 4 vice admirals who followed up in the original work, and there is no way to predict their strength. And Crescent Moon Hunter is someone who can become the cadre of the 4 emperors in the future. It is very difficult for an ordinary vice admiral to deal with a guy of this level. Don't worry, those guys are not weak. Don't underestimate Marine Vice Admiral. Garp laughed. On this side, Catherine Daime's boat had just landed on the island, and immediately after that, all the boats preparing to ambush were dispatched. The 3 warships surrounded their ship directly, and the last remaining direction was facing the direction of the small island. Unless Catherine Daime can fly the ship like Golden Lion and fly over the land of the island, she can only choose to rush directly. Hey! Are you kidding me? Where did these warships come from? Catherine Daime's rough voice came out, and they who had just disembarked looked back, and the 3 warships directly pressed up. Chapter 35 Single Interception. Get back to the ship immediately. Not daring to think too much, the group immediately returned to the pirate ship, ready to find a way to break through. Vice Admiral Garp, I'll go over and stop those guys first. Seeing the opponent's actions, Eisen frowned, said this to Garp, and disappeared in front of Garp the next moment. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Eisen appeared directly on Catherine Daime's boat. On the deck, more than 100 pirates are busy doing things. Put down your arms and don't resist. If you are obedient, I can send you to impel down intact. Holding Kyoka Suijutsu in his hand, Eisen looked at the group of pirates on the boat and smiled. Huh? It's just a Marine Commodore? How much does Marine look down on my old lady, sending such a guy up to die? When she heard Eisen's voice just now, Catherine Daime was startled. But when I look back at Eisen's clothes, it turns out that the opponent is nothing more than a Marine Commodore. He's still quite young, so it's a pity to kill him just like that. One person dares to run wild on our pirate ship. Do you know who our captain is? A bounty of 200 million Baileys. Nicknamed Crescent Moon Hunter, what do you think you can do with a Marine Commodore? For Eisen, a young man, these pirates all had expressions of disdain. Catherine Daime didn't pay much attention to Eisen at all. What can be done? Soon you will find out. As Eisen's calm words fell, Eisen slammed forward and drew his sword, swinging it from bottom to top. Boom. It was just a random drawing of the sword, and a 10-meter-high sword aura instantly rose from the ground, piercing through the entire pirate ship like a roar. The pirate in the middle was ruthlessly dismembered from the middle. What followed was that the entire pirate ship was cut cleanly. This slash, is this guy a great swordsman? Catherine Daime's eyes widened suddenly, and she stared in Eisen's direction in disbelief. Only in his early 20s, most people probably haven't even touched the realm of a swordsman, but Eisen can already wield the level of a great swordsman. At this moment, Catherine Daime immediately had a person's information in her mind. Looking at your expression, I seem to have guessed who I am. Eisen said slowly as he stepped on the boat that had begun to tilt and was slowly sinking into the bottom of the sea. I didn't expect it to be you. A few days ago, Marine's news was full of reports about Zephyr's disciples. You must be the best among them. Besides, there are 2 Logia devil fruit monsters. Catherine Daime Kaido. The apprentice of Marine Admiral Zephyr, this name is not small at all. Other information can be falsified, and the actual strength may not be accurately judged, but the word great swordsman is definitely the most important. She also witnessed the slash that Eisen swung just now, and she was able to cut such a large ship neatly and easily. Eisen's strength may not be weaker than hers. Thank you for the compliment, but no matter what you say, I can't let you go easily. Eisen raised Kyoka Suijutsu in his hand. Little ghost, it's not certain who will let it go. I'm a Crescent Moon Hunter. The next moment, Catherine Daime pulled out the knife from her waist and rushed towards Eisen. Boom. The deck under her feet was crushed in an instant, and Catherine Daime flew straight towards Eisen. The distance between the two was almost 10 meters, but the speed of this guy's instant explosion was almost less than a second. The clock is in front of Eisen. Interesting. Eisen was a little surprised by Catherine Daime's speed, but that was all. The moment Catherine Daime arrived, a silver-white slash slashed across. I don't know when, Eisen has arrived behind the opponent. Hiss. The sound of the cloth being torn was heard, and Catherine Daime looked at the cut clothes around her waist and the bloodline dripping wound under the clothes, with a look of horror on her extremely ugly face. What a fast knife, how can this guy's sword skills be so terrifying? It was just a fight, and Catherine Daime had already determined the level of Aizen's swordsmanship. They are all masters with knives, and this level cannot be faked. As expected of a pirate with 200 million people, it is still very powerful to be able to block this knife. There is still a long time before the advent of the era of great pirates, and the quality of bounties offered by these pirates in this era is still very high. Don't talk to my mother in a condescending tone. As soon as the words fell, the knife in Catherine Daime's hand burst out with great force, rolling forward with a strong air wave, and the shock wave visible to the naked eye directly hit Aizen's body. Bakudo No. 8 Rebuke. Eisen pointed a finger forward, and a shield made of spiritual power appeared in front of him, blocking the impact of Crescent Hunter's explosion. But the pirates around Eisen were not so lucky. A group of people were directly knocked out by this slash, overturning the already broken hull, and more than half of the deck was soaked in seawater. All the other pirates next to her were too frightened to speak, and the most dangerous female pirate really wasn't just talking. Even his own subordinates attacked mercilessly, just like a lunatic. Shield? What kind of strange ability is this? Although he couldn't see the spiritual power, Crescent Moon Hunter could roughly sense that it was a shield. But although she felt very surprised, she was also a master anyway, and immediately adjusted her emotions and rushed directly towards Eisen. Facing the extremely oppressive style of play, Eisen still waved Kyoka Suijutsu in his hand very calmly to defend. The sword blades collided continuously, making the sound of metal and sword intersecting, and sparks continued to splash between the two. Keng keng keng. In just a few seconds, the two had fought dozens of times, and the surrounding pirates were even more stunned. Isn't this guy a Commodore? It's outrageous, isn't it? To be able to fight the captain to such an extent. These things don't matter, right? Marine's warships are already surrounded. How are we going to escape? A group of pirates are as anxious as ants on a hot pot, it doesn't matter how lively the fight is over there. However, the commotion of other pirates around did not affect the two. But the more she fought against Eisen, the more surprised Catherine Daime felt. This guy's swordsmanship is completely different from the system I know, and it completely surpasses the cognition of this world. Chapter 36 News of the Evil King Pizarro. Pooh. Eisen seized an opportunity and directly cut off Catherine Daime's left shoulder. However, this guy didn't cry out in pain, let alone scream, and swung the knife in his backhand directly towards Eisen's neck. Seeing this, Eisen also retreated in time, dodging Catherine Daime's knife. Hato S-31 Red Cannon. The moment Eisen retreated, a ball of flame shot out directly from his hand, and even the ground was burnt with a long charred mark. Those who can. In addition to swordsmanship, Eisen has demonstrated two strange abilities. This couldn't help but make Catherine Daime guess. No wonder he got to fight Pluton Rayleigh and get a scar over that guy's eye. The best swordsmanship in the world, coupled with strange means, is enough to make the current Eisen step into the ranks of the strong. Captain. Don't waste any more time with this guy. Marine is almost here, retreat quickly. Captain. The crew members of Catherine Daime yelled at her, the speed of these Marines is really too efficient. Idiot, do you think I don't know about this kind of thing? Catherine Daime cast a dissatisfied glance at the people around her. She wanted to leave, but their ships had already been destroyed. Besides, this guy obviously doesn't intend to let me go. Looking at Eisen's calm gaze, Catherine Daime frowned. Let's go together, kill this guy first, then find a warship to snatch him away. That's right, kill this guy first. At this time, all members of Catherine Daime's pirate group swarmed in the direction of Eisen, and they had a chance to escape after killing Eisen. Did you charge up so recklessly? It seems that I still think highly of you pirates. Facing so many people swarming up, Eisen showed no nervous expression. The king, the mask of flesh and blood, all phenomena, flutters its wings and flies high, and the one who bears the name of human beings, truth, and restraint, stand on the wall of an innocent dream with only minions. Among the roaring pirates, Eisen's calm voice was particularly harsh. At the same time, a large amount of Ryotsu is gathered in the hand. Hato S-33, Blue Flame Pendant. Ryotsu in the right hand burst out. Boom. The overwhelming blue fire spewed out, instantly hitting the pirates rushing towards Eisen, including Catherine Daime, who were all hit. When the flames disappeared, The pirates who rushed towards Eisen smelled of burnt fire one by one. Judging from this situation, many people probably don't need to be sent to the crematorium for disposal. Catherine Daime was the only one who was able to stand up after bearing this blow. Step, 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 step. Before Catherine Daime came back to her senses, there was a sound of orderly footsteps, and a group of Marines were jumping down around the guardrail, and quickly surrounded them all. Just now you seemed to think that as long as you defeat me, you can break through and leave? Unfortunately, in fact, besides me, there are 5 other Vice Admirals involved in the operation. And Vice Admiral Garp also took part in the operation himself. Be honest and wait for death. Eisen smiled, and didn't care about the injured Catherine Daime. Surrounded by so many people, and with the presence of several Vice Admirals, it would be a surprise if she could turn around. The next thing is relatively simple. Facing Garp and several other Vice Admirals, Catherine Daime also understood that it was useless to resist. If she resisted now, she might be beaten to death directly. But if he obeyed the arrangement honestly, he might be able to be sent to Impel Down intact. Not long after, they brought Catherine Daime back to the G1 branch, and put her directly in prison. When she was locked in, Catherine Daime's face was also swollen in several places, and it is said that she was beaten up by a bad-tempered Vice Admiral. After thinking about it for a while, it seems normal. Marine's recent supply ship has been robbed by this guy quite a few times. Besides, even if such people were beaten, no one would condemn them. Like Impel Down, there is also baptism before entering prison. The so-called baptism is to throw the prisoner into 100-degree water for sterilization. And each floor has a unique form of torture, so each level is given the title of hell, and the prisoner's torture intensifies with each descending level. It was just 2 slaps, and even if he was killed directly, there would be no problem. The torture chamber of the G1 branch. Eisen was sitting right in front of him, and behind him were several well-dressed Marine soldiers, waiting for Eisen's order. On the opposite side of him was Catherine Daime, who had just been beaten and pulled out. Cut. Catherine Daime spat and shouted at Eisen, "Hey! Don't bother me if you want to interrogate me. I'm quite interested in your torture." I have to say that with such a high bounty, Catherine Daime still has a lot of backbone, so it's no wonder she was imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down. This guy's degree of danger is quite unusual. The torture is indeed very effective for ordinary criminals, but it is definitely useless for a guy like you. Faced with Catherine Daime's reluctance, Eisen had already expected it. But what I want to say is, you should be wondering how we knew you planned to ambush there. Eisen's words stunned Catherine Daime, who seemed a bit indifferent. Her devil fruit ability will never go wrong, and she has personally seen the content of the escort route. Why did Marine suddenly decide to come to this place for an ambush? If there is no 100% accurate information, Catherine Daime thinks it is impossible. All this is thanks to your partner in the City of Sin, who provided us with accurate information through an anonymous phone call. Impossible. That fellow Pizarro has no reason to betray me. Catherine Daime slammed the table and shouted angrily. Pizarro. Hearing this name, Eisen's expression froze immediately, and the pen in his hand fell directly on the table. Isn't that the name of the guy who ruined his hometown? Did the Pizarro guy escape after Zephyr rescued him? Chapter 37 Betrayal of the Alliance. Eisen's performance as if struck by lightning is fully displayed in the eyes of Garp and others on the other side of the one-way mirror. What's the matter? Didn't that kid say he wanted to trick the other party? Why is it like this now? Ulysses Vice Admiral gave Garp a puzzled look. I saw Garp shaking his head. Others may not have paid much attention, but Garp often chats with Zephyr and knows about Eisen's life experience. That Pizarro was the pirate who destroyed Eisen's hometown, and it was that coincidence that Eisen joined the Marine with Zephyr. As soon as Garp said this, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became heavy. Many people who are Marines here have similar experiences to Eisen, so everyone can understand Eisen's current expression. Then, do you want to terminate the interrogation first? Ulysses Vice Admiral suggested softly. Faced with the current situation, it is obviously inappropriate to continue to let Eisen do this kind of thing. Let's take a look first. That kid is not such a fragile person. After Garp hesitated, he didn't choose to let Eisen come out immediately. To be able to achieve such a high achievement in Kendo, Eisen's heart should be extremely strong, and this incident may also be a good thing for him. Indeed, in fact, as Garp judged, Eisen's heart is very strong. The person you're talking about is Obolo Pizarro, right? The guy nicknamed the Evil King. I didn't expect that it was this person who provided information to Marine. After calming down, Eisen pretended to be surprised and said, "That's right, that BD." Catherine Daime was completely unaware that Eisen was tricking her, and directly spoke out about her trading partners behind her back. "Since that's the case, should we cooperate to capture that guy Pizarro?" Eisen asked tentatively. "What an idiot. I'm a pirate, how can I cooperate with you Marines? It won't do me any good." Catherine Daime cast a disdainful glance at Eisen. She has no obligation to cooperate with Marine, even if the other party wants to torture him. Who said there is no benefit? That guy Pizarro betrayed you, don't you want revenge? For you pirates, it doesn't matter what kind of alliance relationship you have, right? It's just a group of guys who betrayed each other. That's right, for pirates, such things as betrayal are too common. Especially the alliance between pirates and pirates. Catherine Daime is obviously not a good person, not to mention the news she has now that Pizarro has betrayed her. After thinking for a while, Catherine Daime said, "How do you want me to cooperate with you?" "It's very simple. We will first send a message to tell Pizarro that the operation here has failed. Then you can still trade with him as usual." "No problem, that guy actually dared to lie to my old lady, and my old lady will not be a human if she doesn't get back with revenge." Catherine Daime agreed without even thinking about it. Anyway, she's been arrested, and it would be nice to have a companion on the way. Marine's information is very accurate. She didn't think about it at all, or deliberately avoided thinking about such things. She has already been arrested, and Pizarro, who is cooperating with her behind the scenes, still wants to live a chic life? She can't understand this kind of thing. That's fine, you can use the phone bug to contact Pizarro directly. Our side will also hurry up and pass on the information. After speaking, Eisen directly returned Catherine Daime's phone bug to her. He was also not worried about whether Catherine Daime would use this opportunity to report to Pizarro and startle the snake. Pirates are pirates after all, a group of guys with no moral bottom line, betraying each other is a very common thing. Just put away the things after the phone call, and lock her back up. After giving instructions to the people beside him, Eisen walked out of the torture room directly. Seeing Eisen walk out, several vice admirals who were more concerned about his condition quickly surrounded him. This time the action plan was completely planned by Eisen alone, and now everyone has no doubts about Eisen's ability. For such a new Marine star, the veterans naturally don't want Eisen to be depressed because of the previous events. It seems that the seniors have already understood my affairs. Seeing the expressions of these old vice admirals, Eisen immediately guessed what was going on. "Don't worry, I won't be hit because of this. But Vice Admiral Garp, can you let me go to Pizarro alone to take revenge?" "Alone? You?" Hearing Eisen's request, Garp also felt a little embarrassed. Although the battle with Catherine Daime has shown them the strength of Eisen, but the villainous King Obolo Pizarro is not a vegetarian either. And Eisen still requires one person to solve the entire pirate group, which is undoubtedly even more difficult. Actually, you don't need to be so extreme, right? As long as you can defeat Pizarro, isn't it all right? Although Eisen, your strength is stronger than the rest of us, but that guy is the notorious evil king after all. Ulysses Vice Admiral also advised Eisen. The previous impression of Eisen was only from newspapers and past record analysis. Today's battle with Crescent Moon Hunter allowed them to see with their own eyes how strong Eisen is. But that's why they didn't want Eisen to take the risk. In case, even just in case, if something goes wrong with Eisen, it will definitely be a big loss for Marine. In terms of strength, it already has the potential of Marine Admiral, and in terms of resourcefulness, it is not inferior to Sengoku and Crane, and there is also a magical healing method. They can't afford to gamble. Please. No matter what, please let me be willful once. Eisen bowed very solemnly to Garp, as if this matter meant a lot to him. Eisen boy you, hey. Seeing Eisen's appearance, Garp was a little overwhelmed, and finally sighed helplessly. He can also see that Eisen has a deep obsession with Pizarro. From a rational point of view, he thinks that such a young man should be allowed to make a decision with his past. Otherwise, no matter how strong the strength is, if the mentality is affected, it is very likely that the talent will be ruined. Zephyr is the most stark example, because the family's affairs directly depressed for a long time. Okay, I agree with this matter, but you must pay attention to your safety. If you lose the enemy, you must leave immediately. I will personally support you on the surrounding warships. Chapter 38 Absolute Crushing. This is Garp's final bottom line. Eisen can single out the Evil King's pirate group alone, but he has to watch from the nearest sea area so that he can rescue them in time. Thank you. Eisen nodded. After turning around and leaving the room, Eisen looked carefully at the surrounding environment. He seemed to be very depressed because of Pizarro's incident, but he smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes showed an unknown light. Finally a chance to try hollow research. Dawn Strait. This is the name of a certain sea area in the New World. At the same time, it is also the place where the evil King Pizarro traded with the Crescent Moon hunter Catherine Dme. The surrounding field of vision is very wide, and you can see the movement of Marine at any time. A medium-sized pirate ship is stopping here. Captain, that woman's boat is approaching. Suddenly, a pirate on the ship reported to Pizarro. Is it finally here? Little ones, pull the boat over, and when we get the things from that woman, let's go and have a good time. Good. Hearing Pizarro's words, a group of pirates roared excitedly. The reason why this group of people follow Pizarro is also very simple, because this guy is very good at trading and making money. People who follow him can always eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Pirates are originally a group of people who are restless and lazy. How many of those so-called people who take risks for freedom? Most of them don't want to do ordinary jobs, and rely on their physical advantages to rob and plunder directly. Therefore, they naturally like a captain like Pizarro very much. Wait, Captain, there seems to be something wrong on the other side. They didn't respond to our signal, and they didn't see any familiar people on board. Suddenly, a subordinate came to Pizarro. What? Hearing this, Pizarro's face changed. He got up and ran to the deck, picked up the binoculars and began to observe the situation over there. Sure enough, no one was seen on the other party's boat, which is obviously something wrong. Damn it! Something must have happened to that guy. Retreat immediately. Out of vigilance, Pizarro did not choose to confront the opponent directly, but chose to run away without hesitation. Although he didn't want to admit it, the strength of that woman, Catherine Dme, was almost on par with him. Something happened to that woman, and Pizarro didn't want to gamble. Boom! A flash of thunder instantly penetrated the air, and Pizarro dodged the sudden attack immediately by relying on his instinct. But the pirate behind him was not so lucky. The rough thunder directly penetrated his head, and his flesh and blood exploded. The terrifying power caused the people around him to take 2 steps away. To be honest, I thought you had been captured by Zephyr, but I didn't expect you to escape. Eisen stepped on the air and walked towards Pizarro step by step. But it's true, after being rescued by Zephyr and waking up, I really didn't see Pizarro, and I didn't hear Zephyr talk about this guy. It's just that he simply thought that with the strength of Zephyr, the Marine Admiral, Pizarro shouldn't be able to escape. Zephyr? Are you from Cromwell? Pizarro's eyes immediately became gloomy. In that small town a year ago, he thought it would be an ordinary hunt, but he didn't expect that Marine Admiral Zephyr would be attracted in the end. At the beginning, nearly 3/4 of his men were dead before he managed to escape with his last breath. Have you forgotten so quickly? But it's true, for pirates like you, there should be countless tragedies like what happened in my hometown. Pizarro didn't have an impression of himself, and he thought it was normal. There were too many people like them who were slaughtered by pirates at will. Just like normal people eat every day, who cares about the difference between today's meal and yesterday's meal? No matter who you are, you dare to come here to act wildly by yourself, don't you think me too little? Looking behind, he found that there were no other pursuers behind Eisen, and Pizarro's gaze suddenly became fierce again. It's just an unknown Marine Commodore. He can't even handle this level. In any case, at this time, in Pizarro's eyes, Eisen has already been labeled as mortal. Immediately, Pizarro's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. The speed is good. Eisen's eyes were fixed. He was completely different from the man he was a year ago and the man he is now. When facing Pizarro at the beginning, the feeling of embarrassment disappeared, replaced by absolute self-confidence. Now I can clearly see your every move with observation Haki. Suddenly, Eisen twisted his neck to the side, dodging Pizarro's attack just right. It was a fist that almost brushed his face. I still have something to talk to you alone, so it's better to be a little more serious. Aizen's flat voice sounded in Pizarro's ear, and looking sideways, Pizarro felt that his whole brain was frozen for a moment. What kind of eyes are those? High and high, there is a kind of cold gaze that does not take human life seriously. It seems that for Eisen, they are like experimental objects piled up in the laboratory. What's the matter with this guy? Isn't it a little too dangerous? That kind of natural superiority made Pizarro's voice heavy. 78 of Hato. Eisen raised a hand, and an extremely dangerous ryotsu emanated from his body. That suffocating feeling, Pizarro felt as if his blood was about to freeze. Everyone, run away. Not daring to hesitate, Pizarro immediately yelled at the crew behind him. On Eisen's body, he smelled an extremely terrible breath. But it's a pity that within the range of this ship, where can they hide even if they want to hide? Moreover, it was too late for Pizarro to remind these pirates. Cut China wheel. Accompanied by Eisen's voice, a super wide-range slash flying past the entire pirate ship. The sharp slash quickly cut through the bodies of the surrounding pirates. The blood-stained deck appeared before Pizarro's eyes. All his subordinates were killed. But before he had time to feel sad, Eisen kicked him violently, and the whole foot was covered by a layer of pitch-black substance. Armed. Pizarro snorted, and his arms were also covered with a layer of armament Haki's defense. A pitch-black kick pierced the air like thunder, and slammed into Pizarro fiercely. However, his armed defense was smashed to pieces in an instant like paper. Eisen's feet landed firmly on his stomach. Call out. With an extremely powerful kick, Pizarro flew out directly. How is it possible? My armament Haki actually lost. Pizarro's eyes widened in disbelief. His armament Haki actually lost to someone else? And the loser was a Marine Commodore who looked to be in his early 20s. Kicked to the iron plate. The guy in front of him was not at the same level as the Marines he had encountered before, and the ordinary Marine Vice Admiral was not that strong. You, what's your name? Chapter 39 Hollow. Pizarro, who flew upside down, walked out slowly with a blank expression, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. Facing the crazy Pizarro, Eisen looked very calm, and replied, in this case, let me introduce myself again. My name is Eisen Sosuke. One who almost died in your hands a year ago. Ordinary people. Eisen narrated so calmly how he almost died at the hands of Pizarro a year ago, which gave Pizarro a very strange feeling. Ordinary people? Stop kidding. Bang bang bang. Continuous gunshots rang out, and countless bullets spewed out from the gun in the hands of the evil king. No, it's true. With a light swing of the knife and a slash, a large amount of dust was rolled up, directly blocking those bullets. However, it's too small to look down on people by simply using guns in front of me, right? No. I'm the one who is underestimated, right? Do you think I'm so stupid as to simply shoot to decide the outcome? Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Pizarro rushed out of the dust, came directly in front of Eisen, and punched him hard. However, at the moment when Pizarro thought he had succeeded, his body passed directly through Eisen's body. What? Pizarro's pupils dilated suddenly. What a boring man. Eisen raised his right hand high, and said flatly, do you think that kind of little trick can work for me? Don't be so self-righteous. Boom. From top to bottom, Kyoka Suijutsu fell hard from Eisen's hands, so fast that it was almost impossible to see. Without any flashy moves, Eisen's kendo pursuit is very simple, and every move is reduced to the ultimate way of killing. I saw a silver-white slash suddenly descending, roaring fiercely towards Pizarro in front, and the pervasive slash directly penetrated the body. The sharp slash directly penetrated the ground. Pizarro's sturdy armament Haki couldn't block the slash at all. How is this possible? Even a great swordsman can't do this kind of slash. Pizarro, who received the blow head-on, could not imagine such a slash at all. After the slash gradually dissipated, Pizarro's current state was revealed. I saw that his body was like a sieve, with blood flowing everywhere, especially the chest that was about to burst. The organs in the body were overwhelmed, and all kinds of pain suddenly rushed to the brain. At this time, Pizarro's face was already ferocious, his eyes were bloodshot, with a strong killing intent. It's like a ghost crawling out of hell. The scars all over his body left no doubt that this guy might die in the next second. On the other hand, Eisen didn't even have a speck of dust on his body, and he was completely crushed in terms of strength. Eisen came to Pizarro and pressed Kyoka Suijutsu against the throat of Pizarro, who was lying on the ground. The throat that was constantly rising and falling due to breathing trembled slightly, as if he breathed hard, his throat would be punctured. If you want to kill, kill it. His whole body was in pain, and his throat was pressed against such an uncomfortable thing, and Pizarro's voice seemed a little abnormal. However, this is definitely not a performance of begging for mercy. Although it is rubbish, I have to admit that I still have a lot of backbone. Eisen said quite fairly that no matter what, he would not change his view on pirates, but even in a group of garbage, there would occasionally be some guys with admirable spirits. But it's a little too easy to want to die so simply. Coming to Pizarro alone was not purely for revenge. To be precise, he wanted to hunt some powerful pirates alone under the pretext of revenge. Easy? What are you kidding? What do you mean? Pizarro suddenly had a rather bad premonition, and the way Eisen looked at him also made Pizarro feel a little bad. Vomit. Suddenly, Pizarro's pupils shrank, and a feeling of nausea rushed into his heart, and his body seemed to be suffering some kind of pain. Every cell in his body was screaming, but he couldn't cry out, he could only growl silently with his mouth open. Immediately afterwards, white foam emerged from the wound on his body, and those white foam also emerged from his mouth. Afterwards, Pizarro's body gradually fell down, and the pain in his body had completely disappeared. However, from Eisen's perspective, a spirit body whose body has undergone drastic changes is slowly getting up, and the gradually expanding body seems to explode at any time. Pizarro, who was originally about 5 meters tall, suddenly doubled in size, and the black riot swelled in his body. Moreover, the spirit body, which was originally in human form, began to deform at this moment. The chin and shoulders gradually joined together, and the neck in the middle no longer knew where it went. Sharp claws appear on the palm, and the overall look is like a wild beast. At this moment, Pizarro's soul can no longer be called a human being, and it is also very different from the void that Eisen is familiar with. Sure enough, there are still many differences between the two worlds, and the form after Hollow is also different from the Minos Grande I know. But after thinking about it for a while, it seems normal. If the form of people in this world after Hollow is the same as that in the Shinigami world, then places like Hueco Mundo and Soul Society should have existed long ago. Roar. Although it lost its original form, the bloodthirsty characteristic of Minos Grande didn't seem to have changed in any way, and even if it turned into a void, Pizarro's original fighting consciousness still existed in his body. Boom. With a flash of silver light, the sharp claws swept the entire ship cleanly. Is there no self-awareness at all? If you attack the ship so casually, it will definitely sink into the sea. Eisen frowned slightly. This is the center of the sea, and the nearest island is not visible. However, the power of this head is still very satisfying to Eisen. The stronger the guy, the stronger the spiritual power after death. Only a strong physique and strong mental strength can serve as the carrier of strength. Click. At that moment, the Minos Grande's attention shifted to Eisen's body, and then he directly bent over and galloped towards him on all fours like a beast. Change the target to me? It's just a matter of time to try Hollow. How will your strength change after that? Facing Pizarro after Hollow, Eisen just stood there with a faint smile on his lips. When the monster rushed in front of Eisen, the sharp claws in its hand were only 1 centimeter away from him, and at this moment, the empty arm was directly shattered into powder. Chapter 40 Trouble appears. Next, let me see if your recovery ability is different from the Hollow in my impression. Eisen stared at Minos Grande, whose arm was broken with interest, and the eyes in his eyes were completely looking at a tester. Minos Grande, who retreated a few steps due to an unknown force, managed to support himself and stood up again. Bubble-like things kept coming out of his arms, which seemed to be showing signs of regeneration. The regeneration speed is slow. Is it because the strength is too weak? Or is it because of the different constitution? Eisen frowned and observed Pizarro's arm. This regeneration speed was obviously abnormal for Sue. Probably because he sensed the power of Eisen, Minos Grande also learned to be smart and didn't get close. Scary red riot so quickly gathered in the mouth. Zero? Just became a Minos Grande to be able to use this trick, very qualified. Seeing this familiar appearance, Eisen stared at Pizarro with some surprise. The next moment, the energy in Minos Grande's mouth erupted violently, and the sudden burst of power instantly submerged Eisen, and shot it far to the sea. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, Zero exploded over a distance of nearly a kilometer, and the violently fluctuating riot so made the sea rough. What happened? According to the agreement, Garp, who was watching from a distance, suddenly saw this strange force erupting. This force is very similar to the one in Eisen, but it has a slightly different feeling. Cruel, ferocious, as if carrying all the malice of this world. It's amazing. Although it's not as powerful as an espada, it's already twice as powerful as an ordinary Minos Grand's attack. Aizen's slightly surprised voice sounded from behind. Minos Grande turned his head suddenly, and saw Eisen coming directly in front of Minos Grande at the next moment, grabbing his face with a hand in an instant. Although there are still a lot of things I want to experiment with, it's not my intention to make too much noise. Just die. Eisen looked at the Minos Grande in front of him with some pity. There are very few excellent experimental materials like Pizarro. However, Eisen doesn't want his research on Hollow to be exposed more than the precious experimental material. If you want to make Hogyaku, a few will need tens of thousands of souls. This is a huge project, and even Eisen needs a certain amount of time to lay the groundwork. If Garp found out what Pizarro looked like now, he would be in a bit of trouble. Swish. The moment the voice fell, the familiar slash suddenly appeared, and it slashed straight across the body of this Minos Grande. Crack, puff puff. There was the sound of blood gushing as Kyoka Suijutsu was retracted into the sheath. With a simple and swift cut, the Minos Grande in front of him was divided into two symmetrically from head to toe. Looking at the blood-stained Minos Grande lying on the ground, Eisen said calmly, being the world's first Minos Grande test subject should not be regarded as an insult to your identity. After solving Pizarro, Eisen set his sights directly on the ship. As a big pirate, and the one who is the most money-grabbing pirate, Pizarro must have a lot of good things on board. Although Eisen doesn't particularly care about things like money, but the system needs devil fruit to trade, he can only find a way to get some money. Before the ship sank completely, Eisen quickly harvested the valuables on Pizarro's ship. This guy is really rich. There are 2 devil fruits on board. There are so many valuable things. Seeing the valuables all over Curry, Eisen was also a little surprised. Especially after seeing 2 devil fruits inside, his eyes widened. This thing has a price but no market. Pirates usually choose internal distribution after getting devil fruit to improve the overall strength of the pirate group. How lucky to pick up 2 devil fruits for nothing at once. System, absorb these 2 devil fruits. Without any hesitation, Eisen directly chose to absorb the 2 devil fruits on the spot. Ding. Successful absorption, gain 13 mysterious points. 2 devil fruits are only 13 o'clock. Seeing this data, Eisen couldn't help being puzzled. The Phantom Beast devil fruit that Zephyr gave him back then was worth 15 points. Although these 2 must be relatively ordinary devil fruits, which are not comparable to the Phantom Beasts, they did not expect that both of them could not be worth 1. Forget it, let's treat it as garbage collection anyway. Although feeling slightly dissatisfied, Eisen didn't say much. He doesn't particularly care about devil fruit's flawed ability, it's better to use it to exchange for the materials he needs to gradually become stronger. After tidying up the remaining valuables, Eisen left directly. However, what Eisen didn't know was that after he left, Minos Grande, who had been cut in half with a knife, started to move again. Even though both the brain and the heart have been cut open, but they still didn't die directly, this kind of vitality is really shocking. Moreover, after observing the surrounding situation, the Minos Grande did not stay on the ship consciously, but flew away in one direction. If Eisen had stayed where he was, he would have been able to see that the direction of the ghost flying was the city of crime. I'm afraid it's because the place this guy is most familiar with is there, so even after he becomes Sue, he subconsciously walks in that direction. Crane Vice Admiral, there is still a little distance from the capital of Sin. In a certain area of New World, on a warship, a Marine Commodore saluted a petite Crane Vice Admiral standing next to him. Regardless of Crane's small size, his strength is definitely the top existence in Marine Vice Admiral. He can still chase Doflamingo from 7 warlords of the sea running around the world after he gets old, and even cast Doflamingo out of the shadow. There are not many people who can beat her. Well, get ready. Crane turned around and said to the Commodore very calmly. There are indeed quite a lot of pirates in the city of Sin, but it is not a big problem for Crane. In fact, he has also heard about the G1 branch. According to the latest information and the direction of the Marine's looted supplies, he also followed the clues and locked his eyes on this place. She also didn't tell Garp that Big BD, but chose to bring 500 people to investigate and clean up the pirates nearby. In terms of intelligence, Crane is also one of the few people in Naval Headquarters who can be recognized by Eisen. Chapter 41 Crazy Killing. Of course, both Crane and Sengoku are far less intelligent than Eisen, and there is only Dr. Vegapunk who can really compare with him. Not long after, he and others came to the capital of Sin. But before the Crane got off the boat, a shrill scream suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Crane looked in the direction of the miserable scream, and saw a woman lying on the ground, dripping with blood, and the flesh on her body was still being torn. It was as if something was biting her body. What it is? Through observation haki, Tsuru could barely see something on the woman, a monster that couldn't be seen at all. What's wrong? Several people who looked like female companions walked cautiously towards the bitten woman, but before they got close, the woman on the ground completely lost her breath and lay motionless on the ground. Just when this group of people were at a loss, from the perspective that others could not see, the Minos Grande waved his hand violently, and the few people who just wanted to come up to ask about the situation were directly dismembered. Everyone around felt extra terrified of the abnormal situation happening here. Afterwards, Minos Grande, who devoured these people, slowly stood up, and the body cut by Eisen was also glued together again. Roar. Minos Grande, who was resurrected repeatedly to its original state, looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. Crash. With a flash of silver light, under the shining of the sun, the sharp and shiny claws instantly harvested countless lives. Monster. There are monsters here. Run. Observation haki is still very rare. Most people don't know the existence of Minos Grande at all, and can only see a group of people being dismembered at once. A whole. I don't know who you are, but the crew who killed Lao Zi don't just leave like that. At this time, a pirate captain who offered a bounty close to 100 million suddenly rushed out. Lock Minos Grande's position through observation haki, and while Minos Grande is still attacking others, he rushes forward and stabs Minos Grande's heart with a knife. However, Minos Grande didn't seem to feel any pain or discomfort at all, and his attack speed was not affected at all, and continued to attack others. How is it possible? Does this guy not feel pain? The pirate's face changed, he had never met such a monster before. Sensing the sneak attack from behind, the Minos Grande turned around immediately. Although there is no way to see Minos Grande's appearance directly, he can also feel the general size of the other party through observation haki. That's definitely not what humans should be like. Go to hell. Monster. With a hint of panic, the pirate slashed at Minos Grande's head. Bang. There was a sound of metal colliding, and the knife in the pirate's hand shattered in the next moment. What? The pirate was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect his knife to break so easily. And at the moment when he was in a daze, the attacked Minos Grande finally got angry and slapped the pirate hard. Boom. Blood spewed out of the pirate's mouth in an instant, and he flew out for a distance of more than 20 meters, hitting a big tree just in time. And the next moment, Minos Grande reappeared in front of him, pinching his neck tightly with one hand, and biting off his head directly under the terrified eyes of the other party. Blood splattered, and many people who saw this scene were frightened and stunned. That was a pirate with a bounty close to 100 million, and he was well known in New World, but now he died for no reason like everyone else. And, rather than saying it was a battle, it might be better to say it was a pure massacre. It's a monster. Who can kill that monster? Kill him quickly. A group of pirates backed away in horror, their voices were extremely miserable. Roar. The terrifying roar seemed to be able to shock people's souls, and now everyone heard Minos Grande's roar. The powerful Ryotsu began to wreak havoc. The terrifying mouth of Minos Grande opened, and the terrifying and evil black and red Ryotsu began to gather frantically. The powerful energy made the Crane Vice Admiral, who was observing the situation, look a little heavy. Gathered into a spherical shape, Ryotsu instantly turned into a ray of light and directly swept away all the surrounding pirates. The powerful attack directly turned the surrounding into scorched earth. A group of pirates stared wide-eyed, watching the red Ryotsu rushing down, their canthus cracked. Boom. There was a huge roar, and a huge tsunami was set off, which made Marine on the boat almost lose his footing. What a destructive power. It seems that something unexpected has happened. You all stand back, and I will fight that monster. Crane's eyes fixed on Minos Grand's body. She had a premonition that this thing in front of her was definitely more harmful than those pirates. In less than a few minutes, the port of a city has been destroyed like this. There were at least 300 or 400 people who died. Unlike ordinary pirates, pirates attack with a purpose. For money or fame, although it is also cruel, it will not kill everyone. It is even more impossible to destroy the city so wantonly. And this monster is completely an unconscious destruction machine, acting entirely by instinct. Crane Vice Admiral, how about we wait and see? Or inform Vice Admiral Garp to come and deal with it together. Hearing that Crane was planning to go up and have a try, the other Marines on the boat did not react until after a while, and persuaded Crane with some worries. In any case, what is happening on the island is too weird now, and they are still very worried about the safety of Crane Vice Admiral. I don't need to worry about you young people yet. Let's talk after taking care of yourself. He said very indifferently. Although she seldom fought on the front line after serving as the General Staff of Naval Headquarters, but in terms of strength, there are only a few of the entire Marine who can surpass her. Even the current Eisen dare not say that he can defeat Crane steadily. When he came to the shore, he locked his eyes on Minos Grande, and said solemnly, "It's really strange, I can't see the entity of this guy at all. It should have nothing to do with the devil fruit of Paramecia." The devil fruit Crane mentioned refers to Paramecia, transparent fruit. When using the ability, the body of the ability user will allow visible light to pass through, that is, transparent, which is called transparency in nature. The body of the capable person neither reflects nor absorbs light at this time, and will appear invisible to the viewer's eyeballs. Chapter 42 Dr. Vegapunk. However, after careful observation, he was sure that this was definitely not the same thing as the transparent fruit. Moreover, the guy in front of him doesn't seem to be human either. Anyway, let's deal with it first. Feeling the terrifying malice emanating from Minos Grande, Crane felt very uncomfortable. Gun finger. Boom. A crisp sound sounded, and the figure of the Crane suddenly disappeared in place, and then appeared about 2 meters behind Minos Grande. Pooh. After about 4 or 5 seconds, a huge cave appeared in Minos Grande's chest, and white foam spewed out suddenly. If they could see Minos Grande's body, many people would probably be disgusted by the scene in front of them. Obviously the speed and strength are top-notch, but there is no combat experience at all. Is it a monster created by humans? Crane looked at this Minos Grande with a frown, and she immediately realized that such a monster should not be naturally formed, but made by some method. Crane Vice Admiral, be careful, that monster is not dead yet. Suddenly, a Marine Rear Admiral who knew observation hacky suddenly shouted at the Crane. Hearing this, Crane immediately turned his attention to Minos Grande. I saw Minos Grande, which should have been pierced through the chest, start to move again. Obviously the heart has been punctured, but it can still move. How is it possible? Can you still carry out activities? But before he could say anything more, Minos Grande slammed his claws directly at her. The Crane also reacted very quickly, with a layer of armament hacky covering its arms, hitting each other with punches and claws. Minos Grande's claws began to deform directly under Crane's fist. The huge destructive force knocked Minos Grande into the air. But this Minos Grande didn't seem to know what pain was at all. He grabbed the palm of his right hand with his left hand and twisted it violently. The palm that had just been deformed by the Crane directly returned to its original shape. For a creature like Sue, this degree of injury has no effect at all. It's amazing regenerative ability. In this case, I'm afraid it can only be killed by completely smashing it. For Minos Grande's crazy appearance, Crane also felt a little troublesome. More importantly, she wants to capture a Minos Grande alive and let Dr. Vegapunk study it to see if she can analyze the situation of this monster. In that case, let's break your limbs directly. Boom. Crane took armament hacky's punch and directly blasted Minos Grande, hit the mountain wall behind, and sank deeply into it. Stone chips flew around, blocking all the surrounding sight. Don't just think that Crane is a woman and she is not ruthless. She can become Marine Vice Admiral. There are also countless pirates in her hands. It's just that she has rarely made a move in recent years, and she acts as a think tank in Naval Headquarters. That's all. Boom. With another punch, Crane crushed one of Minos Grande's arms. Even with Minos Grand's steel skin, it was a test product that even Aaron Carr couldn't match. Under Crane's armament haki, this defense doesn't work at all. But I have to say that Minos Grand's body is still very strong, and the Crane can feel it. The body strength of this Minos Grande is stronger than those 4 to 5 billion pirates who specialize in physical skills. It's just that because he has no brains, the overall combat effectiveness is still not enough. After about 10 minutes. After the Crane had broken the limbs of this Minos Grande countless times, it seemed that the recovery power of this Minos Grande had finally reached its limit. The vitality is really stubborn. I can only escort it myself. Tried bundling Minos Grande with Seastone for a while, but it didn't work. Crane could only personally guard and escort him along the way. Naval Headquarters, in a secret laboratory, a scientist who claims to surpass human intelligence for 500 years is busy with his work. Vegapunk. When he was young, he was considered the most dangerous existence by the world government for discovering the life blueprint. After the world government arrested and controlled Vegapunk, he disbanded his original research team and made him work for the world government. Such a peerless genius, although the research is very dangerous, but the world government is still reluctant to kill him. However, the follow-up research results of Vegapunk also proved that the world government's decision is quite wise. And at this moment, the sound of pushing the door suddenly sounded. Vegapunk turned his head to look, and saw that the door of the laboratory was pushed open. This made Vegapunk feel a little uncomfortable. What he hates the most is when someone disturbs him while he is doing research. Moreover, as a genius scientist, even if Vegapunk is controlled by the world government, his status is very high. None of those government officials would dare to mess with him. And relying on his own strength, the researchers below also respect him very much. At this time, absolutely no one would dare to disturb him. Dr. Vegapunk, let's put the current experiment in your hands aside. There is a brand new thing here that needs your research. A Crane wearing a marine coat walks up to Vegapunk, and pulls a strange thing from behind. What's that? Vegapunk frowned slightly, and at first glance, the thing behind the Crane didn't look like a human being at all, nor did it look like any creature he was familiar with. I don't know what kind of creature this is, but what is certain is that it should be artificially created. How it will be depends on what results you can research. At present, Crane's understanding of Minos Grande is completely ignorant, and she has never encountered or even heard any rumors related to this thing in her entire sailing career. Okay, you go back first. I will do the rest myself. After listening to what Crane said, Vegapunk didn't say much, and let her leave directly, ready to start his own experiment. I'm afraid it won't work. This monster is very powerful, and its resilience is also very scary. If I don't protect it, there may be problems. Crane rejected Vegapunk without hesitation. She also knew in her heart that Vegapunk was of great significance to Marine and world government. If this man was killed by Minos Grande, it would be a great loss. I don't like people around me when I'm doing research. Vegapunk looked at Vice Admiral with some displeasure. Chapter 43 Strange Creatures. When I was doing the experiment, there were other people present. Even if I didn't speak, Vegapunk would feel uncomfortable, which would greatly affect the progress of his experiment. Then you first find a way to research a device that can definitely suppress this monster. I can only leave this laboratory after ensuring your safety. After thinking about it, he also chose to back down a little. Seeing that Crane was so determined, Vegapunk also seemed a little helpless. After thinking about it, he finally agreed to Crane's request. It's just a piece of cake for him to study a device that suppresses this monster in a targeted manner. In terms of mechanical manufacturing, Vegapunk can be said to be #1 in the world. Besides, no matter how upset Vegapunk is, he was captured by the world government after all, and both Marine and world government are still guarding against him carefully. Coming in front of Minos Grande, Vegapunk carefully poked Minos Grande with an unknown instrument, and after finding that the other party didn't have much reaction, he scraped some flesh off Minos Grande's body with a knife. What a strange thing, completely invisible and transparent. If you don't touch it with your own hands, you won't feel its existence at all. For something as novel as Minos Grande, Vegapunk is full of interest. Without thinking too much, he immediately put the scraped meat under a microscope for observation. But to his surprise, even a microscope could not observe the existence of Minos Grande. It seems that it will take a lot of time just to find a way to observe this thing. Vegapunk was also immediately prepared in his heart. If he wanted to study this thing thoroughly, he probably wouldn't be able to do it in a few years. This is something completely new. Meanwhile, the office of the Marshal at Naval Headquarters. At this time, Kong also received the battle report sent by the Crane, and frowned, a man-made monster with a combat power comparable to that of ordinary marine generals. Was it researched by a certain kingdom? Probably not. Biological research laboratories are basically under the control of the government. No one can conduct this kind of private research. Sengoku shook his head. It is almost impossible for a research institute to hide, and the circulation of some important resources is in the hands of the world government. Once there is an abnormality, the world government will be able to know it quickly. Besides, the spies of CP0 don't seem to be vegetarians either. That's true, but that strange creature obviously doesn't seem to have formed naturally. Kong crossed his hands under his chin. Without any combat experience, he has extremely strong physical fitness and resilience, and is extremely aggressive towards people, completely like a war weapon. What do people from the world government say? Are we going to take any action? Sengoku asked Kong. The strange creature has been handed over to Dr. Vegapunk. The further approach is still open to discussion, but the government asked us not to pass the information out and temporarily conceal the information. TCH, it's the same old style again. Sengoku said that with some displeasure. Once something that may cause panic occurs, the world government will directly choose to conceal it. If it really cannot be concealed, it will use other excuses and other prevarications. He didn't know how many times this kind of thing happened. In this way, the secret capture of Minos Grande was kept hidden by the marine executives and the world government. Eisen would never have imagined that the Minos Grande who had been cut in half by himself was not completely dead. After returning to the G1 branch, not long after, he probably heard about the Roger pirates again, and Garp led the team to hunt down Roger as always. This guy is just a person who can't sit still, and it's impossible for him to stay in the G1 branch honestly. He wants to lead the team to sea whenever he has the opportunity. If it wasn't for Marine, maybe this old man would be a pirate. As for his grievances with the Roger pirates, Eisen can only express his helplessness. But one thing is better, Eisen can basically be said to have completely obtained the command of the G1 branch. When Garp leaves, he will hand over the command of the G1 branch to Eisen and let him serve as the interim base chief. Those old vice admirals also seem to pave the way for him. They will ask for his opinions on all aspects of the G1 branch and let him make some more important decisions. I heard that your classmates basically have a certain right to speak in each branch, and everyone's performance is very active. Ulysses Vice Admiral chatted with Eisen while drinking tea. Eisen is already considered the leader of the G1 branch at the actual level. Besides him, Polusalino from the G5 branch was also very active, and the other students in the same period also performed well. It is estimated that only Sakazuki is still reading documents by Sengoku's side every day to hone his character. Ulysses, the veteran vice admiral, was particularly moved when he thought about the recent performance of the new generation of marine students. A new generation replaces the old one. After Eisen and the others grow up, it is estimated that he should retire and go home to enjoy the family happiness. They are all very good Marines, as long as they have the right platform, they will shine. Eisen replied with a smile, this batch of Marine students is indeed very good, and the number of pirates they have wiped out is countless. Especially Polusalino, even if he didn't want to, he still had to fight those vicious pirates. In that kind of place, it's very dangerous to play leisurely. By the way, Ulysses Vice Admiral, can you help me with some things? Drink tea in front of me all day long. To be honest, I am quite envious of this kind of leisurely life. Eisen stared helplessly at the laid-back old Vice Admiral across the way. I have to deal with countless affairs every day, and this person drinks tea in front of me every day, and talks to him from time to time, which affects his work progress. Haha. This is an ordeal for young people, so bear with it honestly. Ulysses joked with a laugh. These old guys have trained Eisen as the future Marine Admiral, and they have to learn to deal with these things no matter what. In this way, a year or so passed quickly. After a year of trials, the first elite camp created by Zephyr can be said to have really begun to yield results. Every place also began to stabilize slowly, and even Marine lacked the combat power of this admiral, and it was slowly smoothed out with the active performance of this group of newcomers. and in the G1 branch also ushered in a rather special guest. Chapter 44. I haven't seen you for a year, but it looks much calmer than before. Seeing the familiar figure jumping off the warship, Eisen joked with a smile. Humph. Writing documents in the headquarters every day, anyone would change. Sakazuki complained depressingly, and then gave Eisen a complicated look. By the way, congratulations on becoming a Marine Rear Admiral. Actually, it's almost the same. After all, I still have the title of a special consultant. It doesn't matter whether it's Rear Admiral or Rear Admiral. Eisen replied flatly. You don't mind, I don't even have a chance if I want to, Sakazuki said. In that position, he naturally has little chance of being promoted. It's not like Aizen and Polusalino. These two people have been in New World for a year, they have crusaded countless pirates, and they were promoted from Commodore to Rear Admiral very quickly. It's just a title. Besides, didn't Sengoku Admiral put you back in the New World? There's always a chance. Regarding Sakazuki's appearance as a wronged little daughter-in-law, Aizen can only give a few simple words of comfort. Don't tell me that you've been stuck in the office every day for a year, and your strength has declined. Eisen laughed. Are you kidding me? Even in that place, I'm still practicing desperately every day, otherwise I won't be able to catch up with you, monster. Sakazuki looked serious. Even in Naval Headquarters, he insisted on training himself every day until he was exhausted, just like he did in the elite camp. During the final graduation assessment, the battle between Eisen and Zephyr stimulated him, and it was the first time that he, who had always thought himself a genius, was surpassed by other people's talent. Since the talent is not comparable, then you have to redouble your efforts. Only in this way can the distance between the two be shortened. He knew that in the sea of strong men in the New World, Aizen's strength improvement would never be slow. You don't want to fight me again, do you? Looking at Sakazuki's determined eyes, Eisen suddenly had a bad feeling. Good. Sakazuki didn't feel embarrassed either, and affirmed it very directly. It's almost over. Don't forget that there is a mission when you come out this time. Do the mission that needs to be done first. Hearing Aizen's words, Sakazuki froze suddenly. Indeed, he came out this time with a mission. He and Eisen will go to Wanakuni to escort a large number of sea stones back to Naval Headquarters. Unlike other countries, Wanakuni is a closed country that has not joined the world government, and basically does not receive any outsiders, and marine warships cannot enter directly. And Wanakuni's force is very powerful. It can almost be said that everyone is a swordsman who practices martial arts and advocates high martial arts skills. The most famous of them should be the dragon-slaying warrior Ryoma. Legend has it that he once used Kyushui to slay the dragon in the sky. He was a very powerful swordsman during his lifetime, and he wore the black sword Kyushui, one of the 21 swords. No matter who the opponent is, he will cut down the opponent in a flash. He is a great swordsman who has never been defeated in his life. When Wanakuni was once known as the country of gold and became famous all over the world, Ryoma stopped countless pirates and world nobles from coming, and let the whole world know that Wanakuni has samurai. After Ryoma's death, Wanakuni regarded him as the knife god and enshrined in the ancestral hall together with the famous sword, Autumn Water. Although hundreds of years have passed, Wanakuni's strength remains undiminished. To be honest, a Wanakuni really isn't worth the trouble for the world government. But there is one problem that Wanakuni can't get around anyway, and that is sea stone. Sea stone, a certain kind of special stone that exists in this area of Wanakuni. Sea stone is equivalent to the crystallization of the sea. Its composition is exactly the same as that of the sea. It can even be said to be a solid sea. Like sea water, it can make demon fruit power unable to use its own ability and enter a weak state. Marine, which has captured a large number of prisoners, has a great demand for sea stone. They want to make it into handcuffs to imprison those pirates with devil fruit ability. Therefore, the deal with Wanakuni is particularly important. In addition, sea stone has another characteristic, that is, it is extraordinarily strong. It is said that it is as strong as a diamond, and cannot be damaged by ordinary means, which makes it very troublesome to process sea stone. Only Wanakuni artisans can process sea stone in large quantities, even down to the size of a nail. This time, the task of escorting the sea stone was handed over to Eisen and Sakazuki. But is the task of escorting sea stone this time so important? You actually want the two of us to go together. Eisen is also a little strange about this arrangement of Naval Headquarters. Don't people from CP0 usually go directly to connect with Wanakuni? Why did you choose to let them come this time? I'm not very clear about the specific situation, but I heard that it has something to do with a certain pirate. Sakazuki answered with a frown. Pirates? Eisen was slightly surprised. Let the two of them dispatch, and it is also related to a certain pirate? Of course, it definitely won't be at the level of the three big pirates. If it was any one of the three big pirates, both of them would have died, and it was impossible for Marine to make such a stupid decision. It doesn't matter who it is, I've been held back for a year. Sakazuki, a hot-blooded idiot, can't control that much. The year-long polishing not only failed to restrain his character, but also stimulated his desire to fight even more. Maybe even Kong didn't think that this guy was such an extreme person when he arranged it like this. Could it be the Beast's pirates? At this time, Kaido of the Beasts suddenly appeared in Aizen's mind. Not the three big pirates, and two of them are needed to dispatch together. The strength of the opponent is probably not far from Marine Admiral. And Eisen knows very well that Kaido of the Beasts will occupy Wanakuni in the future, and it is normal to have some collusion with Wanakuni now. If you think about it this way, everything becomes reasonable. Kaido of the Beasts will take over Wanakuni. It is definitely not a short-term thing. Don't look at that guy as a lunatic, but in fact he is a real brain. If you want to invade Wanakuni, you must have started planning a long time ago. Beasts pirates. That's a pretty good possibility. Sakazuki nodded, not surprised by the name. Kaido of the Beasts is quite famous in New World. Although it is not as good as the three big pirates, this guy is young. And as the remnant of the Rocks pirates, Marine pays a lot of attention to him. Within the scope of New World, this guy is not someone who can be provoked at will. Chapter 45 Trading Seastone. A well-camouflaged warship soon set off. This time they are going to Wanakuni to trade, and it is impossible for the Marine warship to go there swaggeringly. Although generally speaking, pirates will not take the initiative to attack Marines, but that is only limited to Marine branches. If it is a warship traveling alone, many pirates will still target them to attack. Although it seems that there is no benefit to attacking Marine, and there is no treasure on Marine's ship, the success of attacking Marine will greatly increase the bounty and reputation of the pirate. For some pirates, this is still very tempting. Especially with the Whitebeard pirates entrenched near Wanakuni, these guys are also a threat that cannot be underestimated. The journey was relatively smooth, and there was no extreme weather. The ocean environment in New World is a great challenge for most people. The weak cannot even adapt to the extreme weather of the New World. During the elite camp period, in addition to training their strength, Zephyr mainly taught them a lot of knowledge about how to deal with the sea environment. Without rich sailing experience, there is no way to be a qualified marine general. After arriving at a deserted island, it was confirmed several times that this was their destination. As soon as they landed on the island, several men wearing ancient Japanese-style kimonos came out and communicated with them in a more traditional tone to confirm their identities. After verifying their identities, they took Eisen and Sakazuki to a hidden basin terrain. This is the sea stone you bought. It has been purified and built according to your requirements. At the head was a short man whose face was not clear, and he was sitting on the box containing sea stone. Sakazuki stepped forward and opened the sea stone box for inspection. After confirming that it was correct, he nodded towards Eisen. Eisen also took out the phone bug and informed another Commodore on the warship to bring the money he had prepared. After a while, 10 Marine soldiers came over, carrying a box full of Bailey in groups of 2. Seeing the large number of Baileys, the head of the man's eyes were enlarged, and his greedy gaze was not hidden at all. I couldn't help but walked up and started checking these Baileys. There's nothing wrong with the money. It's exactly 1 billion Baileys. Seastone, you can take it away. It can be seen that this man is very excited. Possessing the technology of monopolizing seastone, they can completely open their mouths like a lion. The cost of mining such seastones may add up to less than 50 million pelli. Happy cooperation. After confirming that there is no problem, Eisen also asked people to remove the seastone box. As for how much money the man in front of him can make, he doesn't care at all. Anyway, the money is paid by the world government, so it doesn't matter how much he earns. Their task is just to send this large number of seastones back. Happy cooperation and happy cooperation. I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future. Having said that, this group of people also took the boxes containing Bailey and left. The transaction was very successful. I hope there will be no accidents on the way back. Eisen sighed. Install all the sea stones and move them to the warship soon. In order to reduce the troubles on the road as much as possible, this batch of sea stone also needs to be concealed. Blue blue, blue blue. He had just boarded the warship and was about to set off, but before he had gone far, there was a rush of phone bugs. Aizen, Sakazuki, according to the latest information we have received, the Beast's pirates have been dispatched suddenly, and the target is pointing directly in your direction. Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Sure enough, something went wrong. Is there any deal between Kaido of the Beasts and Wanakuni? Sakazuki was not surprised by the current situation. Although Wanakuni is not a member of the world government, they don't dare to collude with the pirates so blatantly to pit us. I'm afraid someone among them colluded with the pirates. Eisen said. As long as Wanakuni's general is not a fool, he will not betray Marine for a little money. The matter of how the information was leaked is not something we have to consider, just let the people from the CP organization investigate. The question now is how you will deal with Kaido of the Beasts. Sengoku also quickly persuaded them, lest they think too much, the most important thing now is to bring the sea stone back. Also, that Kaido of the Beasts guy is not an easy opponent to deal with. That guy is indeed a very troublesome opponent, but we are not vegetarian. Sakazuki responded very confidently. He just wanted to see how powerful that monster Kaido was. One Kaido of the Beasts may be able to handle it, but we only have one ship, and it may be a bit troublesome to face the entire Kaido of the Beasts pirate group. Eisen looked at Sakazuki next to him and said, "Now we have no choice." Sakazuki replied with his head down. Kaido of the Beasts dispatched, even if they didn't want to, they had to collide with each other. In fact, as Sakazuki said, they were eventually intercepted by the Kaido of the Beasts after a few hours. On the several huge pirate ships in front of him, there was a man standing on the bow in the middle. He was as huge as a small titan, probably about 7 or 8 meters high. With horns on his head, black hair shawl, leather pants that don't fit well, and his upper body is naked, he looks like a devil-like guy. Hand over the sea stone and I can let you go. As soon as the boat approached, Kaido's undeniable voice came out, loud and clear with the undeniable conqueror's haki. Placing haki around as soon as he comes up, what a messy guy. Looking around at Marine whose legs were trembling, Eisen looked back at Kaido. Facing this level of conqueror's haki, not everyone can handle it. Kaido, who told you the news? Sakazuki rushed directly to the bow, staring at Kaido with glaring eyes. Facing the astonishing conqueror's haki, Sakazuki didn't feel any fear at all. Are you kidding? Do you think Laozi will reveal the information to you Marines? Kaido cursed and stared at Sakazuki's face in displeasure. Also, what are you guys like? Kaido set his eyes directly behind Sakazuki, and the few who were still barely able to stand still, used their respective weapons to aim at their own Marine. Although some of them look very burly, they are also unstable in front of Kaido. Chapter 46 Fighting. A group of miscellaneous fish? Kaido made an evaluation of this group of guys in his heart. In fact, if this group of guys hadn't been supported by someone in front, they probably wouldn't dare to look at themselves, right? Miscellaneous fish, hurry up and get out of here. Kaido let out an angry roar, and that long breath actually set off a gust of wind, as if it was going to blow Marine's warships back. Eisen on the opposite side felt the air current, and his hair and the coat behind him were blown wildly. Hand over the sea stone honestly. Laozi doesn't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Kaido is also a standard activist, and he intends to let them hand over things without saying a word. At the same time, the pirate group behind Kaido has also made a gesture of attacking. Kaido of the Beasts. Eisen whispered Kaido's name softly. Immediately afterwards, Aizen's aura suddenly became quite unusual. Do you think you are the only one with this ability? After finishing speaking, Eisen pulled Kyoka Suijutsu out from his waist, revealing his own Zanpakuto, and at the same time, a stream of condensed Ryotsu directly rose up, covering the entire sea area directly. For a moment, everyone seemed to feel that the air had become extremely thin. An unrivaled momentum rushed directly into the sky, even the clouds above were scattered. Just bursting out of Ryotsu, the pirates on Kaido of the Beasts seemed to feel their bones start to creak. It is absolutely impossible to get them to hand over the sea stone, which is a very important resource, especially for Marine. Such a conqueror's, it affected my body. Kaido's eyes widened, feeling the weight on his body, staring in Aizen's direction with some surprise. That terrifying aura made people want to kneel down uncontrollably. Whether it is quality or quantity, Aizen's sense of oppression seems to be far above him. But of course he didn't know that what Eisen erupted was not Conqueror's haki, but Ryotsu, a sense of oppression directly from the soul level. Boom. Discovering that there was such an interesting guy in Marine, Kaido couldn't bear the loneliness, and rushed towards Eisen directly. Here we come. Sakazuki said with a serious face. I'm not blind, I can see. Eisen replied calmly. Immediately afterwards, a huge fist suddenly hit him, but Eisen was already on guard and blocked Kyoka Suijutsu in front of him. Boom. The huge fist collided with the slender Kyoka Suijutsu in Aizen's hand, and the deck under his feet began to collapse under the action of the huge force, and the sail behind him was even raised due to the aftermath of the impact, shaking violently. Kaido's body was stiff, and after the aftermath of the impact slowly subsided, his head seemed to calm down as well. I seem to know your name, Eisen Sosuke, right? Kaido is not a fool either, he has seen or heard rumors about Eisen from his subordinates before. The current head of the G1 branch is only under the legendary Marine Vice Admiral Garp. I didn't expect you to know my name. I'm so lucky to be remembered clearly by a big pirate like you. Eisen chatted with Kaido half-jokingly. Although Kaido is older than him, after all, they all belong to the same age group, and the future era belongs to them. But whoever you are, don't try to stop Lao Z from getting the sea stone weapon. Kaido roared angrily. Since you want sea stone weapons so much, then you should find a way to break into Wanakuni. Anyway, that place is not a member of the world government, and Marine will not make a move. Eisen said. These words seemed to wake up Kaido suddenly, making him stunned for a second. And at this moment, Eisen swung his knife, cut the dust, and hit Kaido instantly like a laser beam. The slash pierced through Kaido's body in an instant, and landed far behind on the sea. With a loud noise, the sea was shaking constantly. There is still a trace of the scorching temperature in the air. It's such a strong slash, it's like a monster. Kaido covered his arms with armament haki to protect his chest, looking at a mark on his arm, his expression was a little grim. But he was already prepared for this. From the rumors, Eisen is the strongest in swordsmanship, and it is said that Eisen has surpassed the ultimate swordsman and reached the next level. Even Pluton Rayleigh called him the world's #1 swordsman. In an instant, Kaido's body began to show signs of dragon transformation, but it was not a complete dragon transformation, it was probably half human and half dragon. Let me try, you, the #1 swordsman in the world, are you worthy of your name? Kaido showed a very excited expression on his face, kicked back suddenly, and rushed towards Eisen like a shell. Since you want to try it, I'm not welcome. Eisen chuckled and swung his knife to meet him. The attacks of the two collided in midair, and the sea also surged up a wave at the right time, as if it was kicking off the battle. Sakazuki next to him was held back by Kaido's two great powers, the Fire Jin and the Plague Quinn. Both of them sailed the seas with Kaido of the Beasts a long time ago. As for Jack the Drow, who was later called the Three Major Disasters, that guy will not be born until 2 years later. That guy was only 28 years old when Luffy and the others entered New World. Accompanied by Kaido's punch, it seemed that the fist that was going to crush the air directly opened an impact channel. Eisen used Shunpo, immediately dodged a distance of more than 10 meters, then swung a slash, and attacked Kaido from bottom to top. Unknowingly, the two have been fighting for more than an hour, and the battle site has gradually shifted from the sea to the nearest island. After nearly an hour of fighting, the two sides have somewhat understood the opponent's fighting style. Kaido is rough and thick. In terms of defense alone, Eisen has to go all out to break his haki. And Kaido also understands where his advantage lies. Once Eisen uses his full strength, he can hide as much as he can. However, Eisen's methods are not exhausted yet. Chapter 47 Fierce Battle with Kaido of the Beasts. Looks like normal form is unwinnable. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. Eisen suddenly said in a deep voice, and then, Kyoka Suijutsu in his hand sank slowly into the ground. Kaido, let me show you the true capabilities of this knife. Accompanied by Kyoka Suijutsu Shikai, in an instant, the Ryotsu emanating from Eisen increased several times again. It felt like a burning flame rising up. This guy has become a lot stronger. Kaido's eyes froze, he hadn't felt such pressure for a long time. Hato's 11th Thunderbolt. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a ferocious thunder shot directly through, hitting Kaido's shoulder at an extremely terrifying speed. Tsitsaizi. The thunder and lightning collided with Kaido's body, making his body stiff instantly, but when the lightning disappeared soon, Kaido also recovered directly. This level of lightning is useless to me. Kaido roared. With angry flames in his eyes, he opened his mouth suddenly, and a huge energy gushed out from his mouth. Hot flames swept across Aizen's body in an instant. But the next moment, his body disappeared directly, as if it had never appeared before. Idiot, where are you attacking? Aizen raised his hand, from top to bottom, and slashed towards Kaido's back fiercely. Kyoka Suijutsu landed hard on Kaido's back, but against Kaido's monster defense, this perfect sneak attack failed to kill Kaido directly. On the contrary, Kaido reacted immediately, and the horned head hit Aizen directly, sending Aizen flying out. However, Aizen had already anticipated this result, and immediately adjusted his posture in the air and received the body behind him. Hato's 33, Kanghuo Pendant. A burst of flames suddenly flew out of Aizen's hand, and quickly hit Kaido's eyes. Even this rough-skinned and thick-skinned guy was a little flustered when he was hit near the eyes all of a sudden. No matter what kind of creature it is, the eye is a very fragile part. Damn guy. Kaido's huge body was rolling on the ground. Fortunately this was not on a warship, otherwise ordinary ships probably wouldn't be able to withstand this guy's tossing. When Kaido opened his eyes again, those eyes were red, obviously affected a lot by the explosion just now. It's a little bit difficult to handle, and it only has this effect after taking this blow. Go to hell. Kaido directly stretched out his claws and attacked Aizen. It's a monster to attack like a normal person with an eye injury. Aizen didn't dodge at all, but when Kaido's claw pierced Aizen's heart, the Aizen in front of him disappeared directly. This wave of attack caught nothing. When Kaido's attack failed, Aizen seized the opportunity and stabbed Kaido's lower skin with a knife. Pain. It penetrates the skin and directly touches the pain of the flesh. How many people in this world can make Kaido feel pain? At least in recent years, except for challenging Golden Lion to challenge Whitebeard and being beaten, no one else has ever given him such pain. Don't be so arrogant, BD. Kaido clasped his hands together and punched back hard. Don't think that you are the only one who knows how to be armed. This time Aizen didn't retreat either, his arms hardened, and he blasted towards Kaido directly. The fists of the two even rubbed sparks in the air, and the air roared. Boom. Blood splattered, and the fists of the two collided, directly breaking the skin. However, neither of them cared about this small wound. On the contrary, they felt more stimulated, and the speed of waving their fists became even faster. A person with Kaido can recover from his injuries, and a person can completely ignore this small injury with the strong recovery power of the animal phantom. Boom boom boom. The fists of the two seemed to turn into after images, and after a while, the fists of both sides became bloody. Whoosh. Seeing the right opportunity, Aizen kicked Kaido's waist directly with a leg whip, and kicked him flying. Getting up from the ground, Kaido looked at the rotten skin and flesh of his fist, and without thinking about it, he directly tore off the rotten skin and granulation. The bloody scene made people feel particularly horrified. But Kaido didn't even look at his hand, he just stared in Aizen's direction, and didn't dare to bear the ordinary Marine Vice Admiral just now. But Aizen fought him without hesitation. He dared to do this because he had extraordinary defense and healing abilities, and he could recover from injuries of this level very quickly. Kaido just felt puzzled why such a thing happened. The next moment, Aizen's body began to heal quickly, and a smile appeared on his mouth. Are you confused? The powerful self-healing ability is not exclusive to you alone. No matter how many times, Laozi can beat you to pieces. Kaido covered armament haki all over his body and rushed towards Aizen. Okay. Since everyone has the ability to heal quickly, let's try who can handle it first. Kaido has hardly encountered an opponent similar to Aizen. However, Aizen has far more combat experience than Kaido, and the use of observation haki is also more proficient. After close combat, Kaido's movement trajectory can almost be accurately captured. Every time Kaido makes a shot, Aizen can almost easily resolve it with skill. Annoying flies. Where is the courage to confront Laozi head-on just now? You have the guts to fight Laozi head-on. Kaido was irritated by Aizen's offensive, and he was so angry that he sped up the battle with his hands a little crazy, and kept attacking Eisen. Kaido's combat power is indeed very strong, but his attack thinking is completely reckless. Facing an opponent like Eisen who combines strength and skill, he can't even exert 50% of his power. No matter how fierce the attack is, it has to hit the opponent to be useful. Finally, Kaido's roar finally erupted, and the scales on his body began to change, as if the temperature had risen. The scales also began to turn red, covering his whole body. This makes Kaido's appearance even more terrifying, and with that layer of armament haki, it's like a ghost returning from hell. Troublesome vitality, it's too difficult to kill this guy. After several fights, Eisen also discovered that Kaido is almost immortal, and his own attacks can hardly damage Kaido, and he will be able to recover in a short time. No wonder the world government will let him fight with Sakazuki. It is really not easy to get out of this Kaido of the Beasts guy. Chapter 48 The Tacit Understanding with Sakazuki. And the current Kaido is not as powerful as in the original book. One of the 3 major disasters is missing, and there is not even one of the 6 volleying suns. But just like this, it is very difficult to deal with Flame Calamity and Plague Quinn. Facing the combination of these 2 guys at the same time, Sakazuki is also a little flustered. Sakazuki, how long will it take for you to get it done? Taking advantage of Kaido's recovery, Eisen also asked Sakazuki on the other side. It's not that simple, neither of these guys are easy to deal with. Sakazuki took a deep breath, barely finding time to answer. Although it is not as good as Kaido's Phantom Beast ability, his 2 opponents are both ancient Zoan Devil Fruits, and their recovery power is also not to be underestimated. Regardless of whether these 2 people want to quarrel, but after actually fighting the 2 of them, they will find that the cooperation between the 2 is quite tacit, fully exerting the effect of 1 + 1 2. We don't have marine support behind us. If we fight here for a long time, we won't be able to see any pirates who want to pick up the leak. We have to find a way to get rid of them. Eisen analyzed the situation on the scene, and his face was a little ugly. Marine's action this time is a top-secret plan, and the deal with Wanakuni itself is a loss of face for the world government, so they naturally have no way to act with great fanfare. It is basically impossible to get rescued. Although the pirate group of Kaido of the Beasts has been fully dispatched, it is in the New World Sea area, where other pirates will intervene at any time. Besides, as the 2 dazzling new stars of the new generation of Marine, they can't have to ask for help every time they encounter trouble at sea, can they? To be honest, neither Eisen nor Sakazuki would be ashamed of asking for help. Unless the opponent is the type of the 3 big pirates whose obvious strength surpasses them. However, it is impossible to defeat these animal ability users without spending some time. Sea water, we must find a way to drive them into the sea to have a chance to escape. Although demon fruit power has advantages in this respect, it also has certain disadvantages, that is, it is afraid of sea water. As long as it is demon fruit power, it will definitely be afraid of the sea, there is no doubt about it. Even the monster Kaido of the Beasts has to be honest after being beaten into the bottom of the sea. Although it may not be suffocated to death, it will still lose its own strength. Boy, do you think Lao Zi is deaf when you talk like that in front of your face? Kaido let out a low cry, and then his body began to undergo tremendous changes. The muscles on his body began to swell and deform slowly. Under the action of the animal devil fruit ability, he quickly turned into a blue dragon and flew into the sky. It directly turned into an animal form. It seems that this guy really doesn't want to be driven into the bottom of the sea. Seeing Kaido's change, Eisen shook his head silently. Kaido in the form of a blue dragon can fight in the sky, and the difficulty of defeating Kaido in the air will naturally increase exponentially. But from the start, Eisen wasn't aiming for the Kaido of the Beasts. It was Quinn and Yin who were slightly weaker on the side. Sakazuki! Eisen yelled loudly. With the tacit understanding between the 2 in the elite camp, Sakazuki immediately understood what Eisen had done. Dark Hound! Sakazuki quickly rushed in front of the fat Quinn, his arm melted immediately, and a very swift punch hit Quinn's right chest. The continuously bursting molten lava was like constantly stirring muscles, covering his entire arm one by one. Don't try to succeed. Emperor Yan. Upon discovering Sakazuki's movement, Yan Zujin reacted immediately, and the mysterious flame on his body turned from his hand into a fireball and blasted directly towards Sakazuki's arm. Brachiosaurus Bomb. Turning into Brachiosaurus form, Quinn slammed his head into Sakazuki, not worried that Sakazuki's fist would hit him. This is the cooperation between Quinn and Yin. Although they quarreled fiercely, they completely trusted their partners during the battle. But it is a pity that the trust between Quinn and Yin will definitely be broken this time. Boom. Quinn's head hit Sakazuki's body hard, but there was no real sense of hit in his head. The next moment, Sakazuki's body disappeared like a puff of fog, and Quinn's head hit the ground hard, shaking the ground under his feet. What? Quinn didn't expect that the situation would suddenly become like this. The thrown fireball fell directly on the ground without hitting anything. Under the combined force of the two, a crack close to 1 meter cracked on the ground. What a fool. The next second, Sakazuki's voice came from behind Quinn. Before he could turn his head, Sakazuki's fist hit his back directly. How can it be? Yin looked at the figure that suddenly appeared behind Quinn in disbelief. He had been observing from the sky, and Sakazuki definitely did not go around behind Quinn. And just now he clearly saw that Sakazuki appeared completely instantly. Isn't this guy a lava fruit ability user? Why is it still possible to teleport? No, it's not teleportation. This ability seems to be the ability of that guy Eisen. Could it be that this ability can also be used on Sakazuki? Suddenly, Yin understood what it was. When Kaido and Eisen were fighting just now, Eisen showed this ability many times, but he never expected that this ability of Eisen could be used on Sakazuki. Kaido is a completely brainless lunatic when he fights, and he doesn't know what ability Eisen uses. As for Yin, although he is both intelligent and brave, he is only about 20 years old, and his experience is not enough for him to analyze Aizen's ability immediately like Rayleigh. Kaido, it seems that your subordinates are not as strong as you imagined. Eisen raised his head to meet Kaido's eyes, showing a smile. BD. Don't underestimate people. Aizen's words immediately stimulated Kaido. Bad wind. A large number of wind blades suddenly erupted from Kaido's mouth, and the attack-alike attack hit Eisen overwhelmingly. Even the sea seemed to be affected by the hurricane and began to break out in waves. Weather that can directly affect nature is really scary. However, with such a huge body, Kaido, you really don't care about me. Chapter 49 Chest Injury. Aizen's flat tone made Kaido's back suddenly shudder. This battle seemed to be under Aizen's control from the beginning to the end. It's even the same when his body turns into a green dragon. The next moment, Eisen rushed towards Kaido directly with a knife. Ahole, Laozi is Kaido of the beasts. Seeing Eisen rushing up directly against his own bad wind, Kaido's brain immediately congested again, and he couldn't think of anything. Hot interest. Exhaling hot breath, the force that stretched for several kilometers rushed towards Eisen together with the bad wind. However, the next moment, a scene that made him feel horrified appeared. Eisen, who was running towards him, rolled up a slash with ease, and directly cut a channel between the heat and the bad wind from the middle. And Aizen's body flew directly from such a narrow passage. Tear click. A silver-white knife light flashed across Kaido's chest in an instant. Kaido's self-righteous defense was like a piece of paper, easily torn apart by Eisen. Such a huge target, Eisen can also swing the knife with all his strength, and he can hit it without thinking too much. Even if Kaido reacted in time, it was still too late. A pillar of blood spurted out directly from the chest of Kaido in dragon form. Roar. The painful dragon roar resounded throughout the island, and the huge dragon figure disappeared immediately, and Kaido, who was clutching his chest, felt that the internal organs inside were about to jump out. In any case, he never expected that Aizen's slashing power would be so amazing, and it was completely different from Eisen in the fight just now. This guy, hiding his slashing power, is it just for the moment when I become a green dragon? No matter how stupid he is, Kaido can guess Aizen's purpose. The previous armed confrontation and the extremely weak slash were all to make him relax his vigilance. This guy's swordsmanship is the most terrifying, he even forgot about it. The information obtained through the battle does not match the information heard in the rumors. Kaido didn't think too much about it at all. He only thought that it was a falsehood, and only what he experienced was true. So he didn't think about defending against Aizen's slash at all. Sakazuki, let's go. After giving Kaido this blow, Eisen is not greedy for victory, and he understands the truth that the poor should not chase after him. Although Kaido's chest is injured now, it doesn't have much impact on the real combat power. Their purpose is just to get out of trouble and prevent other pirates from intervening in the battle here. As for Kaido of the beasts, It can only be said that it is not the right time to kill him now. Sakazuki didn't reply, and directly grabbed Quinn's body with one hand, and then threw it towards the sea. Seeing this scene, Yin immediately swooped down and grabbed Quinn's body with his claws to prevent him from falling directly into the sea. The three people here are demon fruit power. If Quinn really falls into the sea, things will be really troublesome. Bakuto S61 6-stick light prison. At the moment when Yin was about to grab Quinn, the Six Paths light sheet suddenly appeared beside him and directly blocked his actions. What? What the hell is this? Yin tried hard to find a way to break free from the light sheet on his body. In the case of abandoning the chant, the power of Kido would have been greatly weakened, and the 6-stick light prison is not a particularly advanced Kido. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, Yin still broke free from Kido's shackles. However, Aizen's goal has been achieved, that is, in these 10 seconds, Quinn has completely fallen into the sea. A hole. Realizing that the situation here is not good, Kaido rushed towards Aizen furiously again. Kaido, if you continue, your beloved subordinate will really suffocate to death in the sea. Just when Kaido was about to launch an attack, Aizen's words made him stop immediately. Beware, Kaido is very moody and very casual with some of his minions. But for the highest combat power of the Beast's pirates, he really regards them as his confidants, and treats these people very easygoing. Even if they talk back, he will not get angry. It would be absolutely impossible for the Big Mom pirates to do this. Even if his subordinates fail, Kaido will take the initiative to stand in front of his subordinates, allowing them to rest in peace, and will not speak out to blame. Despicable fellow. Kaido roared angrily. In this battle, it can be said that they were completely calculated by Aizen's scheme. If it is a hard power comparison, in a 3v2 situation, the Beast's pirates really do not necessarily lose. Thank you for the compliment. Despicableness is probably the best compliment the enemy can give me. Eisen didn't care about Kaido's scolding. If the enemy praises you, it means that you really have a big problem. We simply want to escort Seastone back, and it's not in our interest to continue fighting with you now. Should we stop here? Chapter 50. Wait, Eisen, that guy Quinn has already been thrown into the sea. Just give me a little more time to kill this guy Yin. When the two of us work together, we will definitely be able to capture Kaido of the Beasts. Hearing that Eisen planned to give up, Sakazuki was very unhappy. In 2 days, at most 2 days, they will definitely be able to wipe out the Beast's pirates. This guy is a legend in New World, second only to the 3 great pirates. And he's been at Naval Headquarters for so long, now he really wants to make a difference. What nonsense. So what if you catch the Beast's pirates? Do you think we can get out of New World? Don't forget how the Roger pirates got here in the first place. You can guarantee that the Wanakuni guy only sold information to one person. Seeing how excited Sakazuki was, Eisen reprimanded him mercilessly. This is not a joke. What will happen now? Eisen is not very clear. After all, there is no description of these plots in the original book. Eisen can only consider worst-case scenarios. Kaido of the Beasts will come, which means that Charlotte Linlin may also come, which means that Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger pirates, and a lot of New World pirates may appear. Who knows how many pirates those villains at Wanakuni have sold information to? Fighting with the Kaido of the Beasts to the end of their lives can indeed catch them, but what is the probability that they can leave alive? Besides, even if Kaido is caught, can Marine execute this guy? No matter how you calculate it, this is a worthless account. But Sakazuki was still a little reluctant. Sakazuki, listen to my arrangement, don't forget what you promised me before you came. Eisen stared at Sakazuki seriously. When he came here, he had already negotiated with Sakazuki, and he had to follow his own arrangement no matter what. Otherwise, with his personality, he would definitely cause big trouble. I see. Although he was unwilling, Sakazuki was not stupid, and naturally understood the stakes that Eisen just said. This guy is a guy who can stab Whitebeard with a knife. He is definitely not a completely brainless brat, but he often has a cerebral hemorrhage when he fights. As long as he is calmed down, Sakazuki can also listen to people's words. Eisen has a certain degree of control over the personalities of important characters such as Sakazuki, Polusalino, Garp, Sengoku, Crane, and Kong. What do you say? Are you planning to fight us to the death, or let it go, rescue your subordinates and leave directly? After convincing Sakazuki, Eisen turned to look at Kaido of the Beasts. Huh. Kaido exhaled heavily, expressing a very dissatisfied look in his tone. Now you really have an advantage in the situation, not to mention that Laozi has no intention of being taken advantage of by others. Kaido squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Eisen and Sakazuki. This is the first time he has cooperated with Kurozumi or Akai. Although there is a guarantee from the other party, who knows what will happen. He also heard the conversation between Eisen and Sakazuki very clearly just now. If the fight continues, the Beast's pirates will definitely suffer. Since Marine is also afraid and doesn't want to continue the fight, he can also borrow a donkey to go downhill. It can only be said that the plan to ambush Marine to snatch the sea stone this time is still not perfect. The main reason is that Kaido did not expect that Eisen was so strong that he completely controlled the entire battle situation. Because of the intervention of Kaido of the Beasts, Aizen's sailing progress was also a lot slower, but fortunately, there were no problems with the ship during the battle, and they continued sailing and left after a simple overhaul. The rest of the Beast's pirates had no intention of continuing to fight, and watched Marine's warship leave. At first, some people wanted to take advantage of Marine's desire to leave and blackmail a certain sea stone to come over, but they failed in the end. "How's that guy Quinn?" Kaido asked immediately when he saw the Murloc troops salvage Quinn. "The situation is a little bit bad. Master Quinn has serious burns on his back. But don't worry, Master Kaido, it will definitely not be life-threatening." A crew member of Beast's pirates replied hesitantly. "As long as there is no danger, that guy is good at modifying the body, and this kind of minor injury can be easily fixed." Kaido didn't care too much. Quinn used to belong to the research team MADS. As a scientist, he developed biochemical weapons such as mummies and ice ghosts. He also modified his own body and mastered technologies similar to Germa 66. Claiming to be a reformer that Vegapunk can't match. Now keep an eye on Marine's ship to see if there are any other big pirates going up to intercept them, and report to me immediately if there are any. Chapter 51 Changes in the G1 branch. After breaking away from the battlefield with the Beast's pirates, Eisen and Sakazuki are also worried. Kaido of the Beasts is not a weak opponent, let alone they have no reinforcements. The more important thing is that guy is too tenacious, even Marine can't do anything about him. If they are held back, it will be very difficult for them as Marines to be in the belly of New World. They are not Garp, who can flatten the sea with a pair of iron fists, and dare to go deep into the New World with a warship. However, despite some difficulties, they still completed the task perfectly this time. There were almost no other pirates encountered along the way, and it also proved that Wanakuni's inner ghost only exposed information to Kaido of the Beasts. This information is beneficial to both Kaido of the Beasts and Eisen. Kaido can understand that Kurozumi or Akai really wants to establish a long-term cooperation with him, and Eisen and the others don't need to face the attacks of other pirate groups. Seastone's scheduled delivery location is a secret base located between the G1 and G5 branches. No matter what pirates attack it, the two branches will be able to rush to the rescue as soon as possible, and even Naval Headquarters will send troops quickly. Vegapunk's laboratory is not only in Naval Headquarters, there are laboratories prepared for him by the world government in Four Seas and New World. Because some resources are difficult to transport, it is also very difficult to establish these laboratories. It can also be seen from this that the world government attaches great importance to Vegapunk. It took about a week, and they finally succeeded in sending the sea stone back to the intended location. But it's a pity that they didn't see Vegapunk himself this time. To be honest, Eisen is still very concerned about this man who claims to have surpassed the wisdom of the world's 500 people. To be precise, in the whole world, the only person who can really care about him is Vegapunk. Lord I'm above the 5 elders, or Roger, the One Piece, and the will of D, these are not very meaningful to Eisen. At best, it can only be regarded as curiosity. Originally, Vegapunk was supposed to start researching Seastone here, but because of the Minos Grande brought by the crane, the original plan was suddenly interrupted. The current Vegapunk is exploring the power of Minos Grande in the Naval Headquarters research room. Speaking of which, this matter has a lot to do with Eisen. After returning to the G1 branch, as expected, when he went to sea recently, all the documents piled up. The old vice admirals in the branch are all iron bastards, and Garp is the same. I don't know if they were led by the old BD Garp. Including the seemingly passionate Dewey vice admiral who also pretended to be deaf and dumb when encountering these things. Eisen has no choice but to process those files silently, and do his own thing in the rest of the time. To be honest, the battle with Kaido of the Beasts also made him realize his own shortcomings. Both the Ryotsu and the body need to get stronger. Now I am not in a pure soul state like Shinigami. If I want to improve Ryotsu faster, my physical strength must also be improved as soon as possible. Unless, Eisen can kill himself directly and make himself a real Shinigami. But under the rules of this world, he is not sure what will happen after suicide, so this proposal can only be denied. The best way is to save enough mysterious points and get the soul materialization information from the system. After purchasing Zanpakuto's crafting method, Eisen currently has 18 mystery points left in his hand. But what's better is that after killing the evil king, Eisen got almost 1 billion Bailey's treasure from that guy. Of course, this money must not be put on the bright side, and he can only transfer the money out through some underground forces with shady means. In the end, the money in hand is estimated to be around 800 million. Money laundering is not an easy task. If all the money is used to buy devil fruit, it is estimated that I can buy about 6 in the end. It is true that devil fruit is worth 100 million Baileys, but it is in short supply and usually appears in the form of auctions. It is not easy to buy 6 devil fruits for 800 million Baileys. And none of these devil fruits could be the particularly rare type that Zephyr gave him. It can only be said that this kind of thing has a long way to go. Time passed quickly, news appeared every day in New World, and various interesting things happened every day. However, the overall sea situation has not changed much. 3 years later. Perhaps it is not a big event for the whole world, but it is still a meaningful thing for Eisen. He's getting promoted to Marine Vice Admiral. But this is also very natural. Marine looks forward to Eisen. Sakazuki, Polusalino, and others have been playing for a long time, and the new generation of Marine power has gradually become the main force of Marine. The fact that Eisen became the first Marine Vice Admiral is of great significance to the headquarters. Moreover, under Garp's deliberate indulgence, the G1 branch has become a place where Eisen speaks loudly, and Eisen is responsible for all matters in the entire branch. This right to speak is quite unusual. The importance of the G1 branch can be said to be second only to Naval Headquarters. After the Summit War, Marineford was completely destroyed. It was already very convincing for the new Marshal to move the headquarters to the G1 branch as soon as he took office. In the past few years when Eisen has governed the G1 branch, it can be said that the G1 branch is thriving. The branch's territory influence, food, and weapons have almost doubled directly. More importantly, the casualty rate of the G1 branch has dropped by an astonishing 70%. It all has to be credited to Eisen, and everyone can see that. In the past, after fighting pirates, many people would suffer from injuries and illnesses. Because of the injuries, they could not continue to fight, and countless Marine soldiers even died. After all, those who died on the spot were few. Since Eisen came to the G1 branch, as long as there are soldiers who are still breathing, Eisen can directly rescue them, thus greatly reducing the casualty rate of soldiers. Moreover, Eisen didn't just play a role in this aspect, his role was more in the mind. Since accepting the G1 branch, Marine has never been ambushed by pirates, basically they ambushed those pirates. If Garp is a general with unparalleled force in ancient times, then Eisen should be an invincible military strategist. Chapter 52. Moreover, the strength of this military division is not weak. In the past few years, Eisen has almost achieved the reputation of the world's #1 swordsman almost by himself. Of course, it hasn't been verified by people like Golden Lion and Red Earl. Eisen's current title of the world's #1 swordsman is not worthy of the name. Then again, Eisen was the only one who was promoted this time, so Naval Headquarters did not prepare a grand ceremony. They just let the people from the World Economic News Agency come to take pictures and interview as usual, and make Eisen's achievements public. Meanwhile, Kong and Sengoku will have a good chat with Eisen. But in fact, that's it. Talking about chatting is actually a kind of publicity to the outside world. In fact, it is just a few people casually communicating. The interior of Marine is actually quite casual. However, even if the ceremony was not too grand, the fact that Eisen became Marine Vice Admiral still set off a huge storm. You know, Eisen is only 28 years old now. Such a young Marine Vice Admiral has completely refreshed the history of Marine, and can be regarded as the first person in 800 years. From now on, you will be a serious Marine Vice Admiral, congratulations. Kong patted Eisen on the shoulder, and then buckled another medal on Aizen's chest. For justice. Eisen saluted backhandedly. Okay, it's just the two of us here, don't make it so formal. Kong waved his hand casually, signaling him not to be too nervous. Hearing what Kong said, Eisen didn't care too much about the form. Sitting casually on the sofa in the guest seat, he said, compared to this kind of thing, Marshal, you should hurry up and send some available people to the G1 branch. Now I am in charge of the government affairs there alone. Regarding this matter, Eisen has submitted applications to Naval Headquarters more than once. Well, I will seriously consider this matter. It happens that there is also a good junior who can study with you. Kong nodded, and he knew more or less the situation at the G1 branch. Therefore, I also admire Aizen's well-organized management of the G1 branch. They have all seen the development of the G1 branch this year, with an extremely low casualty rate, and more than doubled the influence of the Marine branch. Over the past year, Kong has been amazed by Aizen's subtle strategies and meticulous observation skills. If it weren't for Aizen's age, he would have given up his position to Eisen. He can clearly see that Eisen is not only a genius with Marine Admiral combat power, but also a handsome talent who leads the overall situation. And in the ability to lead the overall situation, Eisen far surpasses himself. Kong is also a very pure person, and he doesn't have too much attachment to power. Maybe he would really do that if he had the chance. And there are quite a few people in Marine who have such a vision. Sakazuki, Polusalino, and Eisen will definitely be Marine Admiral in the future. But if you want to say who can be the Marine Marshal, as long as you are not blind, you will think it is Eisen. Not bad, Junior. It's also a student of the elite camp, and it's no worse than your monsters. Kong reminded, looking at Eisen mysteriously. What Kong said made Eisen suddenly interested. The faces of several people suddenly appeared in Aizen's mind. Kyuzen. Only round, T-Dolphin. The strength and potential of these three people are also very powerful. I just don't know which one Kong is talking about. After chatting for a while, and then chatting with Kong about his views on the current sea situation, Eisen returned to his residence. The next day the newspapers spread the news, and Aizen's becoming Marine Vice Admiral caused quite a stir in the New World. While he made so many political achievements in the G1 branch, of course, he also recruited more pirates to hold grudges. Sure enough, I knew that you must be the first among us to be promoted to Vice Admiral. Polusalino sat in Aizen's room, crossing his legs and laughing. But there was a bit of sourness in the words. Obviously a student of the same class, also known as the monster in the elite camp, Polusalino is much older than Eisen. Sooner or later, everyone in our elite camp rated Marine Vice Admiral. Eisen replied with a smile. They also heard about the subsequent development of the elite camp. Many Marine generals will be trained in the second elite camp, but the top few have just reached the potential of Marine Vice Admiral. The starting point of the first elite camp is the apex of the second elite camp. Of course, this is also understandable. From Duanya, the age of everyone in the first elite camp, it can be seen that Zephyr's elite camp was opened temporarily, and there was no so-called elite camp before that. As a result, Marine's elite younger generation of all ages joined Zephyr. The best batch of students have been taken away, and the quality of the second session will naturally drop a lot. By the way, Polusalino, you seem to have been transferred back from the G5 branch. I heard that you are working next to Sengoku Admiral. Eisen looked at Polusalino curiously. I'm sort of an adjutant to Marshal Sengoku now, who knows what they think. Polusalino didn't quite understand the Naval Headquarters arrangement. Actually, it's not bad. You can learn a lot from Sengoku Admiral, and he will definitely become the Marine Marshal in the future, right? It's also good for you to have some relationship with him now. Eisen said jokingly. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that Polusalino was definitely not interested in these things. Even if he was overtaken by Eisen, Polusalino would only feel a little emotional in his heart, but he would not try too hard to catch up. He and Sakazuki are like two extremes. Sakazuki has gone crazy all these years trying to keep up with Eisen. Forgive me, I still want to be clean for 2 more days. Polusalino looked lazy and didn't care about what Eisen said. I guess that guy Sakazuki won't care too much about this kind of thing. Speaking of Sakazuki, that guy probably got the news of your promotion to Vice Admiral. I don't know what expression he will have. Thinking of Sakazuki's expression, Polusalino found it very funny. What expression? Of course it's a congratulatory expression. Just as Polusalino was imagining Sakazuki's expression, a person suddenly walked into the room. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Sakazuki walking in. Because it was in Naval Headquarters, everyone was more relaxed and did not use observation haki to keep an eye on their surroundings. Chapter 53 Contest with Sakazuki. So neither of them noticed that Sakazuki happened to be outside the door. Sakazuki, why have you returned to the headquarters? Seeing Sakazuki appear, Polusalino was also taken aback for a moment. Wasn't this guy transferred to the G5 branch to take his place a few years ago? Someone has been promoted to Vice Admiral, why should I come back to congratulate you? For Polusalino's performance, Sakazuki is completely dismissive, and Eisen is one of the few strong men he can recognize, and the two can be regarded as close friends. To be honest, I thought you would immediately go out to sea to catch pirates when you heard the news. Seeing Sakazuki's appearance, the corners of Aizen's mouth slightly raised. Do you think I'm such a boring person? Sakazuki randomly found a place to sit down, and then brought over the newspaper on the table, which were the reports on Eisen from the World Economic News Agency. Congratulations, you are the first to become Vice Admiral. Sakazuki said. This can be regarded as an official congratulations to Eisen. It's not interesting to say these things. We finally met again. Why don't we go have a drink? Neither of them rejected Polusalino's proposal. Taking off Marine's overcoat and casually changing into casual clothes, the three of them crossed their shoulders and headed to Marineford to find a tavern. Now their reputations are not small, if they meet acquaintances on the road, they will be in trouble. The three of them drank together and hadn't seen each other for several years. Although they seldom contacted even the phone bugs, as the three monsters in the same elite camp, all three of them followed each other's news. It's a sympathy, and I probably have thoughts in this regard. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was a little drunk. While the alcohol was getting strong, Sakazuki suddenly turned to look at Eisen. Before we went on a mission together last time, you said that if there is a chance, we will fight again, or just now. Last time? During the Wanakuni mission? Did I say that? After drinking some wine, Eisen's mind was also a little confused. It must have been said, I still remember it clearly. Sakazuki nodded, as if it was true. It's okay. Just look at the changes in everyone in the past few years. But let's not make it too complicated, let's wrestle your wrists and try. Although I can't remember exactly what I said a few years ago, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Saying that, the two also got up and rolled up their sleeves at the same time. The arm muscles with almost perfect lines are extraordinarily lean. Armament. Sakazuki snorted, and the entire right arm was covered with a layer of armament haki. The same goes for Eisen, who has a layer of armament haki covering his arms, almost identical to Sakazuki. Bring it on. Sakazuki slammed his hands down on the table. I will not admit defeat easily, no matter what aspect it is. Eisen also put his hands on the table, and with a loud slap, Eisen and Sakazuki began wrestling. The arms trembled constantly, and the lean muscles visible to the naked eye also began to tremble. Sakazuki's strength is still terrifying. This guy is a monster level. When he was in the elite camp, although Eisen's overall combat effectiveness was stronger than Sakazuki's, his strength was not as good as him. After another few years, Sakazuki has maintained such a high-intensity exercise, and his physical strength has become stronger. Without using any special strength or ability, it is a simple comparison of armament haki and wrist strength, and it is a dignified confrontation. Polusalino next to him also opened his mouth wide when he saw the scene of the two wrestling madly. What two monsters! These two guys haven't slacked off for a second in the past few years, have they? Eisen's talent was stronger than both of them, so Polusalino thought it was normal for him to become like this. But Sakazuki's talent is honestly not too brilliant compared with him, but his improvement in physical skills far exceeds him. It is conceivable how much effort Sakazuki has spent these years. When the power of the two sides exploded together, waves of shocking power surged out, and the table under the arms of the two of them split apart almost instantly. Along with the entire tavern, it is directly divided into two along a line. Putting his hand in front of his face, carrying the aftermath of the two people's fight, the people around who came to drink had some difficulty getting up. Eisen's brows moved, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body again, heading straight into the sky. Sakazuki also lost his mind because of this momentum, and his arm was suddenly pulled halfway. Fortunately, he adjusted in time and immediately stabilized his arm. This is Conqueror's Haki. Polusalino has also seen such power many times. But a sense of oppression as violent as Eisen is also rare. Are you kidding? I can't lose so easily. Sakazuki's shoulders began to slowly heat up, as did his arms. Although it was agreed at the beginning not to use abilities, I just used haki and physical strength to wrestle wrists. But once it got serious, both sides couldn't control their strength. The explosive force of the volcanic eruption made Sakazuki slowly move the arm that had been pulled over to the middle position. But the result of the two people's more efforts was only one: the glass in the surrounding rooms began to shatter rapidly, and the house collapsed directly. The bodies of the two were immediately buried by the rubble of the house. The shattered stones fell like a torrential rain. What are you two idiots doing here? Suddenly, everyone saw a figure rising from the pile of rubble in the ruins. Moreover, that voice was very familiar to them. Z. Teacher Zephyr. After taking a closer look and realizing that the person was Zephyr, Polusalino's eyes widened immediately. They'd only just made the tavern look like this, only to see the Zephyr appear. It feels like a student who has done something bad is suddenly caught by the head teacher. It seems that the battles in the G5 branch in the past few years have really made you a lot stronger. Eisen looked at Sakazuki and said with emotion. It's the same for you. I heard that you stay in the office all day to process documents, and you often try your best to give them advice, and your strength will drop a lot. But now it seems that you are not sitting in the office all day. Retirement. Sakazuki said. Looking back at the surrounding ruins, Eisen also scratched his head in some trouble. Speaking of which, we should not be required to pay compensation, and I don't know if the headquarters can reimburse it. A whole. Of course it's impossible to reimburse, the money will be deducted from your wages in the future. Chapter 54 Kuzen. Zephyr, who had just crawled out of the ruins, roared at Eisen and the others. Today, he brought his students here to get drunk, but when he was drinking comfortably in the private room, the house suddenly collapsed. Ah la la, are these the seniors of the first batch of elite camp? I always feel that they look very interesting. Kuzen, who crawled out of the ruins, lay casually on the ruins, with a lazy look on his face, and casually glanced at Eisen and others. Although these guys are older than himself, for Kuzen, he doesn't care about these things. Who is this? Ignoring Zephyr's claim of losing money, Eisen curiously looked at Kuzen next to Zephyr. Same goes for Sakazuki and Polusalino. Monster. This was the first reaction of the three of them seeing Kuzen. This is definitely a monster on the same level as them. Speaking of which, I've heard that there seems to be a Logia monster in this elite camp. Polusalino has been working in Naval Headquarters recently, and has heard about the situation in the elite camp. Especially since everyone is spreading rumors that recently there was a genius in the elite camp who could rival the three monsters of the first elite camp. And, that guy is also Logia Demon Fruit Power. Forget it, you guys can introduce yourselves. It won't be long before you can meet in New World. Although Zephyr was a little annoyed that the tavern was destroyed at the beginning, but after so long, Zephyr still misses these big apprentices very much. Even for Polusalino, Zephyr didn't want to say anything to spoil the atmosphere. Marshal Kong chatted with me for a while before. Could it be Kuzen who was transferred to the G1 branch? Eisen looked at Zephyr. Kong is still hiding it from himself. Zephyr will not do the same, right? Logically speaking, a position like Zephyr must know some specific arrangements. Well, although Kuzen's strength is not bad, but his personality is a bit too lazy. When the time comes to go to the G1 branch, you can simply leave the matter to him. Sure enough, Zephyr didn't intend to hide it at all, and directly responded to Eisen's words. In fact, this arrangement was proposed by Zephyr, in order to let Kuzen exercise. It can only be said that the students are too good to be a headache. In just a few years, Zephyr has taught 4 geniuses with Marine Admiral potential, among which Eisen is the strongest. Not only looks like a monster in terms of strength, but also looks like a normal person in character. Most importantly, this guy is still handsome. The remaining 3 Logia's monsters can also be said to be evenly matched. This really waits until the time to choose Marine Admiral, that is the trouble of happiness. This is the Eisen Vice Admiral of the G1 branch. Kuzen is indeed a bit lazy, but that doesn't mean he doesn't pay attention to anything. The youngest Marine Vice Admiral in Marine history, Eisen also has some inexplicable feelings in his heart. Eisen didn't think too much about it, but was very happy to have a tool person come to the G1 branch to help with daily government affairs. Being oppressed by that old man Garp all the time, Eisen can finally be a bad guy who oppresses others too. Poor Eisen doesn't seem to have a clue about his future fate in the G1 branch. The tavern was destroyed, and they were naturally too embarrassed to stay here. They took Zephyr and Eisen together, and they went to find a barbecue restaurant. As for the tavern, anyway, it's all Marine's business, and it can be resolved with a phone call. Of course, the follow-up will inevitably be scolded by Sengoku. However, the protagonist who was scolded was Sakazuki, and Eisen was almost completely ignored by Sengoku. The main reason is that their top management has already trained Eisen as the helm of the future Marine. Hey, can we talk for a while? The group of people just dispersed, but Eisen turned around and found Eisen through the path. From his indecision, it could be seen that Eisen is not good at this kind of thing. Hearing this, Eisen also looked back at Eisen. The height of people in the world of One Piece is a bit outrageous. Eisen is only 2 meters tall, while Eisen is nearly 3 meters tall. So he can only look up at each other. But Eisen didn't care, this height really didn't fit his aesthetics. Is there anything? If you are not in a hurry, you should be able to come to the G1 branch to find me in a few days. Eisen dragged on for a long time, hesitated for a while, then organized his thoughts and said, actually, besides me, there may be another person who also wants to come to the G1 branch. But her situation is a bit complicated. Her? You mean? Eisen stared at Eisen curiously, because the pronunciation of the word she and he is different in this language. It's Madoka, that Tsuru Vice Admiral's adopted sister. Only round. The identity of this person is quite worth mentioning. Decades later, his Marine code name is Momuzagi, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral alternate. Although Momuzagi does not have Marine Admiral, her name follows Admiral's code name, named after colors and animals, so she is stronger than other Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. In this era, Zaiwan's talent is no less than that of their group, and they are also at the level of monsters. If Zaiwan wants to come to the G1 branch, it should be easy, right? She is Tsuru Vice Admiral's sister-in-law, and she has good potential, so there are very good reasons to transfer to the G1 branch. Eisen crossed his arms in front of him, and found obvious holes in Eisen's words. If Zaiwan's situation is more complicated, the only explanation is that some people are unwilling to let him go to the G1 branch. And what this person said, Yuan himself, was not easy to refuse, and it could directly affect the decision of Marine's top management. In Eisen's cognition, there is only one person who has a reason to do such a thing and meets the above conditions. Crane Vice Admiral. It's Tsuru Vice Admiral who doesn't want Yuan to go to the G1 branch, right? Eisen explained Eisen's inner thoughts in one word. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Gaming with an intelligent guy like you is simply asking for humiliation. Eisen has no intention of hiding, nor is he particularly good at communicating with other people. And Eisen's record in the G1 branch is obvious to all. To be honest, even if Crane Vice Admiral doesn't want Zaiwan to come to the G1 branch, I don't really want to conflict with that one. You should also understand that Crane Vice Admiral is not just a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Eisen shook his head, even he was unwilling to do such a thankless thing. Chapter 55 Roger's Terminal Illness. Sure enough, it's a pity. Hearing Eisen's attitude, Eisen didn't continue to persuade him. He is just an ordinary student who just graduated from the elite camp, and Eisen is already a high-ranking Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The status of the two is not at the same level at all. Especially the level of Crane Vice Admiral, whose prestige is no less than that of Marine Admiral's General Staff. Although it's hard for me to show up, there are people who can help Zaiwan realize his ideas. Who? As soon as Eisen said this, a tall and skilled woman rushed out. With that tall figure, coupled with the iconic spider-like tattoo on the left leg, Eisen immediately guessed that it was Zaiwan. To untie the bell, you need the person who tied it. If you want the Vice Admiral to let him go, you have to express your attitude. Everyone should know why she doesn't want you to go to the G1 branch. In this regard, Yuan fell silent. The reason why she was not allowed to go to the G1 branch was too simple. It was nothing more than fear of her being in danger in New World. If you don't even have this bit of courage, then how can you be a Marine general? I'm afraid Crane Vice Admiral knows your character, so he wants to test you. Test? Is that what it means? Although it was a question sentence, Zaiwen seemed to already know the answer in his heart. Just like that, Zaiwen left here silently. As for whether she can pass the barrier in her heart and disobey Crane's order head-on, it depends on her own efforts. At the same time, news about Aizen's promotion to Marine Vice Admiral quickly spread to the big pirates in New World. The youngest Vice Admiral in the history of Marine, it seems that the troublesome kid has really grown up. Whitebeard smiled at the information in the newspaper. Then the other two Logia's monsters are probably about the same. With so many monsters appearing at once, the guys in Marine are really happy. Margieo, who was still a young kid, said, Logia ability users are still very troublesome, and it is not easy to hurt them. Whitebeard said, even Eisen and the others have only heard about Kyuzen. These pirates naturally don't know that there is a third Logia monster in Marine. If you let them know the news about Kyuzen, it is estimated that many people will be unable to sit still. But Whitebeard, a proud old man, certainly doesn't care that much. Logia's monsters are troublesome, but his shock fruit is equally terrible. However, when news of Eisen reached the Beast's pirates, Kaido couldn't sit still. After reading the information in the newspaper, Kaido angrily tore the newspaper in his hand to shreds. Because one of Eisen's particularly impressive records is the victory over his Beast's pirates, and I don't know where the newsbird of the World Economic News Agency got a picture of Eisen confronting him. At that time, he could be said to be extremely embarrassed. Damn BD. Keep an eye on Wanakuni. We must control the resources of Seastone. Kaido yelled at his subordinates. The current Wanakuni is still closed to the outside world, and the cooperation between Kaido and Kurozumai Orakai is not very close. The golden lion floating in the sky also got the information. He also has a lot of impressions of this great swordsman recognized by Rayleigh. He also didn't expect that this guy's growth rate is so amazing, and he has become the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters so soon. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to fight him one-on-one. I would like to see how powerful the world's #1 swordsman that Rayleigh said is. The golden lion holds tightly the two famous swords of Sakura Tokaiku in his hand. Rayleigh and Golden Lion have also fought a few times, and were also on Roger's crew, but neither of their swordsmanship has been so praised by Pluton Rayleigh. If it wasn't clear that Rayleigh wasn't the kind of guy who would lie about killing someone else, the Golden Lion would have really suspected that. How about the news from Roger? Doesn't that guy have the ability to decipher the text of history? I must get the ancient weapon. Once I have that power, coupled with Roger's assistance, it will not be a problem to dominate the entire world. By then, no matter how many geniuses Marine has, it won't work. There was a raging fire burning in Golden Lion's eyes, a flame called ambition. Ancient weapon coupled with the powerful force of Golden Lion, once the Golden Lion pirates and Roger pirates join forces, it may really be possible to overturn the world. At this time, the Roger pirates. Partner, you read this newspaper. After Pluton Rayleigh finished reading the newspaper in his hand, he handed it to Roger. Oh? This is. As soon as he took the newspaper from Rayleigh, Roger saw Eisen's appearance on it at a glance. I didn't expect to become Marine Vice Admiral so soon. To be honest, I was a little surprised. For Eisen, Rayleigh may never forget in his life. The scar left on his eye would ache from time to time, as if reminding him of this past. Eisen's rapid fame is absolutely inseparable from Rayleigh's help. Now anyone mentions Eisen, and the first thing that comes to mind is probably leaving a scar on Pluton Rayleigh's eye. The dignified Pluton Rayleigh, the future vice captain of One Piece, turned out to be a stepping stone to Eisen's fame. Even though Rayleigh usually doesn't care much about those things and other people's gossip, but after a long time, he also has the idea of wanting to fight Eisen again. Not just for revenge, but also to see Eisen's swordsmanship. The swordsmanship beyond the scope of this world's understanding is really desirable. No swordsman who pursues the highest realm can resist the temptation to fight Eisen. Even Roger did the same. Let's go back to the Grand Line from 4 Seas this time, and we will definitely meet that guy in a short time. I am also very much looking forward to fighting him. Roger looked excited. Roger, you should be very clear about your situation. Now you don't have time to challenge those interesting opponents all day long. Seeing the excited expression on Roger's face, Rayleigh immediately warned. Roger is no longer the same as before. He is terminally ill, and every high-intensity fight is a huge burden on his body. They must conserve their strength for the final leg of the Grand Line. It was destined to be a difficult and completely unknown journey. Completely conquer the Grand Line, others probably don't even dare to think about it. Although that's what I said, Rayleigh, you should understand, right? As long as you are a swordsman, you will definitely not be able to refuse to fight with that guy. Chapter 56 The Order of the Five Elders. Roger laughed heartily. Although he was terminally ill, he was not completely unable to fight. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, when they meet these guys in New World in the future, Roger will have to make a move too. If I can't fight that guy once before I die, I will definitely die with regret. Roger's words silenced all the crew members present. No matter how playful they are usually, when it comes to Roger's condition, everyone has the same expression. I know, but if we can handle normal battles, you'd better not make a move. You probably don't want to fight those monsters with your broken body. Finally it was Rayleigh who broke the strange atmosphere of the scene. All they can do is try their best to accompany Roger through this final journey. Of course I understand. But now that we have the secret of the ancient weapon, the journey ahead will definitely not be peaceful. Thinking of this matter, Roger felt somewhat worried. Paper cannot contain fire, and soon someone will know about ancient weapon. The other end. Marshal, I've been in the headquarters for a long time, and it's time to go back to the G1 branch. Thinking of the fact that the G1 branch must have piled up a lot of things to deal with in the past few days after he left, Eisen felt very tired. Well, then you can go back first. Kong didn't think much of it, and just let Eisen leave. However, before Eisen left the office, a phone call came directly into Kong's office. Kong, from now on, abandon all Marine's offensive plans, and use all available forces to hunt down the Roger pirates. From the other end of the phone came a voice that was very familiar to Kong. At the same time, this is what made Eisen stop suddenly. Talking to Marshal Marine in such a tone, the identity of the other party can be imagined. Five Elders. The supreme leader of the world government. Abandon all offensive plans. Are you kidding me? This one-size-fits-all order will cause a devastating blow to Marine's grassroots. Kong chose to reject Five Elders' arrogant and unreasonable attitude without hesitation. Just kidding, Marine is not a toy for the world government to fiddle with. Don't look at this as an extremely simple order, but if it is carried out like this, it will definitely cause chaos at the Marine level. Each Marine branch has its own situation, and everyone handles it according to their own situation. Naval Headquarters can only do some general deployment. If you want to make a particularly detailed arrangement, you need to communicate with the branch in advance. Therefore, every order issued from Naval Headquarters is carefully considered. Kong would never accept the unreasonable interference of the Five Elders. However, the next moment, a sentence from Five Elders made Kong shut up. The Roger pirates have already interpreted the power of the ancient weapon. Once they successfully find the ancient weapon, they may even destroy the entire world. By then it will be too late. Kong was instantly dumbfounded by Five Elders' words, and even Eisen, who was listening beside him, was stunned for a long time. Ancient weapon. Naturally, they had heard about the ancient weapon. The worst super battleship Pluton in history, it is rumored that a single shot is enough to destroy an island. Poseidon who controls all the sea kings in the entire sea. And Uranus, of which so far nothing is known. Together these three are known as ancient weapon and have been around since a very long time ago. We have no choice. Marine, including the government, must put all its energy on Roger. Otherwise, the whole world will be involved in the huge war Uzumaki. Five Elders' words were like a heavy hammer hitting Kong's heart. They didn't have a choice, and they couldn't bet that Roger wouldn't do it. The moment he gained the ability to read the text of history and began to pursue the power of the ancient weapon, Marine was cornered. Your Excellency, Marshal, it's better not to have any illusions. That guy is a brutal pirate who will wipe out a country's army just because of a few swear words. Eisen stares at Kong. He was a victim of Roger's brutal actions. While he did not directly cause the tragedy in Cromwell, he was by no means innocent. Such a dangerous person still holds the ancient weapon in his hand, who knows what will happen that day. I understand, and I will make proper arrangements immediately. Kong pondered for a while. This matter must be done, but how to do it needs to be discussed carefully. The order must be issued, but how to do it will have to be discussed with Sengoku, Tsuru, and other important Marine executives. Then I'll go back to the G1 branch as soon as possible. I will try my best to arrange things properly, and then go to hunt down the Roger pirates. Eisen has no time to stay too much. The branches in the first half of Four Seas and Grand Line will not encounter too much pressure, and pirates generally will not take the initiative to attack those branches. But New World is an exception. Well, you should go back and convey the situation. Fire. There was a roar on the pirate ship. Cannonballs were fired from the pitch-black gun barrels, hitting the small pirate group in front. Boom. 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 The shells landed on the sea one by one, causing a lot of water splashes. As for the shells that seemed to fall on the Roger pirates, they were blocked by the people on board in various ways. It seems that there are quite a few people here this time. While laughing, Roger casually shot down the cannonball in front of him. But just after one piece was shot down, another large piece of artillery shells appeared in front of him. Such a powerful firepower is indeed a bit overwhelming. There is only one large pirate fleet with such powerful firepower in the entire New World. The Golden Lion Pirates. That guy Shiki really made a grand meeting ceremony for us. Rayleigh, who fought side by side with Roger, also had a smile on his face. Probably because of being rejected several times, Golden Lion also became a little annoyed, and even directly called all the pirate fleets under his command. You should be very clear about that guy's ambition, but it's a pity that he's not on the same side as us after all. Roger had a smile on his face. To dominate the world, that guy Golden Lion might really have the strength. It's just that Roger is not interested in domination at all, and he is already terminally ill, so he has no time to play this kind of hegemony game with Golden Lion anymore. Chapter 57 Admiral Naval Battle. And at this moment, a ship slowly fell from the sky and blocked the Roger pirates right in front. No one in the New World would fail to recognize the owner of this ship. Boom. A foot slammed on the bow, and out came a man of immense haki, with ground-length blonde hair like a lion's mane. The next moment, a wave of haki who looked down on the world flew out mightily. On the Golden Lion's ship, more than a dozen captains also held weapons ferociously, looking at Roger with a sense of aggression. However, despite this, they did not rush up directly. Golden Lion came to Roger this time mainly for cooperation. Roger. A long breath came out from his nostrils. Golden Lion Shiki picked up a cigar again and bit it in his mouth, and after lighting it, he set his sights on Roger. Probably rehearsed in advance, when the Golden Lion appeared, the sound of the surrounding artillery disappeared, leaving only the sound of the Golden Lion echoing in the sea. Shiki, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Although there was still a firefight just now, Roger was still dealing with Golden Lion with a normal heart. This is a pirate. The real big pirates have put their lives aside from the moment they set out to sea. Now that you have decided to go to sea, you must be prepared to be killed by other pirates, and be prepared to be caught by Marine. A guy who doesn't even have this kind of consciousness, setting foot in the New World is courting death. Here, the law of the jungle is followed. You should be very clear about the purpose of my coming here. The era of rocks is over, and the overlord of the new era has not yet appeared. To be honest, there are too many strong people in this sea. Even I can't do everything well, so I need your help. Roger, join me. Come aboard my ship, I just need a mate. With my strength and the ancient weapon you have mastered, the strength of the two of us is enough to dominate the entire New World. Not even Marine can stop us, the whole world will be ours. Biting a cigar, Golden Lion directly stuck the Sakazuki Kaiku in his hand on the boat under his feet, and stretched out his hand to Roger. With the appearance of haki, the waves stirred up the waves in a timely manner and hit the boat. Golden Lion put all the weapons in his hands on the boat, showing his sincerity to Madara. Everyone in the Flying Pirates is also looking forward to the Roger Pirates. Joining forces, no matter how you think about it, is beneficial to both sides. Besides the Golden Lion, the one with the most territory in the New World is Whitebeard. But the old man Whitebeard is not interested in fighting for hegemony at all, he only cares about taking children. He and Whitebeard both stayed on the Rocks Pirates once, so he naturally understood what Whitebeard wanted. Other pirates want riches, fame, or even world conquest. And what Whitebeard wants is very simple, that is family. It's amazing. No wonder you, Shiki, can create such a large and powerful pirate fleet. If it was someone else, maybe they would join you directly. But it's a pity. I'm also not interested in domination. Roger smiled, and rejected Golden Lion's invitation without further ado. From a rational analysis, as long as the two of them work together, even Marine can't do anything about them. It's a pity that Roger is also destined to be a guy who doesn't want to bow down to others. What's more, now that he is terminally ill, his only idea is to finish the Grand Line, to understand the truth of this world, and to understand the meaning behind the D-Clan. Do you mean that you want to be sunk into the sea by me? Veins popped up on Shiki's forehead, and the smile on his face disappeared completely. I put down Sakura Tokaiku, and invited Roger with such sincerity, but this guy still stubbornly refused. Whether it is the secret that Roger holds, or Roger, it is a great help to Golden Lion. However, if Roger insists on refuting his face, then Golden Lion will not show mercy. No, it means to defeat all of you here. Even though we were outnumbered, Roger didn't show any expression of fear. Golden Lion is one of the 3 great pirates, and he is also one of the 3 great pirates. When Golden Lion was the captain of the Rocks Pirates many years ago, Roger had already defeated the Rocks Pirates. Now he has no reason to be afraid of this guy. Roger swung his knife violently, and the cannonballs were fired directly. Boom. The shells landed on a ship next to the Golden Lion, a puff of black smoke slowly rose, and flames began to slowly rise from the ship. Roger's provocative actions completely angered the members of the Golden Lion Pirates, and the cotters behind them picked up their weapons one after another, leaning towards Roger's pirates without even thinking about it. The two sides immediately fought together, and Nagato immediately became confused. Blood splattered, screams continued, and the sound of blades colliding with each other was mixed with the sound of gunshots from time to time. What? The Golden Lion and Roger met in the waters of 8 Vol. Garp, who got the news from Naval Headquarters, took a gulp of tea. For the meeting of these new world monsters, Marine has always been cautious, fearing that some of them will join forces. And this time the two parties who met happened to be the 2 guys they were most worried about. One is Roger, who has weapons capable of destroying the world, and the other is Golden Lion, who is ambitious and has elusive weapons and a large number of troops. To be honest, Marine couldn't even imagine how terrible it would be if these 2 parties joined forces. It may even directly cause war in the whole world. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the situation. This is the information from the Marine's surveillance ship. Eisen looked at the information in his hand, and said to Garp calmly. He wasn't particularly worried about Golden Lion and Roger teaming up, though. According to the plot, Golden Lion and Roger will fight in the sea area of 8 Wall, and the Roger pirate group is almost going to be disabled. But a sudden storm destroyed all of Golden Lion's large fleet, and even Golden Lion himself was seriously injured in the storm, and his strength was greatly reduced. The weather in New World is not just talk, even this top-notch big pirate is helpless in the face of real natural disasters. With the birth of this world full of powerful people, the natural disasters caused by it have also become more terrifying. Golden Lion, BD. That guy must want to dominate the world, that's why he went to Roger for the news of ancient weapon. Do you think our Marines will just sit back and ignore it? Naval Headquarters and the G5 branch have already chosen to come out in full force, including Teacher Zephyr, who is still leading the elite battalion and also went to the front line. Looking at the information from other places, Eisen was also secretly surprised. Except that Naval Headquarters still kept the Marshal Kong guarding it, Marine really came out in full force this time. Including the G5 branch on the frontline battlefield, according to the intelligence, there is currently no Vice Admiral there. Chapter 58 The Storm Comes. This lineup is estimated to have rivaled the Summit War against Whitebeard decades later. Then why are we hesitating? We'll go all out immediately. Garp saw that Eisen still looked slow, and couldn't help becoming anxious. Vice Admiral Garp, don't be so anxious. Seeing Garp in such a hurry, Eisen felt amused in his heart. Since Eisen became Vice Admiral, Kong has completely handed over all the affairs of the G1 branch to Eisen. The current Eisen is the base leader of the G1 branch. If he wants to attack, Eisen must not. How can we not be in a hurry? That's Golden Lion and Roger, if we join forces. You also said that the premise is that the 2 of them join forces. Do you think it is possible for those 2 guys to join forces? Eisen brushed off the matter very easily. Team up? It's a good thing these 2 guys don't fight. A normal person would think that Roger and the Golden Lion pirates must have a battle, and it must be a result of mutual losses in the end. But it's not that I can't attack, but I have to choose how to attack. In my opinion, we should not directly intervene in the battle between Golden Lion and Roger, but wait nearby and wait for the opportunity. Besides, if Marine really pushes too hard, maybe it will actually lead to their alliance. Aizen's last words directly captured Garp's mind. Yes. If Marine's momentum is too big, then the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion pirates will definitely join forces. This is the situation they least want to see. Then what shall we do? Garp was also confused by Aizen's nonsense and was at a loss, so he could only ask him for advice. You don't need so many people, it's enough to let the combat power above Vice Admiral go directly. In this way, the combat power can be guaranteed, and it won't startle the enemy. Alright then, let's go. Garp said impatiently. Under the urging of Garp, the group soon boarded a small warship. There are 8 people in total, and there are 2 old Vice Admirals left to guard Naval Headquarters. However, there were only 8 people in total. To be honest, it was really not enough to see. If Roger and Golden Lion really joined forces, then they would be unable to do anything. Everyone knew what a huge crisis Marine was facing this time, and all the crew members looked serious after boarding the ship. I don't know what's going on over there. In front of the warship, Garp was extremely worried. Vice Admiral Garp, you have traveled across the sea for so many years, so you should be quite familiar with the waters of New World. Do you think extreme natural weather will suddenly appear in the waters of 8 Wall? Extreme natural weather. Hearing Aizen's question, Garp froze for a second. There are many natural weather environments in New World, and no matter where it is, there are terrifying environments that ordinary people can't imagine. Why is Eisen mentioning this matter at this time? Even if there is a sudden tsunami, generally speaking, it won't affect them, right? Garp thought for a while, feeling that Aizen's question was a bit unreasonable. Golden Lion and Roger are the legendary big pirates of New World, how could they be defeated by a mere tsunami? Sure enough, you all think so. Eisen had such an expression as expected. Indeed, based on common sense, this kind of thing is somewhat impossible no matter how you think about it. If Eisen hadn't known the plot in advance, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing. You mean, this time there will be an extreme tsunami in the waters where Roger and Golden Lion are fighting, and it will directly hit them hard. No matter how stupid Garp is, he can understand what Eisen means. That's right, I have also learned some sailing knowledge, and there will be a super tsunami unimaginable in that sea area. Are you 100% sure? Garp rushed to Eisen excitedly and grabbed Eisen's shoulder directly. 100%. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to severely damage the Golden Lion pirates. Eisen directly locked his eyes on the Golden Lion. Golden Lion pirates. Shouldn't you focus on Roger pirates? Garp asked suspiciously. Of course not. The Roger pirates move very quickly. Everyone is an elite. It is very difficult to catch them. But the Golden Lion pirates have nearly 20,000 people. Garp has been chasing the Roger pirates for so long, so he should be very clear about this kind of thing. It is impossible for them to capture these 2 legendary pirates at the same time. To solve this problem, the priority target is the Golden Lion. I get it. Although it's a pity to let that guy Roger escape, but if you can hit the Golden Lion hard, you can make a lot of money. After a little reminder from Eisen, Garp has almost figured out the situation. Over the years, Eisen's prestige in the G1 branch has been no less than that of Garp, and even Garp obeys his orders. Listening to Eisen's instructions has become a habit for them. What's more, this time Eisen has analyzed the situation so clearly. Soon, they came to a place near the Sea of Adver. At this time, almost 2 days have passed since the Golden Lion and Roger pirates started fighting. At present, the Roger pirates have completely revealed their defeat. Even if they are also called the 3 Great Pirates, there is still a big gap between the 3 Great Pirates. Especially in the difference in strength is more obvious. But the Roger pirates are the Roger pirates after all. Even in the face of such an unfavorable situation, they were not easily defeated by the Golden Lion pirates. It seems that there is no big problem for the Roger pirates to persist until the storm comes. Sure enough, the plot will not change so easily. Taking a rough look at the battle situation on the field, Eisen directly made such a judgment. Marine's information is also spread out one after another. On the 3rd day, Eisen finally saw the information he needed. A storm is coming, and the weather ahead is starting to get unstable. Chapter 59 The Stubborn Golden Lion. Roger, since you don't want to join forces with Laozi, then just tell me the whereabouts of the ancient weapon. In this case, I can also choose to spare your lives." The Golden Lion held the Sakura Tokaiku, and looked down at the Roger pirates below with a rebellious look. Continuing to fight Roger, although he can indeed win, but he also needs to pay a big price. Such a result is completely inconsistent with his interests. "Shiki, ancient weapon is not a power that you can control. It is also impossible for me to tell you about those things." Roger's eyes widened, and there was no trace of fear in the eyes of the Golden Lion. What to do is his freedom. If even the simplest freedom is deprived, then what kind of pirate is he? It's easy for Golden Lion to want this answer. Pirates have their own way of doing things. If you want it, you can just use force to grab it. There is no second way. It seems that we can only sink all of you first. There was a terrible chill in Golden Lion's eyes. Roger still likes to fight against himself as always. Since he was so determined not to surrender to himself, he could only fight to the end. Get the stones that hide the secrets of this world from Roger first, and then find someone who can interpret these ancient texts. He can also interpret the whereabouts of the ancient weapon. Although it is a little troublesome, but under the premise that Roger is unwilling to cooperate, this can be regarded as an optimal solution. It's not certain who will be sunk first. Roger had the usual idiotic smirk on his face, but after 2 consecutive days of hard work, Roger's smile seemed a bit forced. Although he wanted to defeat Golden Lion directly to reverse the overall situation, Golden Lion was not someone who could be easily defeated. The difference in numbers between the two sides was too huge. After almost 3 days of fierce fighting, Roger's side had already suffered heavy losses, and even Rayleigh had a lot of bloodline. The Roger pirates are a collection of elites, but the Golden Lion pirates are not all idiots. Didn't you think our journey would stop here? Before we reached the legendary Raftel, we fell at the hands of the Golden Lion. A sword cut a pirate in front of him into the air, and Rayleigh took advantage of the gap to breathe heavily to recover his strength. But seeing the black crowd appearing in front of him again, Rayleigh felt a little desperate. The difference in numbers is too big. Even if it is a group fight, the Golden Lion pirates can almost exhaust their physical strength. "Partner, don't give up so easily. No one can tell what will happen until the last moment." Roger is very open-minded, and he will never give up until the last moment. At this time when everyone is a little bit broken, if Roger takes the lead in despair, it will only make others even more desperate. As the captain of the Roger pirates, as the spiritual pillar of everyone, he must not be discouraged first anyway. Suddenly, Roger seemed to feel something at once, and a smile appeared on his face. "Rayleigh, hold the boat for another hour, I have a way out." "Do you have a way to escape?" Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. After thinking for so long, he couldn't think of a way to escape. Roger, a fool, thought of it first? Well, trust me. The smile on Roger's face widened. His swordsmanship, armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki are all top-notch, especially observation haki, which can even be called the #1 in the world. His observation haki is enough to perceive everything around him, and even reached the advanced level of listening to the voice of all things. This ability cannot be obtained through cultivation at all. Just now, Roger felt through the observation haki of the voice of everything that a huge storm was about to appear in this adversary area. With that incomparable force of natural disasters, even the Golden Lion pirates would suffer heavy losses. And he can rely on the power of listening to the voice of all things to find a way to escape from this sea area. It can only be said that even God is helping him. It happened that such extreme natural weather appeared at this time. About an hour later, thick dark clouds began to pile up over this sea area, and the black clouds overwhelmed the city, causing an extremely oppressive atmosphere to spread over this sea area. The thick thunder that fell from time to time in the sky was wrapped in a destructive atmosphere and set off huge waves. Seeing this situation, many experienced navigators on the side of the Golden Lion pirates also had serious expressions on their faces. "Admiral, the weather is starting to become unstable, and it is very likely that a huge storm will form. Let's retreat first." The navigator on the Golden Lion shouted to the Golden Lion. "Storm." Golden Lion was stunned. Of course he wasn't blind, but he didn't expect his subordinates to tell him to retreat at such a time. "Yes, according to the current weather conditions, it will be very dangerous for us to stay here. The scale of this storm is probably the largest we have ever encountered. We should first find a nearby island to stop and wait for the storm to pass before we act." "Go." The navigator gave his opinion. Are you kidding? If you leave now, Roger can still be caught by you. Golden Lion tightly held the famous knife in his hand, his eyes were particularly fierce. Is there any way to avoid it? Of course, Golden Lion is not unreasonable, navigator just said what he should say. At present, it is absolutely unavoidable. This storm will definitely cause great damage to our ship, and it may even cause the entire army to be wiped out. The navigator replied honestly. The weather in New World is changeable, and the force of nature has created this unique sea area. Facing such terrible natural weather, once you are involved, you will definitely die. Now Golden Lion has already attacked with all his staff. Once these dozens of pirate ships are damaged in a storm, his power will definitely be greatly reduced, and the possibility of being directly cut in half is very high. Do you want to gamble if you lose more than half of your troops? Roger is also at the center of the storm, under the same conditions. It would be a big loss to let this guy go. Now that the Golden Lion has fought against Roger, he has only one idea, that is to wipe out Roger's pirates, and then snatch the stone tablet that records the text of history. As for the forces under his command, to put it bluntly, as long as Golden Lion is still around, he will be able to pull up such a large pirate group sooner or later. Chapter 60 Garp acting unauthorized. Besides, Laozi's goal this time is to wipe out everything, and this storm is just right for me. After a while, Golden Lion made a complete decision on what to do. Although fighting in a storm is very risky, as the world's top powerhouse, Golden Lion also has his own pride. Especially his lion fruit, which can instantly form a natural disaster like suppression. Captain. The navigator wanted to say something else, but he obediently shut his mouth after being stared at by the Golden Lion. Golden Lion's attitude is already very clear. In just a moment, the strong wind set off a terrifying wave of hundreds of meters and swept towards Golden Lion and Roger's pirate group. The sea water poured down like a waterfall, and thunder flashed in the sky from time to time. That guy, Golden Lion, is actually carrying such a big storm to continue to entangle with me. He is really a headache. Roger also felt a little troubled seeing the Golden Lion's swearing in attitude. However, with observation Haki who listens to the voice of all things, Roger can easily direct his side to escape from the storm. That guy's navigator is not enough to deal with this kind of extreme weather, not to mention there are so many people. Once the storm hits, there will definitely be chaos. Rayleigh, who had been struggling until now, finally had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that Roger meant to let them hold on for a while longer. It looks like the Golden Lion pirates and Roger pirates are in danger this time. A Vice Admiral watches in horror at the extreme storm unfolding in the Admiral Sea. After traveling across the sea for decades, this was the first time he had seen such a storm. Get ready, it won't be long before they all get out of the storm. The extreme weather may hit them hard, but they will definitely not die. Then it's time for us to show our talents. Eisen still had a ready expression. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a huge noise exploded directly on Eisen's side, and a pirate ship was ejected from a distance and hit the sea heavily. The sea water rolled, and soon formed a piece of waves to hit Eisen and the others. This ship is the Roger pirates. As an old enemy, Garp is too familiar with this ship. Garp? Sure enough, you Marines are also eyeing us. I feel a little bit bad. Roger, who had just escaped from the storm, was also very surprised. Once you come out, you will meet your old opponent. Roger, hurry up, now is not the time to catch up with that guy. The moment he saw Garp, Rayleigh thought something was wrong. Their luck was really bad enough. First, they were completely surrounded by the Golden Lion pirates, and after being exhausted, there was an extreme storm. Now he just got out of trouble, and met Garp, his old opponent. Moreover, the lineup around Garp now seems to be much more luxurious than the lineup that usually hunts them down. Although there are relatively few people, each of them is a Marine Vice Admiral, and there is also an Eisen whose strength is close to the Marine Admiral level. Roger also knew that their situation was very bad now, so he turned his head and started to run away without saying a word. Hey! Wait! Don't let Laozi run! Seeing that Roger was about to run away, Garp became anxious in an instant. He jumped onto a small emergency boat and chased after Roger's boat alone. Wait, Vice Admiral Garp, don't act without authorization, don't forget our previous agreement. Seeing that Garp ran away suddenly, Eisen hurriedly called him to stop. The Roger pirates are not their target. Now the Roger pirates have also been severely injured, but this does not affect their escape. Are you kidding? Roger is already in front of me. How can I let him go? Garp ignored Aizen's advice, and chased after Roger pirates without saying a word. This old guy. Seeing that Garp was catching up directly, Eisen was a little helpless, and it wasn't once or twice that Garp disobeyed the command. Especially when facing the Roger pirates, it would be weird if this guy could keep his cool. Eliza's Vice Admiral, take half of your men to hunt Roger down with Vice Admiral Garp. It's too dangerous to go after Roger alone anyway. Eisen has no choice but to let Ulysses take half of the people to hunt down the Roger pirates. Is it okay on your side? If you divide your forces, that guy Golden Lion will be hard to deal with. Ulysses looked at Eisen with some concern. It's okay, I have a sense of proportion. He knows the plot in the original book. The guy Golden Lion was seriously injured in the storm, and it's hard to say how much of his strength he can still exert. Besides, he is not the same as he used to be now. Even facing the Golden Lion in his heyday, he will not be afraid. Okay then, but you have to be careful. Although it felt a bit uncomfortable, since Eisen said so, Ulysses still chose to trust. Before the words were finished, another huge ship fell from the sky and hit the sea hard. This is the Golden Lion's ship. Several vice admirals who hadn't had time to catch up with Garp showed their weapons one after another, staring in the direction of Golden Lion vigilantly. Marine's ship? It seems that you have ambushed here in advance. Just like the nickname, with golden clothes and golden hair, he looks like a golden lion. You are, by the way, the marine brat who has become famous in recent years. Even Rayleigh has recognized your sword skills. Although he escaped from the storm in some embarrassment, the Golden Lion still exuded a terrifying aura like an overlord. Golden Lion, I've also wanted to meet you for a while. Eisen also rarely showed a serious expression. To gain the reputation of being the world's #1 swordsman, the Golden Lion was an opponent he had to defeat. He didn't want to be like Hawkeye, who won the title of #1 in the world before he had time to confront sword masters like Golden Lion, Roger, and Rayleigh. He wants to beat these people upright. What a strong aura. It's like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. Is this the aura of stepping into the realm of a great swordsman? Golden Lion bit his cigar, and was also attracted by the aura emanating from Eisen. The guy who can be praised by Rayleigh as the world's #1 swordsman will definitely feel regretful if he doesn't try to fight with his own hands. Moreover, he is also very curious about what the realm above the great swordsman is. Slash wave. A terrifying slash rushed towards Eisen in an instant. Chapter 61 Bakuto of 81 Splitting Void. Eisen closed his eyes silently, and the observation haki on his body spread out. Shua. Pulling out the knife with his right hand very quickly, Eisen swung it in front of him. The airflow was cut off in an instant, the space in front of him was instantly distorted, and the two slashes collided directly. The next moment, a strong explosion sounded. The figure of Golden Lion floated in the air and crashed into Eisen at an extremely fast speed. The blades intersected, and the sword energy collided with each other, spreading out a terrifying aftermath. However, Golden Lion found that his own strength could not completely overwhelm Eisen. And the knife in Eisen's hand didn't move at all. It can be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. I have heard of your name for a long time, Golden Lion. Eisen had no extra words, and pointed his other hand at the Golden Lion's head. Hado #4 White Thunder. Swish. A white thunder flashed suddenly, although there was observation haki, but because it was too close, it almost didn't dodge. The white thunder light left a long blood stain on the Golden Lion's side face. Blood trickled down the side of his face drop by drop. It's not just that I'm stronger in swordsmanship. You'd better be careful. You don't think much of me. Who do you think Laozi is? Although Eisen just heard him, who is Golden Lion? As the top pirate, how could he accept alms from an ordinary marine vice admiral like Eisen? That's right, Eisen's well-intentioned reminder is a charity for a person with strong self-esteem like Golden Lion. Hey. What a joke. The boss was hit head-on by that rookie, Marine Vice Admiral. The expressions of the pirates on the pirate ship behind them all changed drastically. Although the wound on the face would not have any effect at all, it was still a very big blow to the crew who had just escaped from the storm. Just got out of a storm and now over 50% of their crew is dead. And after fighting Roger for too long, Golden Lion's physical strength has also dropped a lot. Laozi is the Golden Lion. Suddenly, Golden Lion swung the famous sword Muku in the other hand. Boom! The strong slash seemed to split Aizen's body in two. The sky split open at this moment, and a long crack appeared in the sea. This is the legendary Big Pirate, one of the three overlords of the New World. A casual knife has the power to change the sky and the sea. However, when the dust dissipated, the Golden Lion's Muku actually stayed within 5 centimeters of Eisen. There seemed to be something blocking the front of him. 81 of Bakuto splitting void. What is this? Are you kidding me? Golden Lion stared at the colorless shield in front of him in astonishment. What the hell is it that he can defend himself against his full-strength strike? The hardness is almost comparable to the ability of the barrier fruit, right? Now Eisen already has a Ryutsu at the level of an ordinary Shinigami captain. Compared with himself a few years ago, his strength, speed, Ryutsu and even the sword skills he can use have completely crushed his previous self. For him a few years ago, it was almost impossible to give up Ryutsu and release the high-level Kido of number 81 directly, which would not only consume a lot of Ryutsu but also have no attack power. But for him now, using this level of Kido will not consume anything at all. Not long after he was promoted to Marine Vice Admiral, he actually already possessed the combat effectiveness of Marine Admiral. It's nothing surprising, is it? Can the dignified Golden Lion be bluffed to such an extent? Eisen teased calmly. Kido is just a means after all. Hundreds of different Kido can make your Ryutsu be fully used in various situations. It's just a little bit interesting, kid. It's still 100 years away from trying to scare Laozi. Golden Lion retorted without hesitation, but the original contemptuous gaze had completely disappeared, replaced by a particularly dignified expression. After only one simple round of fighting, Golden Lion has already understood that Aizen's strength is at the same level as theirs. If you continue to deal with him with a foolish mentality like before, you will only ask for trouble in the end. Launching an attack too casually will only lead to its own defeat. But you were hurt by the kid in your mouth. Eisen pointed to the Golden Lion's cheek, obviously saying that he had just been hit by Bile. But even though he teased Golden Lion so much, Eisen didn't dare to underestimate his opponent at all. Regardless of the fact that Golden Lion now has a sail on his head, it looks like his strength has been greatly reduced. But in fact, this injury didn't have much impact on him when he was young. After Roger surrendered himself, this guy was able to enter Marineford alone and fight 2 Admiral-level masters for 3 days and 3 nights, and even ruined half of Naval Headquarters. Later, Golden Lion's strength declined, mainly because of getting older, and the impact of the head injury after getting old was also greater. Stinky boy, you have been presumptuous in front of Laozi over and over again. Don't you really think that Laozi only has this level? Constantly being provoked by Eisen, Golden Lion's temper also came up. It just so happens that I also want to see the strength of the 3 great pirates, come here without any spare effort. Eisen pulled Kyoka Suijutsu from his waist. Having just reached this level, he also needs a suitable opponent to help him control his strength. Eisen jumped up, and directly swung a silver-white slash in the direction of Golden Lion. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Facing the terrifying slash that made people feel a thorn in his back, Golden Lion also did not dodge or dodge, and kept swinging slashes at the level of a great swordsman, rushing towards Eisen overwhelmingly. The surging slashes collided again and again. Although the number of Golden Lion's slashes was numerous, after each hit Eisen's slashes, it could only slow down the speed a little, and then disappeared. Seeing that the slash was about to fly in front of him, Golden Lion gritted his teeth. Damn it, this guy's slash is so much stronger than mine. It's like a joke. If he couldn't stop Eisen's slash, he would have to admit that the position of the world's #1 swordsman was his. Thinking of this, a fierce conqueror's haki erupted from Golden Lion's body, holding knives in both hands. Slash wave. The monstrous conqueror's haki came along with the rapid impact of 2 slash waves. This time, with the power of conqueror's haki, Golden Lion finally blocked Eisen's knife. Chapter 62 The position of the world's #1 swordsman. Slashing and colliding, the heaven and the earth seemed to lose their own color, and then turned into a ray of energy and disappeared into the air. Is it the end of the road? Golden Lion. Eisen looked at the somewhat embarrassed Golden Lion, and it took so much effort for Golden Lion to offset his own slash. In this regard, Golden Lion did not speak, and it was almost acquiescence. He also probably sensed that Eisen's swordsmanship was indeed much better than his. The name of the world's #1 swordsman can now be said to be worthy of the name. The title that he has always wanted to win has not waited for him to completely defeat the Red Earl, Roger, Rayleigh, and other great swordsmen, but now he is directly snatched away by a young man from Marine. To be honest, he is unwilling. If you want Lao Zi to recognize your position as the world's #1 swordsman, then use your strength to speak. While talking, Golden Lion directly retracted Sakurito Kaiku's 2 knives to the waist position, and at the same time assumed the posture of drawing the knives and slashing. Boom. The distance of tens of meters is not much different from zero distance for people of their level. 2 cold lights flashed, and a huge drawn sword nearly 100 meters long roared towards Eisen like 2 lions. Under the pressure of Eisen, Golden Lion's kendo level actually had a small breakthrough. Keng keng keng. The sound of metal colliding continued to sound, and 2 huge lion-like slashes crazily devoured Eisen. It's really a monster who refuses to admit defeat, and can break through the level of swordsmanship on the spot. Although they are in different positions, Eisen still quite recognizes Golden Lion's swordsmanship level. Being able to stand at the top of the world itself shows that these guys are top geniuses. Although they may not be comparable to Eisen's talent, they are all monsters. Restricted by the vision of this world, the level of swordsmanship of these people has stayed at the realm of great swordsmen, and there is no way to go further. But after seeing Eisen's sword, Golden Lion was directly inspired. The Shinigami world has been passed down for hundreds of 10,000 years, and the swordsmanship learned is also improved from generation to generation, and the upper limit far exceeds this world. Then let me see how powerful you are now. Kyoka Suijutsu in Eisen's hand attacked the Golden Lion from various tricky angles. Relying on the extremely strong observation haki and the rapidly increasing level of kendo, Eisen really had nothing to do with him for a while. Although Eisen is stronger in kendo level, Golden Lion's armament haki observation haki is above Eisen, 1 increase and 1 decrease, and the 2 are almost evenly matched. Although you can still use haki so wantonly now, how long can you last this freely? The battle with Roger and the storm just now should have almost exhausted your physical strength. You are now at the end of your strength, Golden Lion. Eisen's words hit the heart directly, making Golden Lion's face darken immediately. As Eisen said, he played against Roger and encountered that kind of natural disaster level storm, and now he is squeezing armament haki close to the limit. And Eisen is still in a state of no consumption at all. In such a game, Golden Lion is not sure. Looking at your expression, I must have guessed it right. Seeing Golden Lion's serious face, Eisen knew he had guessed right. I can't drag this guy any longer. It's already so difficult to deal with this guy now. If the rest of Marine arrives, it's really hard to say. Golden Lion used his ability to float into the sky, and secretly judged the situation on the scene in his heart. Although after this battle, he will never be named the #1 swordsman in the world, but as a great swordsman, he also recognizes Eisen's swordsmanship from the bottom of his heart. He didn't feel ashamed to give up this fame. But any great swordsman who has fought against Eisen must have the same idea as him. Lion Majesty. Suddenly, Golden Lion directly activated Devil Fruit's ability. The vast sea below, including the land on the island, seemed to be affected by a magical force and began to float. At this moment, everything in front of Eisen became so strange yet familiar. Lion Fruit, there are no waste fruits, only waste users. Such an ordinary devil fruit can have such power in the hands of a Golden Lion. Seeing the strange things floating in the air, he couldn't find a suitable route to attack the Golden Lion for a while. Little ghost, you've won this time. Lao Zi has recognized you in the name of the Chief Admiral of the Flying Pirates. The title of world's #1 swordsman is well deserved. After speaking, large pieces of debris began to roll violently, looking like a sandstorm in the desert. Immediately afterwards, even the sea water was rolled up, and all kinds of fish, shells, and even sea kings were rolled up together by the Golden Lion's ability. In the blink of an eye, 3 lion majesty-shaped things appeared in the sky. Get rid of him. Accompanied by Golden Lion's words, those venomous tongues bit Eisen directly as if they had come to life. Those gaping bloody mouths looked extremely frightening. Even, Eisen could clearly hear those lion majesties' biological screams. It's completely fake. If you don't see how these lion majesty are formed, you might think it's some other creature. This is the result of Golden Lion developing the Devil Fruit ability to ultimate. Eisen used Lingzi to pave the way, and his figure instantly turned into an after-image and rushed up. The Kyoka Suijutsu in his hand was like a white waterfall, passing directly through the bloody mouth. That white slash passed like a phantom. Tear. There was a tearing sound, and several Lion Majesty were cut in half, and then returned to their original shape and fell back into the sea. Little Ghost, see you next time. Just after killing these Lion Majesty, the voice of Golden Lion came directly from above. All the remaining pirate ships after the storm were floated by the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, are you going to leave directly? Eisen couldn't help but frown when he saw the Golden Lion floating the whole boat. I didn't expect this guy to be so cautious. He just found out that his strength is not weak, so he immediately left with his subordinates. For things like running away, Golden Lion didn't feel too burdened. If it is a battle between pirates and pirates, there is a high probability that Golden Lion will not regress. But facing Marine, isn't it reasonable for the pirates to escape? Chapter 63. 2 years passed. In the end, I didn't get anything from this operation. Eisen looked at the Golden Lion that had already flown into the sky, with a regretful expression on his face. As the saying goes, don't chase the poor. Although Golden Lion's state is not very good, if you want to kill him, it is not at all difficult. What's more, Eisen didn't go to the point where he would sacrifice his life for Marine, and put his own life in order to capture a Golden Lion. Eisen Vice Admiral, do you want to continue the pursuit? Another Vice Admiral came up and asked. Forget it, continue to search for other pirates in the storm. Eisen replied with regret. There should be quite a few members of Golden Lion's crew who survived the storm, and they can take this opportunity to wipe out these troublesome pirates. If Garp hadn't acted on his own initiative, he might have tried to capture the Golden Lion. It's a pity that Garp ran after Roger very willfully. It is too difficult for them to capture Golden Lion. It seems that this is the only way to go. A Vice Admiral looked at the Golden Lion receding in the sky and clenched his fists unwillingly. Originally, this should be the best chance to catch either Golden Lion or Roger, but they screwed up the matter. Now they can only catch some of the Golden Lion's subordinates to vent their anger. And maybe, those subordinates have already died in the attack of this storm, so they can only come here to collect a corpse. After the storm weakened, the warships of the G1 branch set off again. When they arrived in the sea area of Edwall, they were really surprised by the situation on the scene. There are shipwrecks floating everywhere, and there are many drowning pirates holding a floating board. They have no doubt that if no other ships pass through this area, the rest of the people will be starved to death in this sea. Among them, you can even see many big pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. These guys are all masters in the New World, a sea of powerhouses, and they are no different from ordinary civilians in distress at this moment. In the end, Eisen and the others caught all the pirates who fell into the water and had higher bounties. Because they have to be concealed when they come out, their boats are relatively small. The attached emergency boat has also been driven away by Garp to chase Roger, and the small warship they are on can hold 100 people. At a glance, there are at least 2,000 pirates who haven't died yet. They had no choice but to notify Naval Headquarters after capturing less than 100 people and let them take over the pirates in this area. So far, the Roger pirates have become the final winners in the Edver naval battle. Because of a storm assisted by God, the Golden Lion pirates suffered heavy losses, but the Roger pirates successfully dealt with the storm. Marine was also in vain. Although the number of pirates captured in the end was large, it was far from their initial idea of making a profit. Of course, it's not completely useless. At least the Golden Lion pirates were hit hard, and Eisen also gained a lot of popularity after this battle. In the past, only Rayleigh recognized Eisen's position as the world's #1 swordsman. After this battle, Golden Lion himself admitted Eisen's level of swordsmanship. The first person to surpass the realm of the great swordsman. This kind of fame made the great swordsmen all over the world go crazy. At first, everyone thought that the great swordsman was already the ultimate in Kendo, but they didn't expect that there would be a new level above this level. Now there are countless great swordsmen who want to fight Eisen, but most of them are pirates, so in fact, few will come to the G1 branch to challenge him. As a matter of course, the World Economic News Agency published the battle process again in the next day's newspaper. Of course, the first protagonist must be the report on the fight between Golden Lion and Roger. The fight between the two legendary pirates really attracted the attention of the entire sea. The next focus is the confrontation between Eisen and Golden Lion. Eisen, who was already famous, became even more famous after this battle. It seems that Marine's strength should not be underestimated. Such a young Marine already has Admiral strength. Besides, there are 2 Logia devil fruit monsters. After Whitebeard got the newspaper, he couldn't help being silent for a while. Marine is a real successor. Such a young Admiral-level combat power will definitely stand on top of the world in the future. It's enough to beat the Golden Lion. It looks like we have to speed up our progress. After finally getting rid of Garp's pursuit, Roger, who was wearing a straw hat, was feeling a little emotional while holding the newspaper. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened after they left that sea area. As expected, that guy's level of swordsmanship is amazing. Rayleigh said. Now, Eisen has become the world's #1 swordsman, which is probably what he expected. In any case, Eisen's sudden rise to fame has also benefited Marine. The world's #1 swordsman, the influence that such a combat power can bring to Marine is terrifying. Eisen himself can clearly feel that since the news was released, the pirates around the New World Gwon branch have become much more peaceful. As for the Golden Lion guy, it seems that because of a rudder stuck in his head, he hasn't moved much recently. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this failure is really hurting the Golden Lion pirates. Otherwise, after suffering such a big loss, with the character of Golden Lion, he would definitely recruit his subordinates to avenge his shame. Many pirates seem to have seen through this point, and they all chose to challenge the Golden Lion to become famous, but in the end all of them became the targets of the Golden Lion to vent their anger. Those guys who challenged the Golden Lion are all history. This ferocious appearance seemed to warn the pirates of New World that even if he suffered a defeat, he would still be the overlord of New World. In this way, the days passed, and after Eisen was fully capable of taking charge of the G1 branch, Garp was also transferred back to Naval Headquarters. On the one hand, it is intended to let Eisen really hone it, and at the same time, it can be regarded as a vacation for Garp. Of course, it wouldn't be particularly accurate to say it's a holiday, as Garp's mission becomes a full-time hunt for the Roger pirates. Because of mastering the secrets of the ancient weapon, the world government also has a deep taboo against the Roger pirates, and even let an Admiral-level combat power specialize in chasing and killing them. In this way, in the blink of an eye, almost 2 years have passed. After thoroughly mastering the G1 branch, Eisen also started some experiments of his own. There was a Garp on top of his head before, so it was somewhat inconvenient to do things. But when he became the real boss of the G1 branch, he could do some things safely. According to the method he remembers, Eisen has almost completed the incomplete version of Hogyaku he once made. Chapter 64 One Piece surrenders himself. But to make a complete Hogyaku, another half of the Hogyaku is needed. For this information, Eisen spent all the mysterious points accumulated over the years, and suddenly he was far away from the materialization of the soul. At the same time, Sakazuki and Polusalino also quickly became Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and people like Huashaishin, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and others also shined brilliantly and became the backbone of Marine, fighting hard in the New World no line. Marine's situation seems to be very good. But just when the whole world thought that Marine's situation would get better and better, a news suddenly caused a sensation all over the world. Not only did it boost the momentum of the pirates, but even the world government panicked. The news is Roger pirates arrived at the legendary Raftel and obtained the great secret treasure of this world. As soon as the news came out, the news bird from the World Economic News Agency directly blew Roger up as one piece without saying a word. Except for Roger, all the pirates became losers. Of course, as the first man to completely conquer the Grand Line, Roger is indeed entitled to such an honorary title. The world of the strong is so cruel, and there is only one throne, and one person's ascension to the top is doomed to produce countless losers. But 99% of the pirates are unwilling to give up just like that. After everyone knows that Roger has obtained the big secret treasure, all the pirates want to attack him together. However, the Roger pirates just disappeared silently. Neither the pirates nor the Marines could find their traces, as if they had disappeared from the world. Later, by chance, a news came out from the Whitebeard pirates. The Roger pirates seemed to disband immediately after getting the big secret treasure. One Piece Roger has completely disappeared, and even his companions don't know where Roger went. At the height of his popularity, Roger chose to retreat, which is probably how others viewed him. It is estimated that Eisen is the only person in the world who knows what Roger will do next. In this way, 1 year after Roger was honored as One Piece Eisen Vice Admiral, An urgent call from the headquarters, asking you to return to the headquarters immediately for discussion. The adjutant hurried to Aizen's training room. At this time, Eisen is exercising in his own exclusive training room, where he finds someone to prepare materials and builds everything by himself. He usually trains and improves his strength in this place. Also, some Hollows experiments and Hogyaku's research are also carried out in the secret room here. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. It is estimated that no one would have imagined that Eisen would put such an important laboratory in an ordinary private training place. Normally, his adjutants and orderlies for cleaning would appear here every day, but no one has ever discovered what he has done. I see, let's prepare the boat. Eisen stopped the push UPS with one hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he took off the 1-ton load on his back. Yes. Looking at the weight on Eisen's back, the adjutant felt profusely sweating. Although it was not the first time he had seen such a scene, every time he encountered it, he felt that Eisen was a monster. Under such a terrifying load, he can still do one-handed push UPS non-stop. If it were someone else, it would probably have been crushed directly by this weight. At this time, the headquarters suddenly asked me to go back, probably that's the only thing. Eisen looked at the calendar hanging next to it, which recorded some general events in words that only he could understand. 24 years before the start of the original story. The era of great pirates is coming. To be honest, from the moment Roger became One Piece, Eisen has been thinking about one thing. That is whether to prevent the advent of the era of great pirates. But after thinking about it, Eisen felt that he should follow the historical track of this world. The emergence of the era of great pirates, Roger's last sentence may be an inducement, but the emergence of an era should have its own internal reasons. Even if the first Roger is stopped, there will be a second Roger and a third Roger. And perhaps that era of chaos was more beneficial to Eisen than this era of peace. He simply took a shower and changed his clothes. The warship was already waiting for him. Knowing that the headquarters was going to talk about Roger this time, Eisen didn't dare to take it lightly, and soon arrived at Marie Joy's by bubble boat. To be honest, sometimes he really envied those pirates. While passing from the Fishmen Island below is dangerous, at least they don't have to face those nasty celestial dragons above Marie Joy's. Those guys are really the same as the rumors, they are completely a group of guys doing anything wrong. Sometimes when passing over there, Eisen feels like vomiting. These guys are completely rotten from the root. Probably because of seeing what kind of things those celestial dragons are, Eisen chose to let the era of great pirates come. This world should be completely reshuffled. Whether it's pirates or celestial dragons, they are the moths of this world that need to be eradicated. Coming to Naval Headquarters, there are already dedicated people waiting for Eisen. It can be seen that the incident this time has indeed had a great impact. Besides him, Eisen has also seen many Marine executives. Everyone simply nodded to say hello, and then hurried to the meeting room. In the Naval Headquarters conference room, more than 20 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals gathered together, and there was not a single Marine Rear Admiral. Moreover, the youngest are Eisen, Sakazuki, and Polusalino. Headed by Marshal Kong and Admiral Sengoku. Probably because of Eisen and his younger generation, Kong is now laying the groundwork for the next thing. Now let Sengoku, who is Admiral, stand with him directly, and during this period of time, Kong has begun to delegate power, and let Sengoku handle the things that the Marine Marshal has to do. It seems that everyone is here. Sengoku glanced at the situation inside briefly. There were only about 20 people, and he still couldn't remember it. Sengoku sat directly to the right of Kong, and then followed by Zephyr, Garp, Crane, and others. This group of people is the central figure of the previous era. Sengoku Admiral, let's make a long story short. What happened when so many of us were called here suddenly? An old Marine Vice Admiral asked curiously. Roger turned himself in. Sengoku simply said these 5 words. Chapter 65 New World Shock. But these 5 words were undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue to the vast majority of people present. All of them couldn't help but stop breathing, not daring to let out the air. Roger? Was it the Roger they had in mind? That guy was arrested? There is no doubt, it is the man in your mind. One Piece Roger, one of the 3 legendary pirates. Sengoku's very affirmative reply dispelled their other thoughts. How is this possible? How could such a man choose to surrender himself? A Vice Admiral murmured. It is indeed a good thing that Roger went to jail, but he couldn't understand why Roger surrendered himself. "We don't know what that guy's purpose is, but there is no doubt that he was caught," Sengoku said. "That's just right. In recent years, the arrogance of those pirates has begun to grow again, and it happened to execute Roger, to deter those gangsters," Sakazuki said excitedly. He didn't care why Roger surrendered himself, he just wanted to enforce his own justice. This is also the true thought of most of the people present. Although they don't know what Roger's purpose is, they do know that Roger is being imprisoned in Marine's prison at the moment. That's enough. It is self-evident how much benefit the execution of One Piece can bring them. Besides, they all know that Roger is a dangerous person who has mastered the ancient weapon, who might go crazy one day and start a world war with the ancient weapon. Sengoku looked at Kong, then at Crane, and then Kaido. "We have also discussed in private, and there shouldn't be any surprises about the execution of Roger. 1 month later, we will face One Piece in Rogue Town. Roger's public execution. Here you go." In the huge conference room, most of the Marine generals clapped their hands and applauded. The decisive decision made by the top was very reasonable. "But why did you choose to execute in Rogue Town? Isn't it usually broadcast live in Marineford?" At this time, Polusalino, who was sitting next to Eisen, asked casually. "Executed in Marineford, there is no need to worry about some pirates daring to rob the execution ground. It has to be said that the forces under the Roger pirates are still very strong. If they are robbed by Rayleigh and others on the day of execution, then Marine will be ashamed and ashamed. This is the decision of the world government. Roger was born in the town of Rogue, so he should be executed there. Death in my hometown, so that I can deter other pirates. As for the matter of robbing the execution ground, we will guard it with heavy troops at that time, and we will definitely ensure that the execution proceeds safely." Kong summoned so many Marine elites back for this purpose, concentrating troops to ensure the smooth execution of the execution. Hearing Sengoku say that, others naturally don't want to talk too much. "There is one more thing, please keep it secret. This time Roger turned himself in, we need to declare that he was arrested by Vice Admiral Garp." As soon as Kong said this, all the Vice Admirals froze for a moment. The same goes for Garp, who just sat in his seat and picked his nose. What's the situation? Why did Roger suddenly become the one who caught him? Isn't this a joke with him? Sorry Garp, this is a direct order from the 5 elders, saying that they want to expand Marine's influence. If the outside world knows that Roger turned himself in. Although Kong didn't continue what he said, everyone understood what it meant. If other people know that Roger turned himself in, wouldn't Marine become a bunch of trash? It's a bit embarrassing to not even be able to catch a pirate. In this regard, Garp could only silently turn his head away. He is not happy to let him accept this unwarranted honor. But for Marine. In this way, in the silent environment of a group of people, the news of Roger's arrest spread directly to the whole world. This is great news. The arrest of Roger, the One Piece, caused a sensation in the whole world in an instant. But everyone who heard the news was shocked. Of course, Roger's arrest directly affects those Roger's old rivals in New World. None of the pirates who had lost to Roger wanted to believe such a thing. What kind of person is Roger? Such a hero would be caught by Marine. Roger was arrested? How is this possible? Even that troublesome guy Garp can't do it. Margot was the first to question. The Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates have confronted so many times, he can be sure that Roger is definitely not the kind of guy who will be easily defeated. It's unbelievable. I don't think Marine can catch Roger. Jaws also expressed his opinion. That's right, our Whitebeard pirates haven't defeated that guy yet, how could he lose to others so easily? The captains on Whitebeard's boat talked a lot, but they all had the same attitude. They didn't believe that Roger would be caught. Only Whitebeard fell silent. A year ago, when Roger disbanded his pirate group, he had a drink with Roger once. Since then, Whitebeard has been vaguely aware of something. And on that occasion, Whitebeard also outright rejected Roger's offer of a route to Raftel. Whitebeard is completely dismissive of this treasure that countless pirates are scrambling for in the sea. His idea is very simple, guarding his own 3-acre land and guarding his family. It seems that Roger has his own plan, so don't pay too much attention to it. Whitebeard thought for a moment, then shook his head. Roger was captured by Garp. The man who defeated Rox, the former captain of Laozi, and completely conquered the Grand Line was captured by Marine. Kaido also looked suspicious after hearing the news. Probably after Roger's pirate group disbanded, Roger was met by Garp alone. After all, it is Garp, so it is still possible. Yin guessed. If it is said that Roger was arrested, then he thinks there is only one possibility. After disbanding the pirates, the strength of one person certainly cannot stop Garp from leading the team. What a waste. After becoming the One Piece, I got scared and chose to retreat bravely. If Lao Zi has the power of ancient weapon, he can definitely rule the world. Kaido roared angrily. That is an ancient weapon with the power to destroy the world. If he can control this force, let alone occupying a Wanakuni, it is no problem for him to take down Whitebeard's territory. He even dared to directly declare war on the world government. Chapter 66 Meet Roger. Captain, do you want us to intercept Roger? As long as we can find out the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, we don't have to be afraid of Marine. Quinn, who was extremely fat, asked. Are you an idiot? Since Marine dared to execute Roger in Rog Town, he must have set up a net to wait for us to go there. Besides, even if Roger is rescued, with that guy's personality, he probably wouldn't tell us the secret even if he died. Kaido glanced at Quinn with some contempt. Did this guy not use his brain before speaking? To rob Roger, the benefits and risks are not proportional at all. Unless the crew of the Roger pirates intend to go to the rescue and ask him to cooperate. With other people in front, he might consider picking up the leak. Then let's honestly prepare for Wanakuni's affairs. The Moonlight Clan is the family that created those historical texts, and they should be able to decipher ancient texts. Yin turned his attention to Wanakuni again. Kaido also nodded. Roger, that BD died as soon as he died. We have our own way to decipher ancient texts. Although it is said that the historical text information was stolen from my mother, the winner is the winner. In his opinion, we are a group of losers after all. Seeing the news of Roger's arrest, Big Mom was also moved with emotion. Mom, once Roger is executed, our situation will become more dangerous. Roger is caught, Golden Lion has been hidden for many years, and the Lonely Red Rider will be caught sooner or later. The only thing we can see now it's just Whitebeard, Kaido, and us. Pero reminded. What do you mean by that, Parrot? Big Mom squinted at his eldest son. In any case, we have to be prepared in advance to resist Marine. If necessary, we will directly join forces with Kaido. As for the old monster Whitebeard, Marine is not so easy to defeat him, so he will not easily fight us join hands. Over the years, Big Mom has been giving birth in Wanguo, while constantly absorbing the Golden Lion's territory and other pirate groups. At present, the forces under her command are already very terrifying, but they are far from the overlord-level Whitebeard. Once Marine comes to attack, these territories under his hands are likely to be unable to hold. Of course I understand this kind of thing. Big Mom gritted his teeth. Teaming up with Kaido, she is not unacceptable. She has always regarded Kaido as her younger brother, and it is of course no problem for the siblings to join forces to defend against the enemy. Because of the news of Roger's arrest, New World was in turmoil for a while, and most pirates were quite disturbed. Even pirates at the level of Big Mom and Kaido have begun to plan ahead, and Roger's influence can be imagined. Of course, there is only one pirate exception. After getting the news that Roger was arrested, the man left the island where he was originally without saying a word, and even his subordinates didn't know what he was going to do. When the New World was in turmoil, Eisen also found time to come to the deep-sea prison, preparing to meet the legendary One Piece Roger. The 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Although compared with other floors, there are no torture instruments here, but the atmosphere inside alone can scare people half to death. All the people locked up here are repeat offenders, and some guy's world government had to have their names erased. Eisen Vice Admiral, although your identity is definitely fine, but Roger is a bit special, it's better for you to come out as soon as possible, and it's not easy for us. After a jailer opened the door on the 6th floor, he said with some trepidation. If the number of floors is used to judge the danger of these pirates, Roger should not be on the 6th floor, but should be on the 10th floor. Compared with other guys in the 6th floor, Roger fully explained why he was imprisoned in the 6th floor because the deep-sea prison only has the 6th floor. So in this special period, ordinary people would not pass if they wanted to visit. But Eisen is an exception. In the Edwall naval battle, Eisen won single-handedly against Golden Lion, and is known as the world's #1 swordsman. There is no doubt that he has the fighting power to match Marine Admiral. And Marine's attitude is also very clear: when the time is right, Eisen must be a member of Marine Admiral in the future. Such a big man is not something jailers like Impel Down can afford. Although the deep-sea prison and naval headquarters are at the same level, Marine's combat power is completely crushed here, and no one wants to fight against a big man who is destined to become Marine Admiral. I won't make it difficult for you. I just want to talk to that guy, Eisen said to the jailer next to him with a gentle smile. That gentle and jade-like appearance seems to make people feel like spring breeze. The jailer, who was very nervous just now, immediately felt relieved. Eisen Vice Admiral doesn't seem to be difficult to get along with. He was obviously Marine Admiral's candidate, but he was so gentle to an ordinary jailer like him. What an approachable admiral. When the jailer came back to his senses, Eisen had already entered the 6th floor. Come. I thought Garp would be the first to come to me. In the depths of the extremely dark cell, Roger was casually sitting cross-legged on the ground, and greeted Eisen from a distance. The strange thing is that the prisoners who usually make a fuss when they see people are extremely quiet at this moment. As long as Roger was speaking, none of the surrounding pirates would speak. Some respect, some fear. Probably because the world government forced him to credit you for your arrest, so I feel embarrassed. While talking, Eisen quickly walked in front of Roger. The prison's defenses are really lax, and it actually treats you like an ordinary criminal with sea stone chains and leaves you alone. Taking a casual glance at Roger's outfit, Eisen commented with interest. 1 year after Golden Lion was captured, that guy broke out from the deep-sea prison by himself. This kind of state of alert, Roger can also do the same. These things? It's really a bit troublesome. Pulling the sea stone handcuffs on his hands, Roger looked like he had a headache. Obviously, he had no intention of escaping at all, and even surrendered himself when he was imprisoned. It's really interesting. I've seen a lot of people before they die. It's the first time I've seen a guy like you who is not nervous at all. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the One Piece King. This kind of demeanor is not at the same level as the garbage in the sea. Chapter 67. Perhaps because of his terminal illness, Roger knew his fate a long time ago, so he felt a little indifferent. Besides, being able to use his own death in exchange for the arrival of a brand new era may be enough for a man like him. The only one who is ashamed is his wife. Roger, you know what, I actually became Marine because of you. Looking at Roger in front of him with great pride, Eisen's mood is quite complicated, to be honest. In all fairness, Roger is still very respectable. Oh. Roger, who didn't care about anything before, suddenly became interested. To be honest, he has never been able to play against Eisen once, and he feels very regretful in his heart. If given the chance, he will definitely fight Eisen well. I was originally born in an ordinary town. Eisen told a little bit about his experiences back then. Although Roger didn't do those things himself, in fact, it was because of him that the evil king attacked the small town of Cromwell. At the same time, under various chances and coincidences, Eisen will become what it is now. If it weren't for him, maybe Eisen would be an ordinary breakfast shop owner, and just live his whole life like this. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. It's really unexpected. After listening to Eisen say that unknown incident, Roger also had a look of emotion, and his unintentional action had caused such consequences. That's true, and if it weren't for what he did, Eisen probably wouldn't be a Marine either. So? What is your purpose in coming here to find me, to avenge that friend who will soon go back to his hometown to get married? That's not really the case. Besides, you are already planning to die generously, even if you kill you yourself, it doesn't make any sense. Eisen shook his head. He came to see Roger simply to get to know this interesting guy. By the way, Roger, you seem to be terminally ill. As soon as Eisen said this, Roger was stunned for an instant. Don't be too surprised. You guys certainly don't read newspapers often. Apart from being the base chief of the G1 branch, I'm also a special consultant for Naval Headquarters. In terms of medical skills, I can be said to be the strongest in the world. It's amazing to be able to tell at a glance that I have a terminal illness. Roger nodded. It doesn't matter if he is terminally ill or not. Actually, I can cure your illness. The terminal illness in the eyes of ordinary people is not much different from the common cold in my opinion. The so-called terminal illness is just that no suitable treatment method has been found. With the progress of the times, some terminal illnesses are likely to become very common ailments. For example, tetanus and appendicitis were terminal illnesses in ancient times, but in modern times, these so-called terminal illnesses are nothing more than minor ailments. These words made Roger stunned for a moment, and it could even be said that his eyes lit up. But then he laughed again. So what if it can be cured? You and I not only have different positions, but also enemies. No matter how I think about it, I don't think you will let me live. Now that he is under the roof, he has become a prisoner of Marine, so what's the point of saying that? Is that so? Then I can now sort of understand what you meant by that last sentence to Rayleigh. After reading Roger's reaction, Eisen nodded reassuringly. Before Roger turned himself in, he met Rayleigh and said to Rayleigh, "I will not die." What does this not die mean? Is it Roger's spirit? Or is it the fate of the D family he bears? Or literally, even if he is executed by Marine, Roger can ensure that he will be resurrected decades later. From the fact that he used the treatment of terminal illness to test the other party just now, Eisen can be sure that what Roger meant should be that his spirit will be passed down forever. Otherwise, he must be interested in his ability. Me and Rayleigh? What did you say? Roger was a little confused, and didn't understand what Eisen was doing at all. It's okay. Let's stop chatting here. I guess there are many people outside who are waiting anxiously. Eisen didn't intend to continue explaining, and got up directly to go out. By the way, if the news of your arrest gets out, there will probably be an old friend who can't sit still and wants to come over. After leaving the last sentence, Eisen disappeared on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Only Roger was left sitting cross-legged in place, wondering what he was thinking. One piece. After leaving the prison, Eisen muttered silently. "Eisen Vice Admiral, are we going back to the G1 branch?" Eisen had just returned to the boat when a tall and beautiful woman Marine immediately came forward. "Giddo? Why are you here? Where is my adjutant?" Eisen was also slightly surprised to see someone who should not have appeared on his warship suddenly. "It just so happened that I also escorted a group of pirates to the deep-sea prison. Bray Commodore said he has some urgent matters to deal with, so I will wait for you here instead of him." When he said this, Zywin involuntarily touched the hair next to his ear. Obviously, this is a sign of lying, and the appearance of Zywin here should not be explained by a coincidence. Eisen also felt that it was not credible that Bray Commodore had urgent matters to deal with. Could he not know the personality of his adjutant? Let's find a better excuse for lying next time. Eisen smiled helplessly, but didn't scold Zywin. How could Eisen not understand her little thoughts? It's not a lie, it's just that Jiaji is too annoying to pester me all day long. He won't dare to harass me when he's on your boat. For Eisen to see through his little thoughts at a glance, Gun also felt a burst of shame. And then continued to quibble. Zywin has refused to confess more than once, but that guy just refuses to give up. It was only when he was next to Eisen that Jiaji dared not follow up to harass him. Probably, it should be inferiority. The contrast gap between the two is really a bit huge. And only Yuen has expressed to Cake more than once that she likes a strong and gentle man like Eisen. It's true, that guy Jiaji is indeed very persistent. It's just, other aspects are a bit unacceptable. Eisen doesn't have a good opinion of this guy, Jiaji. In terms of strength, of course, there is nothing to say. In the future, both Jiaji and Yaiwan will become Marine Admiral's backup. One is codenamed T-Pig, and the other is codenamed Momuzagi. Chapter 68 The Golden Lion Strikes. But in terms of appearance, there is a big gap between the two. In terms of appearance, Zywin is not weaker than the future #1 beauty in the world, Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress. On the other hand, to put it bluntly, it is the Oriental Chaplain. It's hard to imagine what it would be like for these two to come together. Regarding this, Zywin also smiled awkwardly. Anyway, she definitely didn't like that kind of scene to happen. After leaving the deep-sea prison, Eisen didn't choose to return directly to the G1 branch, but rushed to Marineford without stopping. The others don't know, but he does know that an old friend of Roger's is coming to attack Naval Headquarters soon. Having just arrived at Naval Headquarters, and before they could get ashore, the sky above them suddenly darkened. At this moment, Eisen's observation Haki also sensed something and raised his head to look at the sky. Madoka, who came to Marineford together, also noticed the sudden darkening of the sky. When he saw something in the sky, Zywin broke out in a cold sweat. "What is that? Is that an island?" Zywin swallowed hard, and said in disbelief. "Come on, that guy Golden Lion. Eisen also quickly came to his senses. This guy Golden Lion is going to solo a copy of Naval Headquarters, a nightmare-level difficulty. To be honest, even Sengoku, Garp and others cannot protect everyone in Naval Headquarters by dropping an island directly on Marineford's head. After noticing an island overhead, the entire Naval Headquarters fell into panic. That guy should be the only one who can do this kind of thing, right? As soon as he went out, Garp saw the island in the sky, and his face was extraordinarily solemn. Such a big island, even with his iron fist, couldn't break it in one fell swoop. That BD Shiki, he just stormed into our Naval Headquarters single-handedly. Sengoku also came out. Under the perception of his observation haki, there was only Shiki's breath above his head. To be honest, if they were fighting elsewhere, they wouldn't be so panicked. But the crux of the problem is that Naval Headquarters is under their feet. Once they really fight, it will really be a catastrophe. Even, Marineford will directly become history. Coming. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that the island above their heads was falling rapidly. If it fell directly at this speed, it would undoubtedly smash Naval Headquarters directly. And with the sirens of Naval Headquarters. Garp, let's work together and find a way to stop that thing. As soon as the words fell, Garp directly stepped on the moonwalk and flew up into the air. After covering his arm with the powerful armament haki, he directly aimed at the falling island and bombarded it. Sengoku also began to transform without saying a word, and turned into a golden Buddha in an instant, and a shock wave directly aimed at the island. Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp shot. The Marines, who were already somewhat hopeless, suddenly had a glimmer of hope after seeing the two figures in the sky. Garp and Sengoku, these two are the pillars of Marine. With these two, Marine will be able to deal with it safely. Two powerful attacks directly blasted the bottom of the island controlled by Golden Lion, and scattered fragments flew towards every corner of Marineford. But they didn't have time to pay attention to the shattered stones, because the island that was divided into two still needed to be dealt with. Oops. Is there still time? Watching the split island continue to smash towards Marineford, Garp and Sengoku looked rather ugly. Unless it has the power to shatter the entire island into pieces, the Golden Lion really can't resist this move. Suddenly, Eisen pulled out the Kyoka Suijutsu from his waist, and then he saw the Kyoka Suijutsu in his hand was covered with haki with a voluptuous dark purple luster. Draw the knife. Swish. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling slash blasted towards the island like a surging sea wave. A surge of sword energy about tens of meters roared over, instantly submerging nearly half of the island. The roaring sword energy was extremely terrifying, with an astonishing power. Rumble. The roaring sword energy is like an angry giant beast, smashing the islands in the sky with crazy impacts. The air waves that stretched for nearly a kilometer mercilessly tore the island in front of them into pieces, and the whole sky seemed to tremble. With a full blow, 1/3 of the incomparably huge island was abruptly cut off. Thick smoke filled the air, and Aizen's knife shocked everyone on the entire warship and those who watched the scene on Marineford. That feeling is completely different from the shock of Golden Lion dropping an island. Anyway, it is Devil Fruit's ability after all. Although it is exaggerated, as long as it is used reasonably, it is not incomprehensible. However, Aizen's knife was completely beyond their comprehension. With one knife, 1/3 of the island was directly chopped into pieces. And it's not an ordinary small island. The appearance of covering the sky and covering the sun is shocking just by looking at it. This is much more terrifying than Hawkeye cutting the meteorite into pieces. Comparing the volume very intuitively, the volume of the island shattered by Eisen is at least 5 times larger than the meteorite shattered by Hawkeye behind. Are you kidding me? Is this the destructive power that a slash can cause? Even if he is the world's #1 swordsman, this power is too much, right? All kinds of out-of-control voices kept ringing nearby. Even the Golden Lion floating in the air was taken aback, his eyes revealing a deep look of horror. The power of that slash, is this really something humans can do? There was a hint of tremor in Golden Lion's voice. But when everyone was shocked by Aizen's powerful slash, he didn't feel too shocked in his heart. Right now, I still don't have the strength to destroy a small island with one blow. The awakening of Devil Fruit's ability is really interesting. Looking at the falling island, Eisen couldn't help sighing in his heart. Devil Fruit's ability, I have to say, is amazing. To be honest, after seeing such an exaggerated ability of the Golden Lion, Eisen also has the idea of wanting to take the lion fruit. It is said that the golden lion at its peak can even allow dozens of islands to float at an altitude of 10,000 meters for a long time. With the golden lion's level, devil fruit's ability must have been awakened. I only managed to block 1/3 of the island with a full swing of the knife. Chapter 69 The Day of Execution. However, Eisen calmed down quickly. The golden lion's ability is indeed amazing, but if he really wants to take some devil fruit's ability, he still has to think about it seriously. Besides, devil fruit is a flawed ability after all. After he has Hogyaku, maybe as long as he bursts out Ryotsu with all his strength, he can defeat the island dropped by Golden Lion. It's actually possible to do this. Although it was not completely stopped, the area of the headquarters was finally not directly attacked. Sengoku locked his eyes on Eisen. He couldn't even think about smashing an island with a single blow. That kind of power is no different from that of ancient weapon. So Eisen can do this, no matter what it is very good. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku, Garp, you two guys look old too. Laozi just sent you a greeting gift, can't you even bear this level? The golden lion floated ahead of Garp and Sengoku, watching the falling islands with extra satisfaction at the damage Marineford had wrought. Although Eisen intervened, it was harmless. A young man is needed to help. The names of Marine Admiral and Marine heroes are crying. Golden Lion's words can be said to be very heart-wrenching. Visible to the naked eye, the veins on Sengoku's head and arms were bulging, obviously his anger was reaching its limit. Being ridiculed like this in front of his old opponent, to be honest Sengoku feels very uncomfortable. Shiki, UBD? Sengoku said Golden Lion's name through gritted teeth. Although Naval Headquarters has not been attacked too much, the damage to the entire Marineford is not small at all. How dare you charge into Naval Headquarters single-handedly, Laozi will definitely send you into Impel Down today. Ha 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 ha. Try it if you can. Sengoku. Facing his old opponent, Golden Lion didn't intend to give him any face. A man like Roger would be caught by Marine, he didn't believe it would happen. The best way is for him to try it himself, to see if the group of Marines have the strength to catch Roger. But now it seems that although the old man Garp is as strong as before, he still has a long way to go to capture Roger. One of my meeting rituals required Garp and Sengoku to defend together, and in the end even relied on Aizen's slash to protect Marineford. Golden Lion, it seems that you are not reconciled to Roger's defeat. You actually chose to rush up alone and want to try Marine's strength. Eisen jumped off the warship, used the ability of spiritual pavement to walk into the air, stood at the same height as Golden Lion, and said face to face. But it's true. You must have been very frustrated with the loss in the battle in the Adwal Sea. It's not difficult to understand why you have such a deep obsession with Roger. Just now, Sengoku looked ugly when he was scolded by Golden Lion. As soon as Aizen's words came out, Golden Lion's expression changed immediately. To say that he is completely willing to admit defeat and admit that he has lost to the Roger pirates, he is really unwilling. Obviously he had pushed Roger to a corner, but a sudden storm saved Roger. Then, with the ability to hear the voice of all things, Roger read the text of history and found the way to Raftel from the red stone tablet. Golden Lion asked himself that he could not lose to Roger in any aspect, but God made him so lucky. If Roger continues to be his one piece honestly, Golden Lion may not be so angry, and may accumulate strength to challenge Roger again at some point. But now, Roger was caught by Marine so casually. As a loser of this era, he didn't even have a chance for revenge. He was unwilling to admit such absurd things no matter what. That's right, Laozi is really unwilling. That Roger will be caught by Marine. He will even be executed in the town of Rog, in the weakest sea area of East Blue. Golden Lion's face looks a bit hideous. So what, the weakest? East Blue is a symbol of peace. Hearing that Golden Lion insulted East Blue so much, Garp was also a little angry, with an angry look on his face, looking unwilling. What Golden Lion said just now was undoubtedly an insult to his belief. Since this is the case, let's speak with strength. Slash wave. Golden Lion flew straight into the air, and swung a powerful sword aura towards the people below. The battle is imminent. The Battle of the Three did not last for 3 full days and 3 nights like in the original book, but only for 1 day and 1 night. Golden Lion was directly arrested under the combined combat power of 3 Marine Admiral levels, and was sent directly to the Impel Down. Although the trajectory of history has changed slightly, it has not changed much. At the end of the three great pirate eras, this stage of the Great Pirate Era is about to start. Moreover, due to the addition of Eisen, Marineford has not been damaged too much, and it should be no problem to continue to repair it later. The time soon came to the day of execution. Here in the town of Rog, the eyes of the world are on. Those who couldn't come to the scene in person also watched in real time through the phone bug. And here, a group of guys who will be very famous in the future have also gathered. The leader of the future Revolutionary Army, the most dangerous prisoner in the world, Monkey D. Long. One of the future 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Future 7 warlords of the sea, top observation hacky owner, Buggy the Clown. Future 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. Future 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Future 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. The future 7 warlords of the sea, the world's #1 swordsman in the original book, Hawkeye. Future 7 warlords of the sea, K-Lock Dar. Counting carefully, it seems that Shishibukai basically came to see Roger's execution. Although Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were not present in person, they watched the phone bug all the time. It's almost time, let's escort Roger over there. Tsuru looked at the time and stared at Aizen, Sakazuki, and Polusalino very seriously. Under Aizen's suggestion, the 3 of them were chosen to escort Roger to the execution platform this time. The representative of the new generation of Marine is destined to become the seedling of the new generation of Marine Admiral and the overlord of the old era in the future. Marine also wants to declare in this way that the era of pirates is over, and the era of Marine is next. Chapter 70. Now everyone in the upper echelon of Marine thinks that Roger's death will herald the end of the era of pirates. But in fact, it was with Roger's death, and his last words, that thoroughly stimulated the ambitious guys all over the world. The era of Marine will not come, and it will be replaced by a new one, the era of great pirates. Knowing all this, Eisen didn't speak. After hearing what Tsuru said, he stood up silently, put on Marine's formal suit and walked to Roger's side. Same goes for Sakazuki and Polusalino. The trio's Marine suits are littered with medals, and there's just so much they've done over the years. Standing in the middle of these 3 people, an ordinary pirate would have been too scared to walk, but Roger didn't care at all. He was still wearing the pirate coat that he often wears, although his hands handcuffed by seastone, but the head never thinks of lowering. Hero. Incomparably heroic, even if he is going to the execution ground, he can't look happy. Let's go. Roger looked at the 3 people around him and smiled, and finally fixed his eyes on Eisen. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. After a conversation in the prison, Roger had a preliminary understanding of Eisen, but this understanding was not much. When he looked at Eisen, he always felt as if there was a layer of tulle blocking his true face, as if no one could see through Eisen's true appearance. Perhaps, Eisen will also be the one who will bring great changes to this world. Eisen, Sakazuki, and Polusalino looked at each other, then nodded in tacit understanding, and led Roger directly on the road to the execution platform. Sengoku and Garp had been waiting under the execution platform early on, watching the 3 marine monsters walking towards them, and Roger being captured, as if they saw the change of the times. Guys of their age are about to retire from the world stage. Both of them couldn't help but think so. It's just. Roger is a little too eye-catching. All eyes were on Roger, ignoring the 3 monsters Marine next to Roger. Walking on the way to the execution platform, Roger didn't seem like a down-and-out pirate who was arrested, but a bit like a general who came back from Guy, and the powerful and overwhelming people dared not look directly at him. By the way, this thing in my hand is a bit too troublesome. Can you untie it for me? You know it. I won't run away anyway. Roger moved his hand a little uncomfortable, then looked at Eisen and asked. What nonsense. A prisoner has to look like a prisoner. Do you think you can fool us with such rhetoric? Before Eisen could speak, Sakazuki beside him couldn't help cursing. Uncuff the handcuffs? What a joke. This guy is Roger the Pirate King, and once the cuffs are removed, no one knows what will happen. Besides, they don't know where the rest of the Roger pirates went. Once someone is about to rob the execution ground, Roger will become very dangerous. Bang bang bang. However, just as Sakazuki finished cursing, the sound of iron chains falling came to his ears. Looking back, I saw that Eisen had already uncuffed all of Roger's handcuffs. Eisen, you. Sakazuki's eyes widened, unable to believe that Eisen actually listened to Roger's nonsense. You know, this is a live broadcast all over the world. The moment they saw Roger free, the Big Mom and Kaido in New World held their breath for an instant. What's happening here? Could it be that Roger really won't die easily? Now that the handcuffs have been removed, Marine might not be able to catch him if he tried his best to escape. Does the Roger pirates have other arrangements? Big Mom and Kaido thought of this at the same time. At the scene in Rog Town, many people were taken aback when they saw that Roger's handcuffs were removed. Even Garp, Sengoku, Kong, and others directly in front of them suddenly felt their hearts tighten. Now this is broadcast live all over the world. If Roger really escaped from Marine's nose, then they really lost their face. It's just that Roger hasn't made any moves yet, and they are just on guard. Once Observation Haki notices any changes in Roger, they will definitely swarm him, and they must demand that Roger be dealt with as quickly as possible. Not to mention those pirates and marines, even Roger himself was a little dazed the moment he was unshackled. He just said it casually, never expecting that Marine would actually release his handcuffs. At the moment when the handcuffs fell, he could feel that at least 20 Observation Haki instantly locked his whole body. A king has a king's way of death, and One Piece is also a king. It is only natural to be different. Eisen didn't explain much, he was very sure that Roger would not escape. It wasn't his style to be teased all the time and not fight back, and Roger got the group on edge and teased them to uncuff them. That being the case, Eisen has to show his talents. Interesting guy. Hearing Eisen's words, the corners of Roger's mouth slightly raised. He didn't expect such an interesting guy to exist in Marine. Let's go, the handcuffs have been released for you, it's time to go to the execution platform. Eisen urged calmly. This time, Roger didn't need them to escort him, and walked directly towards the execution platform. Rayleigh, who saw this scene through the phone bug, couldn't help turning his tears into a smile, and said, Roger hasn't changed at all. At this time, he still has to compare himself with others like a child. I haven't seen him for more than a year, and Roger is still the same, nothing has changed. Even if he is about to be executed, he wants to compete with Eisen in these aspects. Roger, BD, it looks like he was really captured by Marine voluntarily. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard confirmed his previous guess. Soon, Eisen and the others followed Roger to the execution platform. Passed by Sengoku, at the moment when the phone bug didn't see it, Sengoku couldn't help but grabbed Eisen and said, What kind of demon are you, kid? You actually undid Roger's handcuffs without authorization. It's okay if he didn't run away, but what if? Before he could finish speaking, Sengoku noticed that Roger was smiling and looking in his direction. Originally, I wanted to complain about Eisen, but I held back all of a sudden. Looking at it this way, it seems that he has a small temper. I really don't understand what these young people are doing. Chapter 71 The Era of Great Pirates. Sengoku, your marine has cultivated a very good seedling. Roger was not stingy with his appreciation. It is no exaggeration to say that Eisen is definitely the best marine he has ever seen. Let's go, don't delay the execution time. Sengoku didn't answer Roger's words, but urged him a little anxiously. Now that Roger's handcuffs have been taken off, he just wants to finish the execution quickly, so as not to cause complications. Sitting in the position of Marine Admiral, and during the period when he is about to be promoted to Marine Admiral, Sengoku has too many things to do. Roger was also not interested in embarrassing Sengoku, so he took the initiative to step up to the execution platform. As Admiral, Sengoku picked up a list and began to count Roger's various crimes in detail. Roger, where did you put your treasure? Suddenly, a person under the execution platform shouted loudly. At this time, the corner of Roger's mouth grinned, revealing a smile, and said to the whole world in that deep and clear voice, Do you want my treasure? Seeing the smile on the corner of Roger's mouth, Sengoku, who had always been extremely vigilant, suddenly realized something. Roger is going to make a big deal while the whole world is paying attention to this place. Early execution immediately. Sengoku immediately shouted at the soldiers to be executed. But by this time it was too late. I will give you everything you want, go find it. I put everything in this world there. The moment the voice fell, the executioner had already reacted, and in order to prevent Roger from saying anything surprising, he directly executed Roger. However, it was too late. Roger's words were definitely a fatal temptation for these star fans. One Piece Roger's treasure, the legendary Raftel. The sky darkened, Roger's blood stained the scaffold. However, thunderous cheers came from below. And this cheer is being staged all over the world. Only a handful of people were crying, said that Roger was gone. At the same time, there are also many people who have seen through the direction of the next era, and face all this very calmly. BD. I was actually slapped by this guy at the end. Sengoku slapped the wall next to him violently. How could someone as smart as him not have imagined what would happen next? The scene just now was broadcast live all over the world in real time. When he thought of the star-studded pirates going out to sea, he felt a headache. Roger is a guy who won't settle down even if he dies. In a word, lead an era and change the course of the whole world. Is this the purpose of this guy Roger? Garp looked confused, and now he finally understood why no one from Roger's pirate group showed up. I also understand why Roger turned himself in. Using his own life to spread the news of the great secret treasure to the whole world, so that others can find Raftel, this guy Roger actually made such a big gamble. At this moment, Crane also understood what Roger wanted to do. The 5 elders who got the news widened their eyes and clenched their fists in disbelief. Damn the D-Clan, damn Roger. At a time when World Summit was about to start, and the government and Marine had made such a big mistake, he could only imagine the pressure he would face on World Summit. Not even the 5 elders can completely ignore World Summit. Roger's last words will definitely lead to a surge in the number of pirates in the sea, which is a terrible thing. Marine came back to Naval Headquarters disgraced like a thwarted rooster. Respectively go back to the branch and make preparations to suppress the surrounding pirates as much as possible. Kong's order only had this sentence. It can be seen that he seems to be at the end of his rope. Eisen returned to the New World Guan branch. After Roger's words, he could clearly feel that New World had changed, and all the pirates became restless. The arrival of the new era spread like a terrible infectious disease. All over the world. The number of pirates suddenly reached an unprecedented state, as if after a rain, spring wild vegetables began to sprout and grow. It's all over the place, and it can't be burned at all. Those star chasers blindly went out to sea to pursue their dreams, wanting to get Roger's big secret treasure. All kinds of cats and dogs came out. Eisen Vice Admiral, this is a recent pirate attack, and it has increased 7 to 8 times compared to before. Aizen's adjutant sorted out the recent pirate attacks. It has only been a month since One Piece King Roger was executed, and the number of pirates has increased nearly tenfold. Although most of them are small thieves who are making trouble, they can't make a big difference at all, but there are so many people. All the areas under the jurisdiction of the G1 branch are being attacked, and Marine's troops are somewhat unable to mobilize. At present, all the Marine generals in the G1 branch have been dispatched, and only Eisen sits in the G1 branch for defense, and at the same time takes into account the mobilization of troops. It's an astonishing impact. Is this the era of great pirates? Having personally experienced the impact of the era of great pirates, Eisen also felt a little shocked. Even recently, there have been many small thieves bravely attacking the Marine Egg 1 branch. However, let alone the bounty of more than 100 million, whether these little thieves have the ability to get the reward order of Marine is a big problem. Basically, they were caught by the soldiers on duty outside before they could charge. Each of these Marine soldiers in New World is an elite, and they cannot be defeated by those pirates who rushed out with a rush of blood. And this is just the beginning. After these stunned youths feel the horror of the New World, the enthusiasm will naturally fade away. The New World is a sea area that belongs to the strong, and this will not change. In the end, the number of pirates left by New World will definitely increase, but it is estimated that it will only double, and it will not be as exaggerated as it is now. However, the real problem lies in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. In those places, even weaker pirates can still survive. The 4 seas and the Grand Line are so large, and the gathered pirates will not be caught so easily. Although Marine is undoubtedly the strongest force in this sea, there are also many places that need to be protected. So many countries that join the world government need Marine to protect them. After the troops are dispersed, they will also have a headache. They're all unworthy guys. What happened to the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido of the Beasts pirates, and Big Mom pirates? Chapter 72 Suppression of the New World. Eisen simply ignored the commotion around him. At present, there are no special changes. Basically, it is to strengthen the defense of its own territory, and it is probably to guard against those new pirates. The adjutant replied. I heard before that Big Mom planned to join forces with Kaido. It seems that they gave up this idea after the era of big pirates came. Eisen shook his head. The impact brought by the era of great pirates is indeed unimaginable. If it weren't for Roger's words, Marine should start preparing for the crusade against Big Mom and Kaido now. Probably because of this reason, after the news that the Roger pirates were captured, they seemed to be forming an alliance. But now they simply can't mobilize troops to encircle and suppress these monsters in New World, and even self-protection is still an unknown. In the absence of external threats, they naturally do not intend to continue to form an alliance. Pirates are such a group of simple and pure creatures. It is completely driven by interests. After all, pirates are basically driven by profit, and they can only rely on burning, killing and looting if they don't do any labor. They are essentially a group of guys who put their interests first. Then, Eisen Vice Admiral, shall we strengthen our defenses like them? All the guys with powerful forces in New World do this, and it is only natural for the adjutant to ask such a question. The group of guys including the G5 branch also chose to be honest at this time. No. It is at this time that we need to take the initiative. If we stick to it like everyone else, it will only make those groupies who don't know the cruelty of New World more arrogant. Only by suppressing them with iron and blood can we keep them honest. In the next year or so, the G1 branch went crazy and slaughtered the groupies of New World fans. Although the number is huge, they are generally weak. After encountering Marine, these guys rarely have the ability to resist. And after Eisen ordered that all pirates encountered must be killed on the spot and absolutely not allowed to be sent to Impel Down, the bloody reputation of the G1 branch became even worse. In just half a year or so, no pirates dared to approach the entire G1 branch anymore. Everyone understood that the only way to get close to the G1 branch is to die, and there is no chance of being sent to Impel Down. This kind of iron-blooded method has achieved very obvious results. Immediately afterwards, Sakazuki, who was stationed by the G5 branch, also learned Aizen's strategy. With this method, Marine's two New World branches quickly established a firm foothold in this new era. On the other hand, the pirates, especially the three forces of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, they really can't learn from Marine to do this. If they follow the example of Marine and kill all the pirates in New World, they will be targeted next. It's only natural for Marines to kill pirates, but it's just internal friction between pirates. As Marines, they are very happy to see this kind of scene. Helpless, they can only choose to recruit these pirates, bring them under their command and use them. Compared with Marines' indecisive methods, the group of pirates who know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages naturally know where to run. After the initial chaos, now New World has slowly stabilized. However, the Four Seas area is still very chaotic, and even Marine has slowly lost control over the Four Seas. But it's true to think about it. In future generations, even a guy like Colonel Mouse can get along well. One can imagine how far Naval Headquarters' control over the world has been reduced. In this way, time flies, and 4 years passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, there are only 20 years left before the original plot. In the past 4 years, Aizen's series of actions in New World have made Marine's influence stronger and stronger, as if it has not been affected by the era of great pirates at all. Compared with the G5 branch, which is also located in New World, the G1 branch's sphere of influence is almost 3 times that of the G5 branch. If it weren't for the fact that the number of soldiers is too small, and their G1 branch is needed to support Sakazuki's G5 branch from time to time, I am afraid that the gap will be even greater. However, a huge hidden danger also appeared in the G1 branch. Because Aizen's ability is too strong, the G1 branch can achieve such great achievements under his leadership. Marine also tried to make some transfers, but as soon as Eisen leaves the G1 branch, no matter who is in the town, there will be piles of troubles. Even the well-controlled territory will begin to fall. Even if Naval Headquarters Chief of Staff Crane Vice Admiral is allowed to pass, he is only slightly better than others. This stark comparison also made everyone feel more clearly how powerful Eisen is. Until one day, an unusual order suddenly broke the calm. And what happened this time was quite unusual, which made Naval Headquarters suddenly furious. Saren defected. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Hajvard D. Saren. It's D again, I'm really interested. What are the identities of those guys? After seeing the name, Eisen remembered that there was such a thing. In the O'Hara incident, a Marine Vice Admiral, was originally responsible for arresting the historical text research group headed by Robin's mother. After talking with Robin's mother, he felt that justice was unfair and rescued Robin's mother Orabia, so he was hunted down by Marine. When O'Hara was attacked by Buster Call later, he was rescued by Nico Robin by chance, but was eventually killed by Eisen. Before he died, the man encouraged Robin to go to sea to find his companions. For Nico Robin, this person has had a very profound impact. But because this man appeared too few times, Eisen didn't even know that there was a D in this name before the order was issued. Since it's Buster Call, I'll just drop by. Things in the branch will continue as before, and if you have any troubles, wait for me to come back and deal with them. After receiving the order, Eisen simply ordered his adjutant. Immediately afterwards, he casually put on the marine coat and left the base. Just leaving for a while will not have any effect. Soon, the Buster Call troops quickly assembled. The 5 leading Marine Vice Admirals are Aizen, Sakazuki, Polusalino, Eisen, and Doberman. Including ordinary soldiers, the number exceeds 10,000, a total of 10 ships. Each warship is armed to the teeth, equipped with the strongest firepower of the Marine, and is used to completely clear an area that threatens the rule of the world government. Things and people. It's really troublesome for the world government to use Buster Call to deal with Amir O'Hara. Chapter 73 O'Hara, Buster Call. Sitting on the warship, Eisen chatted with the other 4 vice admirals while resting. There's no way around it. It is said that the CP0 investigation found that the scholars on this island were studying the history of 800 years ago. Polusalino said calmly. Although Buster Call would have caused great casualties, it didn't matter to him at all. Anyway, as long as the orders of the world government are carried out, isn't that what soldiers do? Well, anyway, the world government has already warned them, who made them ignorant of repentance. Eisen also scratched his chin, and he didn't have a good opinion of this kind of thing. To be honest, he couldn't bear to use Buster Call to attack an island full of civilians. However, the history of 800 years ago is absolutely not allowed. They have witnessed how much damage the previous Roger has caused. The past is gone with the wind, and it doesn't matter if you study it or not. Eisen was non-committal about this matter. How O'Hara has nothing to do with him, and he is not interested in the history of world government. If these troublesome things affect his plan, Eisen will also have a headache. As for those innocent people in O'Hara, Eisen is not a holy mother. Countless people have died in his hands over the years. In order to complete his incomplete Hogyaku, he sacrificed more than tens of thousands of souls with potential. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is an executioner. It's just that no one knows about these things except himself. In this era of great pirates, it is not a big deal for 10,000 people to die inexplicably in 4 years. If these things are exposed, he will definitely not be able to stay in Marine. That's the difference between him and O'Hara. No strength to protect yourself, no brains to hide yourself. O'Hara's demise was completely self-inflicted, and he didn't know how to judge the situation. There is no fairness in this world. You feel that you have done nothing and should not be punished, but if you violate the rules set by the strong, you can only die. Those guys are evil, and they must be completely eliminated. Sakazuki was as determined as ever, and no one was surprised. It takes 4 days to travel from Naval Headquarters to O'Hara. After arriving in O'Hara, Eisen didn't stay on the boat, but went directly to the island to find Saren. With observation haki, Eisen can find Saren's location very easily. This island is basically full of helpless scholars. A powerful Marine Vice Admiral like Saren is like a bright light at night in the eyes of Eisen, very easy to find. Saren, it's been a long time, or maybe it's the first time we've met. Eisen came to Saren's back and greeted him calmly. There are so many Vice Admirals in Marine, and Eisen is stationed in New World all the year round. It's normal that you can't recognize everyone. The two of them should have met, but they didn't speak. Who? Hearing someone calling him, Saren immediately turned his head, and the blank expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a vigilant expression. After seeing the very petite Eisen behind him, a lot of cold sweat suddenly fell on Saren's forehead. Blue. Eisen Vice Admiral. Saren stared at Eisen with some horror. Although he is also Marine Vice Admiral, the difference between Marine Vice Admiral and Marine Vice Admiral is too great. Strong Vice Admirals include Eisen and Garp. Weak, probably the level that would be killed by Whitebeard in one hit, and it's just that he has mastered the two-color haki more proficiently, and then has a relatively large physical advantage. Of course, Saren is not a very weak type, but he is definitely not an outrageously strong type. Eisen Vice Admiral? Who is he? Saren. At this time, behind Saren, a little girl who was completely covered by his body showed a small head, looking in Eisen's direction with some curiosity. Robin, you leave quickly, you have to leave here quickly. Don't worry, I will buy you time. Saren said anxiously. Eisen is not very familiar with Saren, the Marine Vice Admiral, but Saren is too familiar with Eisen. The base leader of the G1 branch, Eisen can be said to be the most dazzling new star in the entire Marine system. And over the years, he has defeated various big pirates many times, and teamed up with Garp and Sengoku to imprison Golden Lion in the deep-sea prison. It is not a coincidence that such a big man, not guarding the G1 branch, suddenly appeared in O'Hara so far away. In connection with the style of the world government, the purpose of Eisen coming here is immediately obvious. Don't worry, you should be very aware of my strength. If I want to catch you, you should be lying down by now. Eisen said lightly. There is no exaggeration in these words. The same as Marine Vice Admiral, Saren's level, probably only in the hands of Eisen can support 3 tricks. If he was serious about pulling out Kyoka Suijutsu, he wouldn't be able to hold a single blow. Then what do you mean by coming here? Saren still didn't relax his vigilance. Even if he knew that what Eisen said was not false at all. I just want to chat with you, and I also want to see what kind of person can make you give up Marine, give up your own, ERM. That's probably it. Originally, Eisen wanted to ask Saren why he gave up his justice. But after careful consideration, Saren is insisting on his own justice, which is why he did this. He can also feel that the guy with D in his name is very firm in his heart. I don't think their group of helpless scholars can pose any threat. I know exactly what I am doing now. I can't understand the government's approach. They obviously didn't do anything, and they didn't want to hurt others. Why did they have to kill them? They are all innocent. Saren argued. Isn't your thinking too naive? Or are all the guys from the D clan so simple-minded? Eisen shook his head silently. You can say whatever you want, but my instinct tells me that what they did was not wrong. They are not criminals, not pirates, and should not be killed. Saren replied very firmly. Instinct. It seems that the history of 800 years ago is closely related to the fate of the D clan. Eisen sighed. Saren didn't seem like an irrational person. But his instinct told him to protect these people. It can only be said that maybe this is also fate. Chapter 74. What exactly does the letter D represent? Eisen didn't ask Roger directly when he was in the deep-sea prison. Maybe Roger would have told him without hesitation, but Eisen didn't particularly care. Let me tell you something. Buster Call has arrived in O'Hara, take your cherished friend and leave. My mission is not to hunt you down. After speaking, Eisen was about to turn around and leave, planning to go to the so-called Tree of Omniscience to take a look. Tuesday. Buster Call? What are you talking about? Marine plans to launch a Buster Call here. Saren was agitated all of a sudden, and immediately rushed to Eisen, trying to grab Eisen and let him explain things clearly. It would be too boring to start a quarrel. The voice fell. Boom. A heavy muffled sound came out, and Saren suddenly felt the pain in his eardrums, as if the whole world began to vibrate violently. No, not right. It wasn't the world that trembled, but himself, his 5 senses, and even his soul trembled. Just a look from Eisen, that indescribable sense of oppression hit. In an instant, Saren's forehead was covered with sweat stains. What is this? After the words fell, suddenly, the heavy pressure erupting from Eisen surged again. Boom. This time, Saren's huge body finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his knees couldn't bear it directly, and he knelt on the ground with a bang. The body of the Titan suddenly knelt on the ground, almost scaring Robin behind. However, Saren could no longer think about other people's affairs. At this moment, he only felt that he had fallen into a very strange environment. The surrounding air seemed to be directly drained, unable to breathe, and his face was extremely pale. Haki? Conquerors. Saren's mind immediately thought of Conqueror's Haki. No, pure Conqueror's Haki, even Roger and Whitebeard can't make me like this. And this breath is completely like pressing directly on my soul. The gap, is it so big? Saren braced his will and raised his head. Forget it this time, If you launch an attack at will, it is very likely that you will kill yourself. In the end, Eisen was a little merciful, and after a little punishment to Saren who just wanted to attack him, he took Ryotsu back directly. With Ryotsu withdrawn, all the pressure seemed to melt away. The strange feeling Saren felt also disappeared. I only felt a sudden lightness in my body, as if my whole body was suddenly emptied, and I put my hands on the ground and started to breathe heavily. That feeling is like climbing a mountain for someone who doesn't exercise regularly. Saren, are you alright? Robin on the side had no idea what was going on. He only saw that Eisen had just turned around and was about to leave, when Saren suddenly jumped up and wanted to attack Eisen. Immediately afterwards, Saren seemed to have a sudden illness, and he was still sucking in the air. Saren is her only friend, and Robin naturally cares very much. It seems to scare you. But it's okay, it's just a simple pressure on Saren with momentum. Marine Vice Admiral is not so fragile. Eisen said. Saren can become Kyuzen's best friend, which means that his strength is absolutely not bad. If the gap in strength is too large, there will definitely be a gap in incomprehension between the two. As the saying goes, things gather together and people are divided into groups, which is the truth. Saren also destroyed 2 marine warships when Buster Call was launched, which has proved that he is not weak. What a monster, he deserves to be the first person in the history of the elite camp. Saren said in a deep voice, but he didn't get up. After being stunned by Eisen with Ryotsu, he felt a little dizzy all over. After all, you are the person who bears the name of D, and I don't want you to die so easily, so you should leave quickly. Eisen turned around and walked directly into the island, not wanting to continue talking to Saren. Looking at the back of Eisen leaving, Saren can be 100% sure that Eisen just came to help him. However, even knowing that the Buster Call is about to be launched, Saren has no way to leave at this time. He had already decided in his heart that the scholars of O'Hara were not guilty, and the guy did everything possible to help these people live. It doesn't matter even if you lose your life. As for Eisen, he went straight to the Tree of Omniscience alone, wanting to see this legendary library that contains important documents of scholars from all over the world. If you don't look at it now, the Tree of Omniscience will surely dissipate with O'Hara. Possessing the power of Kyoka Suijutsu, Eisen invaded the Tree of Omniscience with ease, without anyone being able to detect him. The next day, all the preparations were in place. The Buster Call, after all, is activated. Once the Buster Call is activated, it cannot be stopped unless the target area is completely destroyed. Eisen watched as countless shells leveled the entire O'Hara, and destroyed the Tree of Omniscience with countless knowledge. However, Eisen has already stored all the things in the Tree of Omniscience one day in advance in other ways. Then, as always, Kyuzen killed Saren, and secretly let go of Nico Robin, the little girl who pinned Saren's expectations. Sakazuki shelled the refugee boat, then got into an argument with Kyuzen. The other 3 vice admirals all chose to have nothing to do with themselves, and did not want to participate in such troublesome things. Sakazuki was right, but also wrong. It just depends on where you look at it. Is that alright? Chapter 75 Kong's Proposal. Is that alright? Watching Kyuzen use his abilities to create an ice path for Nico Robin to escape, Eisen suddenly asked from behind Kyuzen. This frightened Kyuzen to turn his head quickly, ready to shoot. Blue. Eisen Vice Admiral. Kyuzen was stunned, he didn't expect that it was this person who suddenly appeared behind him. Because he has also been in the G1 branch for a long time, he has extra respect for Eisen. Don't worry, I didn't intend to inform or anything. Eisen waved his hand, indicating that he did not intend to inform. Killing your best friend with your own hands must be very painful for you now. Since you think it's right to do so, then do it. I just hope you won't regret this decision in the future. Eisen gently persuaded Road. I really can't help it. Kyuzen closed his eyes with a pained look on his face. Saren is his best friend. But because of Marine's order, he had to kill Saren. Logically speaking, he should have killed Nico Robin as well. But, killing Saren is not enough, but also killing Saren's last hope, he really can't do such a thing. Don't worry too much about it, that guy didn't blame you either. I guess Saren is already very happy that you let Robin go. For Eisen's words, Kyuzen could only show a helpless smile. Although this is what he said, Kyuzen definitely couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. And he also felt that he was too useless. Not just with the Saren thing, but with that refuge ship. Obviously there were ordinary people on it, but Sakazuki still shelled mercilessly, killing all the people on board. And as Marine Vice Admiral, I can't do anything. On the other hand, Naval Headquarters has been waiting for the result. After learning that Sakazuki destroyed the refugee ship and got into an argument with Kyuzen, Sengoku also looked at Sakazuki with some disappointment. Destroying a refugee ship is not something to brag about anyway. However, with such an order from the world government and the dispatch of Buster Call, it seems that there is nothing wrong with Sakazuki doing so. Sakazuki cares so much about things that can be passed with one eye open and one eye closed. Obviously, his approach does not conform to the philosophy of Sengoku and his generation. Eisen is here too, what about the others? Sengoku asked casually. Eisen Vice Admiral didn't say anything. After the Buster Call ended, he left alone. He should be on his way back to the G1 branch. Then don't worry about him, I can rest assured that that guy is doing things. Sengoku nodded indifferently. Eisen should be regarded as the most worry-free among the monsters in the new generation of Marine. Now the G1 branch is completely inseparable from Eisen, and it is normal for him to leave early without reporting. If I followed the Buster Call to go back to report on my work, and it was delayed for a while, the G1 branch might be messed up again. Speaking of which, it's time to change your positions. After this Buster Call, Kong also had some other thoughts. A base as vital as Eisen gets moved by Buster Call from time to time, which can be tricky to be honest. If you are promoted to Marine Admiral, although you need to protect the Celestial Dragons, other things will be slightly less. And Celestial Dragons don't get attacked every now and then. The last time the Celestial Dragons were attacked should have been in the Valley of the Gods, by the Rocks Pirates. Next time, if history is right, it will be Monkey D. Luffy. Decades have passed between the two, so Marine Admiral usually has no trouble. Although Sakazuki and Polusalino are a little bit less interesting, Eisen's strength and reputation are completely enough to take the position of Marine Admiral. Sengoku also understood what Kong meant, and said, Garp doesn't want to be Admiral no matter what. Eisen is definitely a very good choice for Marine, and his strength, prestige, and qualifications are enough. When New World was in chaos before, Eisen was basically the only one who stabilized the situation. In any case, it must be a good thing for Marine to have an extra admiral. The position has been vacant for too long because of Garp's resistance, and Zephyr has moved to the second line to teach students. Alright then, I'll ask 5 elders for their opinion. You should also find a chance to communicate with Eisen. However, they should all be mentally prepared. Marine's future 3 admiral positions will be reserved for them. To this, Sengoku also nodded. There is no problem with Eisen. The problem is the remaining 3 Logia monsters. The strength of the 3 can be said to be equal. If it is not a battle of life and death, no one can win. Eisen will definitely occupy one of Admiral's slots, so what about the remaining 2 slots? No matter how you choose, one person will definitely lose in the end. They have bothered about this matter countless times over the years. This is probably the trouble of happiness. Because Eisen has not yet arrived at the G1 branch, Sengoku did not go to Eisen immediately, but went to the elite camp to find Zephyr first. You said that you are already planning to promote Eisen to Admiral. Zephyr was stunned for 2 seconds when he heard this. Is Eisen going to be Marine Admiral? At first, Zephyr's first thought was that Sengoku was joking with him. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is indeed such a possibility. Recalling when Eisen first entered the elite camp, what happened at that time, and Eisen's rapid growth in recent years. After careful calculation, 12 years have passed. Eisen is also 35 years old. At the age of 35, I will become a Marine Admiral. I can only say that there are really geniuses in this world. Actually, that guy already had the strength of Marine Admiral 4 years ago, but his age, qualifications, and timing are not suitable. In the past 4 years, I haven't seen him fight seriously. I'm afraid his strength has already improved. More than one level. Sengoku also watched Eisen become stronger step by step. Now Eisen is going to become the same Marine Admiral as he and Zephyr, which makes him a little disappointed but also a little relieved. What is disappointing is that there are so many geniuses surpassing him in this world. The good news is that Marine's future can rest in the hands of these talents. Chapter 76 Heading to East Blue. I really didn't expect that one day I would be the same Marine Admiral with my students. Zephyr didn't know whether he was laughing or sighing. His expression was too rich to describe in words. But anyway, since he already has the strength and potential of Marine Admiral, he should be given this position. This era is no longer dominated by us old guys. Young people should also stand up. However, Eisen did not immediately rush back to the G1 branch as Sengoku predicted, but came to East Blue. It's in this direction. Somewhere in the unknown sea of East Blue, Eisen is driving a small boat to stop in place. There is a small piece of paper in his hand pointing in the direction of the sky. Life card, it is neither afraid of water nor fire. It is made by mixing your own nails into the material. It is a kind of paper that represents the vitality of the owner. After Golden Lion was caught and imprisoned, Eisen knew that this guy could escape, so he took advantage of a certain opportunity to go to the deep sea prison, and tried to make a Golden Lion life card, and put a copy in Golden Lion's inside the body. With Eisen's means, it is impossible for Golden Lion to discover the location of the life card. Unless, he has the courage to take out his heart to have a look. Shinigami's technological research in this area is not just talk. During the 2 years since Golden Lion escaped from the deep sea prison, Eisen could find his specific location by relying on the torn half-life paper in his hand. But he never did. The Golden Lion, who was on the Vermejo Island, suddenly sensed the aura of a strong person that should not belong to this sea area below. Someone happened to pass by here? Or? Golden Lion frowned. The strength of the guy who could catch his attention is definitely not that simple. East Blue doesn't look like a place where powerful characters would pass by. Golden Lion, I heard that after you escaped from the deep sea prison, you found an island to live in seclusion. Are you going to find a chance to take revenge on the world government? Before Golden Lion was puzzled for a long time, Eisen suddenly called out his name, making him stop suddenly. It sounded like someone was talking to me face to face just now. What is the situation? Golden Lion looked around carefully, and then released his observation haki to make sure that there were no other strangers except the figure at the height of 10,000 meters. It's so far away that I'm a guest. If you don't mind, how about inviting me up for a drink? While the Golden Lion was still wondering, Eisen continued to send messages to him through Kido's ability to stand empty. This time, Golden Lion can be 100% sure that it is the message that the guy below sent him. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Golden Lion directly controlled his floating sky island and began to fall. Eisen, it's actually your kid. After the Golden Lion landed, seeing that it was Eisen, his face suddenly became a little ugly. The captain of the dignified flying pirates can't even afford a glass of wine, can he? Eisen put his hands in the pockets of Marine's coat, not showing any signs of attacking. Golden Lion also stared at Eisen with some doubts, not understanding what Eisen meant by coming here. However, since Eisen asked him for a drink, Golden Lion is not without a bit of bravado. Even if Eisen was the one who sent him to impel down in the first place, causing him to lose his legs. Come if you have the guts. After speaking, Golden Lion walked directly into the island. Eisen wasn't afraid at all. An ambitious hero like Golden Lion wouldn't do such indecent tricks as setting traps or poisoning food. Of course, even if he dared to ambush himself, Eisen could easily deal with it. He already had the strength of Marine Admiral 4 years ago, and now he has almost 40% of the Ryotsu strength of Eisen in normal state. Golden Lion took a big bowl of wine and drank it down, then thoughtfully said, "It's been so long since Roger was executed, you kid has been doing well in New World. On the other hand, Laozi, no more, both legs are seriously injured and recuperating, and it will be 2 years in a blink of an eye." Seriously injured? I don't think your strength has deteriorated much. Those Rogers fans are too boring. Eisen shook his head lightly and couldn't help but sneer. As long as people who have experienced the alternation of these two eras can clearly feel that the virtues of this batch of pirates are not comparable to those before. A bunch of guys who don't even know the horror of real pirates. Although it is belittling pirates, Golden Lion does not deny Eisen's words, and even agrees with them very much. The two talked to each other very normally, as if they didn't take each other's identity into their hearts at all. It was obvious that one was a pirate and the other was a marine. But there was no taboo between the two of them when they talked. Gila gila. The wine was almost finished, and Golden Lion saw the last sip of wine left in the bowl and drank it down in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he looked at Eisen and said, "Okay, the wine is over. What do you mean by coming here to see me? Can you just tell me straight?" Heh. Eisen chuckled, and then drank the wine in his hand likewise. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll just say it straight. Golden Lion, do you want to work under my command? Aizen's words fell like a bomb into a calm lake. Are you here to make me laugh? Let Lao Zi be your brat's subordinate. Aizen's words completely angered the old overlord. What is his status? Let him work under Eisen, isn't it insulting? Don't be so hostile. If I don't have enough bargaining chips, I will naturally not come to you. Besides, I don't mean to let you surrender to Marine. Eisen glanced at the Golden Lion with a smile. With both legs gone and a ship's rudder stuck in his head, Golden Lion's condition is as miserable as it gets. In another 20 years, he can't even deal with Luffy's kind of pirates who have just set sail. This is simply a kind of humiliation for a person with a strong self-esteem like Golden Lion. Aren't you a Marine? Are you a guy? Golden Lion's gaze suddenly became serious. Aizen's words have a lot of connotations. Golden Lion, the injury on your head and those 2 legs must be inconvenient. Although I don't know how old you are, but I guess it's almost 60, right? Your body is changing day by day. Weak, do you really want to be so useless for the rest of your life? Chapter 77 Hogyaku of Defective Products. Eisen didn't mention the issue of Marine too much. It's enough for everyone to understand some things in their hearts. The murderous look on Golden Lion flashed, and he looked sideways. Do you think this small injury can affect Lao Zi? Even though his body is crippled everywhere and he is nearly 60 years old, Golden Lion still has that overlord temperament when he gets angry. Golden Lion, you are not stupid. How can you not even figure out this kind of thing? Eisen raised his head slightly and looked at Golden Lion, as the overlord of the 3 great pirate eras, and the strongest one. Now what? Roger, needless to say, used his own life to create a new era of great pirates. As long as he is in this sea, everyone calls him One Piece. And Whitebeard is now logically the strongest pirate in the world. On the other hand, you have changed from being the strongest overlord in the old days to this. You are getting older day by day, and your strength is declining day by day. The former flying pirates have completely disappeared, and now there are probably very few loyal subordinates left to follow you. Aizen's words deeply pricked Golden Lion's heart, and it was the kind that went straight into people's hearts. This time, Eisen didn't mention the Golden Lion's legs or the rudder on his head at all. Age. This is the biggest constraint on Golden Lion. And because of the injuries on the legs, the injuries on the head, once he gets older, these old injuries will become more fatal. At the age of 60, to put it mildly, he might die someday. It's just a little younger than Lao Zi, don't be too arrogant. Golden Lion's fighting spirit has been completely aroused by Eisen, and there is no possibility of any mediation between the two. It seems that you plan to fight me here? I am. From Eisen's point of view, it's the same wherever you go to play. But before he could finish his sentence, Golden Lion kicked him violently. After escaping from Impel Down, Golden Lion lost his feet, and he replaced them with his 2 famous swords, Sakura Toki Kuru, strapped to his legs. Seeing this, Eisen also immediately pulled out Kyoka Suijutsu. Under the extremely fierce impact, a strong turbulence broke out between the two. The grass under my feet is almost flying. I just want to play with you. Feeling the strength coming from the Golden Lion's feet, Eisen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. As he expected, 2 years after the prison escape, Golden Lion's strength is not as good as before. Eisen's breezy smile was particularly dazzling in Golden Lion's eyes. Of course, he himself is the clearest about his own situation. There is no point in deceiving himself and others. He clearly knows that his level has fallen to the level of Big Mom and Kaido. There are still 20 years before the original book. Although Kaido and Big Mom are also monster-level strengths, they are still far from the level of the 3 big pirates. Even 20 years later, Kaido and Big Mom can't beat the aging Whitebeard. Now I'm afraid you can't even beat a junior like Kaido? Are you really willing to die on this island like this? Feeling the strength coming from his arm, Eisen persuaded. But Golden Lion didn't speak, but seized the opportunity to break the car suddenly, swung his arm, and a boulder flew directly towards Eisen. Heido number 4 rush. Eisen didn't even look at it, just raised his arm lightly, and a shockwave flew out directly, smashing the boulder into pieces. Moreover, after the boulder was smashed, the power of the impact did not decrease at all, and it just hit a giant tree next to it just a few seconds later. Boom. Aizen's attacks continued through the forest, piercing through an unknown number of trees, and did not stop until they were far away from the sight of the two. This is Eisen now. It has only recovered to about 40% of Ryutsu in the period without Hogyaku, and a casual low-level Kido already has such power. Even if it's your precious sword, it can't stop the erosion of time. Seeing the slight trembling of Golden Lion's legs, Eisen had a mocking smile on his face. Ha! Suddenly, a heavy breath burst out from Golden Lion's mouth. The power burst out, trying to shake Eisen away directly. Pooh! But the next moment, a silver-white saber light flashed directly behind the Golden Lion. Immediately afterwards, a red bloodline shot out from behind him. Have you forgotten my ability, Kyoka Suijutsu, so quickly? You have no defense behind your back. Aizen's light words made Golden Lion almost break the defense. BD brat. Golden Lion's face was particularly gloomy. 10 years ago, in his eyes, Eisen was just a young man with potential in Marine. I didn't expect that after this little time, I would already look so unbearable in Aizen's hands. He single-handedly broke into Naval Headquarters 4 years ago. At that time, Eisen already had the strength of Marine Admiral, almost equal to him. 4 years have passed, and the strength of Eisen, who is only in his 30s, has naturally improved further. But he regressed more and more obviously. As soon as they advanced and retreated, the gap between the two was so large that it was unimaginable. Golden Lion kept struggling, wanting to stand up and fight again. There's no need to struggle. I cut off your spine with the knife just now. You can't control your lower body now. Eisen walked up to Golden Lion slowly, and said to him calmly. He's not a very kind person, and if he didn't want Golden Lion to be his first test subject, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. However, the decline in Golden Lion's strength is indeed too obvious. If it was him before, he would definitely be able to realize that something was wrong, and immediately defend the position behind with armament haki. At least he won't be cut off by himself so easily. BD. What are you planning, kid? Golden Lion fixed his eyes on Eisen, clenched his fists, and his expression was particularly ferocious. Originally, I wanted to subdue you and let you be Aaron-carized. I didn't expect you to be able to resist this temptation. Obviously, as long as you follow me honestly, I can cure your illness, and I can also turn your body into Aaron-car. While talking, Eisen slowly took out a bead that looked amazing. Hogyaku. Of course, this isn't quite the finished Hogyaku yet. It's still only a semi-finished product. But it was this semi-finished product that allowed Eisen in the Shinigami world to create 10 mighty Aaron cars, known as Espadas. And also created a fire-extinguishing prince specially used to deal with the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. In order to create this Hogyaku, Eisen used his position in the G1 branch to collect tens of thousands of potential souls. Chapter 78 Aaron-carization. The difficulty of this can be imagined. That is to say, in places like New World where there are so many strong people, most of the guys have the potential to become Shinigami. Boy, what the hell are you trying to do with all this stuff you've done without telling Marine? Having completely become Aizen's prisoner, Golden Lion simply gave up resistance. He heard clearly what Eisen said just now. What Aaron car, what eternal life. Coupled with what Eisen said before, it was not for him to submit to the Marine, which directly refreshed Golden Lion's understanding of Eisen. This is a man who knows how to disguise and has a very deep city. Change. The world under the leadership of the Celestial Dragons is utterly rotten. Eisen reached out and pushed the unremarkable pair of black square-rimmed glasses on the tip of his nose. Under the sunlight, the reflective lenses make it impossible to see Eisen's eyes clearly. However, from the subtle expression changes at the corners of Eisen's mouth, Golden Lion felt that it was a kind of heroic temperament. Just like himself, he looked down on the crowd and didn't take anyone seriously. This made Golden Lion feel extra shocked. Such an incomparably arrogant person has endured in Marine for so many years without being noticed by anyone. On the contrary, it gave the whole world a false impression that Eisen is a very gentle, and modest gentleman. He always treats his subordinates with a pleasant face and pays attention to friendship. What kind of courage is this? A hero with such ambition, but also know how to endure and hide himself. Golden Lion asked himself, he was no match for Eisen. If the words just now spread, you kid won't be able to stay in the Marine anymore, right? Golden Lion moved his body slightly, threatening Eisen. Do you think you can get those words out? While crouching, Eisen placed Hogyaku in front of the Golden Lion. If Golden Lion can become like Arrancar, its strength can definitely rank among the top 3 in Espada. Let me give you brand new power. New power? What do you mean? Looking at the wonderfully shiny sphere in Eisen's hand, Golden Lion instinctively felt fear. Don't worry, you'll know soon. After finishing speaking, Eisen directly stabbed the Zanpakuto in his hand into Golden Lion's chest without mercy. Blood splashed out in response. Damn. As soon as Golden Lion opened his mouth, blood gushed out of his mouth. After a few tremblings, Golden Lion fell directly to the ground without breathing. There is no problem in theory, I hope you will be a good and successful experiment. Eisen chuckled, and casually took off the glasses with a strong bookish temperament on the bridge of his nose. And just after he took off his glasses, his demeanor changed drastically. The originally gentle and modest gentleman's appearance disappeared in a blink of an eye. Instead, it seemed to be a king with an extremely cold aura. Palm down, stretch out your right hand, and slowly open it. The Hogyaku with a very magical aura in his hand stopped in the air as if it violated the laws of physics. With a slight tremor from Hogyaku, a force fell directly from Hogyaku and poured into Golden Lion's body. The next moment, Golden Lion's body suddenly began to twist crazily. It was not a normal twist, but a kind of twist that made people feel sick and irregular. Looks a bit like the crime scene of a pervert murderer. Soon, an even more frightening scene happened. The Golden Lion's corpse began to rapidly decompose and dissolve. But then his chest, head, eyes, mouth, nose. As long as there are visible wounds or holes, white foam will start to appear, giving people the feeling that they are swollen. This scene, even the old Marine, who has often seen the cruelty of war, will probably be moved by it. Inside, it was as if some monster was about to appear. Soon, the white substance around Golden Lion's body quickly wrapped him up, evolving like a cicada chrysalis. After about half an hour passed, I saw that the Golden Lion lying on the ground had stopped changing. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of the eggshell cracking, the outer white shell fell off directly, and the Golden Lion inside was also revealed. It was a monster with a white bone mask on its face and a huge hole in its chest. It's not virtual, but an alternative Arrancar ability specially created by Eisen for people with physiques in this world. This Ryatsu strength goes straight to Vastolord level Minos Grande. It's amazing. Eisen didn't expect his experiment to be so successful. Vastolord level Minos Grande is very rare, only Arrancar from number 1 to number 4 is this level. Golden Lion, how do you feel now? Eisen asked, looking at the Golden Lion behind Hollow. Roar. In an instant, the monster in front of him roared crazily, and the tyrannical Ryatsu almost solidified. It's directly Wang Su's flash? It seems that you have a good control over this power. Eisen's words had no effect on the Golden Lion in front of him at all. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Wang Su's flash shot out directly from the Golden Lion's mouth. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying force could erupt from that dying body just now. The red Ryatsu is like a raging wave, on the way it passes, everything in the world is reduced to ashes, completely swallowed up by the Ryatsu of the Golden Lion. Vastolord level guys are indeed difficult to deal with. However, when conducting experiments, it is basic common sense to put collars on experimental subjects. Facing this terrifying attack, Eisen looked very calm. If this force hit him, it would definitely be fatal. However, all of a sudden, the Golden Lion, who was alive just now, suddenly turned red all over, his body exuded an astonishingly high temperature, and began to roll crazily on the ground in extreme pain. Even the astonishing flashes of Wang Su's ejection slowly disintegrated in the air and disappeared into the air. In this way, you can rest in peace, right? Eisen walked slowly in front of Golden Lion, and then his body temperature began to drop slowly until it returned to normal levels. Forget about pretending to be stupid. I know very well what I'm researching. This power will not affect your consciousness at all. You should have a lot of questions to ask me. What kind of power is this? Chapter 79 Cooperation? Sincerely convinced. After being silent for a while, Golden Lion slowly let go of his clenched fists and raised his head to look at Eisen. Now he feels incomparably better, his body is full of vitality, as if he will never age at all. The wound on the foot and the wound on the head also all disappeared. Moreover, the power in the body is in the same strain as Eisen. Don't get me wrong, this power itself is your own. I just channeled out all the potential of the soul power in your body. Seeing that Golden Lion felt misunderstood, Eisen immediately explained. Hogyaku itself does not have the ability to empower people, but it can completely guide the potential of the soul. Hogyaku can satisfy the master's thirst for power. Make the master continue to evolve. The so-called evolution is only to guide the potential. No matter how strong the talent is, the potential is limited, and there is no real infinite evolution. Official Formula Book. So, in theory, this power itself is the power of the Golden Lion, and Eisen just channeled it out with Hogyaku. Do you think this will convince Laozi? Laozi is a Golden Lion. If you want to put your life in someone else's hands like now, you might as well just die. After finding no way to attack Eisen, Golden Lion did not choose to act recklessly, but to give his life to Eisen, and then work for Eisen like a slave. Golden Lion would rather choose to die. This point will never change. Not to mention the Golden Lion, even a pirate captain with a little backbone is unwilling to be a slave, and would rather commit suicide directly. I've just made my purpose very clear. You also want to make a big fuss in this sea, and pull those hypocritical gods down from the altar. Eisen also knew that the guy Golden Lion had a lot of backbone, and different guys naturally needed different means to subdue him. Even Barragan's Minos Grande Eisen can use it for their own use, and Golden Lion is naturally no problem. Celestial Dragons. Is your target also those guys? If it's cooperation, Laozi can't think about it. Speaking of Celestial Dragons, Golden Lion's heart was shaken a bit. If he died now, he would have no chance to realize his ideas. Cooperation? The basis of cooperation is based on the premise of equal strength. Golden Lion, do you think you can have that kind of strength? The corners of Eisen's mouth raised slightly. So far, all actions and inner thoughts of the Golden Lion are completely under Eisen's control. Perhaps you will think that I subdued you with the collar. If so, why don't you give it a try? Try it? What do you want to try? Golden Lion asked a little puzzled. It's very simple. If you can block my blow head on, then we are a cooperative relationship. If you can't even block my blow. If you can't even block your blow, Laozi is willing to be your subordinate. Golden Lion rushed to answer directly, saying what Eisen wanted to say. Isn't it just to block Eisen's move? It is too simple for him now. Not only has he returned to his prime, but with the addition of Vasto Lord level Minos Grand's Riot Suit, he's not what he used to be. It's really confident, but it doesn't matter, you will soon know what the gap is. Eisen's eyes were fixed, and the next moment, a huge Riot Suit descended suddenly. In an instant, Golden Lion felt his knees go limp, and almost knelt down. That Riot Suit is so powerful that it is unimaginable. If it is just an ordinary person, then there is no way to understand Eisen's Riot Suit in detail. But now Golden Lion also has Riot Suit, and has a clearer understanding of this power. It is precisely because of such a clear understanding that he can feel more clearly how terrifying Eisen is. Riot Suit is like a torrential rain, with constant pressure from the sky. Now you should be able to feel clearly the power gap between us. With a chuckle, Eisen flipped his arm slightly. Then, with Golden Lion himself as the center, a huge black coffin rose directly. Inside this space, nothing can be seen clearly, even the observation haki seems to have failed. After it was formed, there were crosses interspersed on the top of the coffin, and the whole black coffin exuded an extremely ominous atmosphere. And visible to the naked eye, there are some scary colors around this black coffin. Hado no 90 black coffin. Accompanied by Eisen's soft singing, the black coffin suddenly trembled. Within a few seconds, the black coffin immediately began to dissipate, starting from the bottom, and quickly turned into powder. In it, Golden Lion fell to the ground covered in bruises. One hit, instant kill. How is it possible? What kind of power is this? The Golden Lion who was lying on the ground opened his mouth with difficulty, feeling extra shock in his heart. In an instant, the self who had become so much stronger was unexpectedly killed by Eisen. Spike. If the chant is discarded, the power of the black coffin is only about 1/3. But it seems that you can't even bear this level of keto. Eisen looked at Golden Lion with regret and said. However, these words sounded even more heart-wrenching to Golden Lion's ears. It's only 1/3 of the full power of this move, and it has obviously returned to its peak stage and even become even more unbearable. What kind of power is this? Whitebeard? Garp? Roger? None of these big-name guys can do this kind of thing. The Eisen in front of him has completely surpassed the level of Marine Admiral. Damn it! Why is it so strong? Golden Lion's mood is extremely complicated, his heart is full of murderous intent towards Eisen, but he can't do anything. It's complicated, probably only he himself understands it in his heart. But soon, those horrible-looking injuries on Golden Lion healed immediately. High-speed regeneration, a virtual skill. This skill can quickly heal the wounds suffered by the body. However, in order to gain more power, many ghosts gave up the ability of high-speed regeneration when they became Arankar. However, in Aizen's view, this is a very strong ability, so when he made Minos Grande, he deliberately strengthened the high-speed regeneration ability. Unless the brain or heart is damaged, it can be recovered. Now you can obey my orders honestly? Eisen asked. Laozi will not break his promise. Golden Lion replied with disdain. Losing to Eisen can be regarded as an excuse for himself. A step. Chapter 80 heading to Wanakuni. He and Eisen have similar goals, and a little cooperation is not out of the question. So what are you going to do next? What are you going to do with Laozi? Go to Wanakuni. Aizen's succinct Kaido. Wanakuni? Are you going to ask that Kaido of the Beast's guy to help you? Golden Lion frowned slightly. He knows exactly what kind of character Kaido is. When he was on the Rocks Pirates, Golden Lion had a lot of dealings with Kaido. That guy is also a master who doesn't think it's a big deal. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not impossible to subdue it. With the help of Golden Lion, Aizen's action efficiency is also higher. Golden Lion's lion fruit can also act directly at high altitudes, completely ignoring sea terrain, weather, and currents. This ability is naturally very convenient when facing Grand Line, and he doesn't have to worry about being discovered by Marine. Above 10,000 meters, even Marines cannot touch it. In the era of the three great pirates, Golden Lion was the one who avoided Marine by virtue of this ability. In the hall built by Golden Lion, the throne that originally belonged to him is now occupied by Eisen, the Marine Vice Admiral. Besides Golden Lion himself, there is also Dr. Indigo, his most trusted deputy, who is also considered a research talent. But it's a pity that the talent is a little mediocre, and Eisen doesn't like it at all. This guy isn't crippled like Golden Lion, and he's older. With a healthy body, he can't even beat Zoro, who just went out to sea. Even his strongest move can't pose a threat to Zoro at all. I've also read the information that Indigo gave you just now. The animals on this island are quite unusual. As long as they can be used well, they must be a very good help. When the time comes, put all these things in Marie Joyce. It must be very interesting to see that group of miscellaneous people flustered. Shiki looked at Eisen and said happily. Heh, Golden Lion, it seems that these 2 years have really worn out your spirit a lot. If you were in the past, you would definitely choose to go directly to Marie Joyce alone. Eisen glanced at a ferocious animal outside the door, and casually threw a small stone at it, and the ferocious animal was directly smashed into pieces. The blood mist floated in the air, causing Indigo beside Golden Lion to shiver uncontrollably. When did the extremely heroic Golden Lion choose to use this external force to achieve his goals? What's the use of such weak beasts? But, even beasts are strong and weak, just throw it all at Marie Joyce. Whether the dust is swept away as 1 or 2, it doesn't make any difference with the naked eye. Don't speak wild words casually, it will only reveal your weakness. Aizen's words immediately left Golden Lion's deputy Indigo speechless. Ha 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 ha. That's true, why Laozi is reduced to relying on this kind of thing to achieve his goals. It's ridiculous. After listening to Aizen's words, Golden Lion laughed like crazy as if he suddenly realized something. What pursues ancient weapon, what eats IQ ingredients to turn into a vicious animal, they are all floating clouds in front of their own strength. Maybe, he was not obsessed with the ancient weapon in Roger's hands back then, but now he is still the overlord of New World. Let's go, find that guy Kaido. Wanakuni. This is a very strange place. There is an open sea coast, surrounded only by cliffs and waterfalls. After going up, there is the inland sea, and the inland sea has the main island of Wanakuni and the island of Ghosts. The main island is divided into 6 areas, namely, Julai, Nozomi, Tawin, Linghao, Beiwu, and Huajidu. What is said that Wanakuni is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The most important reason is that there is no coast, and pirate ships cannot enter at all. Marine's warship can't go in either. The terrain here is so complete that it can be said that one man guards the gate and 10,000 men cannot open it. The Big Mom pirates gather all their forces to log into Wano-Kuni, but they are blocked by Kaido's fire calamity Yin alone. However, for the Golden Lion, Wano-Kuni's natural geographical advantages can't be played at all. Above 10,000 meters, Wano-Kuni below looks like a small black dot. Able to find a way to win Wano-Kuni, Kaido is not as reckless as he looks. Golden Lion was also a little surprised when he learned that Kaido was in charge of Wano-Kuni. For this seastone production place, the former Golden Lion was naturally interested, but finally gave up this idea helplessly. Almost everyone in Wano-Kuni is a soldier, everyone is a swordsman who admires the samurai, and there are many strong ones among them. Especially Moonlight Odin, that guy is a powerful monster-like man. Not only the captain of Whitebeard's second team, but also later became a member of the Roger Pirates. Everyone else on Whitebeard's ship called Whitebeard Daddy, except for Moonlight Odin, whom Whitebeard considered a brother. Speaking of which, I haven't fought that guy Kaido yet, and I finally recovered. Let me beat that guy this time. As the island slowly descends, Shiki also appears to be full of fighting spirit. After losing his legs 2 years ago, his strength has been greatly reduced. He is obviously a great swordsman, but in the end he doesn't even have a knife in his hand. Now reborn through the power of Hogyaku, he naturally wants to find a suitable opponent. Fighting with Eisen is completely unilateral killing, and Golden Lion has no interest. And Kaido is obviously a good opponent. He couldn't wait to see how far the monster kid had grown. That guy also wants to start a top-level war, and it is obviously suitable to use celestial dragons as the medium. That guy is a pure med dog, as long as he speaks with strength. But I hope that kid's strength is not too weak, otherwise Laozi will accidentally kill him. Golden Lion laughed. Steel skin, high-speed regeneration, Wang Su's flash, steering. Although Golden Lion does not have the ability to return to the blade, but from the perspective of Minos Grande, it is definitely the top Minos Grande. Every simple basic ability is as strong as a monster. His physical fitness has been strengthened many times compared to before. Even Kaido, a phantom beast, can't compare to the current Golden Lion in pure physical ability competition. If phantom beasts are so easy to die, there is no need to recruit him into the gang. Eisen chuckled Kaido. It was in the afternoon at this time, and the soldiers in charge of guarding the island of ghosts suddenly felt that the sky was dark. Chapter 81 Fire Calamity Embers. Subconsciously, he raised his head to check the weather, but when he looked up and saw something in the sky, the soldier was so surprised that his mouth opened wide and he was completely speechless. In the sky, a huge island is slowly approaching. Just like Garp's dog-headed warship, Whitebeard's whale-shaped pirate ship, these are very recognizable guys. Can control an island and move in the sky. There is no second person except the Golden Lion. It has only been 4 years since Golden Lion was captured, and it is impossible for pirates in New World not to know Golden Lion. Golden Lion. The Golden Lion is here. No matter how arrogant and domineering the Kaido of the Beasts pirates are, when they saw the Golden Lion, everyone was scared. This is a legendary big pirate. In the era of the 3 great pirates, Golden Lion's deterrence is stronger than that of Whitebeard. It's not that Whitebeard is weaker than Golden Lion. If both were not injured, the two should be evenly matched in their prime. But after all, Whitebeard just guards his own 1-acre 3-point land and does not go out to beat people, while Golden Lion is a hegemon with terrible ambitions. He has an extremely large force under his command and often comes out to grab territory or something. In the era of great pirates, there were more than 50 affiliated pirate groups under the Golden Lion. On the other hand, Whitebeard has continued to develop for more than 20 years after Roger and Golden Lion disappeared, and there are only more than 40 affiliated pirates under his command. It's noisy, a bunch of garbage. Call Kaido to Laozi. The Conqueror's haki on the Golden Lion erupted together with the Ryotsu in the body, and all the walls of the entire Ghost Island were shaken and cracked, while the Golden Lion stood tall in the air. Guy. Boss Kaido is drunk now, and we dare not approach. A crew member of the Kaido of the Beasts pirate group braved up and faced Shiki Kaido. Huh. Shiki made a long sound, and then moved his fingers lightly. Boom. A huge stone fell directly from the sky, and precisely smashed the pirate who spoke just now into a ball of meat sauce. You mean, Laozi is easier to talk to than that stinky kid Kaido? Kaido can kill you, but Laozi can't kill you. As soon as the words fell, all non-living bodies in the entire Ghost Island entered the control range of the Golden Lion, and the ground was directly swept into the air, and then dozens of lion heads with a height of nearly 100 meters emerged. The fierce eyes of the lions burst out, and they roared at the pirates in the Ghost Island. The earth-shattering noise mercilessly showed the power of the overlord of the era. This is the Golden Lion in its heyday. Golden Lion, this is the territory of our beasts pirates, it's not your turn to play wild. At this moment, a handsome man with a serious and steady face rushed out, with white hair, brown skin, black wings, and a wreath-shaped tattoo around his left eye. Beasts Pirates Big Billboard, the first of the 3 disasters, nicknamed Flame Disaster. Zoan Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Pteranodon Form Ability. Is that kid under Kaido called Yin? Laozi has a bit of an impression. Golden Lion commented lightly, as if the big sign of the Beasts Pirates was not worth mentioning at all. Even Kaido of the Beasts second in command, Golden Lion, only gave a somewhat impressionable evaluation. Don't be too arrogant. Yin's face darkened, a pair of thin wings behind him spread out, and a lot of flames shot out from his body. The ancient form of pterosaurs, in ancient times, pterosaurs were well-deserved overlords in the air. The ancient species, although not as rare as the phantom beast species, are not bad. Looking at Yin flying in the air, Golden Lion also became interested. Also a master who is good at air combat, Golden Lion is looking forward to Yin's performance. Boom. Just when Yin flew into the air, the top of his head suddenly began to darken, and he saw a figure covering the sky and flying towards him continuously. Yin was also taken aback by the sudden lion above his head, but the pterosaur itself was good at speed, and with a sudden flap of its wings, Yin escaped directly from under the lion above his head. Boom. There was another loud noise, and another lion appeared again, and that huge slap went straight to Yin. It's not easy to escape from Laozi. Golden Lion was floating in the air, his clothes and the ground-length golden hair on his back were blowing in the wind. Snort. Yin snorted coldly, ignored the Golden Lion's provocation, and buried himself in the flight, trying to break through the encirclement created by the Golden Lion. However, under the siege and interception of those lions created by the Golden Lion, Yin had no chance to escape at all. Humph, you're still a little tender. Suddenly, Yin made a mistake and was immediately surrounded completely. Not good. Yin felt something bad when he saw that he was surrounded by Golden Lion's lion majesty, earth coiling in all directions. Even his eyelids were twitching crazily. His instinct told him that if he couldn't dodge this time, he would be directly smashed into meatloaf by the Golden Lion's ability. We must break out. Yin flapped his wings frantically, trying to escape from the air. Compare speed with Laozi? Who do you think Laozi is? Seeing Yin's choice, Golden Lion looked disdainful, and waved his hand directly, and the lions around Yin accelerated instantly. Boom. Countless slaps slapped Yin at the same time. Just when Golden Lion was about to teach Yin a lesson, his observation haki suddenly noticed that a figure was rushing towards him at high speed. That's exactly what they're doing, Kaido of the Beasts. Ha ha ha. Lucky you kid, I'll let you off this time. Laozi has to prepare a good gift for that BD Kaido first. Shiki laughed out loud, and cast a happy look at Yin. In fact, even if Kaido didn't show up, he wouldn't kill Yin directly. The purpose of their coming to Wanakuni this time is to subdue the Beasts Pirates. Yin's fighting power is still very good, and he is reluctant to kill them directly. Although he looked down on Yin, in fact he still knew that a guy like Yin was very good. Finally got a new power, then use this trick to say hello to him. The Golden Lion who got the power of Minos Grande is like a child who got a new toy, and has the idea of wanting to show it off. Chapter 82 Black Zero. Golden Lion stretched out a finger, and the Ryotsu on the fingertips began to accumulate rapidly, and the flowing red Ryotsu became brighter and brighter. Black Zero. The red Ryotsu compressed by Golden Lion to ultimate suddenly turned black. With a muffled sound, the pitch black Zero instantly drowned everything in front of it. Wherever Zero went, the space was shaken to pieces, the black power even seemed to be lightning, and the surging power inside burst out suddenly. Kaido's body had just appeared in front of his eyes, and the black Zero, which was almost 10 times his size, instantly submerged his whole body. From the way Black Zero passed by, we can see how terrifying the aftermath of this force is. If normal people dare to stand in front, they will definitely die without a whole body. Black Zero of this level, unless he has strength close to that of Marine Admiral, there is absolutely no way to defend against it. 10 seconds later, the Golden Lion floated to the front, and exhaled lightly. That kid Kaido wouldn't die so easily, would he? Fortunately, Lao Zi is still looking forward to how far he has grown. Suddenly, a gigantic arm crawled out of the mud. BD. What was that just now? It hurt Lao Zi to death. Kaido, who had broken half of his body from the ground, yelled frantically. Boom. The huge impact set off bursts of air waves, centered on Kaido, and spread out to the surroundings, shaking the entire ground. The black mace is wrapped with a layer of terrible armament haki, and the mace alone exceeds the height of many people. Let's do it right away. Let Kaido, the wild dog, behave a little better. Eisen stands high above looking at the scene below, using Kido and Golden Lion to command. Lao Zi doesn't need you to teach me how to do things. Being instructed by Eisen, Golden Lion was very impatient. Golden Lion. It's you BD. Lao Zi just wants to fight you. After seeing the Golden Lion, Kaido on the other end immediately became interested. Over the years, his strength has continued to grow, and his ambition has also slowly expanded. The current him has long been different from the past, and he just wants to try the Golden Lion, the overlord of the old era who is as famous as Whitebeard and Roger. Don't bother to ask anything, just start fighting. You are no different from the old days. But it still suits Lao Zi's appetite. Shiki had a wild and unrestrained smile on his face. It was really good that this guy could withstand his own attack. As he spoke, Golden Lion directly raised Sakura to Kaiku in his hand. Ordinary attacks should be useless to you, kid. Golden Lion recalled that just now Kaido had endured the power of his own Black Zero and could continue to be alive and kicking, and understood that Kaido most likely had awakened animal powers. Then try this trick. As the knife in Golden Lion's hand fell, a sense of shock suddenly flooded Kaido's brain. Wondering if he felt wrong, Golden Lion's attack seemed to be able to cut his own body. But he dare not bet. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion laughed loudly, and the slashing with both hands burst out with a strong sword aura. Now that he has surpassed his prime body, it is not easy to face Kaido, a young kid. Even Moonlight Odin can leave a near-fatal scar on his chest, let alone a monster like the Golden Lion. Countless golden sword chi charged towards Kaido in one breath, carrying the power enough to split the world. Kaido's eyes widened suddenly, and just as the Golden Lion's slash was about to hit him, his figure disappeared directly on the spot. Boom. There was a sound that seemed to penetrate the entire Wanakuni, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble because of the Golden Lion's knife. The subordinates of Kaido of the Beasts held their breaths, scared out of their wits by Golden Lion's knife. It's so violent. Is Golden Lion planning to beat Kaido to death? Eisen took out his hand from his pocket so that he could make a move to stop the following battle at any time. Of course, Eisen still doesn't want to do it himself if he can. Although Wanakuni is a closed country, and there are only beasts pirates below, as long as he shows up, things may be exposed. A hole. Do you think Lao Zi is afraid of you? Kaido uttered a foul language, and punched Golden Lion recklessly. Although the knife failed and did not cut Kaido, but even so, at least it played a deterrent role. Don't look at Kaido's crazy appearance, but if you look closely, you can find that his attack has been a little bit weak. It is certain that if Golden Lion swings his knife again, he will definitely save his strength to dodge. Humph. Brat, escape is quite fast. If only your style of play was as tough as your mouth. Golden Lion mocked disdainfully. Thunder 8 trigrams. A raging fighting spirit erupted from Kaido's body, and the mace in Kaido's hand blatantly swung towards Golden Lion. The mace covered with pitch-black armament haki flashed across the air, even with a trace of black lightning flashing through the air. The power of this stick is almost distorting the space visible to the naked eye, and the ferocious power seems to be able to smash an island. Just Lao Zi trying the defense of the steel skin. See if you can break my steel skin. Golden Lion let out a wild laugh, put the Sakura Ten in his right hand back to his waist, and punched Kaido directly. Seeing Golden Lion's actions, Kaido also widened his eyes. Golden Lion's strongest abilities are nothing more than sword skills and devil fruit abilities. Although physical skills are not bad, they are definitely incomparable to someone who specializes in physical skills like him. A hole. Are you trying to humiliate Lao Zi in this way? Although Kaido understands that his status and strength are vastly different from Golden Lion, but if he wants to humiliate himself in this way, he will never agree anyway. The mace and fist collided in the air. Hovering in the air, even the surrounding air was shaken away. Immediately afterwards, violent vibrations followed, and terrifying cracks continuously spread out from under the Golden Lion's feet. Is this old guy a monster? Looking at the normal-looking Golden Lion below, Kaido's eyes were particularly shocked. With a blow with all his strength, the Golden Lion was able to hold it so easily. Boy, you are still far from defeating Laozi with your strength. Golden Lion grinned. The power brought by Hogyaku's Arrancar is like an enhanced version of Animal Awakening, the super recovery power of high-speed regeneration, the strong defense power of Steel Skin, and the strengthening of physical fitness. Chapter 83 High-Speed Regeneration. To be honest, Golden Lion didn't expect his Steel Skin defense to be so strong, and Kaido's 8 trigrams thunder was useless to him. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try. After all, he still has the ability of high-speed regeneration. Even if he is crippled, he can recover. What's the matter with your body? Even armament haki is useless. Why is your body stronger than Zoan ability users? Kaido's face was very ugly. If it was said that Red Earl Rider or Roger did this, he thought it was understandable. Neither of these two people are capable users. It is normal for them to suddenly eat an animal devil fruit and gain strong physical strength. The Red Earl is still far from eating devil fruit. But Golden Lion is absolutely impossible. The whole world knows that he is a lion fruit ability user. How could a strange ability suddenly appear? Eating 2 devil fruits will directly explode. Are you curious about this power? Do you want to join Laozi? Let's go and turn the world upside down. Snort. Facing Golden Lion's solicitation, Kaido was completely disdainful. Although Golden Lion is a bit troublesome, he is not so easily recruited. What's more, the 60-year-old Golden Lion is not worth following at all. Now that he is mixing with Golden Lion, what about 10 years from now? Can the 70-year-old Golden Lion be better than him? Really? I understand. It seems that if you are not allowed to see that, you probably won't understand. Golden Lion is so smart, how can he not understand what Kaido's expression means? Indeed, he was old before, and he was not worthy of following a talented young man like Kaido. In at most another 10 years, Kaido's influence will reach Whitebeard's level and become one of the overlords of the New World. How could he choose to follow an old Golden Lion like this? Thinking in another way, if I were in Kaido's position, I would definitely not be happy. Kaido looked at Golden Lion in confusion. He always felt that Golden Lion was a little different from before. Kaido boy, you will understand in a moment. Golden Lion laughed. Compared with words, the actual battle can make people understand faster. I don't know why, get out of Laozi. Kaido also couldn't understand what Golden Lion was trying to do, and swung his huge fist directly at Eisen. Whoosh. Kaido's fist didn't hit Golden Lion, because when his attack was about to arrive, Golden Lion teleported out directly with the spin ring. Kaido's fist slammed down, hitting the ground with a punch that left a huge crater in the ground. Tsitsaizia. Kaido heard a slight rubbing sound behind him, turned his head suddenly, and saw the Golden Lion standing behind him. False bomb. Golden Lion raised his finger, and the red Ryotsu gathered at the fingertips, and struck towards Kaido's eyes extremely fast. So fast. Kaido froze for a moment. Golden Lion's attack this time was more than 10 times or even 20 times faster than the previous one, and he had no time to react at all. Even with the physical defense of phantom beasts, the eyes are the most vulnerable place after all. Even though the power of the false bullet is far less than that of Zero, it is still enough to penetrate the eyeball. And at this critical moment, Kaido directly closed his eyes, and at the same time covered them with armament haki. It's a pity. Golden Lion shook his head regretfully. Almost knocked Kaido's eyes out just now. Anyway, it's going to be Arrancarized in the end. Even if the Golden Lion beats this guy into a cripple, it doesn't matter, as long as he has one last breath. Slash wave. Golden Lion suddenly raised his other hand, and a sharp slash erupted directly from his left hand, hitting Golden Lion's chest in the blink of an eye. Pooh. The flesh on the chest exploded, and a large amount of blood splashed out directly. Hateful. Kaido was in pain, and hit Golden Lion's neck heavily with a backhand punch directly and horizontally. Crackling, The sound of bones breaking came from the Golden Lion's neck. The blow wrapped around Conqueror's haki seemed to carry black lightning, and in an instant, Golden Lion flew out directly and slammed into the ground fiercely. The ground also seemed to have endured a considerable pressure, and it began to crack rapidly. In an instant, countless cracks were added to the ground under his feet. Taking a slash from the Golden Lion head-on, Kaido didn't even need to look to understand that he definitely suffered a lot of injuries. However, the old man in Golden Lion took a punch from himself without any defense. Probably his neck was about to be broken. The touch from his hand is absolutely unmistakable. The Golden Lion just now did not have the hardness like when he was confronting the thundering 8 trigrams. Moreover, the substantial feel can definitely hit the Golden Lion's neck. That monster old man is also old, and he still lost to Laozi after all. Kaido thought so in his heart. Kaido's extremely successful blow also fell into the eyes of other beasts pirates in the distance, and everyone's eyes were full of shock. Real or fake? Boss Kaido actually defeated that Golden Lion. This is something that no one can imagine. The Golden Lion was actually defeated by Kaido of the beasts. Such a picture is really unbelievable. Golden Lion, that is the overlord of the era, one of the rumored 3 great pirates. Even the One Piece King Roger was once cornered by the Golden Lion. If it wasn't for luck, the Son of Destiny had a wave, and the Roger pirate group would have been wiped out by the Golden Lion. However, just when everyone thought that Kaido's punch just now had killed Golden Lion. This blow really hurts enough. It's been a long time since I received such a solid punch. I saw the Golden Lion floating up from the ground with the ability of Lion Fruit. Taking a closer look, Golden Lion's neck has been pierced in half, leaving only a little bit of flesh still connected. How is it possible? Is this old man a monster? Everyone, including Kaido of the beasts, was shocked. This head can be regarded as about to fall to the ground. Why is this guy Golden Lion still acting like a normal person? Kaido just wanted to ask something, but when he saw Golden Lion's appearance, he stopped what he wanted to say. I saw that the broken neck of the Golden Lion started to regenerate quickly, and it became intact in less than a second, returning to its original appearance. High-speed regeneration. As long as I don't blow my head off, no matter what kind of injury it is, it's useless. This is much stronger than the recovery power of your Phantom Beast Awakening, Kaido. Chapter 84 Vertex in Kido. Golden Lion was very happy to show Kaido his abilities. What kind of monster are you? Now, Kaido is dumbfounded. Why did Golden Lion become so exaggerated? His physical fitness, recovery power, and defense power are all superior to his own. Those who didn't know thought that Golden Lion was the awakening of animal-like phantom beasts. Moreover, the neck can be recovered in a second after being beaten like that. The Phoenix Margieo is not so exaggerated, right? Wait, you just said that I will understand right away. You want to talk about this ability. Kaido is not stupid, and he immediately thought of what the Golden Lion said just now. That's right, this perfect body is Laozi's capital to attract you, and now I am immortal. A smile appeared on the corner of Golden Lion's mouth. Eternal life. As soon as the word Golden Lion came out, everyone's eyes lit up, and Kaido of the beasts was no exception. For creatures with a limited lifespan, the word immortality is definitely the most fascinating. Of the celestial dragons who enjoy all the wealth, the thing that is most dear to them is eternal life. Including Kaido also suddenly became interested. Don't look at this guy looking for death all day long. In fact, he is not looking for death at all, but just promoting his powerful strength in disguise. Now the chance of eternal life was before him. How about it? Do you want to join us? Us? Listen to what you mean. Besides me, do you have other collaborators? Kaido frowned, hearing what Golden Lion meant. If it only refers to letting them join the Golden Lion pirates, according to this guy's personality, he shouldn't say the word us. Cough, that's right. There is indeed a guy who makes you feel unexpected. Golden Lion gave a dry cough in embarrassment. Collaborator? He wanted to join the group as a collaborator, but unfortunately he lost the bet to Eisen, and now he can only be regarded as Aizen's subordinate. Of course, if given the right opportunity, Golden Lion will definitely step on Eisen. Who is it? Kaido asked curiously. What kind of guy makes him feel unexpected? Is it possible that the One Piece King Roger will be resurrected? To be honest, even Roger the One Piece would be resurrected. He wouldn't be surprised. After all, The Golden Lion has the power of immortality. If it is said that the great secret treasure that Roger obtained in Raftel is the secret of eternal life, and then he pretended to be captured by Marine, performed a scene of suspended animation, and at the same time secretly drew forces to prepare to turn the world upside down, such a plot sounds like it feels reasonable. That guy's identity is not appropriate to say here. After all, there are too many people. Golden Lion glanced at the other beasts' pirates, and his attitude was very clear. Aizen's identity is currently the most likely candidate in Marine to be promoted to Marine Admiral. Although he doesn't know why Eisen did this, his identity is absolutely top secret. Golden Lion is not too confused about this kind of thing. Making trouble for Eisen on such a small issue will only make Eisen be on guard in advance. If he wants to resist, he must kill with one blow. Wolves on the prairie will not show their teeth to the enemy when they are weak. There are so many people with mixed eyes, is that so? Kaido glanced at his subordinates. Of course he knew that not everyone could be trusted here. No one can tell where the spies planted by the world government are. Like the former world destroyer, Valdo is the most typical backstab by a spy. Even if there is no world government, there must be spies planted by other pirate groups. Then you take Laozi to meet your so-called collaborator, and talk about cooperation after the meeting. No problem, then you can come up with me alone. Saying that, the Golden Lion directly used its ability and floated towards the island above. Kaido glanced at the subordinates below, facing the guy Golden Lion. Even if he took this group of people up, it would be useless. What's more, he could see that just now Golden Lion deliberately took a punch from him, completely showing his strength to himself. If he really wanted to kill himself, he probably would have done it right away. I hope you guys don't make Laozi feel bored. After speaking, Kaido directly turned into a blue dragon and flew to the island in the sky following the direction of Golden Lion. Master Kaido, I'm with you too. Seeing Kaido follow the Golden Lion up, Yin was also a little worried, and directly transformed into a pterosaur form, and followed him into the air. Guys who didn't accept the invitation, let's stay here honestly. Eisen casually glanced at Yin below. Although he cooperated with Kaido of the beasts, he didn't plan to show his face in front of these guys for the time being. At present, it is already the limit to let the two people of Golden Lion and Kaido meet with themselves. Bakuto S99 forbidden. Eisen gently raised his right hand, and Kido, who gave up singing the number 99, came out. Bakuto is also a type of Kido. Except for some special Kido, there are 99 types of Kido in total. The larger the number, the stronger the power. And Kido at number 99 is already standing at the top of Kido. But Bakuto at 99 is a little different. The simplest version is Bakuto S99 Ban, which Eisen just used. In addition, there is Bakuto S99 Second Fan Swastika. The second swastika also has 3 stages. They are the first song's Haibang, the second song Bailianshuan and the final song Swastika Taifeng. Even today's Eisen can only use the simplest version. However, even in the simplest version, being sealed by Kido 99, even Marine Admiral will never be able to break free. Yin, who was flying in the air, suddenly saw a bunch of belt-like things flying towards him. What the hell is this? Yin's eyes widened, and he was about to take off just now, but unfortunately his speed was too slow in front of Eisen. The belt formed by the extremely high-strength Ryotsu directly restrains him completely, and the high-strength Ryotsu nails are used to directly fix Yin firmly to the ground, making it impossible to fly. Ember. Kaido saw that his deputy was entangled in those strange bandages, and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Don't look at this guy's brutal personality and moodiness, but he values his cadres very much. Even if the fight is lost, Kaido will not blame them, but will choose to avenge his subordinates by himself. It was subdued in an instant. The strength of that guy Eisen is really beyond imagination. Golden Lion looked at Yin, who was instantly subdued below, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Chapter 85 Overwhelming Ryotsu. In the battle just now, it took him a lot of effort to kill Jin. And what about Eisen? Yin didn't even have a chance to meet him, so he was captured alive so easily. Whether it is more difficult to capture or kill the opponent, you can tell at a glance which one is more difficult. Golden Lion, what do you mean? Is this the sincerity of your invitation to join me? Seeing his deputy being treated like this, Kaido was also a little annoyed. It's fine if it's inconvenient to show your face in front of other people, but Yin is the deputy of Beast's pirates, and even Yin can't know the other party's true face, so is it that important? A mysterious guy who doesn't know what to say. I didn't do this. It's probably because the guy above didn't want your kid to find out. If you have any questions, go up and ask him. Golden Lion will not blame Eisen, and everything will be clear after seeing Eisen anyway. Okay then, Laozi will go and see who this guy is. Kaido was also thoroughly aroused. He wanted to see who was so mysterious. Island of Vermjo. In the palace of the Golden Lion. Eisen is sitting in the middle, quietly waiting for Kaido and the others to arrive. From a distance, Kaido saw the figure in the center of the palace, but because the distance was too far away, Kaido couldn't see the specific face at first, only that the figure was familiar. But the closer he got, the more familiar Kaido felt the figure in front of him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It wasn't until Kaido came to the gate of the palace and saw the person's appearance clearly that he finally confirmed the identity of the person. How could it be you? Kaido was a little surprised and almost speechless. Eisen sat on the main seat of the Golden Lion Palace, which was much more shocking than seeing the resurrection of One Piece King Roger with his own eyes. A Marine Vice Admiral actually sat on the main seat of the Golden Lion, and the Golden Lion didn't even have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Could it be, this alliance is still dominated by Eisen, and even the Golden Lion is also under the status of Eisen? Is it strange? Kaido, don't you want a top-level war? I can fully meet your request. On this point, we are unanimous. Eisen gently leaned his body on the seat, and then supported half of his body with his left hand. The whole person looked extraordinarily relaxed. Golden Lion, what the hell is going on? Why are you working with Marine, and this BD? Kaido stared angrily, looking at Golden Lion, as if asking him to give an explanation. Kaido, don't be so impatient. This guy is not as simple as it seems on the surface. For Kaido's attitude, Golden Lion is not surprised. Pirates and Marine cooperate? Not everyone is Roger and Garp. To be honest, when seeing another side of Eisen, Golden Lion also felt a little unexpected. Golden Lion, talk to Laozi like this again, and I'll sink you into the bottom of the ocean in no time. Kaido glanced at Golden Lion impatiently. BD, if you can do it, give it a try. Golden Lion is also a little angry by Kaido. In his view now, Kaido's strength is nothing at all. Such a weak guy has been provoking him in front of him, really pinching him like a clay figurine, right? Kaido, listen carefully to the end of the sentence. Aizen's voice sounds gentle and calm though. But the moment he met Aizen's eyes, a wave of riotsu suddenly descended on him. Suddenly, Kaido's body knelt down directly, with his hands on the ground. Everything in his brain was instantly emptied. I just felt my ears buzzing all of a sudden, and I didn't know what happened at all. For a moment, Kaido only felt cold sweat all over his forehead and back. What kind of oppression is this? It is very similar to the power exuded by the Golden Lion just now, but it is not at the same level at all. What's this? The moment he finished speaking, Kaido suddenly realized that he was kneeling on the ground. How could he be overwhelmed to kneel down by someone just with his courage? Even if it's an exaggeration, it's a little bit too much. After all, he is also a person who owns Conqueror's Haki, and he is so overwhelmed by others' courage that he kneels down? Thinking of this, Kaido immediately struggled to get up. But when he wanted to move his body just now, he only felt that the pressure on his body was even worse, and his face also turned pale. This is Ryotsu. It comes from the spiritual power of the soul. If I burst out Ryotsu with all my strength, I can instantly crush the soul of a weak guy. Maybe it's because you have Conqueror's Haki, so you can resist a little bit. Looking at Kaido struggling to support, Eisen replied without haste. This monster. The quality of Ryotsu is so strong. The Golden Lion on the side stared at Eisen meaningfully. The strength of this Ryotsu was enough to make him intimidated, and he didn't even think about fighting Eisen. Now it looks like we should be able to have a good talk. After speaking, all Ryotsu dispersed from Kaido, and the whole hall returned to calm. Kaido only felt his body lighten up, as if a person who had suffered from a terminal illness suddenly healed. How can I become stronger? After thinking for a while, Kaido suddenly asked in a deep voice, and instead of getting up, he simply sat down cross-legged. That kind of power, I have never heard of it before. Just forget about the Golden Lion just now, although that Ryotsu was also terrifying, but Golden Lion was just unprepared for a while, and after he got used to it, It didn't have a big impact on his combat effectiveness. But Eisen is different. That strange power has an essential improvement from Golden Lion. It's hard to imagine, beyond comprehension, why Eisen can't resist himself just by releasing that strange power. He wants to become stronger. In the past, Kaido was able to stay on the Rock's ship honestly. There was no other reason, it was entirely because Rock's was strong enough. Now, Eisen is strong enough and can make him stronger. Kaido naturally doesn't mind cooperating. Especially the power of immortality. As long as you have the power of eternal life, even if you are under the control of others for a while, it will not be certain in the future. It looks like you've made up your mind. Eisen stood up unhurriedly, and looked in the direction of Golden Lion. Immediately afterwards, the Hogyaku in his hand slowly flew towards Kaido. The moment he saw Hogyaku, the Golden Lion's eyes became visibly hot. There is absolutely no mistake, it is this thing that gave him this perfect body. Chapter 86 Subduing Kaido. If I can grab this thing. However, Golden Lion's greed is only fleeting, and if he wants to snatch something from Eisen, isn't that courting death? What's more, he still doesn't know the specific usage of this Hogyaku. Even if he grabs it, he can't make himself stronger immediately. The process may be a bit painful, I hope you can persevere. After Eisen finished speaking, the Hogyaku released by him suddenly burst into light. Kaido immediately lay on the ground, screaming hoarsely. Like the previous Golden Lion, all of Kaido's 7 orifices overflowed with thick white bone, and it almost seemed to wrap his whole body. Golden Lion, who witnessed Hollow's progress for the first time, was also taken aback by Kaido's appearance. When he was Eisen Hollow, he was almost dead, and he didn't know what happened to him. After fully recovering, all the white bone has become the half mask on his face. Is this guy going to die? Golden Lion asked Eisen uncertainly. Any creature is very ugly in the process of evolution, just like a butterfly emerging from a pupa. A butterfly in the pupa stage of a cicada is equally ugly. Eisen Kaido. Hearing what Eisen said, Golden Lion couldn't refute it, and he didn't know what hollow Arancarization was all about. However, logically speaking, Eisen should not come over to Wanakuni to tease Kaido so boringly. From the performance just now, it is obvious that Eisen can kill Kaido at any time if he wants to. But at this moment Kaido felt in his heart that he was played by Eisen. Don't resist too much. Once the process of hollow starts, it will never be stopped. On the contrary, if you are so resistant to this force now, you may leave a lot of regrets in the future. Seeing Kaido struggling, Eisen couldn't help but say persuade. The entire hollow process lasted about 10 minutes, and Kaido, who had just been lying on the ground, was already covered in bones all over his body, looking like a monster. But soon, all the bones in his body converged towards his face, gradually forming a bone mask, exactly the same as the current Golden Lion. Roar. An incomparably tyrannical roar immediately frightened everyone in the Ghost Island. After uttering this roar, Kaido seemed to burst out all the resentment in his heart, and after a burst of relief, he immediately stood up straight. Is this the virtual power? Kaido tried to clench his fists, and suddenly felt his body was full of explosive power. Kaido BD, Ryotsu's strength is on par with Laozi's. Feeling the Ryotsu emanating from Kaido, Golden Lion couldn't help frowning. Golden Lion. The power of Hogyaku is to draw out the limits of your soul, which I have already introduced to you before. The same Ryotsu between you two means that your soul potential is similar. There is no other reason. Eisen also saw that Golden Lion was not reconciled, so he explained to him again nonchalantly, and at the same time explained to Kaido the source of this power. Does the potential of the soul determine the size of this power? Yes, if Laozi were the same age as you, the 3 great pirates back then would have been the 4th great pirates. Kaido took a look at Golden Lion, both of them were monsters of the same level in their prime. Little ghost, don't think that you are qualified to challenge Laozi after you have gained the power of Su. Seeing Kaido's arrogant appearance, coupled with the strength of Ryotsu at the same level as himself, Golden Lion's eyes became more fierce. The kid who used to be on the Rock's boat, now wants to be equal to himself. He will not easily agree to such a thing. Is that so? In this case, let's have a little competition. I will award the title of number 1 in Espada to the guy who wins. Seeing that the two were fighting each other, Eisen also looked at them with interest. Now these two people have almost channeled their potential after being strengthened by Hogyaku, and their strength is almost equal. Even Eisen is not very good to directly evaluate their strength. Eisen, UBD. Aizen's lofty attitude made Kaido feel very uncomfortable. Now his strength has skyrocketed, and he is completely supercilious. Even if it is Eisen, he doesn't pay attention to it at all. Don't be so eager to challenge me. Eisen looked at Kaido very calmly and said, although you have been awarded the number 1 and number 2 places, but compared to me, you are still too weak. To challenge me, first double your Ryutsu. Even if the current Eisen only has 40% Ryutsu, it is not comparable to the ordinary Vasto Lord Minos Grande. Double. Hearing this, Golden Lion only felt a little shocked in his heart. In this way, Golden Lion finally fought on Vermejo Island for nearly a month, and finally Golden Lion defeated Kaido with an extremely narrow advantage. It is logical to become the N0.1 of Aizen's Arrancar army. Kaido, on the other hand, is in the number 2 position. Although Kaido was a little dissatisfied with this result, he was not as skilled as others, and he had nothing to argue about. If he didn't admit it, he would become someone who couldn't afford to lose. After returning to Ghost Island, his subordinates Quinn and Yin immediately surrounded him. He could clearly see the month-long battle between Golden Lion and Kaido in the sky. Although Kaido lost to Golden Lion with a slight disadvantage in the end, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kaido's strength is not at the same level as before. With the Phantom Beast's body and the enhancements after Hollow, Kaido is now a complete undead monster. In the battle in the air, Golden Lion can be said to have been pressing Kaido to fight, but Kaido was immune to death anyway. After a whole month of fighting, Golden Lion exhausted Kaido. In the end, in fact, Golden Lion is almost exhausted. In a one-on-one situation, maybe even Kaido's deputy Yin can't deal with it. After discovering this situation, Yin and Quinn planned to come up to make up the knife immediately, but Kaido directly stopped them. And announced to everyone in the Kaido of the Beasts pirate group that they are allied with Golden Lion, the overlord of the 3 pirate eras. However, Kaido did not mention the purpose of the alliance, the common opponent, etc. at all. Chapter 87 Promotion to Marine Admiral. On the other side, after the battle between Golden Lion and Kaido, Eisen did not stay in place to watch the battle between the two, but chose to rush back directly to the G1 branch. You don't know how long it will take to fight monsters of this level. He can't leave the G1 branch for too long. This time he left O'Hara alone to find the Golden Lion, which can be regarded as borrowing his reputation from Marine. But this reputation is not completely impeccable. Once Eisen has not reached the G1 branch for too long, Sengoku will definitely find Aizen's position. Marshal Kong, what's the matter? Eisen had just returned to his own office in the G1 branch when he received a call from the Naval Headquarters Marshal's office. I just heard from the adjutant that you are back, so I called you immediately. Kong smiled and joked with Eisen easily. Eisen also sensed something was wrong from Kong's strange attitude. Why is this guy a little? Marshal Sora, do you want to ask me for something? Although I left O'Hara alone, it's not too late to return to the G1 branch. Eisen asked Kong tentatively. I've already learned about O'Hara's incident from Sengoku. As for the only survivor, Marine has issued a warrant. Everything is fine. Kong thought Eisen was asking about the only survivor of O'Hara, so he immediately explained. Seeing Kong's usual reaction, Eisen probably understood that the other party didn't come here to cause trouble because of his early departure. In other words, the fact that he went to East Blue to find the Golden Lion, and then went to Wanakuni to subdue Kaido has not been exposed. Marshal Nakong. That's right, Eisen, you've been in Marine for 12 or 3 years, right? It's been almost 13 years since I joined the elite battalion. Eisen nodded Kaido. That's right, a new order from the world government, Eisen, now I officially appoint you as the Admiral of Headquarters. Kong's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. As soon as these words came out, several adjutants who were helping in Aizen's office stopped their work at the same time. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire office changed greatly. They all raised their heads one by one, staring at Eisen with expressions of excitement and surprise. Admiral. Eisen Vice Admiral, are you going to be promoted? What else is it called Eisen Vice Admiral? It should be called Eisen Admiral now. Didn't you hear Marshal Kong just said that it was an official appointment? All of a sudden, the originally quiet office became very lively. Marine Admiral. That's Marine Admiral. Representing the strongest combat power of Naval Headquarters, it is enough to suppress a character in any place. Marshal Kong, is this appointment considered an advance notice of internal news? Shall I ask them to avoid it for a while? Even Eisen was shocked by Kong's resolute style. I hadn't heard any news before this. Why did I suddenly go back to the G1 branch for business, and out of nowhere, I received a call asking me to be a Marine Admiral? If this were placed in modern times, Eisen would probably hang up the phone directly, and then call him dead liar. There's no need to evade. The official letter of appointment has already been issued. I've already sent someone to send everything that needs to be prepared to the G1 branch. You can accept it when the time comes. Kong said happily. This is not an advance disclosure, but a real letter of appointment. It won't be long before the entire Marine will know the news, so naturally there is no need to hide anything. Admiral. Eisen really didn't expect to suddenly become a Marine Admiral. He had never thought of such a thing before. This is a decision made by Naval Headquarters and the world government after careful consideration. I have just returned to the G1 branch, and I will trouble you to come to Naval Headquarters again. Kong said with some embarrassment. For the current Marine, the most embarrassing thing is undoubtedly this matter. Eisen's every day in the G1 branch is very important, and they don't want Eisen to be transferred if they don't really have to. It's okay, it's just a ceremony and it won't take long. I'll go there as soon as I finish dealing with the things that have piled up on the G1 branch. Eisen nodded. After hanging up the phone, Eisen also fell into silence for a while. He didn't expect this day to come so suddenly, and he was about to become the Admiral of Headquarters all at once. He did expect this matter, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. But then again, I became Marine Admiral. What about those monsters who are the same age as me? Zephyr has already relegated to the second line, and Admiral's position is only one time away from being replaced. And Sengoku will definitely step into Kong's position and become the trusted Marine Marshal. Sakazuki, Polusalino, Eisen, some of them will definitely not be able to become Marine Admiral. To be honest, I have been in Marine for more than 10 years, and I will soon become Marine Admiral. It is impossible to say that I am not excited at all. In the G1 branch, news spread that Eisen had become Marine Admiral. The current Eisen is not so much the base chief of the G1 branch, but rather a star in the G1 branch, and everyone admires him quite a lot. After getting the news, Madoka also came to congratulate Eisen immediately. Even Sakazuki in the G5 branch next door got the news immediately. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, do you want to go back to the headquarters to congratulate? Seeing Sakazuki clenched his fist tightly, the adjutant asked cautiously. This appearance, if it is in the G1 branch, it is absolutely impossible to happen. Here, everyone gets along very casually and happily, without feeling any pressure at all. But in the G5 branch, under Sakazuki's subordinates, it's completely different. Because once Sakazuki fights, he will not take any care of the people around him at all. In the process of many crusades against pirates, countless people accidentally died in Sakazuki's hands. Of course. I'm not the kind of person with a small belly. No matter how busy I am, I have to go back and congratulate myself. Sakazuki said coldly to Kaido. Chapter 88 Garp arrives at the G1 branch. When he heard the news that Eisen was going to be promoted to Marine Admiral, his heart was also extremely complicated. As a friend, he is naturally happy for Eisen. There is no doubt that among the entire Marine, the only two friends who can be called his friends are Polusalino and Eisen. As for Eisen, who is similar in age and powerful enough, because of many disagreements, the two have already formed a big bond. But at the same time, Sakazuki felt very angry again. He was not angry about what Eisen did, nor was he angry that Eisen became Marine Admiral. Instead, he is angry at himself. Why is he so weak? Also leading the New World branch alone, Eisen managed the G1 branch in an orderly manner, no pirates dared to invade, and even attracted countless wealthy people to invest in the vicinity. With the G1 branch as the center, a large range is exceptionally bustling. Even more prosperous than Sabayati Archipelago. This is New World. If you put it in the past, it would be something you would never have dared to think about. But under the influence of Eisen, this thing just happened. On the other hand, the G5 branch he leads, although Sakazuki thinks he is working very hard and leads people to slaughter the surrounding pirates every day, but no matter how he kills them, he can't kill them cleanly. The gap between abilities is vividly reflected. In this way, more than 95% of the Marine generals were quickly gathered in Naval Headquarters. The remaining 5% are not dissatisfied with Eisen, but simply because the time is too late, or there is something necessary to do. And these Marine generals who didn't show up also asked someone to say hello to Eisen, and sent their own heart. Of course, it's not about money or anything, it's basically some local specialties, and the most common ones are all kinds of wine. Probably a Marine tradition. After all, with Eisen's character as a good old man in Marine, probably except for that guy who has some conflicts with Eisen, no one else will have conflicts with Eisen. Even for that guy, Jiaji, even though he was a little upset that Yuan and Eisen got so close, but in terms of public evaluation, he still admires Eisen very much. Ability and personality are almost perfect. But what Eisen didn't expect was that an unexpected visitor suddenly came to the G1 branch at this time. Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Garp is also one of the very few Marines who did not make it to Naval Headquarters. Because at that time he happened to be sent out to monitor the situation on Wanakuni's side, the battle between Golden Lion and Kaido obviously caught Marines' attention. If you don't send a capable Marine to check the situation, you're basically going to die for nothing. Finally, after much deliberation, Garp also had to personally check the situation of Wanakuni. As a result, I just missed Eisen's award ceremony. Before returning to Naval Headquarters in time, Garp simply planned to stay in the G1 branch for a while. Anyway, Eisen will return to the G1 branch in a short time. It's so boring, does that kid from Eisen sit here all day and process documents? Garp sat in Eisen's office, looking impatiently at the pile of documents in front of him. What he hates the most is doing such literary things. When he was still the leader of Eisen, he directly handed over everything to Eisen. In Eisen, no, Eisen Admiral usually only processes documents for the whole morning here, because I left the branch to go to O'Hara recently, so I piled up some more. Eisen's adjutant replied honestly. Facing Garp, the Vice Admiral, he didn't dare to neglect at all. Marine hero Garp, this old man's influence in Marine was comparable to Admiral. Moreover, he was also the base chief of the G1 branch. Eisen was trained by Garp back then, so he can be regarded as Eisen's immediate boss. Is that so? Then what is he doing in the afternoon? Garp asked casually. He didn't have any other thoughts, he just wanted to know what Eisen was doing. Usually in the afternoon, Eisen Vice Admiral will go back to his training room to exercise, and occasionally interrogate the prisoners or something. The time to go out to hunt down pirates is not counted, but now the G1 branch is very quiet, so there is an opportunity to go out to hunt down pirates not many. Although he didn't know what Garp wanted to do, the adjutant answered Garp's question honestly. So that's the case, then take me to the training room to have a look. It just so happens that the old man also wants to see how that kid usually exercises, and how his strength has improved so quickly. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The adjutant saluted Garp, and then led Garp to Eisen's training room. Walking into the laboratory, Garp looked at the surrounding environment and nodded in admiration. Go back and do your own thing, I don't need you to follow. After speaking, Garp began to sit on those training equipment and began to exercise. Eisen is a very hard-working kid. It seems that these equipment are often used, and the frequency of use is very high. No wonder his strength has improved so quickly. Alone in Eisen's training room, Garp sighs with some appreciation. Just when he tried these equipment one by one. Suddenly, Garp's footsteps stopped momentarily around a corner. Even his complexion became extremely ugly. What's this? Garp's observation haki told him clearly that under this ground, there is a very abnormal aura. He has seen this aura before, not long ago, when the Golden Lion and Kaido were fighting. Garp watched secretly from the side, and clearly felt this aura. Although it was slightly different, he definitely affirmed that it definitely came from the same place and the same type of power. You have to figure this out. Without any hesitation, Garp covered armament haki on his arm, and punched the ground directly. He still trusts Eisen a lot, and there is a strange smell in this place. The first thing Garp thinks is that someone wants to assassinate the G1 branch. As for these things being made by Eisen, Garp never considered the possibility at all. You must know that Eisen has become Marine Admiral now, and he is also the youngest and most talented Admiral in Marine history. Both character and strength are extremely perfect. With Garp's understanding of Eisen, he naturally would not doubt Eisen. Chapter 89 Hueco Mundo. Garp punched down, and a huge pothole was smashed into the ground in an instant, and countless debris flew out. When the smoke of the explosion was produced, A loud sound also spread outward. The vibration was so strong that the entire room vibrated for tens of seconds without stopping completely. However, the sound insulation effect of the entire room was specially designed by Eisen. Even if Garp made such a big commotion inside, no one outside still noticed it. Garp raised his fist slowly, staring at the ground below with a solemn face. This ground is not made of ordinary materials. Could it be Eisen? No, it shouldn't be him. Could it be caused by this strange force? When he realized that the ground material was not right, the figure of Eisen flashed in Garp's mind, but when he thought of the Eisen he knew, he didn't seem like a person who would do such a thing anyway. So Garp could only attribute the reason why the ground became so hard to that strange smell. I don't believe that this place can't be pierced. Terrible haki began to emerge from Garp's body, and in an instant, the surrounding air froze, and the terrifying power probably frightened many people. He is a person who has fought all over the world with a pair of fists. Even if a mountain is here, he can directly level it. Boom. Garp's fist slammed into the ground again, and there was a violent roar. The ground began to crack, and the terrifying impact force spread outwards from Garp as the center. This time, Garp finally saw that there was something like a membrane under the ground. Seeing this, Garp instantly understood that it should be the aura emanating from the things inside. Without thinking too much, Garp raised his fist again to blast away the strange membrane below. Tear. Before Garp could make a move, suddenly the pale yellow light film was directly opened, and then a huge black space crack appeared directly in front of Garp. Oops. Garp was startled. The crack appeared so suddenly. Before Garp had time to react, he fell directly into it. Hush. The moment he entered this world, Garp only felt his eyes blur for a while, as if he had come to another world. The air here is filled with a very strange smell. Looking around, this is a desert that can't be seen at a glance, a dark sky, and a moon hanging high. It was clearly still in the morning, but here, it was already evening. Where is this place? It's impossible for there to be such a wide desert under the G1 branch, and there is even a sun in the sky. Garp looked at the completely unfamiliar environment around him, feeling extraordinarily solemn in his heart. In any case, we must first find our way back. Suddenly, Garp's observation haki noticed something moving under his feet. When he saw this strange scene, he quickly took 2 steps back. Immediately afterwards, from Garp's perspective, it seemed as if some invisible creature suddenly emerged from under the sand. With his powerful observation haki, he was able to determine that it was a creature about the size of a crayfish. It's just that he can't see this thing at all. What kind of creature is this? Facing a creature he had never seen before, coupled with the strange environment around him, Garp also seemed extra vigilant. After covering armament haki with his arm, he stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the creature the size of a crayfish. It feels so weak, as if it will be completely broken if you pinch it. Is it a unique creature in this place? Grabbing this weak freeform void, Garp looked it up curiously. Although he couldn't see the creature. The old man has been sailing in this sea for so many years, but he has never seen such a strange creature. Moreover, his power is exactly the same as that of the Golden Lion. Garp frowned. The first time he came into contact with this kind of power was in the battle between Golden Lion and Kaido not long ago, and the pure and evil aura made him very surprised. Originally, he planned to report the matter to Kong after returning to Naval Headquarters, but he didn't expect to find it again in Aizen's training room halfway. There is still too little understanding of these things now, but we still have to get in touch with Naval Headquarters first. Looking at the strange creature in front of him, and at the endless desert, Garp took out his phone and called Crane without saying a word. Crane, who was celebrating Aizen's promotion to Admiral at Naval Headquarters, suddenly received a call from Garp. Although he was a little confused, Crane connected immediately. Garp, what's wrong? Little Crane, now I'm trapped in a strange place. Garp speaks of what he has seen and analyzed here and through the Golden Lion and Kaido fights. Because the phone bug is public, everyone present can hear it. At the moment, Sengoku, Kong, and Eisen are all in the office. Hearing that Garp actually broke into the Hueco Mundo he built, Aizen's breathing stopped suddenly. But with strong concentration, he stabilized immediately. Based on the analysis of what Garp said so far, he is not very dangerous at the moment, and this kind of thing appeared in his usual training room, and he cannot directly point out any conspiracy or the like. Of course, it's normal to think about it a little bit. Eisen is Marine Admiral, and his position has reached the top decision-making level of Marine. Moreover, Garp also said that the aura is related to Kaido and Golden Lion. In New World these years, Eisen and Kaido's beasts pirates have fought countless times. The two can be said to be life and death enemies. Plus the Golden Lion. That guy was sent to prison by Eisen, Garp, and Sengoku. If there was no accident, that guy Golden Lion is still in prison. If you think about it according to the normal way of thinking, you will definitely think that Kaido and Golden Lion want to use some means to secretly attack the G1 branch. Especially wanting to plot against Eisen. After all, that strange smell appeared in the training room that Eisen often uses, so the intention is very clear. At least, no one will suspect that Eisen is secretly conducting experiments on Minos Grande. The training room is completely open, and there are usually cleaning staff to clean it every day. So blatant, who would do that? This is how normal people think. Chapter 90 Take the initiative to go. However, it is a pity that Eisen has used Kyoka Suijutsu to hypnosis every marine in the G1 branch. Usually, everyone who enters and exits his training room just sees a fake body. It is precisely because of the ability of this bug that Eisen can act so easily. After all, no one would have guessed that the marines of the entire G1 branch were deceived by Eisen with Kyoka Suijutsu. Marshal Sora, Sengoku Admiral, let Vice Admiral and I investigate this matter together. With Vice Admiral Garp, even if the Beasts Pirates and Golden Lion join forces, we can handle it. Eisen took the initiative to ask them to let him and the Crane handle the G1 branch together. Neither Kong nor Sengoku suspects Eisen of this. That's fine, then the two of you go to Garp first, and see if you can find a way to rescue him. Kong nodded, indicating that Garp and he would go to the G1 branch together. After hearing the arrangement of Naval Headquarters on the other side through the phone bug, Garp was also slightly relieved. He would be a little worried if other people came. I am now in a completely unknown place, and both Crane and Eisen are representative characters with superior intelligence in Marine. And in terms of strength, he is also very relieved, believing that with these two people coming, there will be no problems. But suddenly, roar. An extremely ferocious roar sounded. The deafening voice was clearly heard by everyone on the other end of the phone bug. Garp? What happened to you? Hearing the voice over there, Sengoku hurriedly snatched the phone bug and asked with some concern. At this time, Garp's expression changed in Hueco Mundo, but he saw nothing as far as he could see. After Garp released his observation haki, he saw a monster with a height of nearly 100 meters slowly walking towards him. This is, what kind of monster? Garp's complexion changed. What he felt from Jillian in front of him was a kind of pure evil, and that pure feeling was stronger than the aura of Golden Lion and Kaido. Just standing here, he could feel the malice from this monster. Golden Lion and Kaido, what the hell did they do? Garp couldn't help being shocked too. The monster in front of him must at least have the strength of a Marine Rear Admiral. Such a huge body is almost like a titan. The most important thing is that this monster can still be invisible. If there is no observation haki, there is no capital to fight the opponent. Of course, if it is only one, Garp can easily handle it. However, observation haki radiated outwards, and there were dozens of such monsters within the range that could be sensed. Boom. The ground under Garp's feet exploded, and Jillian slapped him right where he was standing just now. The huge air explosion sounded like a rocket launch, deafening. Looks like we have to act fast. If there is no reinforcements from Vice Admiral Garp, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone bug, Eisen showed a nervous expression. The others also nodded one after another, and now Garp has no time to reply to their words. Prepare the fastest ship immediately, and we will set off immediately. Crane also acted resolutely. After directly informing the adjutant beside him, he immediately rushed towards the port. Senior Marine generals like them usually have spare ships, in order to be able to travel immediately in the face of certain emergencies. Boom. On the other side, under Garp's solemn gaze, the Crimson riots spewed towards them like lightning, and the ground along the way was directly torn open, like bean curd engineering grade ground being run over by a soil compactor. Monsters. Don't underestimate this old man. Garp let out a yelp, the dreaded haki clinging to his arm. With a bang, the ground under Garp's feet was dented directly. With a shout, the fist covered by armament haki greeted Zero without hesitation. Rumble. As soon as the power of the two came into contact, the ferocious aftermath swept across the ground within several kilometers in an instant. It was just a normal Jillian after all, and Garp was able to knock him down head-on with ease. Drink. Garp roared loudly, his forehead was even more bulging, his figure moved, and the next moment he appeared directly in front of the Jillian just now. A punch fell, and the Jillian in front of him was headshot directly. He also couldn't guarantee the vitality of this Jillian. With such a huge body, only a punch to the head could guarantee a kill. It has to be said that Garp's fighting instinct is still very strong. Although it is not impossible to beat, this number is too much. After killing one Jillian, Garp noticed that more Jillians began to gather around him. This made him feel the pressure doubled immediately. He was not sure how many monsters like this were in this strange space. The time from Naval Headquarters to the G1 branch is not short. Although the guys in One Piece world are all physical monsters, Marine Admiral can't tell the winner in 10 days and a half months. But that kind of battle is completely different from Garp's current state. Facing Hueco Mundo's group of monsters, Garp had to use the power of observation haki to the limit at any time, and he couldn't rest for a moment. Otherwise, these invisible monsters might attack from there. Observation haki is fully open, which consumes a lot of energy. I hope I can last until they come over. And whether they can come here is also a big question. In this strange world, Garp was honestly a little bit confused. What if Eisen and Tsuru cannot find this world? It doesn't seem like there are edible things here. Every creature is completely invisible. If it was an ordinary sea, he could still find a way to find an isolated island, and then kill sea kings to eat every day. Soon, Crane and Eisen also rushed back to the G1 branch as quickly as possible, and went directly to the training room. This should be the passage to the other world that Garp mentioned in the phone bug. After walking inside, Crane saw the place broken by Garp at a glance. At this time, there is still a black crack there, as if everything can be swallowed at any time. Let's go. I don't know what's going on with Garp now, we have to hurry over to help. Without any hesitation or other extra thoughts, Crane directly planned to jump into the black crack. He, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr belong to the same group of Marines, and they have a particularly deep relationship. They even regard each other as their own family members. Chapter 91, The Way Back. Now that Garp is in such a crisis, how can Crane stand by and watch? Wait a minute, Vice Admiral, don't let your emotions get you. Seeing that Crane was about to go in, Eisen quickly stopped her. Facing Crane's puzzled gaze, Eisen immediately explained, with the strength of Vice Admiral Garp, if he can come out of that strange world after such a long time, he will definitely choose to come out first. That's why we need to go down to help immediately. He said anxiously. Concern is chaos. You should be the clearest about the strength of Vice Admiral Garp. Even if Kaido and Golden Lion team up, it is not difficult for him to return the same way, but Vice Admiral Garp has not returned. What do you think? What is the reason? Aizen's words finally stabilized the anxious Crane. Indeed, although Garp encountered some troubles at the end of the phone bug, with his strength, he should be able to retreat unscathed even in the face of the combination of Golden Lion and Kaido. Why didn't you choose to leave? You mean, in the world below, there is no way back to this side. After saying this inference, Crane's expression also froze. There is no way back from another world. Probably not. Since you can pass, then you can come back. But where to find the gate of the two worlds should be a big problem. When Eisen said this, Crane suddenly felt a lot more reasonable, and looked at Eisen in surprise. Even in the current situation, Eisen still maintains absolute calmness, which has to be said to be really rare. Then, when Crane was about to ask Na how to find the door to leave that world, his mind suddenly came to his senses. Life card. In the world of One Piece, the life card is definitely the best guidepost. Even in the current situation, it is better than the eternal pointer. No one can say for sure whether the eternity pointer will fail in another world. This is one of my life cards. Put the card directly here as a mark. As for the eternity pointer of the G1 branch, I have already prepared it on the road in advance. While saying this, Eisen put a life card in it. At the same time, he handed the eternal pointer to the Crane. After doing all this, Eisen jumped into that black crack with Crane. With a burst of blurred vision, everything in front of him changed. For Eisen, this world is all too familiar. But for he, this was the first time he had seen such a place. Is this the other world Garp talked about? Crane looked at the strange scene around him. In this world, it seemed that even the air he breathed was very different. The life card can still be used normally. It seems that there should be no major problems on the way back. After entering Hueco Mundo, Eisen immediately pretended to check the life card in his hand. In fact, he has long been aware that the life card can indicate the location. The perpetual pointer also appears to be functioning normally. Crane also came back to his senses very quickly, and immediately took out the eternal pointer, and found that the direction indicated by the eternal pointer was consistent with the life card. Now, the Crane is also relieved. Then let's go to Vice Admiral Garp. I'll go this way, and Vice Admiral you go the other way. We'll keep in touch on the phone all the time. No problem. Crane didn't feel puzzled by Eisen's words, which is also a normal arrangement. In this strange place, they don't know exactly where Garp is, so they can find Garp as quickly as possible by acting separately. Therefore, Crane immediately looked for the direction behind Eisen. Seeing the Crane leaving with its back completely turned to him, a killing intent suddenly flashed in Eisen's heart. But soon, he hid the killing intent again. Although it is possible to kill Crane and Garp directly, Naval Headquarters is not so easy to fool. I am the only one who escaped unscathed, and the incident happened here. Sengoku and the others will be somewhat suspicious. Even if he has become a Marine Admiral, Eisen does not intend to take such a radical move. Although both Garp and Crane are Vice Admirals, one is a Marine hero and the other is the General Staff of Naval Headquarters, both of whom have very high status. Killing those two outright and getting out of Hueco Mundo alive feels suspicious no matter what. Now they are only targeting Golden Lion and Kaido with suspicion. If they act according to the idea that Marine understands now, maybe the effect will be better. Garp, looks like you're out of luck. But why did you have to find my lab? After speaking, Eisen's figure disappeared directly in place. Every move of the entire Hueco Mundo is under his control, and he is naturally very clear about the specific position of Garp now. Ahem. Having just dealt with a Minos Grande, Garp's pupils shrank suddenly, and saw another Minos Grande behind him was fully charged with energy, and it spurted towards him. Since he had been fighting for too long, observation haki was always fully open. Garp was a little numb, and he didn't react at once. He was directly hit by the huge Zero and was pushed away. Boom. Zero almost pushed Garp about 100 meters away, followed by a huge explosion, and dust tens of meters high rose into the air. After the dust kicked up, Garp's body covered with armament haki appeared in front of him. Rubbing his aching back, Garp stood up and said, although the attacks of these monsters are simple, they are really powerful. Powerful and numerous, if one is not careful, he may fall into an absolute disadvantage. What worries Garp even more is that his haki has been depleted, and if he depletes his haki completely, even he will be in trouble. It's really not good to go on like this. We have to find a way to delay the time until rescue. Garp looked at the Minos Grandes that were constantly surrounding him. Obviously he had already solved a lot of them, but these Minos Grandes seemed to be endless. Sengoku, Zephyr, Zayahi, Luffy. If Laozi can survive this test, I will definitely share the senbei with you when I go back. While Garp was thinking about these strange things. Hado no 90 Black Coffin. Suddenly, Aizen's terrifying torrent of Ryotsu runs right over. Chapter 92 The True Terror. Suddenly, Aizen's terrifying torrent of Ryotsu runs right over. Those groups of Minos Grande who couldn't see clearly were instantly smashed into pieces by the power of Eisen. This trick. Seeing this move, Garp's eyes lit up instantly. He is too familiar with this trick. Isn't this Eisen's move? Looking back, he saw Eisen appear behind him. The Marine Justice Code fluttering in the wind is particularly conspicuous. Marine Admiral's Code of Justice. Garp understands the meaning of this garment. Eisen has officially become Marine Admiral. Rescue finally arrived. Garp muttered to himself. Now things are much simpler. Long time no see, Mr. Garp. Eisen walked slowly in front of Garp. Yeah. Since I left a few years ago, I rarely go to the G1 branch as a guest. This has become Marine Admiral inadvertently. When the surrounding threats were lifted, Garp also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, where is Zayahi? Where is he now? Immediately afterwards, Garp immediately remembered Crane, who was supposed to arrive with Eisen, and it was a little strange that the two of them did not stay together. After entering here, in order to find Vice Admiral Garp quickly, Vice Admiral and I split into 2 groups. But don't worry, we can still communicate with the phone bug. Saying so, Eisen took out the phone bug in his hand. Then what are you waiting for? Contact Zayahi quickly, in case she also encounters these strange creatures, she will be in trouble. Garp said anxiously. Of course I know, but before contacting Crane Vice Admiral, there is one more thing that must be done. Eisen's steady voice seemed to have a strange magic power, which calmed Garp's mood. He was still the boss of Eisen back then, and he was like this when he was still in the G1 branch. Whenever I act impulsively, Eisen will always dissuade me and tell me the correct way to act. What are we going to do now? After calming down, Garp looked at Eisen and asked curiously. First of all, I want to say goodbye to you. Pooh. The voice fell, accompanied by the sound of a sharp knife piercing the flesh. Garp's eyes widened instantly, and he looked down slowly. What's this? Garp looked at the knife that pierced his heart, and didn't recover for a moment, completely unaware that such a thing would happen suddenly. He raised his head and looked at Eisen. Eisen's gentle smile before has completely disappeared, the corners of his mouth are closed, and there is no trace of emotional fluctuations at all. The eyes also lost the soft feeling of the past, and became a little cold. It seems that for Eisen, he just did a very trivial thing. Mr. Garp, let me tell you one last thing. Eisen directly pulled Kyoka Suijutsu back from Garp's chest, and said at the same time, the betrayal that is visible to the naked eye is easy to spot. What's really scary is the betrayal that you can't see through. Mr. Garp. Suddenly, Garp's whole body started screaming. A white substance instantly appeared on Garp's face, and directly formed a mask. Garp only felt his brain jerk, as if his consciousness was being robbed by something. Blue. Eisen. What the hell have you done? However, it is not difficult to hear that Garp's voice at this time does not look like a pure human being, but a half-human, half-empty state. But Eisen didn't pay attention to the current Garp, but turned on the phone bug and called the crane. At this time, Garp has no spare power to use his strength to attack Eisen, and the force that is competing for his consciousness is gradually increasing. If he does not fight against that false consciousness with all his strength, Garp can be sure that he will be swallowed instantly. Crane Vice Admiral, I have already found Vice Admiral Garp, but his situation is a bit complicated now. Please return to my side as soon as possible. What's wrong? Hearing that Garp's situation was complicated, Crane's heart suddenly tightened. I don't know how to describe it, so you should hurry over here. Eisen urged anxiously. The anxious look revealed in those words made he also a little nervous, and he started to return the same way without saying a word. When Garp heard that Eisen asked the crane to return here, all kinds of bad thoughts appeared in his mind for a while, and his emotions suddenly became excited. What the hell is this? Accompanied by the sudden emotional excitement, Su's power became more excited as if he had taken a stimulant, and quickly wanted to swallow Garp's consciousness. I forgot to tell you that the more excited you are, the faster Hollow will be. Mr. Garp. Hanging up the bug, Eisen grinned as he watched the Garp that Hollow had already done about the same. Garp's reaction was completely under his control. He knew that as long as he called Crane, Garp would become extra agitated, which would directly cause Hollow to speed up. As soon as Eisen said this, Garp immediately understood that he had just fallen into Eisen's scheme. Eisen, UBD? Garp suddenly felt that he could move, and he rushed towards Eisen with one step, and the powerful force struck towards Eisen overwhelmingly. At the same time, Eisen also raised Kyoka Suijutsu and blocked Garp with a knife. Garp, who has the highest level of power and armament haki, now wears a mask, and the power becomes even more terrifying. Rumble. Garp's punch was so powerful that the ground cracked, the wind roared, and even the clouds in the sky were torn apart. Don't assume everything will go your way. Even though he has put on a virtual mask, Garp's eyes are still very firm. Even when he spoke, he still felt half human and half empty, but Garp's consciousness was exceptionally clear. I see, I just heard me say that emotional excitement will speed up Hollow, so calm down immediately. Looking at Garp in this state, Eisen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and continued to add, since that's the case, let me add one more sentence. Once Hollow starts, it will not stop, but there will be some gaps according to individual physique. Then just kill you before the old man completely turns into a monster. At least, you can't let a dangerous guy like you stay in the Marine, and also take the position of Marine Admiral. Chapter 93 Deceiving Crane Vice Admiral. Garp's arm slammed hard, and Eisen was blown away with a punch. However, although Eisen has been successfully suppressed, Garp has a very strange feeling in his heart, and his eyes have begun to become a little vain. How is this going? Garp looked down at his hands. The feeling just now was as if he wasn't manipulating his body to fight. It was extremely weird. Draw the knife. Just when Garp was wondering what was going on with his body, the figure of Eisen quickly came to him. Sensing that something was wrong with his body, Garp didn't directly block Eisen's attack, but jumped into the air. But Eisen was still relentless and approached Garp directly. Iron Fist. Garp's eyes turned cold. He pulled his right arm behind his back, and swung it down in Eisen's direction. Boom. Eisen's body was directly blasted into the ground, and the huge explosion caused billowing smoke. This time, seeing the exploding ground below, Garp suddenly seemed to understand something. His body was much stronger than before. No wonder Eisen, who has become Marine Admiral, is not his opponent at all. However, what Garp didn't know was that Eisen deliberately suppressed his strength to the level of a normal Marine Admiral. If he doesn't get hurt, how will his play continue after Huye arrives? With Garp's IQ, he naturally couldn't think of so many things. Now his only thought is to defeat Eisen, and he didn't notice at all that he was getting closer and closer to Hollow. But that's right, the virtual power is absolutely blank for people in this world, and Garp naturally doesn't know that he has fallen into a trap. It's really strong enough. Now you probably need at least 2 admirals to join forces to subdue you. When the smoke dissipated, Eisen's figure appeared in front of Garp. Although there were some damages on his clothes, his body was not injured. You monster! Eisen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at Garp, who had completely finished Hollow. Monster! Garp wanted to speak, but suddenly found that his consciousness was suddenly sealed into a completely dark place, and he could only look out through a small window. Now he has completely lost the ability to control his body, and is replaced by the power of Su. Then, let's start the real battle now. Eisen said softly, and then directly swung his knife and collided with Garp behind Hollow. A thunderstorm fell from the sky at the right time, as if announcing the start of the battle. The other side. After hearing the call from Eisen, he always felt that he couldn't calm down. What happened to Garp, even Eisen couldn't describe it in detail. Ever since he entered Hueco Mundo, Crane has been feeling his eyelids twitching, as if it is heralding something. Although this world is very strange to Crane, the environment of Hueco Mundo is very simple. It is completely an empty desert area. As long as you master the method of finding the location in the desert, you can easily find the way back. Road. Obviously, for an experienced Marine like Crane, he is not only very familiar with the sailing weather, but also very familiar with various ground environments. Returning to the same place, after about 3 hours, Crane finally arrived at the scene of the battle between Eisen and Garp behind Hollow. Accompanied by Garp's punch, the ground behind Eisen was blasted into a long channel by the air wave that was about to explode the air. Eisen jumped directly into the sky and used Kido to directly attack Hollow's Garp. After 3 hours of fighting, both sides have also figured out the other's fighting mode, which is similar to Eisen's expectation. Garp after Hollow is completely relying on Minos Grand's instinct to act. Strong physical defense, coupled with Minos Grand's self-healing ability, and that ridiculously hard steel skin. Kido below number 70 are completely ineffective against Garp. Shave. Seeing the monster fighting Eisen, although Crane felt a little familiar with the back at the first moment, she still directly chose to fight in the next second. The figure of the Crane suddenly appeared behind Garp, attacking mercilessly from the side, kicking Garp's waist. Relying on instinct, Garp immediately covered armament haki around his waist, coupled with the defensive power of the steel skin, and after a few seconds of stalemate at his waist, Garp's kick completely lost its power. Then, Garp punched Crane's head with a punch. At this critical moment, Eisen immediately chanted Kido, Bakudo S81 splitting void. The power of Kido, who claimed to be able to cut off the world, was directly blocked between Crane and Garp. Bakudo S79 9 obsidian bounce. Eisen hooked his arm lightly, and 9 jet black Ryotsu directly blocked the 8 sides and the center of Garp. Knowing that this monster is very extraordinary, Crane didn't dare to do it directly, but went back to Eisen directly. Eisen, what is this guy? Tsuru looked at the monster temporarily restrained by Eisen with Kido, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, Shouldn't Eisen find Garp? Why don't you see where the Garp people are here? And the monster in front of him, in terms of body shape, is so similar to Garp. When he was behind him just now, Guang looked at the back, and really almost recognized this monster as Garp. When I first arrived, Vice Admiral Garp had a little sense of itself. With a low voice, Eisen said the last thing Crane wanted to hear. In fact, when Crane arrived here, he already had such a guess. What the hell is going on? Why did this happen? Crane asked Eisen in disbelief. Garp turned into such a monster. Judging from the situation of the monster just now, the consciousness that should belong to Garp has completely disappeared. I don't know either. At that time, Vice Admiral Garp had half of his face covered by that fake mask. As time went by, the upgraded became more and more serious. Also, the power in Vice Admiral Garp seems to be very similar to the breath of this world. If we continue to stay in this world, I'm afraid. Eisen's guess sounds very reasonable. Crane was also silent for a while. The example of Garp has been placed in front of them. Although they don't know why Garp became like this, it must be very dangerous for them to continue to stay in this place. But her friendship with Garp for so many years made her feel uneasy. Chapter 94. Back to the G1 branch. Let's find a way to lure Vice Admiral Garp out of this world. Maybe if we leave the strange environment of this world, Vice Admiral Garp can return to normal. It looks like that's the only way to go. This method proposed by Eisen should be regarded as the best solution for Crane. It's also impossible for her to persuade Eisen to accompany her to fight here, and she can't beat the average Garp by herself, let alone the Garp after Hollow now. Thinking of this, the two of them took out the life card and the eternal pointer to guide the way. After looking at each other, they fled in the other direction together. Roar! Spotting Eisen and Crane fleeing, Garp let out a horrific scream, and his outrageous speed broke free of Aizen's Bakuto and charged straight at them. Exactly, then come along. Seeing Garp chasing directly towards them, Eisen also had an imperceptible smile on his face. After running in that direction for about an hour, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing this crack, Crane immediately understood that this was the direction to go back to the G1 branch. G1 branch. The sun was shining brightly, and groups of Marine soldiers on patrol were chatting about what happened recently. Although the G1 branch is in New World, it has become more and more stable under the governance of Eisen. For Marine soldiers, except for normal physical training and inspections, they can move freely at other times. Of course, the premise is that you can't leave the barracks. Coupled with the fact that Eisen was suddenly announced to be promoted to Marine Admiral, the G1 branch became extraordinarily active. Admiral is discussing Eisen's crusade against pirates and various constructions and decisions in the G1 branch. But speaking of which, Eisen Admiral and Crane Vice Admiral hurried back to the G1 branch before, and they don't know what happened. I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the promotion to Admiral. There haven't been any big moves by pirates recently, so it's impossible to go out to hunt down pirates. It's true, Admiral and Crane Vice Admiral need to take action at the same time. Could it be that the One Piece King Roger is resurrected? The Marines were discussing these matters with great interest. Suddenly, a huge shock wave erupted in Eisen's training room. Immediately afterwards, amidst the smoke and dust, Eisen and Crane, who looked a little bit embarrassed, came out. What happened here? Seeing Eisen and Crane appearing in such a strange posture, the Marines' eyes widened in disbelief. The two looked as if they had just experienced a great battle. However, these Marines immediately came to their senses and saluted quickly, Eisen Admiral, Crane Vice Admiral. However, Eisen and Crane have no time to pay attention to other Marines at this moment. Although he has returned to the familiar G1 branch, he doesn't have to worry about becoming a monster in that strange world, but Garp in front of him is still a difficult opponent to deal with. This is not the time to relax. Crane Vice Admiral. Eisen had a very serious expression on his face. Thinking of Garp after Hollow, Crane also has a nervous expression on his face. Immediately after, he looked at the Marine soldiers around him solemnly and said, "Immediately notify all the Vice Admirals in the G1 branch, and then ask the Rear Admirals to organize an evacuation immediately." Hearing this, the Marine soldier next to him still wanted to ask what happened, but seeing the nervous expressions of Eisen and Crane, he swallowed back the words abruptly, and quickly said loudly, "Yes." After finishing speaking, he immediately ran towards the offices of the Marine Vice Admiral in the G1 branch. Roar! Suddenly, there was a ferocious roar. Immediately afterwards, Garp's hands were merged together, and a heavy hammer fell like smashing huashin. Armed color hardened, power exploded, Eisen directly greeted Garp with a knife, and there were bursts of hissing when the two collided. Vice Admiral Garp, calm down. Eisen made a very difficult look, calling out to Garp while resisting Garp's attack. Hearing Eisen's words, many Marines present were stunned. Just now Eisen shouted, "What is this monster in front of him? Vice Admiral Garp? Is that Garp, the Marine hero Garp they say? Why did Garp become like that?" But obviously, Garp would not stop what he was doing because of Eisen's words. Now he is completely a monster with only instincts. And, if you really want to talk about Garp's return of consciousness, it's Eisen who feels troublesome. Garp's fist and Eisen's Zanpakuto were biting tightly, and even the fist started to bleed. Garp didn't have the slightest thought of stopping. Even, on the contrary, it was because the blood on his hands became more ferocious. Boom. In an instant, Eisen himself turned into an afterimage and was sent flying, hitting the wall next to him hard. In order not to expose himself, the current Eisen must control his power to only play to the level of a normal Marine Admiral. I bumped into many ordinary Marine soldiers on the way, facing the impact of Garp's power. Even if it was just the aftermath, all those people on the road died. It's so powerful, it looks like it's really troublesome. Seeing that Eisen couldn't resist Garp's attack, Tsuru felt great pressure. Garp itself is the strength of Marine Admiral, and it should be said that it is on par with Eisen. Now that it has become the form of this monster, not only has its strength not decreased, but it has also improved a lot. If she had to face that punch just now, she might have lost half her life directly. Are these people really capable of subduing Garp? While he was still thinking about various possibilities in his mind, suddenly, an unbelievably terrifying power gathered in Garp's mouth. Wangsu's flash. Garp's mouth ejected what looked like a long laser weapon, and the crimson riot so pierced the belly of everyone who was still standing. Rumble. The huge detonation sound was like a loaded cannonball fired continuously, and even many Marines were instantly killed by this blow. Instant kill. Obviously, they are all Marine elites who have flourished in the New World, but facing this form of Garp, they are no different from ordinary handymen. Chapter 95 framed Garp's key person. Only the Marine soldiers in the direction of Eisen were protected by Eisen. From Garp releasing Wangsu's flash to the end, the whole process only took about 2 or 3 seconds. Eisen Admiral. A soldier next to him immediately realized that if they hadn't been in the direction of Eisen, they would have been cut off by the waist just like the others. Everyone, be careful, dodge carefully, and don't get hit by unnecessary attacks. Eisen immediately reminded others around him. We understand. You will never be troubled by Eisen Admiral. The Marines next to him patted their chests to assure Eisen. Crane Vice Admiral, we may not be able to do anything in the current state of Vice Admiral Garp. At least one Admiral combat power is needed to ensure that he is caught. Eisen stared at Garp with a serious face, and said so to Tsuru beside him. Seeing how difficult Eisen was when facing Garp, Crane nodded in understanding. Now that Garp of this strength intervenes with her strength, it is estimated that it will only be a disservice to Eisen. I immediately called Sakazuki from the G5 branch and asked him to come to help immediately. Saying that, Tsuru called Sakazuki directly. Sakazuki's strength has also reached the level of Marine Admiral, and he is also closer to the G1 branch, so it is just right to come to support. However, at this moment, Garp suddenly stopped continuing to attack Eisen. Fly directly towards the sky. No, he wants to escape. Eisen, find a way to stop Garp. Seeing that Garp was about to flee, he also became anxious all of a sudden. It would be really bad for Garp if he left now. Crane Vice Admiral, calm down a little. Eisen came to the side of the crane, looked at Garp flying towards the sky, and had no intention of continuing to chase. Even if I catch up now, I'm not the opponent of Vice Admiral Garp. Let's think about this matter in the long run. If I don't have the fighting power of the 2 Marine Admirals, I will definitely not be able to beat the current Garp. Eisen's words made he suddenly speechless, not knowing how to speak. Indeed, she also saw clearly the battle just now, and Eisen was indeed no match for Garp, and rushing forward was just a matter of death. Let's sort out the situation and report it to the headquarters. Let's see what the headquarters will do next. Hey, that's all there is to it. Seeing Garp flying away slowly, Crane could not help but sigh. This time, Tsuru and Aizen's trip to Hueco Mundo was only a few hours, but she felt nervous all the time. Moreover, things are getting more and more complicated, and now he can't relax. Let's go, use the phone bug to contact the headquarters directly. After finishing speaking, Crane signaled Eisen to go to the meeting room lobby together, and immediately contacted Naval Headquarters. In Marine Marshal Kong's office, Kong is waiting for news from Crane and Eisen. After all, Garp was in such a great danger. As an old leader, he still cared a lot. Soon, Crane told what he saw and heard in Hueco Mundo, as well as various predictions for Garp. At this moment, Kong, who was expecting Eisen and Crane to rescue Garp in the past, suddenly changed his face. What? You said Garp turned into a monster, not only very powerful, but defeated your Eisen. After thoroughly understanding the whole story, Kong also asked in disbelief. Crane is definitely the most powerful in Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, much stronger than 7 warlords of the sea. That guy Doflamingo was chased out of the shadows by Crane driving a warship. One can imagine how powerful Crane is. Not to mention Eisen, who has just been promoted to Marine Admiral, and his strength is very strong. Even Sengoku cannot guarantee that he will defeat Eisen. The two teamed up to get a Garp, but there was nothing they could do. That's right, Vice Admiral Garp is like a completely different person after gaining that strange power. If you don't use the two admirals, you will definitely not be able to subdue it. Also, the G1 branch has been severely damaged. Eisen saw how the G1 branch was destroyed, and reported it truthfully. Damn it, how did it become like this? Kong also slapped the table violently. His face was so gloomy that his blood almost surged. Other things are fine, but the matter of Garp turning into a monster and making trouble in the G1 branch cannot be skipped. As the Marine Marshal, he must also give an explanation to his subordinates. I know the situation, you guys should stabilize the situation of the G1 branch first. I'll figure out what's going on with Garp. After thinking for a long time, Kong had no choice but to answer like this. After finishing the call with Eisen Crane, Kong hurried into Marie Joy's and came to 5 elders' office. Kong, what's the matter? The 5 elderly people sat on a sofa and looked at Kong with scrutiny. In the G1 branch, it seems that some conspiracies created by Golden Lion and Kaido have been discovered. Kong took a deep breath, and told the 5 elders all about the cause, process, and result of the incident. After listening to Kong's words, 5 elders also looked at each other for a moment. Sure enough, that Garp guy is still an unstable factor. After listening to Kong's words, the blonde 5 elders seemed indifferent to the casualties of the G1 branch and many other things. But I am particularly interested in what Garp does in the G1 branch. The Ds are a bunch of troublesome guys. He shouldn't have stayed in Marine in the first place. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, also looked disdainful. Garp's identity was too sensitive for the 5 of them. The D clan, known as the natural enemies of the Celestial Dragons, as the supreme leader of the Celestial Dragons, the 5 elders naturally can't understand Garp. It's just that because of Garp's achievements in the past, coupled with Garp's reputation in Marine, they couldn't say anything. But today is different. Garp has turned into a monster, and even made a big fuss in the G1 branch, and they just have a reason to deal with Garp. This is Aizen's calculation. Marine must be very tolerant of Garp. If he wants to win steadily, he must find a way to completely exclude Garp from Marine's influence. The 5 elders, who also see Garp as a thorn in the side, are Aizen's best knives. As long as the power of this knife is used well, Eisen can easily handle Garp. And it can continue to hide in the Marine perfectly. This is also the reason why he proposed to let the Crane lead Garp to the G1 branch together with him. Chapter 96 Reward Garp, 4 billion Baileys. Garp, who turned into a monster, destroyed more than 2/3 of the area of the G1 branch, and caused countless casualties. Even a former Marine hero, Garp's reputation will quickly decrease. Even Sengoku had to deal with Garp. You must know that in the back, Zephyr stole the explosive rock in an attempt to deal with the New World pirates, and was also hunted down by Marine. It even came up with something. The first apprentice Sakazuki gave the order, the second apprentice Kizaru killed the person, and the third apprentice Kyuzan personally made him a tomb. It can be seen that the Marines are still very decisive towards the betrayers. Coupled with the conflict between the D clan and the world government, the 5 elders will definitely take the opportunity to attack. In this way, No matter what the truth of this matter is, 5 elders will especially respect the series of hypotheses formed by Eisen and make this series of hypotheses a fact. This is the root of his invincibility, binding the 5 elders to his own interests. Even if Garp can really speak in the future, Marine must treat him as an enemy and arrest him. Okay, stop arguing. Perhaps it was obvious that Kong's expression was not very good, and he was holding the 5 elders of first generation ghostly and pestered the ground. Kong, although I understand your feelings for Garp, you must also explain the destruction of the G1 branch. What's more, that monster can no longer be called Garp. Kong's original dissatisfaction at the words of the 5 elders turned into unwillingness. Yes. The monster can no longer say he is Garp, has lost his consciousness, even the body is not what it used to be, the Garp he knew has disappeared from this world. There's just a new, powerful criminal. Issuing a reward order. The reward, 4 billion Baileys. The bald 5 elders said slowly. As soon as the words came out, Kong's eyes widened immediately, and he wanted to argue with some reluctance. Wait. What happened so far is still a preliminary guess. There are still many things that are not clear. Why did Garp become that look? But the fact that he destroyed the G1 branch is already very clear. With such a serious crime, coupled with the strength above Marine Admiral, this bounty is not too much. Kong, don't let your emotions sway your rational judgment. 5 elders, dressed in a suit and with a blonde beard, put down the book he was reading. How on earth Garp came to be that way, they weren't interested. The destruction of the G1 branch actually happened, and it is enough to understand this. I see. I'll order a bounty. Seeing that the 5 elders praised this matter so much at the same time, Kong clenched his fists tightly. No matter how unwilling he is, the matter of Garp really needs to be explained to the casualties of the G1 branch Marines. Issuing a reward order is the simplest and clearest way to represent the attitude of Naval Headquarters. That's it. Soon, a day later. Although Marine didn't mean to contribute to the flames, when the daily updated reward orders appeared all over the world, it still attracted everyone's attention. The guys from the World Economic News Agency didn't think it was a big deal at all, and immediately started to seize this big news and publicize it. The original Marine Vice Admiral Garp was offered a reward of 4 billion Baileys. Has defected from Marine. Very simple and clear, but a particularly eye-catching title. Garp, that's a Marine hero. And also captured the One Piece Roger. This person's achievements are definitely the most remarkable among Marine. Such a man actually defected from Marine, and the whole world was shocked when the news came out. Many people couldn't even believe that this matter was true, but after seeing the reward order issued by Marine, they had to believe it. 4 billion. Garp's bounty has reached the level of the 4 emperors 20 years later. And hearing this information, the ones who felt the most shocking were without a doubt those old opponents of Garp in New World. Garp, who captured the One Piece King Roger, even defected from Marine, and was mercilessly offered a reward of 4 billion Baileys. What the hell is going on in this world? When did it get so crazy? Garp, would such a man defect to Marine? What happened? After seeing Garp's bounty, Whitebeard was also stunned for a long time. Even more surprised than when Roger was caught. Roger was arrested. For Whitebeard, he may have already expected it in his heart. However, Garp will defect from the Marine, which is very unlikely by any means. Father, maybe Garp is jealous of Eisen taking his Marine Admiral position. I heard that the G1 branch seems to have been severely damaged. I inquired about it, and none of the pirates with that kind of strength has done anything to the G1 branch. Do it. Coupled with Garp's defection, maybe the G1 branch was destroyed by Garp. Marco took the information he collected and expressed a guess of his own. The G1 branch was destroyed, and Garp was wanted. There should be some connection between the two. Probably not. The old guy refused to be promoted to Admiral himself. Even if the Marine executives chose someone else, it wouldn't make him defect. Whitebeard felt a little unrealistic when he heard Margot's words. Garp himself refused to be promoted to Admiral, so how could he be angry with Eisen? What's more, Eisen's performance over the years has basically locked the Marine Admiral's seat 100%, and even locked the future Marine Marshal's seat. If Garp was dissatisfied, he should have made things difficult for Eisen long ago. Why did he suddenly make trouble at this time? Who can say for sure? Maybe Garp feels that although he refuses to be promoted to Admiral, that position should be vacant and waiting for him. This position can be vacant, but there must be no other person to replace him. Margarha's words immediately stopped Whitebeard from speaking. Indeed, there should be many such guys that Eisen just mentioned. People's hearts are separated from each other, and no one knows what is in other people's hearts. Forget it, it doesn't matter to us what happens to that guy. If Marine messes up, it will be good for us. After thinking about it for a while without much understanding, Whitebeard gave up thinking about Garp. Anyway, what happened to Garp and the others had nothing to do with him. It's just that he felt that there was a strange feeling in this matter. Chapter 97 Vegapunk. Garp, it's unbelievable that the old man actually betrayed Marine. After receiving the news, Big Mom was also very shocked. Her Captain Rox was defeated by Garp back then, and Big Mom has a particularly deep memory of this man. No matter how she thought about it, she found it incredible. For the justice of Marine, the old man would rather protect the celestial dragons, and now he defected from Marine. I don't know if I can recruit Garp. If I can have a child with him, it will definitely be very powerful. Thinking of Garp's powerful strength, Big Mom's eyes are particularly hot. On the other side, Crane, who was temporarily resting in the G1 branch, also heard the news. After learning that Kong had ordered Garp to be rewarded, Crane's mind went blank for an instant. After being identified as a bounty criminal by Marine, it is impossible to cancel it. Moreover, given the high-level relationship between Garp and the world government, it is absolutely impossible for those guys to cancel. How could this happen, Garp? Thinking of Garp fighting on the front line of the New World for Marine in the past, defeating countless powerful pirates, but ended up with such an ending, Crane felt very uncomfortable. What a bunch of unethical guys. No, I want to go to sea. After hearing the news for a long time, Crane suddenly stood up and put on his marine coat, as if he had made up his mind. Wait a minute, Vice Admiral, you are planning to go to Vice Admiral Garp, right? You must have seen clearly what he did in the G1 branch that day. Hearing that Crane said that he was going to find Garp, the adjutant next to him turned pale with fright, and hurriedly asked Crane. At that time, Garp slaughtered Marine wantonly. They all saw clearly. Now that Crane is looking for the other party alone, isn't that sending him to death? I don't believe Garp's willpower is that bad, having his will swallowed by a monster that only kills. He looked at his adjutant expressionlessly, with an extraordinarily firm expression. Marine, to be precise, the ruthless approach of the world government made Crane a little bit give up. If she can't persuade Garp to return, she would rather die on the way to save her companions. She didn't want to just give up on Garp like everyone else. She couldn't persuade others, but she could persuade herself to gamble with her life. Crane Vice Admiral, don't be too impulsive. The headquarters still needs you. Seeing Crane being so impulsive, Eisen immediately stepped forward to dissuade him. But this time, Crane didn't give Eisen a good face as usual. After this incident, she always felt that something was wrong, as if she had fallen into someone's trap. And Eisen's usual gentle and approachable appearance seemed a little mysterious to her at the moment. Beneath Eisen's easygoing face lies a terrifying presence that is both dangerous and untrustworthy. But that's just a feeling of the Crane, a kind of intuition. She didn't know what was wrong, she just felt that men were not as simple as their marine executives imagined. If something happens to me, Sengoku can also take care of the headquarters. Don't underestimate that man. After leaving such a sentence, the Crane rushed out of the door. Also, even if it costs me my life, I must persuade Garp to come back. Is that so? But Crane Vice Admiral, fighting with your life and going all out are two completely different concepts. Eisen raised his head and turned to look at the departing Crane. Hearing Eisen's words, Tsuru only stopped for a moment, but then continued to leave without hesitation. The other Marines on the side looked at this scene a little at a loss. They always felt that the atmosphere just now was a bit strange. And there is something wrong with Crane's attitude towards Eisen. Eisen Admiral, Tsuru Vice Admiral, she is probably in a bad mood because of Garp's affairs, don't take it too seriously. Crane's adjutant also felt something was wrong at this time, and apologized to Eisen. It's okay, it's human nature. Crane Vice Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp have been comrades in arms for so many years. Now that they have come to the opposite side, they will definitely feel very uncomfortable. I can understand that. Eisen smiled lightly, with a very gentle smile on his face, looking very tolerant. Eisen's gentle appearance immediately captured the female adjutant. So handsome. So gentle. As expected, Eisen Admiral is so approachable. Mingming he Vice Admiral used that attitude, and he still understands it very well. So handsome. The female adjutant roared crazily in her heart. If there were not too many people around, she might have fallen ill on the spot. After a brief meeting with Eisen, Tsuru immediately set off. She also has Garp's life paper in her hand, and can find Garp's location at any time. But this time, she can't go to Garp with her warship. Don't look at the confident appearance of Crane when he confronted Eisen just now, but she understands very well that she took someone to find Garp, and it's okay if she didn't find it. With Garp in his current state, even Sengoku would have a hard time escaping from him in a one-on-one. Fighting for life? Maybe I'm just looking for death. Crane shook his head lightly, then stepped into a small boat without hesitation, and followed Garp's direction alone. It's almost like stepping on a road leading to death. But not long after leaving the G1 branch, Crane suddenly remembered something. Wait, I seem to have seen the breath of that world and the creatures in it. He suddenly remembered that many years ago, he had encountered such a similar monster. The creature captured in the city of Sin that cannot be seen with the naked eye, the breath emanating from that creature is very similar to the breath of Garp. The only difference is that Garp can see with the naked eye, while the Minos Grande cannot see with the naked eye at all. Maybe you can ask Vegapunk. After so many years, he should have some research results. Thinking of this, Crane immediately determined her route. She remembered that the current Vegapunk was still in Marineford. But this time to meet Vegapunk, she doesn't plan to tell Sengoku and Kong. Garp has been identified as a criminal, and a reward has been issued. Eisen didn't stop him from going to Garp, but Sengoku and Kong would definitely try to stop him. Naval Headquarters, Science Laboratories. Relying on his unique identity in Marine, Crane came here without any formalities and found where Vegapunk was. Boom. Chapter 98 Amazing Research Results. Vegapunk, who was experimenting, immediately became a little angry when he heard the knock on the door. Generally, those who would come to bother me to do experiments are basically people from the world government, especially those CP0s who are dogs. However, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He had to bow his head under the eaves. He worked for the world government, and the world government provided him with all the research materials he wanted. Come in. There was undisguised anger in his voice. Immediately afterwards, after the door of the laboratory opened, a thin woman wearing a Marine Vice Admiral coat stood at the door. Seeing that the person who came was not CP0 but Marine General Staff Crane, Vegapunk showed a look of curiosity on his face. This one is a rare visitor. For Vegapunk, Crane is definitely the person he remembers most. The head she brought back then gave Vegapunk a brand new research topic. For a man like him, nothing is more important than that. What did you come to see me for? Vegapunk stopped what he was doing, sat down on his seat and began to rest. A few years ago, I caught a monster and asked you to study it. You should still remember it. Is there any research result? Crane also walked directly into Vegapunk's laboratory, folded his hands on his chest, and looked at Vegapunk. Oh? Is it for that? I just happen to have some research results. But it's not interesting to just talk about it. Follow me. After speaking, Vegapunk pressed a button beside him, and a hidden door immediately appeared beside him. Following Vegapunk to lead the way, after a while they came to a piece of thick reinforced glass, looked down a little, and there was a huge bottomless pit underneath. In other words, it looks a bit like a gladiatorial arena. Seeing this, he already had some guesses in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Vegapunk took out a remote control-like thing, but there were only a few buttons on it. After pressing one of them, the gate of the arena below was opened directly. After seeing the monster coming out of it, Crane immediately opened his eyes wide. It was two monsters covered in white and about 3 meters tall. Well, let me see, number 143 and number 206. These two were criminals on the 5th floor of Impel Down before. Wait, you said these two monsters were originally humans. Crane's eyes suddenly became enthusiastic. Sure enough, Vegapunk is very reliable, and he actually researched that strange power. That's right, the monster you brought over is actually a pure soul. It should be said to be an evil soul full of negative emotions. I call these monsters Su. False. Yes, after understanding the nature of that thing, I tried to use various methods to study the souls of ordinary people, but there is a big gap between the souls of ordinary people and Su's souls. After my comparison, Su's souls are often extremely wicked. According to this theory, I started to try to let ordinary people perform hollow. But most people couldn't bear the process of hollow, and they scrapped it halfway. Immediately afterwards, under the witness of Crane and Vegapunk, the two hollow humans below fought frantically together. But then, the confrontation between these two monsters made Crane feel very creepy. The sharp claws pierced the opponent's skin and body, but both sides continued to launch crazy attacks as if nothing happened, and the injuries on their bodies were healed in a blink of an eye. It's not like the criminals on the 5th floor of Impel Down. Their strength can be put into the 6th floor. He said in a deep voice. The strength of these two monsters surprised her. No, I can guarantee that these two people are very ordinary pirates in the 5th floor. But after hollow, their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. But it is a pity that their IQs have completely disappeared. Turned into monsters that can only devour each other. The voice fell, and the battle below also came to an end. After one Su was killed, I saw the other lying on the opponent's body, and began to gnaw crazily. Screaming up to the sky. Then is there any way to restore these monsters to the appearance of ordinary people, even if it's just to restore their original sanity? Crane asked Vegapunk very eagerly. Now he was 100% sure that Garp was as tainted with souls as those monsters down there. The only one who can save Garp now is Vegapunk. Unfortunately, I can't do this kind of thing either. Hollow's process is completely irreversible. Once he becomes such a monster, it is impossible to become a human. Vegapunk said to Tsuru with a regretful face. At least according to his understanding, it is impossible for the guy after hollow to change back to human. And even if Minos Grande evolves into a sensible Minos Grande by devouring each other, 99% of them will not have the memory of their lifetime. Minos Grande like that, maybe it can be compared to a newborn baby. But in theory, if the process of hollow is well controlled, their original memory can be preserved and simply strengthened. But at present, it is only a theoretical guess. And even if I can control the progress of the hollow, I can't do anything about the guys who have already been hollow. Vegapunk's words completely shattered Crane's thoughts. Even this man who claims to have surpassed the mind of the world for 500 years can't do anything. He really can't think of anyone else who can help Garp regain his sanity. Crane Vice Admiral, looking at you like this, someone from hollow must have turned into a monster, right? Vegapunk looked at the Crane a few times, his eyes full of surprise. Someone other than yourself can perform the hollow experiment. On this point, Vegapunk can be completely sure of this after having a deep understanding of the virtual creature. The monster that Crane sent over was definitely a Minos Grande whose degree of completion far exceeded his own. Some people have done far more research in this area than themselves. Hollow is not such a simple matter. Under natural conditions, there will never be a void in this world. Now, Vegapunk is very excited to see a new finished product, Minos Grande. It's Garp. But it's impossible to catch Garp with my strength. I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. Crane shook his head with an ugly expression. She also understands that once hollow is completed, her strength will be greatly improved. The pirate hollow, who was originally on the 5th floor, has the strength of the 6th floor directly. And Garp was originally a Marine Admiral, but after hollow, I am afraid that no one in this world can subdue him. Chapter 99 Restraint Device. And Garp was originally a Marine Admiral, but after hollow, I am afraid that no one in this world can subdue him. Garp? That's really troublesome. This time, Vegapunk also showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. In addition to Eisen, Vegapunk can be said to be the person who knows Minos Grande best in the world, and he understands how much strength will be improved once hollow is there. Garp itself is the strength of Marine Admiral, coupled with hollow, in a one-on-one situation, theoretically no one in this world can subdue him. Even with Buster Call, I'm afraid it won't work. It's a little troublesome. It means you have a solution. Hearing Vegapunk's words, Crane slightly frowned. Being a little troubled and being powerless are two very different words. Judging by the meaning of Vegapunk, it seems that there is a means to deal with Garp. It's not impossible at all. Vegapunk said helplessly, the soul strength of ordinary people is very weak. During the hollow process, more than 90% of the samples died directly. The one who can become like the guy below is very few. So I started to study the suppression of hollow's power, so as to obtain a more stable test body. But even if the hollow is suppressed to a certain extent, Whether it can survive in the end depends entirely on the strength of the soul. Let's get straight to the point. Crane is not interested in the processes studied by Vegapunk, and the only thing she is interested in now is about Garp. Seeing Crane's impatience, Vegapunk shrugged his shoulders, looking unable to communicate, then took out the remote control in his hand and pressed a green button. The next moment, I saw bandages popping out of the back of the Minos Grande below, directly wrapping him from his neck to his stomach. Minos Grande, who was alive and well just now, was like a frosted eggplant after being bound by those bandages, standing motionless in place. This is a soul restraint device, which can directly fix Minos Grande's soul. As you can see, even monsters of the following level cannot move at all after being trapped by the restraint device. Vegapunk is indeed a mind that claims to have surpassed this world for 500 years. In just a few years, he has actually researched the power of the soul to such an extent. If you put it in the Shinigami world, this guy might be much stronger than that guy Kuratsuki Mayuri. Vegapunk, how many people did you kill to do these things? Crane stared at him solemnly. With so many inhumane studies, one can imagine how many lives Vegapunk has cost over the years. Anyway, the world government recognizes my research. Doesn't it violate the law? Vegapunk said indifferently. It takes at least 1,000 people to breed a Minos Grande like the one below. He has already successfully cultivated dozens of monsters of this type, in other words, it has consumed the lives of tens of thousands of people. However, he basically uses some death row prisoners and pirates to make it. With the full support of the world government, Vegapunk is really free in this respect. Ratchet of the same feather. Hearing that Vegapunk moved the world government out, she replied with a displeased face. After the incident with Garp, her favorability towards the world government dropped to zero. It doesn't matter if you're a raccoon, or anything else. Don't you need the research results I made to save people now? From this aspect, we can be regarded as a raccoon. What Vegapunk said made Crane speechless. She is really not qualified to say such a thing. It looks like you have nothing to say. This is for you. After seeing Crane's attitude, Vegapunk didn't continue to pursue anything, but handed her a small bottle. This is. There is a super high concentration of free souls inside. After you find Garp, smash this directly. At that time, the monster will probably only be busy devouring souls, and won't care about you at all. Vegapunk's research on Minos Grande is still a bit level. For a smart person like him, there are 10,000 ways to capture those unconscious monsters. The easiest thing to do now is to use food to attract attention, and then use the soul restraint device to bind Garp. I see. Although Vegapunk called Garp a monster, which made her very upset, but Crane also understands that she is asking for help now, and some things can be tolerated. Then let's go quickly. After you capture Garp, take him directly to Research Base 13. After all, it's not convenient for Garp to enter and exit Naval Headquarters at will. After Vegapunk and Crane agreed on the next meeting place, they turned around and left. He is not interested in Marine and world government at all, and now he only cares about his own research results. He is a pure scientific madman. Are you not afraid that I won't come back after I capture Garp? Crane glanced at Vegapunk, and she understood that this crazy man just wanted Garp to be his experimental material. You have no choice. If you want Garp to recover, you have to rely on my experiments. You don't want him to be such a monster all his life. So I really hate you guys. After listening to Vegapunk's words, Crane sighed. He was right, he had no choice now. Even if Garp is rescued, he can only watch helplessly and send him to Vegapunk's laboratory. Still, a glimmer of hope is better than total despair. Relying on the life card in his hand, Crane finally found Garp, who escaped from the G1 branch. It's so miserable. He had just stepped onto the island, and after seeing the situation on the island, Crane couldn't help frowning. Now the island in front of him can be said to be completely fragmented, with traces of gunpowder and war everywhere. All kinds of devoured corpses were placed wantonly on the ground, and many of them had even begun to rot and stink. If it weren't for decades of combat experience, Crane would have vomited on the spot. Normally, even if pirates attacked a certain place, they would not kill so frantically. But now Garp after Hollow is different. For him, ordinary people are food, and devouring souls is a virtual instinct. Ho ho ho. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar from the island. That voice was very ferocious and violent, which was no stranger to he, and it wasn't the first time he had encountered such a weird creature as Su. Chapter 100 Successfully Captured. The Power of the Soul? No wonder every time I hear the roar of these monsters, I feel a subconscious tremor in my heart. After seeing Vegapunk, Crane already has some understanding of many things. She can be regarded as a well-known powerhouse in this world, but even so, when facing those Minos Grande yelling, she can't help but feel fear in her heart. It's not about momentum, but directly from the sense of oppression in the soul. With this explanation, many things make sense. That's Garp over there. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, a figure appeared directly at an extremely fast speed. Covered with bony defenses, it looks like a strange creature. Compared with the creatures seen in Vegapunk, there seems to be no difference. It's just that the degree of completion is higher, and it looks more scary. Nature cannot create such a monster, and Hollow's research level is far superior to Vegapunk. Who the hell framed Garp? Thinking that Garp has become what it is now, and there is a high probability that it will not return to normal in the future, Crane feels heartbroken. However, Garp, who was already in Hollow, didn't think so much, kicked his hind legs, and rushed towards the Crane like a rain of arrows. Crane quickly put his hands in front of him. Garp's fist was like a flash of lightning flashing through the air, and it hit Crane hard. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, the dust exploded, and a large amount of soil splashed out, and the surrounding trees were constantly shaking in the aftermath of the attack. Sure enough, the strength improvement after Hollow is not easy. The Crane that was blown away knelt on one knee, with his left hand covering his right arm. Judging from the bent and deformed appearance of his right hand, there was no doubt that it was broken. Garp's punch just now didn't mean to be merciful at all, which also made he understand more deeply the fact that Garp's consciousness has disappeared. In fact, when she arrived on the island, she still had some illusions in her mind. Maybe Garp would suddenly wake up when he really wanted to attack her, and the original consciousness would take over again. It's like the bloody plot in TV dramas. But unfortunately, such a bloody plot will not happen. It can only be honest and practical. Although Crane was a bit risky trying to wake Garp up with her own danger, she wasn't naive enough to put her life on it. After realizing that the method she took for granted didn't work, she took out the small bottle that Vegapunk handed her without saying a word. The moment Garp saw the small bottle in Crane's hand, Garp's eyes flashed red, like a refugee in a famine seeing food. Boom! Crane slammed the small bottle in his hand onto the ground, and the fragile glass bottle was immediately shattered. The highly concentrated spirit particles collected by Vegapunk all escaped at once. Zilla! Before the Crane could react, there was an ear-piercing sound of piercing the air. Garp, who was so fierce to her just now, has completely lost her eyes at this moment, and only has the ultra-high purity spirit in the air that she can't see. The current Garp is like a completely irrational beast, devouring and eating like crazy. Even the Crane, which he regarded as a threat before, didn't care at all. It's really sad that Garp, the former Marine hero, has been reduced to such a state. I'm afraid it will make people laugh when I say it. Sorry Garp, but I'll make sure to get you back. Seeing Garp like this, Tsuru bit his lip tightly, and immediately installed the spirit particle restraint device on Garp's back. This process turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Garp didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting, and was handcuffed very easily. Now he is completely immersed in the matter of absorbing spirit particles, and doesn't care about other things at all. It wasn't until Garp absorbed the high concentration of spirit particles that he suddenly realized the restraint device on his body and began to roar separately. How can this be? Seeing that Garp was still roaring after being restrained by the spirit particle restraint device designed by Vegapunk, Crane's eyes widened suddenly. She has seen the power of this device with her own eyes. Those monsters who are absolutely strong enough to be placed on the 6th floor of Impel Down can't even move after wearing this device. But Garp, on the other hand, can still roar and even twist his body constantly. This is too strong, right? But fortunately, although Garp can still move his body, he has no way to continue to attack the Crane, otherwise, she really has to explain here. Anyway, it's better to take him to Vegapunk first. Interesting, instead of following the life card directly to Garp, I went to that guy Vegapunk instead. After getting the itinerary about the Crane, Eisen was also a little surprised. The Crane would suddenly come into contact with Vegapunk, which he had never expected. Crane's very abnormal behavior made Eisen a little vigilant. No matter how he thought about it, what this guy did was not quite right. Sure enough, there is still something wrong. Yai's personality will definitely put Garp's affairs first. In other words, his going to Vegapunk is also related to Garp's affairs. For a while, many speculations flashed through Aizen's mind. But no matter how you think about it, it feels like things are not quite right. Is she going to let Vegapunk develop a way to restore Garp? There's some credibility to that, but even Vegapunk couldn't have learned about Minos Grande that quickly. Unless. Suddenly, Aizen's eyes lit up. That Vegapunk guy has been around Minos Grande a long time ago. Although I don't know how you guys did it, but now I understand things very well. There was a smile on Aizen's lips. Vegapunk, the only guy in the world worthy of his attention, hadn't expected to be in the game so early. I originally wanted to play with you as an opponent later. But since you chose to enter the game so early, I will take advantage of the situation and advance the plan. Although he guessed that Vegapunk might already be working on Minos Grande, Eisen didn't care much. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Vegapunk is given another 500 years, it is impossible for him to catch up with himself in the research on creatures like Su. Vegapunk is genius, and so is Eisen. Soul Society has produced countless talents over the years, and the only one who caught his eye was Urahara Kisuke. Chapter 101 Meet Vegapunk. Although Vegapunk is said to be 500 years ahead of the mind in this world, it is still nothing more than that in Aizen's view. In addition, research and experimentation are not something that can be accomplished overnight, and need to be slowly promoted step by step. In terms of studying virtuality, Eisen is hundreds of years earlier than Vegapunk. The current Vegapunk is just a glimpse of the door. But yes, it's almost time to leave Marine. The former Eisen was still very weak and did not have enough self-protection strength. But it's different now. He already has the power to crush anyone in the world one-on-one, and he also has the territory of Wanakuni as his stronghold. With strong strength and Wanakuni's natural danger, as well as the dependence of the world government and Marine on Wanakuni Seastone, he can definitely grow himself. Alas, I was going to change Marine completely. Casual looks like something else. But Vegapunk, I should go see him first. Thinking of this interesting guy, Eisen also felt that it was time. After passing through the gate of justice, finally arrived at Marineford. Sir, we have to return to the team first, and we can only send you to this place. A Marine soldier walked up to the masked man in a conspicuous white suit. I see. The CP0 replied coldly. After speaking, in the eyes of the group of Marine soldiers, the CP0 officer jumped off and walked into the streets of Marineford. After seeing CP0 leave, the rest of the people on board were slightly relieved, and complained with some dissatisfaction. The guy from the government really does what he wants, so he came to our ship for no reason and asked us to take him for a ride. When it comes to the government's work style, Marine basically has a lot of complaints. Especially the CP agency, those guys are all secret service agencies, and Marine is not qualified to check their specific identities at all. However, they didn't doubt the identity of this CP0. After all, they came down from Naval Headquarters. They wore such conspicuous CP0 clothes. If they were fake, they would be courting death. However, in fact, the name CP0 is really fake. Although I'm already familiar with Naval Headquarters, it's better to keep a low profile. Eisen glanced at the others around Naval Headquarters, lowered his hat slightly, and continued to walk forward. If he wanted to meet Vegapunk, he naturally couldn't go as Marine Admiral Eisen. That's why he deliberately used Kyoka Suijutsu's ability to pretend to be CP0. With the identity of CP0, his journey has been exceptionally smooth. Soon, the door of the institute was opened, and a guy in a white coat was about to leave. CP0? What does the government want me to do? Vegapunk, who had just planned to leave the headquarters to go to the laboratory outside, asked bluntly after seeing Eisen pretending to be CP0. Although he was captured by the world government, his status is not weaker than these CP0 agents. This should be our first meeting. Vegapunk. Eisen looked at Vegapunk abruptly and said, "What stupid thing to say. Before we, Suddenly, Vegapunk's expression changed, and he asked seriously, "Who are you?" If he was really an agent of the world government, it would be absolutely impossible to talk to himself with such an attitude. The CP0 in front of me is fake. Sure enough, it's easy to communicate with smart people. Since you guessed that I sneaked in pretending to be CP0, why don't you guess my identity? With your brain, it shouldn't be difficult to guess who I am, right? Although wearing the mask of celestial dragons, Vegapunk can still feel the smiling face hidden under the mask. However, Vegapunk was not in a hurry, but said, "Meeting me in this way shows that you have no intention of killing me. You probably want something from me." If Eisen answered that he needed someone, then Vegapunk could basically lock in a small group of people. But if Eisen replied that he neither wanted him nor wanted his life, then there was only one possibility. The man in front of him is also someone who was involved in the Hollow experiment. Although it's convenient to communicate with people with high IQs, it's also annoying in a sense. Eisen said coldly. What Vegapunk said just now was obviously testing his identity. Whether he answered yes or no, it could help him greatly narrow the scope of his doubts. To each other. Seeing that Eisen didn't answer his own words directly, Vegapunk's eyes were also fixed. This guy in front of him is not simple. Generally, people who come to communicate with me will be turned around by me, and this is the first person who can see his inner thoughts at a glance. All of a sudden, both of them fell silent at the same time, staring at each other without saying a word. It was as if they were waiting for the other party to speak first. After a short silence, Vegapunk ignored Eisen's existence and continued with his research work. And Eisen found a place to sit down leisurely, silently watching the research conducted by Vegapunk. Eisen's calm appearance made Vegapunk feel more and more pressure. After holding back for a long time, Vegapunk finally couldn't bear it. "I'm really convinced. Aren't you afraid that Marine will come here to arrest people if they notice your abnormal identity?" Obviously, Eisen should be more anxious, but Vegapunk couldn't hold his breath at this time. "You expect those guys outside to find me? You underestimate my ability, don't you?" Eisen got up directly and went to the door, beckoning to several guards next to him. However, those guarding the gate seemed to be asleep, completely oblivious to Eisen's every move. This is the power of Kyoka Suijutsu. The Marine soldiers outside have already been hypnosed by him. Today, no one other than Vegapunk will know the news. That's how it is. I said, how could anyone dare to stay there waiting to die? After the doubts in his heart were solved, Vegapunk also understood. However, the other party seemed to be sure that he would leave in a hurry. Could it be that? At this time, Eisen picked up a Vegapunk book and began to read it with great interest. "Let's be honest, what do you want to trade with me?" Vegapunk asked. "To be honest, you don't have what I want right now. After all, you are just getting a glimpse of the Minos Grand's research." Eisen smiled coldly. Chapter 102 Devil Fruit. Minos Grande. "Sure enough, you're the one behind Garp Hollow." Now, Vegapunk can finally determine the identity of Eisen. At the same time, his mood became a little excited. The guy whose research speed in Hollow was much faster than his was now in front of him. "That's right, I did what Garp did." Eisen nodded. Anyway, under Kyoka Suijutsu, Vegapunk can't see his true face, so it doesn't matter how he answers. "What do you want me to do?" "As long as you are willing to tell me the research data of Minos Grande, I can give you any research results in my hand." Vegapunk immediately said anxiously, "The research of Minos Grande is not just to create some powerful monsters, more importantly, it is an in-depth study of the soul. Even, the secret of eternal life is hidden in it." This makes Vegapunk particularly eye-catching. The existence of a creature like Su, if it can perfectly control the process of Hollow, maybe it can make the perfect Hollow of human beings completely become an immortal spirit body. Under the mask, the corners of Eisen's mouth turned up slightly. "Vegapunk, this guy is as expected as expected. I can give you what you want. But I need you to provide me with artificial devil fruit technology. Not that kind of failure, but genuine artificial devil fruit technology." Artificial devil fruit, in this area of research, even Eisen is far inferior to Vegapunk. What he needs is not the kind of defective products produced by M. Caesar Curant. Only the technology in Vegapunk's hands can meet his requirements. "Okay, that's perfectly fine for me." Vegapunk agreed without hesitation. It's just man-made devil fruit technology. Vegapunk doesn't particularly care about the technology he has researched. It is definitely a good deal for a man like Vegapunk to exchange some useless research results for brand new technology. It's not just artificial devil fruit technology. In addition, I also need 10 rare devil fruits. Animal Phantom Beast or Logia devil fruit will do. Hearing the second condition proposed by Eisen, even Vegapunk felt a little difficult. Those extremely rare devil fruits can't be found just by looking for them. Even if the world government obeys their orders, it is very difficult to collect 10 such devil fruits. Phantasmal beasts and Logia. Almost every one of those devil fruits can produce a powerful monster, 10 in total. The number is astonishing. As long as you say there is a way to overcome devil fruit technology and you need such devil fruit, I think the world government will be happy to find it for you. Eisen didn't care. Anyway, he mentioned the price here first, and whether it can be paid for in the end is another matter. As long as he can collect it, even if it is just a rare devil fruit, it is very important to him. I can only say I'm doing my best. Now I have 2 devil fruits from the world government that were sent to me for experiments. They are all from Logia, so let's treat them as a deposit. In the end, Vegapunk managed to reach a deal with Eisen. And Eisen was also very successful in handing over the incomplete Hogyaku data of Urahara Kisuke's version to Vegapunk. In fact, this trip to Vegapunk, Eisen himself wanted to hand over this part of the Hogyaku data to Vegapunk to help him develop the other half of Hogyaku. Hogyaku in the Shinigami world can be successfully created, in large part because of the power of the Soul King. The Hogyaku in Eisen's hand is still far from the effect of the original Hogyaku. Even if he creates another Hogyaku and fuses 2 Hogyaku as in the original book, it is estimated that the real effect will not be achieved in the end. That's why Eisen decided to give Vegapunk the incomplete Hogyaku data of Urahara Kisuke's version. Maybe a genius scientist originally from this world could create a Hogyaku like no other? Moreover, the current Eisen has 2 identities in front of Vegapunk. He can use the identity of Marine Admiral to secretly pay attention to the progress of Vegapunk's experiment to ensure that things will not go beyond his control. On the day when he and Marine completely break off, no matter what the results of Vegapunk's research are, he will snatch that part of Hogyaku back and obliterate Vegapunk at the same time. And I earned 2 rare devil fruits for nothing. No matter how you look at it, it's a profit. Looking at the 2 devil fruits in his hands, Eisen was also very satisfied. These 2 devil fruits are already worth 30 mystery points, and then he can continue to get the top devil fruit from Vegapunk. If you can really get 10, it will definitely exceed 100 mystery points. Exchanging half of the incomplete Hogyaku data for soul materialization data is a good deal no matter how you look at it. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. In this way, the sea slowly became calm again. For a long time, the whole world was peaceful. The new world Big Mom pirate group is entrenched in the 10,000 kingdoms. Although they occasionally expand outward, the range is very small. The main reason is that the woman Big Mom gives birth every year, either she is pregnant or on the way to pregnancy, she rarely takes the initiative. The Whitebeard pirates are still the same. As New World's well-deserved overlord pirates, they can be said to be what people want. The Beasts pirates, which were still very active at first, also began to stand still in Wano Kuni and develop their forces after Eisen subdued the Golden Lion and Kaido of the Beasts. Eisen didn't run into any trouble here either. Although Garp was secretly captured by Crane and handed over to Vegapunk, Vegapunk couldn't make Garp come back to his senses, so the matter has been put on hold. What is slightly different is that because of Garp's incident, Crane has begun to distrust Eisen. With Sakazuki and Polusalino becoming Admiral and Sengoku becoming Marine Marshal, Eisen has been completely excluded from politics. The center has remained in the G1 branch untouched. Among them, thanks to the help of the Crane. But it is also suitable for Eisen. If he stays in Naval Headquarters all day long, he is not so convenient to conduct his own experiments. Of course, in order to ensure that Vegapunk will not lose control, Eisen will return to Naval Headquarters as Marine Admiral every once in a while, and at the same time use Kyoka Suijutsu's ability to secretly watch Vegapunk's situation. Chapter 103 Heading to Sabayati Archipelago. Why did so many strange things happen suddenly this year? In Eisen's office, a Marine Commodore strangely holds the recently collected intelligence. What happened? Hearing the Commodore's voice, Eisen temporarily stopped the pen in his hand, and looked at the Commodore with some curiosity. It's the guys from the Red Hair Pirates. Those guys just entered New World, and they actually had a big fight with the Big Mom Pirates. Moreover, the Red Hair and the others blocked the Big Mom Pirates as newcomers. Although he failed to defeat Big Mom, this is the first rookie to stop these big pirates since the era of big pirates. The Redhead failed to defeat Big Mom, but the fact that the two sides were tied was enough to shock New World. For a while, people in the entire New World remembered his name. Marine also made new adjustments immediately, directly increasing the bounty of red hair pirates by a large margin. Moreover, this guy was once a member of the Roger Pirates and was also disclosed by the World Economic News Agency. For a time, the red hair directly became the most promising newcomer in New World to break the current pattern. And it's not just red hair pirates. Along with the appearance of red hair pirates, many strong newcomers have also emerged this year. Although they failed to face the terrifying Big Mom like the Redhead, they also defeated many famous monsters. Gecko Moria, K-Lock Dar, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Hawkeye, who are currently challenging various swordsmen. Interesting, either they don't appear, or they appear in batches with potential newcomers. Seeing these familiar names, Eisen also felt very interesting. Needless to say about the Redhead, in another 5 years, this guy will be called the Four Emperors of the New World along with Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard. Although the remaining group of people basically failed to challenge the Four Emperors, they later became part of the three major forces, the Seven Warlords of the Sea. But for now, these guys are just newcomers. Hawkeye? I don't know if this guy will come to the G1 branch to challenge me. Looking at the names of these guys, Eisen finally set his sights on Hawkeye. Hearing what Eisen said, everyone turned their attention to Hawkeye's information. After seeing these recent achievements of Hawkeye, everyone couldn't help shivering. Although it wasn't as shocking as the red-haired face-to-face with Big Mom, the famous swordsmen in New World were basically defeated one-on-one by Hawkeye. If it weren't for the fact that Hawkeye was a Lone Ranger, he might be second only to Redhead in fame now. He is indeed an interesting young man, no wonder Eisen Admiral is so interested in him. After reading this guy's information, everyone also understands what Eisen thinks. Ever since Eisen gained the reputation of being the #1 swordsman in the world, no one has been able to challenge this position for so many years. Now that they have finally seen such a person, they are naturally very interested. As for whether Hawkeye can defeat Eisen and win the title of the world's #1 swordsman, everyone present has no doubts. After all, Hawkeye is just a newcomer with more potential, and Eisen is the Admiral of Headquarters, the world's #1 swordsman recognized by Pluton Rayleigh and the great pirate Golden Lion with his sword skills. And it is the only monster in history that has surpassed the realm of the great swordsman. Such a person, no matter how you think about it, is not comparable to a mere Hawkeye. According to recent intelligence, Hawkeye appeared in the Sabayati archipelago. Eisen Admiral, do you want to go to Bang Bang Luck? You haven't had a good rest these years, so you should take a vacation. The adjutant on the side also said so with some distress. The G1 branch is too dependent on Eisen, which means that he will basically not leave the G1 branch to go to other places, and there will be no rest time throughout the year. Eisen and Kizaru can basically be regarded as two completely opposite extremes. One is fishing and paddling every day, and the other is working diligently every day. It's true, I haven't really had much vacation, so let's take a trip to the Sabayati archipelago. To be honest, the concept of time is really not particularly important to Eisen. His lifespan has long been beyond ordinary people's understanding. A few years may be a long time for ordinary people, but for Eisen it is nothing more than a blink of an eye. He doesn't have to worry too much about Marine and the government. Although Crane is on guard against him, she is the only one in Marine who suspects that Eisen has something to do with Garp's Hollow. Without any substantive evidence, what is suspected is Eisen, who is currently the most popular in the entire Marine, even if this person is a Crane. Once Eisen is dealt with for inexplicable reasons, I am afraid that the Marines of the whole world will feel dissatisfied, and it may even cause riots in the G1 branch. The last stop on the way to New World, Sabayati Archipelago. Moving on from here, either you have to go through the special channel of the world government with the permission of the world government, or you can only pass through the Fishmen Island 20,000 meters below the seabed. Passing through the Fishmen Island, there are very few pirates with such courage. After all, it is 20,000 meters under the sea. At this time, in an ordinary restaurant in Sabayati Archipelago, several pirates were discussing something loudly. Because the voice was a bit loud, many people also noticed these guys. With the enthusiasm of the Great Pirate era slowly dissipating, the quality of the remaining pirates is more or less better than before. And the pirates who will come to the land of Sabayati Archipelago are more or less powerful. So, do you know? In Area 1, Any mermaid can be auctioned for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. We only need to go to the Fishmen Island to catch a few mermaids, and then we can live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Eat and wear. A guy with inverted triangular eyes and a very fierce look did not hide his voice, laughing loudly. Words like this are relatively common in Sabayati Archipelago. For the pirates who come here, everyone is looking forward to going to the Fishmen Island to make a fortune. So it is already a common thing for people who live here in Sabayati Archipelago all year round. But there is only one exception. That was Fisher Tiger, who had just escaped from the hands of humans. Captured as a slave shortly after the start of his final journey, Fisher Tiger was tortured after his captivity, and fully saw the madness of human beings. Unexpectedly, just after escaping, I heard these pirates say such things again. This made Tiger very angry. Chapter 104 Murloc Tiger. Probably because they noticed Tiger's gaze next to them, these pirates dragged their strange long voices, and they even directly picked up the big knife in their hands, with fierce faces. Upon discovering the situation here, the other people around silently turned their heads away. This scene of pirates fighting on the Sabayati Archipelago is too common. Especially in the lawless zone of the Sabayati Archipelago, people are dying every day. It's really boring. Pirates who dare not even set foot in the New World can only show off in the Sabayati Archipelago. Suddenly, a voice came from the farthest corner of the restaurant. It was a man wearing very ordinary black square-rimmed glasses and a very scholarly coat. He was holding a newspaper in his hand at the moment. What a bunch of rubbish groupies. Although I don't quite understand what Eisen means by the groupies, but it's obviously not a friendly word. BD. Where did you come from? Don't you want to live? How dare you tease Laozi? Originally, Eisen looked like ordinary civilians who were easy to bully, not to mention meeting these vicious pirates. After drinking, these guys felt a little good about themselves, but now their adrenaline is soaring. It looks like I've got a shot. Seeing the unkind expressions on the faces of these jellyfish, although Tiger can choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. But he didn't care about the conflicts between humans and the Murlocs at all, not to mention that Eisen just spoke for the Murlocs and provoked these little thieves. Now it is time for Tiger to help. But the next moment, these pirates just wanted to approach Eisen's direction. Tiger on the side has already simulated in his mind how to save Eisen. Suddenly, a heavy riot fell directly on these pirates. Such a weak soul has no possibility of resisting Eisen riot. In an instant, the three pirates knelt directly on the ground, and their souls were washed away. How is this possible? Tiger on the side saw that Eisen killed these little thieves in an instant with unknown means, and a cold sweat broke out behind his back. Pirates are fighting. Run. Hurry up, kill. The dead bodies of several pirates were lying in the hotel, instantly causing panic around them, and at the same time attracted the attention of many people. On the other side, someone has already notified the Marine branch stationed here. The soldiers of these Marine branches usually don't dare to go to those lawless areas to do things, but every time someone dies, they have to go out. For a long time, everyone has almost regarded these Marines as professional corpse collectors. It looks like I'm meddling in my own business. Let's go back to the Fishmen Island. Tiger pressed his hat, intending to take advantage of the crowd and leave together. Originally, he wanted to help Eisen deal with those pirates. But it looks like that's no longer necessary. Adventurer Fisher Tiger. I have a little impression of you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Fisher Tiger hadn't gone a few meters when Eisen's voice stopped him suddenly. Tiger looked back and stared at Eisen, who was walking towards him step by step. Are you? Marine Admiral Eisen, why did you appear in the Sabayati Archipelago? Tiger didn't react at first, but after looking at Eisen's face carefully, Tiger immediately remembered what kind of existence this person in front of him was. Admiral of Headquarters, stationed in the New World 1 branch all the year round, is the actual leader of the New World base. Influence, strength, prestige, the man in front of him is definitely the highest in Marine. If it's okay, would you like to find a place to have a cup of black tea? Eisen still had that calm smile on his face. This also made Tiger a little confused about what Eisen was thinking. However, Eisen didn't seem hostile towards him. An invitation from a Marine Admiral, he would not dare to refuse the other party. Soon, Sabayati Archipelago, a quite bustling drink shop. 2 servings of black tea were placed in front of Eisen and Tiger. To be honest, Tiger, who was still a slave not long ago, was really not used to this kind of scene. But after a short conversation, he also understood why Eisen appeared in this place. He had also heard about Hawkeye challenging great swordsmen from all over the place. It's just that Eisen didn't meet Hawkeye, but suddenly met himself. To be honest, Tiger doesn't think he is a famous person. Although he is famous in some places, in Marine Admiral's view, he should be just a small role worth mentioning. I've been to Marie Joy's before. The atmosphere there feels depressing, Eisen said suddenly. Depressed? Tiger was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Eisen to suddenly talk to him about the place Marie Joy's. Although he was very dissatisfied with the celestial dragons of Marie Joy's, he didn't dare to talk nonsense when facing Eisen, the Marine Admiral. That's the place where the celestial dragons live. It must be extremely gorgeous. How can it be depressing? Eisen Admiral, you can really joke. Tiger far-fetched Kaido. Gorgeous? A group of scum who take pleasure in abusing others is nothing more than a group of uncivilized wild monkeys in my opinion. Eisen commented lightly. This rhetoric made Tiger on the side stunned for a while. Eisen's words are too rude, right? It would be very bad if it was heard by other people. Even Marine Admiral is nominally a subordinate of celestial dragons. For a while, Tiger was worried about his own life. If Eisen said these things impulsively, he would be silenced after he calmed down. Thinking of this, Tiger is also in a dilemma. The man in front of him is the strongest Marine Admiral in history. His strength is beyond the reach of ordinary people. There is no difference between attacking him and killing himself. You don't need to hide your true thoughts. I've heard about you. You just changed from slavery to freedom, right? There are countless Murlocs and mermaid slaves in celestial dragons, who are suffering from inhuman suffering every day. Don't you want to save them? Eisen's words immediately made Tiger clench his fists. Indeed, ever since he realized how hard it is to be a slave, Tiger has been thinking about saving the compatriots on Marie Joy's and the Fishmen Island all the time. After Eisen mentioned these things, Tiger's eyes obviously changed greatly. What do you mean? What's the point of saying that? Tiger clenched his fists and stared at Eisen in front of him. Chapter 105, The Plan Begins. Of course he wanted to save people, but saving people was not that simple. That's Marie Joy's, where the celestial dragons live, and Marine Admiral will hunt them down if they do anything. Although Tiger's strength is not bad, facing Marine Admiral, it is still the end of being unilaterally killed. You're not stupid, you should be able to figure it out. Naturally, I want to cooperate with you to release all the slaves of Marie Joy's. Eisen raised his head slightly, holding the cup of black tea in both hands, looking very calm. Free all slaves on Marie Joy's, and Eisen is still Marine Admiral. How is this possible? Once this kind of thing is exposed, the position of Eisen, the Admiral, will definitely come to an end. There is absolutely no need for him to take risks to help these Murlocs. But Eisen's cooperation is really too tempting for Tiger. Once you can cooperate with Eisen, who is Admiral, everything will be smoother. What do you want from me? Tiger took a deep breath, and then looked at Eisen. He didn't believe that Eisen would help him without reservation. It's very simple, become my subordinate. Eisen replied softly. His purpose is very simple, he needs to make Tiger his subordinate. However, to be precise, what he needs is not Tiger, but the influence that Tiger can bring in the future. The power of the Fishmen Island is also a very important part of Eisen. If there is a way to make Tiger work for him, many things will become more convenient in the future. It is difficult for a single Wanakuni to compete with world government. Just that. Tiger stared at Eisen in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that Eisen's request was so simple. He is just a slightly more powerful Murloc. Is it necessary for Eisen to give up the position of Marine Admiral for his own allegiance? It's just that, celestial dragons are the worms of this world. I originally wanted to change the world by becoming a Marine and gaining influence in the Marine. But in fact, let alone a Marine Admiral, even becoming a Marine Marshal, there is no way to change that. Since there is no way to change through moderate means, all these contradictions can only be resolved through revolutionary means. Eisen's expression was extraordinarily calm, and he didn't look like a fanatical revolutionary army at all. This strange appearance also caused Tiger a little doubt. From your expression, I can't see any expression of profit. Without any profit, It is impossible to drive a guy like you. Tiger asked. He could clearly feel that Eisen is not such a simple person. Benefits. Don't make a mistake. My reason for acting in this way is not for profit. Eisen sat on the seat, leaned his arms gently, and said calmly, I often will take actions to smash everything that wants to dominate me. Eisen's very simple words to express his attitude made Tiger feel extremely scared. What kind of man is this? From time to time, I will act in order to smash everything that wants to dominate me. The freedom this guy wants is purer than those pirates on the sea, and this kind of purity is pure and terrifying. So? What are your options? Eisen threw the question to Tiger's side again. No problem, it's just becoming your subordinate. As long as those slaves can be rescued, everything is easy to talk about. Tiger only thought about it for a few seconds before agreeing. Eisen is Marine Admiral. If you leave Marine and form a pirate group in New World, it will definitely be a behemoth that can rival Whitebeard. Being able to join the hands of Eisen will also be of great benefit to the protection of the Fishmen Island in the future. What's more, now he can help him fulfill his dream and save his compatriots on the Fishmen Island. This is a favorable condition, and he can't think of any reason to refuse it. Let's go, then. The Sabayati archipelago is not the place to discuss specifics. Wanakuni. Through the ability of Golden Lion Fruit, Eisen brought Tiger from Sabayati archipelago to Wanakuni quietly. In the center of the hall, Eisen sat at the front as always, and Golden Lion and Kaido sat at the closest positions to Eisen. The opposite is Tiger. It's unbelievable that men like Golden Lion and Kaido are willing to surrender to you. Sitting opposite Eisen, Tiger seemed a little restless at this moment. When he was in the Sabayati archipelago before, he could still talk to Eisen in a more normal state of mind. But now, looking at the Golden Lion and Kaido next to Eisen, he felt that his breath was about to freeze. Let's talk about my specific arrangements first. Eisen ignored Tiger's surprised expression. Wait. Lao Zi doesn't think the guy opposite is qualified to sit with us. Before Eisen could say the specific deployment, Kaido next to Eisen couldn't hold back. Since gaining the power of Hollow, Kaido's strength has greatly improved. Although he once lost to Golden Lion, he didn't seem convinced at all. The gap between the two was only a thought. Except for Golden Lion and Eisen, even the monster old man Whitebeard, now Kaido doesn't pay attention. Let alone the unknown Tiger in front of him. It is no exaggeration to say that in front of the current Kaido, Tiger is just a slightly bigger ant. As long as he wants to, he can pinch him to death with one finger at any time. Such a weak guy, Kaido didn't think he was qualified to sit with them. Kaido, are you questioning my meaning? Aizen's expression didn't change too much, he just slightly tilted his eyes, and put his gaze on Kaido who was on the side. No, it's not like that. I just... Being looked at by Eisen like this, Kaido panicked immediately, and quickly released Shikai. 7 years have passed since he was accepted by Eisen Hollow, and he has seen little by little how Eisen has become stronger. The speed at which it grows stronger is really unbelievable. On the other hand, he and Golden Lion, although they are also devouring soul power very hard, have little improvement for Ryotsu. The longer I follow Eisen, the more I can feel how big the gap is with Eisen. That gap is almost irreparable. I'll talk about it later. Now sit back in your seat. Chapter 106 Death of Eisen. Eisen didn't pay attention to Kaido's explanation. What this guy wanted to say, Eisen already knew clearly. Yes. Although he was still a little unwilling to look at the opposite Tiger, Kaido still listened to Eisen's words and sat down. Such an obvious affiliation also surprised Tiger on the opposite side. How strong is Eisen? Even a rebellious monster like Kaido can be easily subdued, and even the most terrifying Golden Lion of the 3 great pirate eras is also under the command of Eisen. If this power is fully exposed, the whole world will definitely be shocked. Continuing the previous topic, I plan to put all the 4,421 Phantoms manufactured over the years into Naval Headquarters, and under the leadership of you and Kaido, Golden Lion, declare war on Naval Headquarters. Shiki finished smoking his cigar, and exhaled, so many ghosts, is it really good to put them all into the battlefield at once? Hearing that Eisen and Naval Headquarters declared war, Golden Lion was not surprised, but seemed a little calm. It doesn't matter, they are all rubbish that can't stand on the stage. They can only act as soldiers. Eisen didn't pay much attention to that part. Those miscellaneous soldiers can't even form Jillian, at best they can only be regarded as wraiths, evil spirits, and the like. Miscellaneous soldiers? It seems that we are only using it to attract firepower. Could it be that this guy is the core of this plan? Golden Lion saw through Aizen's thoughts in an instant. That's right, declare war on Naval Headquarters in advance, and all Marine forces will definitely gather in Marineford. Tiger and I will take this opportunity to enter Marijoyce. Tiger, your task is to release the slaves of the Celestial Dragons, which shouldn't be wrong. Question. No problem. Although he was a bit shocked by Golden Lion and Kaido, Tiger came back to his senses when he heard that he was asked to free the slaves of Celestial Dragons. I have to say that Tiger was really surprised by Aizen's generosity. Let Golden Lion and Kaido, two monster-like guys, declare war on Marineford, to cover for a small role of their own. To be honest, he was a little flattered. But does it have to be so conspicuous? If Marineford is going to be attacked, it would be better to attack it sneakily. If Marineford and the world government are caught off guard, they will definitely send all their combat power back to Naval Headquarters. Kaido came up with his own suggestion. But before Aizen could say anything, the Golden Lion on the side couldn't help retorting, "Are you kidding? Laozi is a Golden Lion. What is a sneak attack? Look guys, Laozi did something that even Roger couldn't." Shiki opened his arms wide and shouted boldly. He wouldn't like it if a man like him was sneaking around to attack Naval Headquarters. The Golden Lion feels better than ever to be able to declare war on the Naval Headquarters with dignity. Then, the time is set in a week. See Circle Calendar 1507, April 1st, April Fool's Day. Although I don't know if there is such a thing as April Fool's Day in this world, but some things are so ingenious. The day Eisen decided to attack happened to be April Fool's Day. Marineford. The Golden Lion's island flew directly over Marineford's head. On the Golden Lion's ship, a large group of reporters who don't know where they belonged to was captured at this moment. Anyway, when they were caught, Golden Lion didn't think about it, as long as they caught these guys. With the opening of the video phone bug, in an instant, the public big screens all over the world changed all at once. After a flash of light, the Golden Lion sat on the throne of his ship. After Hollow, Golden Lion looked very young. All the old injuries on his body had recovered, and even his two broken legs were intact. Anyone who has seen the Golden Lion in his youth will definitely say that the Golden Lion is rejuvenated. The people who were watching the public big screens all over the place suddenly fell silent. Golden Lion. Just sitting in this place, one can feel the aura emanating from him. Even seeing it through a phone bug can still make many people tremble. What's going on? Golden Lion. Has the public phone bug been hacked? What happened? Wait, is that guy Golden Lion that young? Where's the rudder on his head? Where's the cut-off legs? Countless people were overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of Golden Lion. But no one knows what Golden Lion wants to do. Sengoku in Marineford also walked out of the office immediately, and saw the island above Marineford at a glance. That Golden Lion, do you want to repeat the old trick? But in the next second, when he saw the scene on the Naval Headquarters building, Sengoku was stunned for an instant. Ah! A scream resounded through Naval Headquarters, and everyone inside was startled. Only Round Cake, who was in his office, immediately recognized whose voice it was. The next moment, he rushed out of his room and immediately ran towards the source of the sound. Crane, who is the same sister as Ji Yuan, and many others followed closely behind. Yuan, what happened? As soon as he came to the open area outside, Ji saw Ji Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground with weak legs and covering his mouth with his hands, and extreme fear could be seen in her terrified eyes. How is it possible? Before Zaiwan could answer, the crane beside him stretched out his hand in disbelief, and pointed in a direction trembling all over. At this time, Ji also reacted, following the direction of the crane's finger. What Ji saw was a corpse hanging on the Naval Headquarters building. Marine Admiral, Eisen Sosuke's corpse. Chapter 107 Declaring War on Marineford. Oh? Have you found it? That is the letter of war that Laozi declared to you. The time is set on April 1st. Laozi and Kaido will join hands to attack Naval Headquarters Marineford. A group of dregs of the era who don't know what a real pirate is, let's keep the horror of a real pirate in mind. After laughing wildly, all the videophone bugs aimed at the Naval Headquarters building, Aizen's bloody corpse with a pierced heart. At this moment, not only those people who just came out of the Naval Headquarters building, but the whole world noticed the corpse that was nailed to the Naval Headquarters building with a knife. Marine Admiral, the corpse of Aizen Sosuke. Aizen, how is this possible? Polusalino, who had always been extremely lazy and didn't seem to care about anything, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw Aizen's corpse, and cried out in disbelief. Although they have been separated in various places for a long time, they often contact each other. Eisen and Sakazuki are friends that Polusalino truly recognizes in his heart. Moreover, Eisen is also the first person to become Marine Admiral, and his strength is far above him and Sakazuki. Eisen. The moment Sakazuki saw Aizen's body in the office, even the ability of the molten fruit burst out, instantly turning the entire office into a sea of flames. Especially when Sakazuki saw that the knife that pierced Aizen's chest was the one he gave him on the first day he met Eisen, a tear flowed from the corner of his eye. An ordinary knife is not as good as a good knives or a big knives, let alone the 12 supreme knives. However, Eisen, who is the world's #1 swordsman, never gave up on this sword, and named it Kyoka Suijutsu. With the power of friendship, the reputation of this sword surpassed those of the 12 supreme swords, has become a treasure admired by all swordsmen all over the world. UBD, you died so easily at the hands of that golden lion. Golden lion. UBD. Seeing Aizen's dead body, Madoka soon regained consciousness, and then looked at the golden lion in the sky with a particularly hostile gaze. In an instant, he pulled out the famous sword Jinpura from his waist and rushed directly towards the golden lion in the sky. It's just Admiral's backup, don't think too highly of yourself. Golden Lion casually cast a glance at Madoka below, and then stretched out his hand to hold the famous sword Sakura-ten at his waist, and his posture was also very casual. Marine Admiral and Admiral are backup, the gap in strength is not small. The incomparably sharp aura of Golden Lion shocked everyone present at Naval Headquarters. Boom. After the words fell, a terrifying white light suddenly appeared. Like a shooting star. The Golden Lion's knife directly trampled on Zaiwen's body and scattered blood. Crack, puff puff. As the Golden Lion slowly sheathed Sakura-ten, blood gushed out from Yoshido in front of him instantly. A quick and neat cut. Isn't this guy good at double knives? He can kill Zaiwen instantly with one hand. Seeing that Golden Lion instantly killed Jin with just a single knife, Sengoku, who was watching this scene next to him, suddenly felt a chill. People who are good at double wielding will definitely lose a lot of strength if they suddenly switch to single wielding. But even so, Zaiwen still couldn't block a blow. Little girl, go train for 100 years before challenging Laozi. Seeing Zaiwen lying in a pool of blood, Golden Lion taunted mercilessly. Haki's voice was revealed in that calmness, making the Marines below fall silent. Especially people with the strength of Sengoku and Crane feel particularly shocked. The strength of Golden Lion has unexpectedly increased a lot. Obviously, when escaping from Impel Down before, Golden Lion had lost both legs. According to their expectations, this guy's strength should be greatly reduced, and he will become weaker and weaker with age. But looking at it now, Golden Lion not only has his legs repaired, but even the rudder above his head has been removed. The whole person seems to have returned to the time when he was 25 years old and strong. With such a state, it is no wonder that Eisen will lose to Golden Lion. It's still too early to challenge Laozi. If it wasn't for defeating Naval Headquarters in its heyday, Laozi wouldn't be happy. Golden Lion laughed and continued to use Lion Fruit's ability to control the boat and fly upwards. BD, Golden Lion. Don't run if you have the guts. Seeing that the Golden Lion was about to run away, Zaiwen, who was lying on the ground, tried his best to stand up with the knife, and his eyes were full of angry flames. Stop it, Madoka, the first thing to do now is to get Eisen off of that first. Seeing Zaiwen's emotions so excited, Crane also knows why, she and Zaiwen are sisters. She has long been aware of the fact that Zaiwen admires Eisen so much. But if the current Zaiwen continues to face the Golden Lion one-on-one, let alone whether he will be injured or not, it is still a question of whether he can survive. Crane had no choice but to dissuade Zaiwen with the matter of Eisen. At the same time, Crane felt a little guilty towards Eisen in his heart. I have suspected Eisen for 7 years because of Garp's affairs, and I have been secretly using tricks to keep Eisen in the G1 branch, keeping it away from the core and political center of Marine. As a result, now that Eisen is dead, her doubts about Eisen have completely disappeared. If Eisen is manipulating the hollow experiment, It is absolutely impossible for the Golden Lion to kill Eisen. She is the one who has the deepest understanding of how strong Garp is after Hollow. This is a big deal. Sengoku stared deeply at Aizen's corpse, feeling extremely complicated at the moment. The strongest Marine Admiral in Marine history was actually killed by Golden Lion. Regardless of the course of the battle, this seems to be a certainty now. A few days ago, he just received Eisen from the G1 branch for vacation, and he went to Bang Bang to see if he could have a chance to fight Hawkeye. Today, Aizen's body hangs directly from the Naval Headquarters building. Apparently, while Eisen was on vacation, the Golden Lion killed Eisen while he was alone. It's strange, no matter how powerful that Golden Lion guy is, he shouldn't be able to kill Eisen Admiral so easily. It's only been a few days. Marine Admiral's back T. Dolphin expressed his doubts. Chapter 108 The war will begin. In a battle of Admiral's level, it is impossible to tell the winner without 10 days and half a month. In addition, a battle of this level must be a world-shattering level. How could Marine not hear any news? From the G1 branch to the Sabayati archipelago, this is all Marine territory. Is it possible that those agents are all eating dry food? On the other side, the Golden Lion had just returned to the height of 10,000 meters and walked into the central hall. I saw Eisen sitting on a chair, holding the armrest with one hand, and said nonchalantly, "Is the boring press conference over?" Hearing Eisen call his declaration of war against Naval Headquarters a press conference, Golden Lion was not angry, or he didn't have the capital to be angry in front of Eisen. Of course, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Overtake Roger and defeat all Marines. Thinking of this scene, I can't help but laugh out loud. Golden Lion's face was full of excited smiles. If you can do it, it's up to you. But don't forget, my goal was not Naval Headquarters in the first place, but Marie Joyce. In this way, the time for Shiki to announce that he will attack Naval Headquarters is getting closer. The whole world fell into panic, and Marine immediately mobilized all the elites from all over the world to defend. Polusalino, Sakazuki, Kyuzen, Momuzagi, T. Dolphin, Mole, and other Marine elite Vice Admiral all gathered at Naval Headquarters. Such a desperate move even made the G5 branch and the G1 branch directly fall into a state of emptiness. No way, Marine dare not bet. On the bright side, Golden Lion is going to attack Naval Headquarters together with Kaido of the Beasts. Sengoku doesn't think Golden Lion is bluffing. He knows Golden Lion too well. In order to surpass Roger, this guy dared to break into Naval Headquarters alone so many years ago. Now, he even killed the Marine Admiral, Eisen, as a declaration of war to Marine. His goal is Roger, to do what Roger has never done, and what Roger dare not do. For this purpose, Golden Lion is even willing to give up his own life. Naval Headquarters Admiral's meeting room. Sengoku crossed his hands and said, "I know that my colleagues are feeling very complicated now. There are only 2 of the 3 admirals in Marine. Not to mention other people, even Sengoku has a hard time accepting this fact. Eisen is his favorite Marine, and everyone even agrees that Eisen is the most suitable candidate to succeed Marine in the future, not one of them. However, in addition to Eisen, Marine also has 3 admiral backups. Kyuzen, Zaiwen, and Jiaji. These 3 also have monster-like strength. Especially Kyuzen, although he is 4 years younger than Sakazuki, he is not weaker than the other 2 admirals in terms of strength. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Eisen, according to the original trajectory, Kyuzen would also be Admiral of Headquarters. However, now we have gathered 100,000 elite soldiers in our headquarters, plus 2 admirals, 3 admiral backups, and countless Marine vice admirals. We are bound to win this battle. In terms of fighting power on the bright side, Marine is the well-deserved overlord of this world, and no one can deny this. Sorry, Marshal Sengoku, I'm a little sleepy." Listening to Sengoku's high-spirited statement on how to defeat Golden Lion, Zaiwen only felt very noisy in his ears. Now everyone else is concerned about defeating the Golden Lion pirates and cheering each other on. But Aizen's death had the greatest impact on Jin. After finishing speaking, Zaiwen got up directly and left the meeting room. The other people present didn't stop them either, at least they knew in their hearts that Zaiwen's behavior like this was entirely due to Aizen's affairs. In fact, why don't they feel sad for Aizen's death? It's just that they don't yearn for Eisen as much as Madoka. However, no one will blame Yuen, she has a different feeling for Eisen than other people, which can be seen by many people. See Circle Calendar 1507, April 1st, just arrived at midnight. 10,000 Marine soldiers are intensively defending their surroundings. Although they feel that the Golden Lion will not attack in the middle of the night, the possibility of a sneak attack still exists. The rest of the soldiers were also wearing clothes and holding guns in their hands. They could stand up and fight at any time, and many of them didn't even fall asleep at all. Knowing that the Golden Lion will attack today, there are definitely very few people who can sleep peacefully. I am afraid that this feeling can only be felt when you are on the scene. Most importantly, the Golden Lion is a pirate flying in the air, and how to attack is even more unpredictable. It may be to launch an attack from the sea, or it may directly invade the inner bay of Naval Headquarters through a coded ship like Whitebeard, or it is more likely to attack directly from the air in accordance with Golden Lion's usual style. It is even possible that the soldiers will be divided into 2 or even 3 groups, attacking from different directions. There's no telling what the Golden Lion guy is going to do. And the more the Golden Lion doesn't show up, the more nervous the Marines feel. First shift, second shift, third shift. After changing shifts 3 times, they still haven't found any sign of the attack by the Golden Lion pirates. This also made these soldiers more or less relax their vigilance. A soldier who just got up to change shift couldn't help but yawned and said, "Ha, speaking of which, the Golden Lion didn't come at this time, so I guess he didn't plan to sneak attack or something. Maybe that guy will come at 12 o'clock noon at that time, it attacked from the sea upright." Don't say such superfluous words. Honestly, do your job well, or if the Golden Lion calls, we will all die. When the patrol leader heard that his soldiers were so relaxed, he immediately reminded them. However, he still agrees with the soldiers. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman, who was in charge of this round of patrolling, was biting his cigar, and suddenly raised his head. His squinted eyes suddenly opened. With a frightened expression in his eyes, he immediately turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, pay attention to the air, pay attention to dodging." Although, he had already given a timely reminder, but when he fell from a height of 10,000 meters and was about to reach the ground, the speed was too fast. These soldiers hardly have any room to react. The 2 soldiers walking together heard Doberman's voice and looked towards the sky, but just when they looked up, they felt a black shadow descending directly from the sky.